The deck with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for turn.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn, and the Paladin is gonna join it!
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
The Mindjoke wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
Bastion, it rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. It is a clear and crisp morning here in Liverpool as we're about to kick off the first European regional of the new year here in Liverpool. It is going to be an incredible weekend of Pokemon Go action, and there are so many questions to answer. Most of all, who is going to become our next European regional champion? I'm Lou Josh Cromie, and I am joined by an esteemed roster of commentators this weekend. Why don't you guys go ahead and introduce yourselves right at the end?
I'm Ryan, or Zionic, and love to be here because this is Liverpool's the first time we had a tournament for Pokemon Go, so I'm very excited that we are back in the action here.
Hi folks, my name is Adelian. I'm very honored to be here as well. It's amazing to be at the Liverpool Regionals. This is the first ever Regionals that I commentated back in the start of 2023, and to be back here again is amazing to see all these battlers give it their all.
Hi, I'm Koning Lionheart, and yeah, Liverpool is a great city. I love to be here. I don't have the special connection that you guys have with Liverpool, but it's always been fun here. So I'm also very happy and hyped to be at this special tournament.
What marvelous introductions, and it does sound like Liverpool has been one for the history books in the past, and I am sure that this event is going to be no different. But of course, you are at home tuning in and maybe thinking, hey, I want to come along to one of these championship events. There are plenty more on the roster throughout the rest of the 2024 season. So let's take a closer look at the calendar, and there may be a little bit of a surprise for you viewers.
Yes, there is definitely a surprise, but before we even get to that, let's just first go to the next regional you can do if you aren't here in Liverpool or you are thinking, I want to do a few more. So we have Dortmund, which is in the second weekend of February on the 10th and 11th of February. Follow that up with a special event in Utrecht, which is on the 2nd and 3rd of March. And of course, the big one at the European International Championships kicks off from the Friday the 5th until Sunday the 7th of April, and that will be in London. So a big one with big increased opportunities for championship points and other amazing features. And then in May, we have Stockholm, which is on the 11th and 12th of May. And then the surprise for those of you here in Europe and further afield, Bologna has been announced for the Italian special event on the 1st and 2nd of June, just 1 week before the North American International Championships in New Orleans on the 7th and 8th of June. And of course, all of these amazing events lead up to one place only, Honolulu, Hawaii, for the Pokemon World Championships.
It's honestly super hype that we get another regional on the EU roster there in Italy, so it's one that you need to add to your calendars as well, and hopefully we'll see you there later in the season. Of course, as Adelian has mentioned, the pinnacle of Pokemon play is that World Championships this year in Honolulu, Hawaii, and in order to get there, there's a couple of ways that you can qualify. You can, of course, win a regional and book your ticket straight away, or you can earn those elusive championship points, and there's a certain total that you need in order to qualify.
Yes, exactly. If you're watching from the US or Canada, you need 500 points. Europe needs 400. Latin America needs 300. Oceania 300. And the Middle East and South Africa need a total threshold of 200. You can achieve those by going to regional, special events, cups or challenges. And yeah, you better win to get some.
Oh, yes.
Exactly, and not only can you earn some championship points, but you can also win some incredible prizes by coming along to these events. Not only can you get, like I said, championship points, but you can get some amazing cash prizes as well as some booster packs and a lot of amazing memories to take away too.
Yeah, so of course, if you are fortunate enough and talented enough to win a regional championship, such as the one here at Liverpool, you will get 2,500 USD and 72 booster packs. So it's still a great honor to come second, third and fourth, and you can see the prizes dropping to 2,000 USD, 1,500 and so on and so forth. From third place onwards, the number of booster packs drops to 36, but still an absolute honor to get so far, and the prizes are certainly no slouch.
And let's be honest, even if we are on the Pokemon Go side of things on the broadcast, everybody still loves opening a trading pack or two. It's always nice to see if you can pull those rare cards. Speaking of rare things, however, last weekend there was a NULA Regional Championships across the pond in Charlotte, and there were a few new Pokemon breaking out onto the scene. Ziona, do you want to start talking us through what the meta was like in Charlotte and maybe what we could expect coming into this weekend?
Yes, Charlotte, I love when a mid-season meta shift happens, and that's because of the introduction of the new fighting ghost-type Pokemon, Annihilate. It has been highly anticipated as the overcomer of Medicham. Medicham is no longer being used due to how strong and dominant Poliwrath and Annihilate are, and I think what we saw last weekend is a shift in answers to Annihilate, and an overcorrection. A lot of use in Azumarill, which previously has always been in kind of the top 12, a contender for a long time, but shooting up to number 2. Now we also saw the introduction of Mandibuzz as the optional second flyer there, and while that may be a decent answer to Annihilate, I think it was actually brought in anticipation for a lot of Ghosts as an answer, maybe something like Sableye to come to answer the Annihilate, but overall, I think the meta was pretty strong. I think we're going to see very similar Pokemon this weekend, but ultimately it's going to come down to those outliers, something like a Skeledirge or a Vigoroth or a Frostlass that could shake things up as we get into the battles this weekend.
We're definitely seeing a lot of flyers in the metagame, and if we actually dive a little deeper into the Day 2 analysis, once again, those Pokemon are coming out on top. The Mandibuzz that you mentioned, as well as the Gligar, both the normal and the Shadow form, and the Skarmory as well. Leo, any other surprises here?
Yeah, I mean, the Skeledirge is sitting there nicely. I also want to say that Mandibuzz is really good against Skeledirge, even though you have this super effective Fairy-type attack on the Skeledirge, it's still no match for Mandibuzz. Skeledirge has also brought a little meta shake-up, I want to say. Doonberg used it to its full potential earlier in the regional already. The flexibility in the attacks is just extremely powerful. We have Gligar on almost the number 1 spot as well, if you're combining Shadow and the regular Gligar, which is really strong. Lickitung, of course, super dominant. It was used a lot on day 1 and even more on day 2 if you look at the percentages. So does Azumarill, and also Whiscash. Whiscash is so good. It has been so dominant in the last few tournaments. It's really surprising that you're seeing the double water core over there, Azumarill and Whiscash on many teams.
Yes, I think the benefit of having Scald being improved this season has been significant as well. I also want to point out Vigoroth was quite useful there. It did come out a little bit more, and it's a bit surprising because when you mentioned Annihilate trying to make its presence, and Vigoroth generally doesn't have a great matchup against Annihilate, but the fact that it was so popular despite Annihilate being there, maybe Liverpool will have that same inspiration as well. Who knows?
Yeah, I think there was something to recognize, is that Annihilate last weekend was only available for a day before, so trainers weren't very comfortable with using it. I think that might change this weekend, and I also think we might see a shift in its moveset as well, because Night Slash is a very viable second charge move there along with Shadow Ball. You don't necessarily need that Ice Punch.
I think as well there's always been a dominant counter user in the meta. Obviously it previously was the Medicham that's kind of fallen from grace a little bit, but in this Liverpool regional, is it going to be that Vigoroth for a third time in a row? Poliwrath or even the newcomer Annihilate? It is yet all to see. But talking about that Vigoroth, it has won back-to-back regionals, and if we take a closer look at the top finishes from Charlotte as well, you can take a closer look at those teams to maybe keep an eye on here. I mean, what a fantastic event this was. Lyle's Jeff finally being able to get that victory.
Yeah, so we had Lyle Jeffs take first place there with the Vigoroth team. And it goes to show that just because you don't have Annihilate, Medicham, or Poliwrath doesn't mean that you can't use a pseudo fighter with that counter. And I think the Rock Slide was actually very crucial, especially for teams running a lot of charge bugs out there. So that is why he was able to dominate as we get into the second and third place there.
Yeah, K-Sean, you can immediately see that charger bug on top that you just mentioned. Skarmory as well, it has been kind of a meta breaker, I want to say, many polarizing matchups, and it just really helps to shut down some Pokemon. Gligar and Shadow Gligar have been so safe over the last tournaments. Not against Skarmory, it shuts down Gligar almost completely. It is a steel type, however, it is also a flying type, so those resisted digs, they really do not add up. And also, we are seeing the Frostless over there. Frostless is a Pokemon that you, I know, are anticipating, Zionic. This is one of the overlooked dangers, I like to call them, because sometimes you forget about those potential threats like a Frostless or a Shadow Charizard. You're looking, you haven't prepared for it, you're looking at the opponent's team sheet and go, oh, this is going to be a problem. And
it's like a false sense of security.
Exactly, you think you won't face it, and when you face it, you know you have to adapt your entire game plan to it. And then, of course, we have the team of Teddy, which has a really interesting core of Swampert, Mandibuzz, and Cresselia, and this really, really shuts down the Whiscaches. This is really good against Whiscache, which is the primary answer to Skeledirge. So this team kind of frees up the Skeledirge to just overwhelm the opponent with Shadow Balls and Dazzling Gleams, and Incinerates, of course.
Yes, and one thing I do want to point out for K-Sean and for Teddy, that was their first ever Play Pokemon Regional that they attended. So the point I'm trying to make here is that just because a player is new to the Pokemon Go Championship Series doesn't mean that success can't happen. These trainers are brilliant. They came so close to even winning it at their first regional. Who might pull that off in Liverpool of all places?
Exactly. What a fantastic point as well. It doesn't matter if you are new to the Pokemon Go scene or a veteran of the competition, anything can happen at these events. And let's take a trip down memory lane and look at the regional champions we have already had this season. Breakouts for all of these incredible players and finally some hard-earned victories. I mean, Zvilas kicking things off at the beginning of the year, followed by Galaxa Bolton with that fantastic Superior, definitely one that I'm always going to remember, followed up by Padaman. Finally, third time the charm. It was indeed with his Alolan Ninetales, and then most recently, Colin 6 as well.
Third time's the charm is a really good one. I appreciate the charm. Colin is our first European 2 times regional champion, if I remember correctly.
That is correct.
Crazy win in Lille last season against Though Tactical in the finals. Man, that was a match.
Yeah, that was a brilliant, brilliant match. And to see, and I watched him compete in Stuttgart. It was absolutely amazing to see he went up against Dinoski in the grand finals. Dinoski did really well, getting all the way and forcing a bracket reset, only for Colin 6 to fight back and go, nope, I am one of the best players in the world, and I need to assert my dominance here and take that championship. And he, I believe, is in Liverpool looking to take more scalps, looking to do more damage to other players.
Yeah, and I think Padoman as well had a really strong showcase. I believe, if I may be incorrect, but I think that was his first official win that he was going for. And coming with the Shadow Alolan Ninetales to dominate was so cool to see. I remember watching that tournament, the energy that he had when he finally won. You can't replace that. So it's really cool to see him dominating that tournament.
I think definitely when you've seen the journey as well, you know, being in his third grand finals and, you know, twice coming up short of that #1 spot and then finally being able to get it, what a fantastic story to inspire other trainers. Of course, a lot of these trainers will be here this weekend, as well as a bunch of other players to keep an eye on and watch throughout the broadcast. I mean, there are certainly a lot of favorites that we have, players that we've been able to spot over the past couple of events. But let's take a look at the trainers who are at the top of the European leaderboard. So the championship points that we mentioned earlier, These are the players who have got the most so far, and at the top, to no surprise, is a mind joke. He may be shy of winning that regional title, but he is so dominant at these events, consistently getting those top place finishes.
Yeah, and we can see he's followed by Patoman and Colin, both of which have won a regional in this season. So that means that you also still get the points that are accumulating at the end of the season. Then we have Nabil Saidak, we have Kevin Schlupa, that is JBG Winsen HSV, and followed by Tomahawk UK. So many names that we have seen throughout the season.
And I think what's also very cool to notice is that when a player wins this regional tournament, they get 200 points. And there are a lot of trainers down there who are one win away from securing that victory to Honolulu for the championship this summer. So I think what we're going to see today is a lot of players going for that #1, but what's also good is that security net of, oh, I took 4th place, I still get points. There's still EUIC coming up for the double points. But I think the competition is going to be fierce this weekend as a lot of top trainers are gunning for that #1 spot.
Yeah, there's a lot to take away. Like you said, even if you don't take the #1 spot, you could still lock in your invite to the elusive World Championships. I want to mention as well, number 13 there, Michele Gavelli. He has 279 championship points, and he has only acquired those through local events so far this season. This is his first regional, and he is someone who is a veteran of Pokemon play across on the Pokemon video game side of things. In 2018, he had a phenomenal season. Won regionals, was just incredible, and it's amazing to see him broadening his horizons and doing incredibly well on the Pokemon Go scene as well. Let's take a deeper dive at some key players to watch as well. Of course, there'll be so many players that we will mention and highlight throughout the course of the weekend, but here are 3 faces and names you should definitely get to know.
Yeah, so I'm going to kick things off with JBG Winsen HSV. I just mentioned him earlier. I had the honors to travel with him to a Cup and a Challenge, and he's an absolute beast to play against. He might look nice, he might be nice, he's a very nice person in fact.
Of course.
But in a battle, he's fierce.
You've got to change up your game face, I suppose, as soon as that battle starts going.
Yeah, and Tomahawk UK is someone I actually met for the first time the other day, and I was very impressed as we talked about the potential of this weekend. And he showed me the light with what Annihilate with Night Slash is capable of, so we got to be on the lookout for that. And also, he was talking about potentially bringing a Dugong into this meta, which could be very interesting and very fun. I know those at home who use Dugong for Go Battle League absolutely love it, myself included, and I think it has potential in this Team 6 format.
Yes, and of course the final trainer to watch is Dinoski, who did come second in Stuttgart, the last European regional prior to Liverpool. Fantastic player. I have seen this man develop from his, so he's one of my local players from London. I've seen him develop, get into PvP and come right to the pinnacle, and I'm excited to see if he can go that one step further and win on home turf here in Liverpool.
Yes, these 3 players will certainly be chasing that victory, and they will want to become the European champion here. Of course, as well, this weekend, so many unexpected things to expect. This is one of the biggest events that we have had, with just shy of 200 competitors here at the Pokemon Go tournament this weekend. Now, I have a couple of questions about what we might be seeing. Obviously, this one team has won back-to-back regionals. Are we going to see trainers picking it up, or are we going to maybe see people trying to completely break the meta and counter it? What do you think, Zionic?
I think players are still going to go for what is comfortable. I think we're going to see a lot of Lickitungs and Azumarils, but I also think players have an opportunity to bring in extra Pokemon that shakes things up, whether that's Frostlass, maybe a Shadow Sableye, maybe we see Grass return with Trevenant, Venusaur, or Superior. There's an opportunity there as the meta is always shifting, especially with the introduction of Annihilate.
I would love to see some grass Pokemon back in Pokemon Go. At the minute, the best grass Pokemon is Lickitung, in a way. So it's kind of the only one giving out that grass coverage. Maybe Cresselia from time to time. But it would be good to see Superior come back into action, or maybe the old face of Trevenant. What about you, Leo? At the end of the day, we're going to have a top 16 bracket tomorrow as well. That's how much Pokemon action we've got. Are you excited?
Yes, and I think there is, especially for this one, going to be a lot of spice. Because Annihilate was introduced recently, teams have shifted now. And now players will have to adapt. They will have to find new core breakers for those new teams that are going to come up. It's a bit of a prediction game for everyone now to see, hey, what are the others going to bring? What is the maybe best team now? How can I counter it? Because that's what it's all about in the end. You want to have this advantage when building your team. You might not always want to go for the safest route with a very solid team, which can work, of course. I don't want to say anything against that, but you might, in this fierce environment here, we have the best battlers of Europe. We have so many players. You want to have this extra little bit of advantage because of your team.
Exactly. Maybe a creative choice that you're going to become infamous for, particularly if you're able to make it very far into the competition. We have a very bulky meta at the moment, Adelian. Do you think that it's going to be a little bit more on the offensive side here in Europe?
Yes, again, I know we keep going back to Annihilate and just how offensively favoured it is. It does a lot of damage. I do think there are styles of play that suit certain trainers more than others, and by doing the Go Battle League, by taking part in your local challenges and league cups, you can get a style that works for you and then implement certain tactics such as catching and undercharging as and when you need. And then once you perfect that, or get as close to perfection as possible, because we're always chasing perfect in battle, then you can come to these regionals, put yourself to the test, gauge where you are, and then improve, so on and so forth, like many trainers have done already and achieved success.
Exactly, and we've been talking about some of the key Pokemon that we might expect to see, but let's actually delve into what we really think as commentators and look at our caster predictions. These are 4 Pokemon that we have all picked very carefully that we think are going to maybe come out on top and most likely to succeed. I'm going to kick things off. I always go with a mono water core. Obviously, Azumarill, the number 2 spot at the moment, that's probably a safe choice, I'm going to be honest. But then we've got the Whiscash, and if you squint hard enough, it is indeed a Gastrodon. You just have to ignore the whiskers and just kind of, you know, be optimistic. But of course, Whiscash, since it got Scald and obviously has had its buffs, has been incredibly strong in the meta at the moment. Swampert's really, I suppose, an old favorite of mine. I love it as an endgame sweeper. It can be incredibly powerful to close out of games. And as I've said, Gastrodon as well, the unsung hero of Pokemon Go, competitive. It still is trying to find its place. Whiscash is currently, you know, in the number 1 spot, I suppose, of the water ground types, but Gastrodon is coming for you, I believe.
I mean, I'm in there with you with the Gastrodon because I love Darmanitan. But honestly, I don't know if it's going to happen.
Darmanitan with a dream, it can happen.
Yes, that is true. I love Darmanitan. So let's go over my predictions. I start off with the Trevenant. You were mentioning it earlier. I want to see the counters to those double water cores that are also flexible. You said Superior could come back. I agree. However, Skarmory is also a thing. Skarmory is a really hard wall to it, and I think that Trevenant has decent answers. If you have done your preparations, you know that you can just use 2 shields and farm down most Trevenants with Skarmory. However, if you have a good answer to the flying type charge attacks prepared, then you might actually have a good time having 2 shields up against your opponent. So I think that Trevenant is going to be very good. Icy Wind is an attack that I really like, as you guys can see. Icy Wind, Abomasnow, the regular one, and Dugong as well. I think an Adequance won a cup with the Icy Wind Abomasnow. It has impressed me quite a lot. It's a very strong Pokemon. Energy Ball, of course, grass coverage. You are resisting so many attacks with the Abomasnow. It's phenomenal. Dugong also, I talked to Tomahawk about it. It's just a really good place in the meta because people are kind of shifting away from Poliwrath. Annihilate is less bulky than Poliwrath, and Annihilate does not resist the ice attack. Still, you don't want to be in this matchup. However, you're dealing a sizable chunk with Icy Winds, and this is also why Umbreon is in there. Umbreon had a decent time against Medicham back when Medicham was absolutely on top because it wasn't resisting the foul plays, and the same goes with Annihilate. In fact, you can even win some matchups against Annihilate with the Umbreon, and I think that this might actually be a very good save swap, especially because it also beats Lickitung.
Psionic, do you want to go next?
Yes, so I see, I decided to go for more Ghost heavy. I think with the anticipation of a lot of Annihilapes coming into the meta, I went for Skeletor, Sableye, and Frostlass. Now, Frostlass I think has the biggest opportunity based on the top meta Pokemon that we are seeing, because there hasn't been a lot of Umbreon. There was a little bit of Mandibuzz, but even Mandibuzz takes a lot of damage from Powder Snow and Avalanche, and the counterweight to that is bringing Sableyes and Skeletors to have that answer to Frostlass. And I also threw in Venusaur there, but I think overall that is my I think we're going to see more grass Pokemon. Venusaur is just the symbol for it. So Trevenants, Superiors, and Venusaur I think could come back in, and that's because of the dominance of Azumarill and Whiscash in this meta.
So it's the OG grass Pokemon, really representing all grass Pokemon possibly in your roster. What about you, Adelian? Let's round it out.
Yeah, so of course, let's not talk anymore about Annihilate. We know how that is gonna make a big impact. I have confidence. I'm going to talk about Pelipper because it has so much flexibility. It can cause a few problems for those fighters. It can also cause problems for some of the water ground types. So I think that flexibility is there. Shout out to Inadequance, who of course absolutely loves this Pokemon as well. And then I've gone with something a little bit more of a curveball. I reckon Calistopod might have some play. Again, similar fashion to to Pelipper. It has the flexibility of dealing with the fighters, the water and ground types, the Dugong, the Alolan Sandslash, if that were to come in. So I think it's slept on. It might be a little bit of a surprise that might core break quite a few teams. And then of course we are going to get on the Charger bus and get and go for Charger Bug here. I think even though this is a Whiscash heavy meta, I think Charger Bug does have its place just to scare off a lot of the flying types that are around at the moment.
I don't think anybody's going off that bus anytime soon at the moment. I mean, my main takeaway, I think, from that analysis is that as much as we want grass types to come back, they're going to have a very difficult time. We've already identified in the meta there's so many flyers, but then you guys have called a lot of ice-type Pokemon into the fray as well, and those grass types are going to have a little bit of a tough time against them. But of course, we want to know what you think as well at home. Engage with all of our different social media channels using that hashtag #PlayPokemon to let us know who you're rooting for and which Pokemon you want to see. Is it a tried and tested choice, or is it maybe something a little spicier that can be thrown into the metagame? And of course, throughout a couple of the events, we've been able to showcase some fantastic posts from you as well using that hashtag #PlayPokemon, and we would love to see more engagement. What you're doing to watch the stream, show us your cats. We always love to see a cat watching the broadcast, as well as all the fantastic fan art that we get to see. In the past, on the Pokemon Go side of things, we've had some very interesting choices. In Adequance, we've mentioned a couple of times with a Araquanid or a Steelix riding into battle. Maybe throughout the course of the weekend, there might be a Pokemon that we choose or maybe that we highlight, and we would love to see a little bit of fan art of those Pokemon. Gastrodon, he's right here. He's immune. Let's be honest. You can draw all the Gastrodons and I'll be very happy. Don't forget as well, while you are engaging with those posts, to follow all the channels as well. This is the best way to keep up to date with all of the Pokemon action so you do not miss a minute of Pokemon play. Using that hashtag #PlayPokemon again and /Pokemon on YouTube, /Pokemon on Twitch, whatever platform you would like to go onto, you'll be able to catch all of the action. Well, I believe the matches are getting ready. Leo and Zionic, you are on the desk first, so I suppose we better let you guys go get ready. We will be hopping over to the caster desk, and we will see you in just a moment.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Matches are best of 3, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a bring 6, pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
It's been fun meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years. And well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
I'm excited. This is a huge international. Tons of great players are going to be here. The excitement is, through the roof. The hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
I am quite in love with this event. The people have been amazing. The judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokemon event, and most of these events are like this.
I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words. It's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out, a little combination play, a blast burn on a low health Stunfisk for the 3-0 sweep.
All hail Tonton Batsus and his Shadow Charizard. He is your European International Champion. champion 2023.
Tyranitar V,
no.
and that is wild here as we see the retreat into the Tyranitar, and that means we have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies to retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from as you load up for the Brainwave here. You can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
I think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double-checking the weakness.
Weak to dark?
Yes, he is. Down comes Boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships.
As it does get caught with the freeze dry, and it does wrap up this set. A brisk 2-0 from a very offensive team. A fantastic performance, move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. Now, Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now, maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul, as it's able to go for the Wave Crash, and it lands it into the Amoonguss, getting the knockout. See if it can wake up here, but I think Gabrielle knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC was pretty good. Definitely a lot more than what I expected, so I'm really happy about that.
I'm really happy for winning this top one. It amazed me. It amazed me.
It feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like renewed to be a two-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a tournament feels really great. Having a title under your belt feels amazing.
It feels amazing to win UIC. I didn't really expect it, and it's my first win at a major event that wasn't 25 people, so it's very exciting.
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non era un buon matchup, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto.
It is about to start, guys. The Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Liverpool 2024. And yeah, we have an amazing day ahead of us. There are so many great trainers, so many fantastic battlers with their well-trained Pokemon. Sonic, what do you expect?
Oh, I mean, with 192 trainers here today, it's the biggest EU regional we've had this season. And I had to look back at the other numbers for Liverpool. It has been up only from there, and that means all of EU is here to compete. So the best players, the best teams, the best Pokemon, and the best battles are here for us today.
Yeah, exactly. I know that Lurgan Rocket is going to be attending at this tournament as well, the first ever Pokemon Go regional champion here in Europe. He actually brought me this little Darmanitan, so I'm finally happy that I'm casting with my best friend. I'm sorry, Jakob, for you at home, but yeah, so much cooler. Okay. But we can, you're right, absolutely expect the best battles ever. There are so many trainers. We have looked at the brackets before. It's going to be absolutely insane. We have Tomahawk, we have Inadequance, we have Tactical, we have Emmy Weedle. I can't stop naming those big names. And then also we had trainers who aren't as accomplished, but you've played against them once in a while and you know that they are really good. This could be their moment to shine, that that day to make their dream come true, to achieve day 2, to win this entire tournament and manifest their name.
Yeah, and just like last weekend in Charlotte, we had trainers who never competed in a regional before take second and third place, so it's anyone's game. And I think ultimately the story of today is what Pokemon is going to be breaking the meta, because it's been shifting so much. We've seen a lot of Lickitungs and Azumarill as safe picks. Those are always safe Pokemon to bring, but I think the story is going to be, what's that outlier? What's that 6th Pokemon that someone looks at the roster and goes, I was not prepared for that?
Yeah, and I think you're very good with your prediction there. The Frostless is going to be one of those Pokemon.
It's going to be big. I'm telling you, if we looked at the top 12 from last weekend, Frostlass does well against everything. There is no hard wall, right? Caleb might be saying, well, Bastiodon's out there, but not a lot of trainers are using it. There hasn't been a lot of Umbreon, so Frostlass is neutral damage, even against Lickitung, which if you go against typings, right, normal into Ghost, it has Powder Snow and Avalanche, so I think Frostlass as a safe swap, if there is no hard-hitting fast moves on your opponent's team, like Incinerate or Smackdown, it's going to perform very, very well, getting you a resource that's necessary, whether that's Switch, Shields, setting you up for a hard energy farm down. There's a lot of opportunity. I think Frostlass is something to look out for.
That is true, and actually we have a little treat for you guys. We have the meta breakdown for day 1 already, so we can take a look at that, see if the predictions are going in the right direction. So we are going to see, what a surprise! It's Lickitung at the top!
Wow, Lickitung is up there with Gligar number 2, and no surprise for those of you who might not be aware, Gligar's number 2 because of its access to Dig. With that update, it has the coverage to the traditional tanks that we see in this meta, like Registeel, Whiscash as well, no surprise with that Scald update, and we also have Charjabug.
Yeah, and we have a heavy decline in Azumarills, I want to say. Azumarill were there with the 36%. Maybe players know that everyone is going to adapt to the many Azumarills in Charlotte. Everyone thinks, hey, there's going to be grass types, I better get my Azumarill on my bench. So we have Registeel in there as well, which is of course a great answer to Azumarill as well. It is answered by Annihilate, by Poliwrath. Not so much by Vigoroth, but that's a different story. And then we have Cresselia. Cresselia is also a Pokemon I really enjoy playing. It is so bulky, and this grass knot coverage really stands out for it.
Yeah, and we also have Skarmory. No surprise there. It is a premier flyer with the update to Steel Wing. Annihilate as well, dropping down a bit. Last weekend we saw it at number 6. So trainers still wanting to bring it, but not as many. I think it's that fear factor of they didn't see it as a top performer in the meta. So maybe a little bit less usage there. We also have Lantern, no surprise. Poliwrath as well, but I think the big surprise here is how many Vigoroths are coming into this meta. Obviously, with Lyle's Jeff last weekend winning with the Vigoroth, it's a pseudo fighter. It has counter and body slam and rock slide, and that rock slide is crucial for some Pokemon in this meta. Frostlass, if we see it, and I think the big one is Charjabug there as well. So you have the traditional good answer to a Lickitung while having that hard-hitting neutral damage to stuff like Azumarill. Well, I guess you have body slam as well, but I think it's the Charjabug answer with that rock slide is crucial.
That is true. However, it also takes neutral damage from all the attacks of Charjabug, so it's not completely helpless there, but the matchup is much better than the other fighters that we are seeing right here. Yes. And I'm going to make a bold prediction here. Even though the overall usage of Annihilate declined, I think the conversion rate for day 2 is going to be a lot better than in Charlotte, because those trainers, those 20% that have brought it, I think they have prepped a lot with it. They got the best Annihilate for them that they want to use. It's going to be really hard to beat those trainers. I think this is going to be a crazy good one.
Yes, and I think I'm going to make another bold prediction there, is we're going to see a lot more Night Slash. I think the Night Slash conversion is going to be a lot more useful than the Ice Punch. If we take a look at targets that could be hit by Ice Punch for a lot of damage, Gligar is really the only one here. Whereas Night Slash, you could still, if you're matched up against that Lickitung in the mid-game, you could throw that Night Slash, and if you get the boost, everyone, if you get the boost, you not only win that matchup like you normally would, but you have that harder hitting Shadow Ball on the back end, and you could still even bait with a Night Slash to get a shield from an Azumarill that might be forced to shield a Shadow Ball, and then you have a Shadow Ball. It's a beautiful opportunity, and I think Night Slash is going to shine.
Yeah, the best thing about Annihilate is that it has decent bulk. It's not the bulkiest Pokemon, but it still takes 1 or 2 hits. And if you get an early boost, you can almost farm anything down. So if you get this early boost, you can 2-shield it and then you come out with a lot of energy. Then you can keep on throwing Night Slashes because your opponent will have to shield everything. There's no way you're not going to shield an attack Rose Sharply Annihilate that has a Shadow Ball already. So then you can really just, you can determine the game. You can dictate it and tell your opponent, hey, we're playing my game now. This is the Annihilate show right here, and you're going to lose against it.
And we're going to be going to the stage here to see what trainers are going to be our first competitors, as we have C. Leonardo77 running a Dugong, Charjabug, Whiscash, Lickitung, Shadow, Gligar, and Skarmory.
And then we have Emsley Boy 98 on the other side with Lickitung, Charjabug, Annihilate, Azumarill, Skarmory as well, and the Shadow Gligar. So the teams are, I think 4 Pokemon are the same. The difference lies in the Whiscash and Dugong.
Yes, and what's interesting is they're both bringing double flyers. I wonder if that's going to be a story of today, is the double flyer meta, because depending on what you have on the opponent's side, if that Lantern is there, obviously Gligar is going to be the better answer, but if there is no, if maybe there's the Azumarill, you got to bring the Skarmory. Yeah. So, yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting.
So, first thing I want to check out right here when we're looking at the teams, how good is Annihilate into the team of C. Leonardo? Because of course it's new, we want to see it perform well, it's exciting. So what are we looking at? Dugong, good. I like it. Charjabug, not the best matchup.
No.
Whiscash depends on the shielding scenario, because Whiscash actually outpaces the Annihilate very easily. So you win the scenarios in which you don't really use shields. However, with the counter damage adding up, it's in Annihilate's favor.
Yeah, and we also see the, as we're getting into the first battle, they're locking in. We have Annihilate on the lead versus Skarmory.
That one is an interesting one, because Annihilate can actually perform quite well in this matchup. We are seeing the Ice Punch here and the Shadow Ball. Okay, no boost going to be had this matchup, but Annihilate actually has quite the decent damage. The Steel Wings do add up.
Yeah, as the Sky Attack, I believe, was chosen here to come through. The first shield of this game is going to be going up to stop that super effective damage, as Annihilate now looking to answer back, building up to 100 energy as they throw the Shadow Ball here. This should connect.
Yep, and do you think that you're going to shield here as C. Leonardo?
Ooh. Is going to give up this shield, so able to stop that Shadow Ball there. Annihilate now able to get to a second, not in time though, as Skarmory gets to the second charge move.
And you're going to have to shield that up as well, or else it's game over for the Annihilate. But I understand that C. Leonardo wants to stay in this matchup for as long as possible, because the other Pokemon, they are not too quick to take out the Annihilate, even if it is at basically 30% health, and the counters deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, the Ice Punch now going to be KOing the Skarmory, and now we get to see what they're going to bring in. Likely the Whiscash right here? No, they come with the Lickitung to farm down. We see a counter swap right away into the mirror.
I like the Lickitung bring in here, because it doesn't really matter for Lickitung how much energy the Annihilate has. If it is at low health, you can easily farm it down. You take an Ice Punch, you don't care. What you care about are the counters, and there won't be too many, because it's deep in the red. And now we are in the Lickitung mirror match, which is most of the time heavily decided by the charge attack priority event. However, we have an energy advantage on the side of C. Leonardo here.
Yeah, I think something to take note of is that energy that's still stored on Annihilate. If that can connect on a Whiscash here on the back end, that could be the decider of this game, to be completely honest. But I think when he swapped out as well, I don't think he had a Shadow Ball ready to go. I think he was one fast move away, so that might be a make or break here. And for those of you wondering at home, why are trainers going for Body Slam and not Power Whip? It's going to be because of that same type attack bonus. Even though Power Whip might do a little bit more damage, you want to go for the spammy Body Slam, or the Body Slam spam, as we like to say.
Exactly. It is a little bit more energy damage efficient, and this is why it is the chosen attack to go for. Sometimes if you have a little bit of a difference in the HP, you want to throw a Power Whip, but not here. And now we have the Whiscash in on the Charjabug, and this is where the Whiscash wants to be. Charjabug, of course, has to go for those X-Scissors, and I think that C. Leonardo can't even afford to go for a shield, because there is still Annihilate with a lot of energy in the back. So this has to...
And Lickitung. Lickitung stored up a lot of energy, and this is what's going to be the deciding factor of this game, is that what charge move is going to be KOing, because Whiscash now is put in a very tough position as Scald, able to do a good amount of damage, and the attack drop lands there, but an X-Scissor here to answer right back.
Yeah, the thing is that the matchup for Whiscash is not that crazy good that it can store up unreal amounts of energy. You know, so there is the chance that Emsley Boy will get to an attack with the Annihilate later on. Might actually try to combo play with the Licky Tongue and the Body Slam there.
Ooh, forced now to potentially give up the final shield, and he's going to have to, remember, Lickitung has energy, Annihilate has energy, and what's interesting about...
Charge attack priority.
Oh, yes, that was a... Yeah,
huge.
Yeah, it was a charge attack priority. As C. Leonardo goes for the Scald now to KO the Charge Bug. Annihilate comes in with the Ice Punch.
Yep, and this is going to take all of this stored up energy of the Whiscash. It is going to knock it out. We are back where we were before. We are in Annihilate versus Lickitung. He's going to get the Lickitung low, goes for the combo play. The Body Slam is going to connect, and this looks like it's going to be enough right here.
Energy was the name of the game, and storing it was the key to victory as Body Slam KOs the Lickitung.
Emsley Boy has a little breather here, knows, okay, this was an uphill battle from time to time because the Charger Bug on the Whiscash, not the matchup you want to be in. However, he still managed it with some perfect technical play, I want to mention.
Yes, and I think giving up 2 shields early, it's always a dangerous thing to do. But if you give up those shields for the right reasons, and in that case, storing up a lot of energy to utilize towards the end here, as we saw the CMP tie against the Whiscash coming in with the Ice Punch, and then the swap out into the Body Slam, that puts your opponent in a very tough position where they don't have answers for it.
And I want to say, 2 knockouts immediately on the counter of Annihilate. So we got 2 Ice Punches that knocked out opposing Pokemon. That is already a pretty good record for the Annihilate. And we're going to see if this continues like that, because apparently Annihilate looks pretty strong. You have Azumarill on the team. You have and Skarmory, so you are scaring away the Gligar. And then, other than that, there's no real answer for the Annihilate on the team of Leonardo.
Well, that's the tough decision here, is you used the Skarmory, you literally had the counter answer to it, and Annihilate stood there toe-to-toe with it. But I think that reason why I was able to is because Steel Wing wasn't doing super effective damage. So this might be a chance for them to bring the Shadow Gligar to have that wing attack, hard pressure, fast move, but then you have to give up shields on the Ice Punch. So it's a give and take there.
Yep, especially because it is a Shadow Gligar. This one does not want to take an Ice Punch. Also, there is the risk of Azumarill and Skarmory. I think, if I remember correctly, that Emsley Boy didn't bring those in this game. I think it was Lickitung, Charger Bug, and Annihilate, possibly baiting his opponent into bringing the Shadow Gligar right here. I'm going to make a call. I think Emsley Boy is going to bring Skarmory and Azumarill.
Ooh, this is going to be very interesting. I think we see Annihilate again. I think there was a lot of use case there for it. Even if facing off against a potentially bad matchup, there's a lot of potential there to get resources, key resources from your opponent, which is going to be those shields.
That is true, and we are seeing the nice first partner Pokemon of Kanto aligned there. Both players are still thinking, they're taking their time, and I like that. I'm usually one to rush into those battles. I find one strategy, and then I go, okay, this is what I'm going to play this game. Then I'm waiting for my opponent in the loading screen, and I have already forgotten which Pokemon I picked.
Yeah, it's always tough, but we are getting into the second battle as we have Lickitung on the lead versus Shadow Gligar.
And there is at least the Azumarill in the back, not on the Gligar though. However, Lickitung also has a decent matchup against the Gligar.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the Body Slam now come through. Gligar can easily tank 1, can't take 2 though, so we'll have to see how Emsley Boy decides to react on the second charge move. But we'll likely be seeing a Dig thrown here soon. Yeah, here it comes.
Yeah, and Dig is going to deal an enormous amount of damage. However, it is just as much as the Body Slams of the Lickitung deal, basically, if you compare it to them. And I got a little confused earlier there because Azumarill can't be on the Gligar. The Gligar wasn't brought by C. Leonardo.
And very interesting play here, looking to catch the Body Slam there. I think C. Leonardo saw the swap anyways and decided to chip the health as they counter swap into their Charge Bug. But once again, Gligar stored energy on the back end might be dangerous here in the end game.
Yeah, and also there is like a little bit of an advantage in the matchup for Lickitung. I don't know how much the damage changes right there. So we are going to see this matchup, how it is going to turn out, because it is kind of close.
Did I see that correctly? Was that Crunch? Maybe I saw. I thought I saw Crunch there on the Charge Bug. Hold on, let's take a second look. Yes. It is Crunch. So doesn't even have a great answer for the Azumarill. So C. Leonardo needs to be very careful when he actually they do know what moveset they have. That's why it was probably totally safe bringing the Azumarill, as the second charge move is going to be coming through.
Oh, very good for Emsley Boy to still get one more body slam in there. It is going to deal a good amount of damage. No undercharge here, saying this is enough health that I can get a big farm down on this. Don't want to take too much damage on the Gligar. Perfect farm down right here. Gets 3 wing attacks in before C. Leonardo can throw. And now this is an energy-loaded Shadow Gligar. Dangerous, I want to say.
This is such a tough situation. Lickitung's out of energy. Whiscash has no energy, and Gligar is loaded. This is where the pressure is coming down. Shadow Gligar with almost double charge moves ready to go, looking to throw the first dig.
Yes, and both players have 2 shields. Not too much health left on their Pokemon. Oh,
the catch! Oh my goodness, what a beautiful catch there on the Scald. Gonna be resisted as Azumarill doesn't get the... Oh, it gets the attack debuff. That is always bad, but this is still a good matchup here for the Azumarill.
Yep. Whiscash does have some play in this matchup as well. However, there is a shield advantage now on the Azumarill side. We're not immediately bringing in the Lickitung that can hit for super effective damage with the Power Whip. Instead, we are going to take this play rough now. Is this going to be shielded? No, because we are still afraid of the energy on the Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, Whiscash gonna go ahead and let it go. It did get the attack debuff with that Scald, which means it doesn't take as much damage from the play rough. It's very safe, but here comes another Mud Bomb, and this is what's very cool about Whiscash is the spam, but ultimately I think they can't stay in too long. This next charge move from Azumarill is gonna hurt, and they decide to go for the Mud Bomb.
Yes, and at some point you will have to shield as Emsley Boy because you only have that much HP. However, of course, it doesn't feel good to shield a Mud Bomb from such a bulky Pokemon. Really doesn't do a lot of damage, but you have to use those shields, otherwise you're at a big disadvantage.
Now, looking to go for the Play Rough here. Ice Beam might have been enough to KO, but deciding to go for Play Rough instead to secure that knockout as a Gligar's going to swap into the Lickitung right away, and this is a beautiful opportunity. Only 1 shield left. Going to see Leonardo is going to go ahead and let it go as the Aerial Ace is likely going to be KOing right here, and that is going to be a good game. Very well played.
Yes, almost the second Aerial Ace startup, and Emsley Boy is relieved, is celebrating his first win of the tournament. Convincing 2-0, and honestly, that was class. He just caught 2 attacks in the last game.
Yes, it was a beautiful show of skill as Emsley Boy decided to utilize his strong Pokemon, Annihilate and Shadow Gligar, effectively. Having that stored energy and bringing them back in, knowing that, you know what, you don't have the greatest answer. As long as I give them shields, have plenty of energy on the back end, it's going to be easy KOs there like we saw today.
The energy management is key in Pokemon Go, of course. We all know that by now, and it's always impressive to see trainers using their knowledge they have acquired, playing the mind games on their opponents, knowing, hey, are you going to throw immediately when you have the attack, or are you going to throw later? Doesn't matter to me. I'm going to find out during the game, watching you play, watching your play style, analyzing it, and then outplaying you.
Yeah, and I think it was a very good call of you saying that we're going to see the Azumarill come in, and it was interesting that the Charge Bug didn't have Discharge, which is crucial for that Azumarill matchup because the Crunch is going to be resisted, the X-Scissor doesn't do that much damage, you're ultimately relying on the fast move of Volt Switch to handle it, and the Grass Charge move from Lickitung. But bringing the Azumarill, it got a lot of use there, took a lot of charge moves from Whiscash, and was able to dominate.
Yeah, Azumarill is one of the strongest Pokemon right now. It is very bulky, and ever since Bubble got a little damage increase, it is so much stronger because even though there's just 1 more damage per 3 turns, you're able to farm down so many Pokemon in different matchups now that you come out of matchups with good energy before having to throw an attack, and this makes it so much more flexible. If you're winning a matchup, you're winning it harder now.
Yeah, and Azumarill's moveset as well can be flexible. I think you have the Hydro Pump traditionally for stuff like Bastiodon, maybe Registeel to do that heavy neutral or super effective damage. The Play Rough, though, I feel like is mandatory on your team because you don't want to be in an Azumarill mirror without Play Rough. And then Ice Beam helps cover out some of those flyers, gives you some coverage to the grass, maybe some dragons if we see Shadow Dragonair make a comeback because it's a little bit less energy than that Play Rough. But what we saw today was Azumarill is safe, Azumarill is consistent, and Azumarill is getting wins.
Yes, I think Hydro Pump running that is always a little bit risky. I know that it makes it much better against Pokemon like Registeel, even though the matchup is still not really good. No. We have seen that in Fantasy Cup, I believe, a lot on GBL. But it's always a risk because you need 8 bubbles, I think, and that is a long time.
Yes, long time to get there, but I think something else, Annihilate showed itself today here in Game 1. That was something we were wondering. Will a lot of trainers bring it, and will it convert to wins? And we saw it perform very well. Straight up on the lead against a Skarmory, it completely stayed in, loaded up on energy, took out the Skarmory, and was able to secure a win for that. So I think we're going to see a lot more Annihilate today, and like you said, trainers who are bringing it are comfortable. Trainers who are using it know how to use it. And if there is not a hard answer, which I was hoping for some Ghosts, maybe some Sableye, so you got the Shadow Claw damage, the Skarmory is not a great answer, like we saw.
Yeah, and I think the biggest answer, we saw that in Charlotte, many people were preparing for those Annihilate, might be Azumarill. And yes, even though you resist the counters, you resist Night Slash, you resist Ice Punch, Shadow Ball is so good. Shadow Ball is still going to deal about 40 to 45% of HP to Azumarill, which is a lot because Azumarill has HP. It's basically like 1,000,000 damage that you're dealing. So if you're losing a matchup against Annihilate and it comes up with a lot of energy, it's going to be really tough.
Yes, and what's also interesting is Vigoroth, like we talked about today, was able to win last weekend's tournament in Charlotte. But it's interesting about that matchup is Annihilate resists counter, and it resists Body Slam, and it resists Rock Slide. So talk about a hard counter.
Yeah, you don't want to be in their hard counter. Indeed, double hard counter, by the way. So also, Ice Punch is not resisted. Night Slash is not resisted. Imagine getting the boost against the Vigoroth, knowing, hey, I don't even have to shield anything while I'm farming you down because you're not dealing damage to me anyways. The game is pretty much over at that point, and I think this is why players are also shifting to Annihilate, because it has the possibility to just win games from the spot.
Yes, and another Pokemon I want to talk about that we haven't seen much of, and I'm kind of confused, I feel like it needs to be on some more rosters, is Lantern.
Yeah.
Right? We see a huge use case in Azumarill. We see Skarmory on almost a lot of teams. Lantern is a core answer to that, but trainers are shying away from it. I think maybe they were anticipating more grass. That's maybe why we're seeing Double Flyer come in. But ultimately, Lantern teams might dominate if the Double Flyer is going to be consistent.
I think what's most painful for Lantern right now is the Whiscash. Because those Mud Bombs deal a lot of damage. 2 Mud Bombs won't exactly take you out, but then there's also like a huge farm down. And basically, if you have your Lantern on the Whiscash can determine the rest of the game.
Yes.
The worst thing about losing a matchup against the Whiscash, with the Whiscash having a lot of energy, is the Scalds that are going to debuff you eventually if you're in the next matchup, and then you're having an even harder time there. So I think this is why people are maybe being scared away of running the Lantern, but you definitely can build your team around it. You just need hard answers.
Yes.
To the Whiscash.
Yes, and we are going to be heading to the stage as we get into game number 2 here, as we see the trainers. Momita coming in here with Whiscash, Vigoroth, Frostlass, Charjabug, Lickitung, and Shadow Gligar.
Excuse me, we have Reti on the other side with Surfetch, with Whimsicott, Poliwrath, Clodsire, Haxorus, and Talonflame.
All right, toss everything you guys know about this meta out the window for this match. This is going to be spicy. This is going to be fun. Oh my gosh, what movesets are we going to have? Is that going to be a Brave Bird Surfetch? Is it going to be the traditional Night Slash and Leaf Blade? I have so many questions, and I'm excited to see. And I think I want to talk about Whimsicott real quick.
Please.
Whimsicott is such an amazing Pokemon. I think it's slept on. It's so beautiful. It's got Seed Bomb and Moon Blast. It's got high energy gain with the fast move of Fairy Wind. It's just a little glassy, not too bulky there, but it has the spam coverage that you need. So this is going to be a very interesting set of battles.
I think the only Pokemon that Whimsicott, got them confused there, really suffers from is Skarmory right now, and that is a hard wall if I have ever seen one. However, not on Momita's team, so we might actually see this run around crazy. There is a Frostless. That is a good answer.
I think Frostless is going to be a good answer. Just going off of what we saw on the teams, I believe we saw Haxorus, we saw Clodsire, we saw Surfetched, we saw even Talonflame, the Incinerate, but hear me out, it's still heavy neutral damage with Avalanche and Shadow Ball. I think Frostless is going to be a key for Momita, and I think Frostless is going to be a key for today.
Yeah, we are going to discuss Shadow Frostless, which is going to be released as of this night, right? As of now, basically. It's already out there. Can't be used in this tournament, but we're going to discuss this later on more in depth, because this also has an interesting matchup against Talonflame.
Yes, Shadow Frostlass is available. You guys can go get it from Team Go Rocket. But yeah, Shadow Frostlass can't make a go in this tournament, unfortunately, because of the embargo. They're not allowed to bring it, but we might see it in future tournaments. But here's the roster once again, and yeah, Frostlass. I mean, look, there's also the Whimsicott, Frostlass is good against everything other than Talonflame, but even against Talonflame, you have the answer. So Momita, I think we're seeing Frostlass every single game, and I think we might see it as a safe swap as well, potentially, to draw out that Talonflame.
Yeah, you will definitely. I hope for Retty that he has a Stone Edge on the Clodsire, because that changes the matchup against the Frostless. I like Haxorus.
Yes.
I really like Haxorus. It might actually be Dragon Tail, by the way. I think it's going to be Counter, because Counter is just that good. Breaking Swipe debuffs.
Do we see that, or do we see Night Slash, Earthquake?
Oh, that's also a possibility.
There's
Surf.
Surf, yep. There's a lot of different movesets that it could have. So I think this is going to be one of those ones of what's going to be used, because Surfetched and Haxorus have a lot of viable movesets that they could run.
I think Retty just went for a team where he thought, hey, all of these Pokemon have the ability to completely overwhelm my opponent, so I might just bring all of the 6, one of them is going to do each match.
Yeah. Bring in a team where it's like, they haven't simmed enough to understand these Pokemon, but I do. And also praying that I don't see an Ice type, I think was the call there. But at least he has the Talonflame. I think that's very important. If there was not a Talonflame or a Skarmory, be in a lot of trouble. If they had Gligar, it'd be over. But I think he knew that. That's why we see the Incinerate user.
To be honest, Poliwrath is also quite safe against Frostless. Of course, you don't want to get Shadow Balled, but in a scenario with multiple shields, you can protect yourselves from those Shadow Balls, and you can get some debuffs in there.
Yes, Icy went that update to Poliwrath. Yeah. I was waiting for it. Poliwrath has been a fighter that has been sitting on the sidelines for years. We've always seen Medicham as #1 forever. A lot of people talked up Toxicroak, but Poliwrath had the bulk and the potential coverage for the Team 6 format. And when it got Scald, or the update to Scald, when it got Icy Wind, it became an instant meta, and I think it's a good, refreshing Pokemon to see.
Yep. All of those Pokemon are almost very refreshing to see. I like Whimsicott. It has been a spice pick for multiple tournaments now. It always finds its way into some teams. I remember very esteemed players running it already. So I have faith in Whimsicott.
Yes, and Surfetched as well, another 5. So this is a triple counter user team, I should say. Pick your fighter here. But it's the movesets are going to be variable. I'm going to go that Surfetched has Leaf Blade and Night Slash, because I think they need some added coverage to Ghost-type Pokemon. So that might be the moveset there, but you can't... I mean, everything's out the door. We could see a Brave Bird Surfetched. We might see Brave Bird's Land, which is going to be very exciting. But Bomita, let's talk about her team a little bit, as it's very traditional. A lot of safe Pokemon here with Lickitung and Chargebug and Whiscash and Gligar. But then we got some unique picks, Frostlass and Vigoroth.
Yep, Vigoroth has been performing lately, and it is one of the few incredibly good answers against Lickitung. Almost the only one that really gets out of the Lickitung matchup with a lot of energy and a lot of health. So the only really polarizing one for Lickitung, I want to say.
Yes, it does so well, and it has good coverage on the back end. When it got access to that charge move of Rock Slide, the second I saw that update, I'm like, this is game changer. It's going to be a part, because before Bulldoze was good, like the coverage was good, but you already had counter, which helped that similar coverage. And then Bulldoze is just kind of a clunky move to use. You typically you could get away with single moving a Vigoroth and just have Body Slam spam, but now the Rock Slide is huge. Talonflame, Frostlass, Chargebug. I mean, the list goes on, and it's a Pokemon I think we're going to see more and more, which is good. We're seeing now 3 fighters, or 3 pseudo-fighters, a part of our meta instead of just 1.
Yeah, the best thing about the Rock Slide edition for me is that in most matchups, Body Slam is still incredibly good. Vigoroth is a high attack Pokemon that has the same type attack bonus on the Body Slam, which is arguably one of the best attacks we have in the game. And now people will have to start shielding the Body Slams as well.
Yes. And what's also interesting to note for everyone at home, Vigoroth's one of those Pokemon where if it gets swapped in, You don't want to swap in your own Vigoroth. You do not, because if you're ahead on, if your opponent is ahead on energy, they're just going to outpace you, and those body slams really add up. So you want to get yourself an advantage in some way, and that's typically done by throwing a charge move before swapping out. If your only answer to that Vigoroth is the mirror, you got to throw maybe a Scald from the Whiscash and then go in. You cannot go in blind because you're just going to get that mid-game flipped.
Yeah, and hope for the debuff there.
Yes.
Also, if you're actually in that mirror match, the other Vigoroth will come out with a little bit, actually a quite decent amount of HP, so it will wreak havoc against your other Pokemon as well.
Yes, yes. Now, Charge Bug, we saw a different moveset in the previous set of battles. It had Crunch, so we'll have to see what Momita is going to be bringing, but typically it's going to be that Discharge and X-Scissor. The Discharge really helps out against the Azumarill and the Skarmories, even the Talonflame here, and then the X-Scissor is really nice for Cresselia, which we haven't actually seen yet today.
Guzzlord.
And Guzzlord, okay, yes, spicy.
Sure.
I got my first one this weekend, had a lot of fun using it in Go Battle League. So, Charge Bug, I mean, who would have guessed, right? When it had its introduction into the meta, I don't think a lot of people saw it coming. Everyone thought maybe, oh, Vikavolt, but then it didn't get the right moveset that it could potentially use, but Charge Bug was so strong as we get into the first battles.
And there we are going to start right here. What are the leads? What can we expect? Oh, this is very good for Reti. The Poliwrath versus Whiscash is not something you want to be in as the Whiscash. And Momita has to stay in because you can't swap in the Gligar immediately, of course.
No, this is definitely going to be a game where we see the Whiscash likely go down early and then come in with a hard farm there on the Shadow Gligar, which I believe she was running. Do we get the attack? We did get the attack debuff there, as an Icy Wind now is going to be coming through.
Do we get the attack debuff?
Yeah, we will be getting the attack debuff from the Icy Wind, and Poliwrath now is in a fantastic position to potentially farm down. If they give up a shield. They'll have to shield one Mud Bomb because Whiscash, even though it's in a somewhat losing matchup here, it can still get a resource, and that's going to be the shield.
Yes, but you can also immediately throw the Icy Wind to get out with a little more HP than Momita is playing the soft losing matchup very well right there. But this is going to still be a decent amount of health. Should have thrown a Scald in the mid-time.
Yes, I think there was two ways to go about that. Either throw the Scald to try to get the KO, or just commit. You know what? I'm just gonna shield the next Mud Bomb, commit to that farm down, because the energy on the back end is what Poliwrath's use case is, what it's for.
Yep.
Having Icy Wind, having Scald ready to go right away as we do see a Vigoroth come in.
But there is going to be the Scald, and it might connect right here. Are we going to see a shield from Momita right there? Yes, we are. Could have argued for an Icy Wind bait at this point right there, because there is no debuff.
And we do have the Surfetch. It is going to be the Leaf Blade Night Slash moveset as they give up another shield here on Surfetch to stop this Body Slam.
Yeah, you can't take anything on the Surfetch. It is so fragile. A Body Slam will almost knock it out. We are seeing a switch right here catching the Leaf Blade. However, Leaf Blade from a Surfetch, still a lot of damage.
It is going to do quite a bit as it is neutral, and we see the swap out now into Clodsire, which is a very tough matchup, but thankfully they do have that access to that Stone Edge that you were talking about earlier.
Oh, is it Stone Edge?
It
is.
Not
Earthquake.
It's not. It's Stone Edge.
All right, so the Flex Pick, losing the same type attack bonus of the Earthquake Dig, deals a lot of damage right here. And this is going to be the Stone Edge. Momita knows that it's going to be the Stone Edge. Do you shield that up? Yes, you absolutely do. There's not too much energy on the Surfetch. You're trying to go for a big farm down right here. You can't, because it will reach another Stone Edge throwing the Aerial Ace.
This is going to be a race now to the final charge move, as the Shadow Gligar is going to be able to KO the Clodsire there. And now it's going to be raced to Aerial Ace, and I think the CMP tie Surfetch takes it, and now it's going to be a showdown between Vigoroth and Surfetch here.
But the Surfetch is absolutely dry on energy. Vigoroth was swapped out in the middle of the battle. The question is, can it reach? Yes, it can absolutely reach the Body Slam. This is going to deal a lot of damage. This is going to for sure knock out the Surfetch.
Yes, Surfetch unfortunately cannot hang on, not enough shields in order to win this game, but that was still a very close battle. And I think the key right there was that Poliwrath lead, having a really nice matchup against the Whiscash. Didn't have a lot of energy on the back end, as much as like we would hope for, but still able to get the Scald, which was crucial.
I would have loved to see a Scald before, because it deals so much more damage than Icy Winds, and you can get it more into the farm down range instead of just throwing Icy Wind, because essentially, in the end, it deals the same damage as a Mud Bomb, but just for more energy.
Yes, yes, and the like you said, the Scald still has a chance to debuff, and you have that opportunity to farm down, because Poliwrath's biggest strength is a lot of energy. If you get in those situations, it absolutely decimates teams if it can apply those debuffs. And even if you farm down, maybe you have double charge moves ready to go, you could swap out and keep that charge move, like we saw in set 1 with Annihilate, because the utility of a debuff is very good to have against your opponent.
Also, the option to go for combo plays is sometimes really, really important. If your opponent brings in a hard counter to your Poliwrath as their second Pokemon, then you might want to switch it out and later on go for the combo play so your opponent cannot dodge the Scalds or the Icy Winds that you want to throw.
Yes, as we move here into the second battle, I think Momita has some questions to be trying to answer herself. She saw that we saw what do we see? We saw the Clodsire, we saw the Surfetched. So we could have a lot of use now for that Frostlass, but there's always the fear of the Talonflame. So it's anyone's guess, but I think we might see both Frostlass and Talonflame come into this next battle.
Yeah, that is an option. I really like the Talonflame, because you don't really have an answer to the Gligar. We've completely overlooked that one. It looks so good into the team of Reddy.
Oh no, a Whiscash into a Whimsicott. This is not a battle you want to see, as it's going to be resisting both charge moves, and a swap out right away into the Shadow Gligar, and a swap into Poliwrath. The only answer that they have, Shadow Gligar having 3 fantastic matchups. And if you're Momita right now, you have to be questioning this play, because it's always about what your opponent does and does not do. They swapped in a fighter. If I was Momita right now, all shields into the Gligar.
Yep, this is not even a safe-ish swap against it. You're just going to have this Gligar wreak havoc there. Get the debuff in there. Maybe you can invest another shield, swap out the Gligar later on, because obviously your opponent has no answer to it. But I don't think the debuff matters against the Surfetched.
No, this is a very unfortunate situation here for Reddy, as a Shadow Gligar with this much energy, still a shield remaining, is going to be able to get an Aerial Ace, a third Aerial Ace here against the Surfetched.
Yep, and this is going to draw the second shield already. The question is, how good is the Vigoroth in the back, or the Whiscash even, because there is still the Whimsicott, but you have successfully one switch as Momita. The Whimsicott is still really good against the backline of Momita.
Yes, I think this is going to come down to CMP Tie. No, he is able to get to the Aerial Ace. No, it went to CMP Tie. One fast move over. Unfortunately, Momita had the charge move, but I don't think that's the make or break for this game.
Oh, but it actually might be. We're going to see Vigoroth or Whiscash, because it is going to be 5 counters to the next Leaf Blade as well, or is it 6? Oh, we
see the swap out. Oh no, it has the Grass Knot actually, and this is going to be doing so much damage. Whiscash, the only weakness is Grass, and a Whimsicott here, ready to blast.
Yes,
boom, down it goes.
Momita actually did not want to switch out into the Vigoroth. She could have gone immediately. The switch timer wasn't up, and then you're fighting the Grass Fairy type with those body slams.
Now, Vigoroth is still strong in this situation. I think ultimately the Moonblast is not going to be enough to KO, but it's going to be a matter of if we see a debuff here.
Yeah, or the Surfetched. The question is, how much energy do you get out of this matchup as the Vigoroth? Because the Surfetched needs still some time to get to a charged attack. You want to hit the body slam against the Surfetched.
Oh, here we go. It's going to come down to the wire. CMP Tie, no. The Whimsicott is going to take it. So in a game where Shadow Gligar was so dominant, it just goes to show sometimes a Pokemon can't take down all 3. So good game there to Reddy even up the series.
To be honest, it could have taken out all 3 if it wasn't for the charge attack priority.
Yes, they did go one fast move over, which just goes to show how important keeping track of energy is, especially when you know the counts. If you lose count of your opponent's fast moves, that's make or breaks, and that literally what made her break there, because Momita had the Aerial Ace, and she decided to go for one extra fast move to take advantage of an opportunity that she thought she had, but ultimately she didn't.
That is the big advantage that Pokemon like Surfetched have, because you don't see them every day. You might not actually know when is the next charge attack ready. Is it already at a Leaf Blade? In case of doubt, I would always throw immediately, to be honest.
Yes, and it's also, there's the pressure of the atmosphere
Yes.
here. Like we said, this is the biggest regional tournament this season for EU. 192 battlers competing today, and only one is going to be winning. It is going to be a story of points accumulated going into EUIC. It's going to be a story of what Pokemon is going to break the mold. Vigoroth obviously performing really well, so maybe that pressure got into Momita right there, and that's where you got to try to keep a cool head. She still has good Pokemon on her roster to answer ready, so I think she just needs to take a deep breath and adjust her gameplay, but ultimately, Ready now has momentum.
That is true, but Reddy also knows aerial aces from Shadow Gligar are going to be a problem for me, and we are going to head into Game 3 right now. What are the leads? Are we leading the Gligar here? No, it's Frostless against the Whimsicott.
There it is, the Frostless that I was hoping Momita would bring, and it's crucial now in Game 3 as we see a swap out here into Sirfetch'd and the Gligar. This is a great team read now from Momita as Sirfetch'd looking to go for the Leaf Blade.
Yes, now that was a rather late swap out. I think 2 counters advantage on the Sirfetch'd right there. We are going to reach the aerial ace now, and I think this is going to maybe be a full farm down. No, it's not. We are throwing the aerial ace, getting out a shield right there. So this might be a full farm down.
Yes, if Momita decides to give up the second shield, I think there's a good opportunity. If you just look at that back end, it's Whimsicott and Clodsire. So the dig and the aerial ace is going to go a lot of places. Momita now calculating that decision, giving up the second shield, stopping the Leaf Blade. Here we go.
I mean, you just have to look at the team sheets. You know that this Shadow Gligar cannot be stopped by anything on the opposing team, because now bringing in the Whimsicott again, only having 1 shield, you are going to outpace 2 aerial aces to the grass. Now this is the next shield immediately ready. We'll have to go for a catch on the aerial ace on Clodsire, but then what?
Then there's a Whiscash to answer a Frostlass. I mean, actually the Whiscash is going to be the best answer considering the moveset. Yeah. So if Momita knows that it doesn't have access to Earthquake, it can actually do so well. So we're going to see the Grass Knot now come through to KO the Gligar. But ultimately, I think this might be a good game. Whiscash is a very hard answer there to the Sludge Bomb Stone Edge Clodsire.
Oh yeah, that is indeed true, but we are going to probably throw... No, we are going to keep the Avalanche for ourselves. Going into the matchup there, Sludge Bomb is not going to deal any kinds of damage against the Whiscash.
Yeah, and this just goes to show why the Mud Boys this season, that being the ground-water Pokemon, has been dominated by Whiscash. In previous seasons, in previous tournaments, really, we've seen Swampert be the premier water ground, but ultimately with the Scald update, Whiscash is here to stay. It has that added bulk. It just needed that good water-type charge move to really help itself out against stuff like Talonflame.
Yep, and now we're going to see Momita perfectly playing this out. She goes up to a Scald here to avoid a potential catch maybe, and she's going to outpace the Whimsicott to a Mud Bomb.
Yes, and the Frostlass still has loaded energy. Switch Clock is coming back up, so ultimately this is going to be a good game here. And I think this came down to Game 3 was a really good team read. Again, we said that Game 2 was really shaky there on the decisions, but she gathered her resources, gathered her composure, and was able to claim Game 3, so good matchups there.
Yeah, I really like how she always went 2 shields on my Shadow Gligar. You have no answer to that. And maybe that was a mistake on Reddy's team building part, because Shadow Gligar is not a rare Pokemon to find in these tournaments.
Yes, but Reddy, I will still say, well done. Bringing such a unique team, so many unused Pokemon, spicy Pokemon, as we like to say, even into a Shadow Gligar. You said, you know what, I'm bringing Whimsicott, Sirfetch'd, and a Poliwrath, and takes the win.
Yeah, that's true. Poliwrath. It just goes to show Poliwrath is a fantastic Pokemon. The champion swimmer Pokemon, I want to mention. Big hands can swim well, of course.
As we get into the next set of battles, I think we're starting to see some strong Pokemon emerge. Frostlass doing very well today. Vigoroth doing very well. I know we had a unique set there from Reddy. Unfortunately, we didn't see the Haxorus. That would have been great to see and could have been a lot of fun. But I think it was a good set of battles, and it goes to show that just because you're down in terms of your team roster doesn't mean you can't scratch out some wins.
No, that is true, especially with this element of surprise or just knowing more about your own Pokemon than your opponent does. This can really help you. You might be really comfortable with your own Pokemon. You're putting your opponent in an awkward position and then you're clutching out some wins.
Yes, the CMP tie, like we saw with the Leaf Blades, that was crucial as they knew that, all right, if I get to this Leaf Blade and CMP tie the Aerial Ace, I can get shields, I can get KOs.
Yep, that Surf Edge really won this game at that point, because you have to, with this team composition, you have to get rid of the Gligar as fast as you can. So I was a little, I don't want to say disappointed, but I wanted to see the Talonflame right there, because I also think that Talonflame might be a really good pick for this event. Incinerate is so good and the flying coverage helps against a lot of Pokemon. Actually, the matchup against Whiscash is not even that bad.
Yeah, I mean, you have Fly. I mean, pick your flying move, right? Brave Bird or Fly. I think trainers go more for consistency with the Fly, especially with the boost to Flame Charge. But we did see a meta a little while back where stuff like Shadow Charizard was very dominant. Talonflame was very dominant. And I wouldn't be surprised, like you said, if it does very well today. It can have that coverage to key Pokemon that we see in this meta. It has big ramp-up damage potential if you're able to farm down something like a Whimsicott on the roster. It's just a really strong fire flyer along with Shadow Charizard. Do you think we'll see Shadow Charizard today at all?
I do hope so. I have seen some on social media pop off. People, this is, I said this in the intro as well, one of those forgotten threats, one of those forgotten dangers. Nobody expects it until boom! Blast Burn.
Yes, and the moveset that it has too is so strong. I know we're not seeing as many Shadow Dragonairs, but that is still a very strong Pokemon. Like, I know we see the top 12, right, that the meta is forming up to be, but there are still so many Pokemon out there that do consistently well, and Shadow Dragonair is one of them. Even into something like Azumarill, you have that Body Slam spam.
And we have phenomenal trainers on Shadow Dragonair in this tournament. We have seen them be really successful with it, knowing the Pokemon in and out. And I want to go back to that Shadow Charizard, little blast from the past. Last Liverpool, Human Catcher Bug with the Shadow Dragonair reverse sweeping Patoman in the grand finals was a display of pure strength.
Yes, we love to see those intense, close battles. And I believe Tauntaun Battus might be here as well, who won last year's EUIC with the Shadow Dragonair. So we'll have to see.
And Charizard.
And Charizard, yeah. It was a big shakeup that we saw. So we'll have to see if he's going to be bringing those Pokemon again. But, I mean, today it's the story of the safe picks and those spicy picks.
Yeah, and we're going to see what Momita has to say about those spicy picks, because Adelian is ready for an interview.
Hello trainers, I am here with the one and only Momita. How are you doing? Are you all right? You're not nerves are kicking in, or have they gone away?
No, I'm still nervous.
Well, we'll keep this very short and sweet. First of all, I want to ask you the first important question. We saw 3 brilliant battles from yourself. There was in game 2. We thought you were in a very strong position, but there was a little bit of iffiness there and a charge attack priority event that kind of went a bit amiss. How challenging is it to battle on stream? Is it harder than a normal battle?
Yes and no. Like, honestly, I think not hearing everything around me helps.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm awful at keeping track anyway.
Yeah.
So I was just doing what I could and praying.
Well, it worked out in games 1 and 3, and you did manage to get that win. How important is it to you to start off strong and get that first win under the belt? Does that settle you emotionally?
Definitely. It definitely kind of helped to be like, okay, I just need to do this one more time. And yeah, no, it was definitely helpful.
Yeah, so you have many players that are big fans of your working with Twitch and with your content. Are there any particular players or people that you have supporting that you want to give a sort of a shout out to? Any particular names like that?
I don't want to say any names in particular because I don't want to like miss anybody out.
That's fair. You've got so many, is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like there's so many people, like friends and like
of course,
general like supporters and yeah, everyone's really nice. But yeah, like I guess
thanks to all my general like friends and supporters, and like people that I came here with, and like teammates and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know many of them were watching, and they were like with clutch hands watching the stream, going, "Go on, Momita." So it's been quite a while since you've done a regional. So you did one very early on when the Pokémon Go Championship series was just starting. How is it different now, having come back to the scene after a while? What's changed, if anything?
I guess the amount of people. Like it's amazing to see how many people like are coming to the different tournaments and regionals and things, like with each growing year, I guess. And I guess not raising awareness, but like more people are like coming out to the places to compete and spectate, which is nice to see.
Yeah. So this regional is the largest one in Europe so far for this season. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Does that surprise you?
Well, no. I mean, like last year, Liverpool, the same place.
Yep.
It was the biggest at the time as well. So I guess it shouldn't be a surprise. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So, Momita, it's been lovely to have you on. We want to see more of you. Want to see how far you get. Hopefully, might get into even an interview again if you make it all the way. Fingers crossed.
See.
Yeah, we'll definitely see.
Yeah.
We will head back to the casters and see some more excellent battles.
Thank you, Adelion. What a great interview there with Momita, and it's good to see that her nerves were calm, securing that first round win, as we're going to be getting into the battles here shortly. But it's good to know that even though you're kind of nervous at these events, that you can still ground yourself, and the noise-canceling headphones really help out, as she mentioned there. So shout out to Momita. Congratulations. Wish you all the best as you continue on your journey today. But we have battles coming up very shortly, and it's just going to be a matter of who it is and what Pokemon they are running.
Yep, and we have seen a diverse metagame so far. We have seen a Hexorus, not in the battles, unfortunately, but it was there, so I'm happy already. I'm a massive Unova stan, I gotta tell you that. So I wonder what's next on the table.
I think this is probably I would say one of the healthier metas that we have seen. I could be completely wrong. Everyone at home might be disagreeing with me because of the Lickitung and Azumarill usage, but I honestly think that this meta is a bit more flexible than in the past. As we've seen before, there was the Noctowl Trevenant era, there was the Nidoqueen Walrein era, there was the Metacham King of Everything era, and this is kind of something where Pokemon are shifting around. There are still high usage Pokemon, which I think are the safest options with Gligar, Lickitung, and Azumarill, but there's just a lot of room for opportunity, which is what we really haven't had before.
Yeah, we have seen this earlier in both matches, actually, where Pokemon were in average matchups. You know, there was not really a polarizing one, to be fair, and they could store energy and swap out safely, knowing, hey, I'm not going to get hard counted in the back anyway, so I can actually play around with my energy and show a true display of skill right here and show my opponent who's boss, basically, who's the Giovanni or Guzma of this matchup right there. And yeah, we saw great combo plays already. I'm always really hyped to see those because it just shows how far the players plan ahead. Emsley Boy with the Lickitung Body Slam, knowing, hey, Body Slam of Lickitung. It's not the most powerful attack. Lickitung has high defensive stats. It does not have the highest attack of all of the Pokemon. However, at the right moment, at the right time, throw in the Lickitung, throw a Body Slam, can win you the game.
Yes, of course. And what I want to talk about a little bit more is our caster predictions that we had, because we've actually seen some of those Pokemon, Frostas and Dugong in particular, the Ice, making a comeback. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about why you chose Dugong for today's tournament?
The decline of Poliwrath, mainly. I mean, we have seen Poliwrath already, and it looked really, really strong, so I think maybe this is a one-time thing again. But Dugong is really strong. Gligar is often used as a safe swap if there's no Skarmory, so you have that Dugong to answer the Gligar immediately. You forbid the safe swap, basically. It is very strong against the grass types that are coming up. You have Drill Run for possible Lanturns. The matchup versus Charger Bug is not good, but it is not that bad if you have energy advantage. You can basically play into everything with Dugong, and even if you are losing the matchups, and I keep saying that, those Icy Wind debuffs are so valuable for your next matchup. If you pair up Dugong with a Pokemon that deals a lot of damage, you're basically also adding a little bit of bulk to that Pokemon by debuffing your opponent. So if you're losing that matchup softly, like 25% health remaining on the opposing Pokemon, but debuffing it twice, you farm it down easily, and then you come out with an offensive Pokemon with a lot of energy, and that can just win you the game straight up, even though you lost this initial matchup.
Yes, it's such a good team player with coverage. When it got access to Drill Run, everyone's like, here we go. And speaking of here we go, we are going to be getting into our next match with Penchu versus Silver KSHJ.
Yes, Penchu has the Greedent, and I like that a lot. It is such a fantastic answer to the Lickitung, and I want to really see what kind of attacks it's running, because there has been a debate. I know there are a lot of people who say Mudshot is just goated, it's just the best attack on Greedent. But you can also run Tackle.
Tackle with Trailblaze can be very interesting. It takes a while to get there. I actually played with it a little bit this weekend when you guys actually recommended it to me after we were sitting in the lobby talking. It has some play. It actually starts getting there. Tackle and Trailblaze, don't sleep on that. But what we also see on Silver's team is going to be a more traditional team with the Trevenant being added, so another grass coming through, and that is...
My prediction.
Yes, another prediction. I'll take prediction as well because I use Venusaur as the staple grass, but I think we see grass come back, and that's because of Whiscash. So you not only with Trevenant get the Shadow Claw for Annihilate, you also do decently well against stuff like Skarmory. Traditionally, grass-type Pokemon struggle against it, but you have Shadow Claw and Shadow Ball. And then you have the Seed Bomb available for Azumarill, Swamperts, Whiscash. It's a very good grass Pokemon that we saw dominate in previous seasons paired with Noctowl, but this time no Noctowl, so you don't get completely hard-walled by that normal flying typing.
Yes, so Lickitung is still a big issue. I mean, the Seed Bombs do add up kind of, and you're only really getting hit by Power Whips, and of course the Licks. The Licks deal an enormous amount of damage against the Trevenant. However, Lickitung has also been targeted, and we are not even seeing a Lickitung in either of those teams right here. We are seeing a Greedent, but Greedent is also really answered by Vigoroth. I really like Trevenant with Vigoroth together.
Yeah, and with Penchu's team as well, it's something to note with Trevenant. There are three water-type Pokemon there, Whiscash and Swampert, so a double Mud Boy with a Mantine. Now, the Mantine does have that flying-type coverage there with Wing Attack and Aerial Ace. We'll have to see what the second move is, because they could opt to go for the Bubble Beam debuff, or they could go for the Ice Beam. The Ice Beam really helps out against stuff like Altaria, if we're seeing a lot of that as we get into Game 1.
Also against Gligar, of course, the Ice has, and now we are going to see Shadow Swampert versus Whiscash, and I really like Shadow Swampert in this meta. It is going to draw out shields immediately. It wins most of the matchups against Whiscash, and that is interesting that we're not immediately throwing, because this might be a debuff right here.
Yes, this could backfire here for Silver, as the Scald does land. No debuff as they swap out now into Vigoroth, storing a lot of energy on Swampert, which might pay off later in this game.
I find it really interesting that he swapped out the Swampert there, because now it might be aligned into the Mantine in the end, and Mantine is really a strong answer against it.
Yes, and the Hydro Cannon, you could have, he built up to, I believe, one Mud Shot away from a double Hydro Cannon, so he could have opted to go for one and then swap out, but ultimately I think he's doing a hard team read that there might be something like a Registeel or Greedent in the back, or even the Charge Bug that he wants to save that energy for.
Yes, but it is maybe going into the Mantine. However, now we are going to see the Swampert, the Shadow Swampert against the, against the Vigoroth. And this is an Earthquake that is shielded, because a Hydro Cannon would have also taken it out, I think.
This is so much energy being blocked as the Earthquake is going to be stopped by the Vigoroth, able to get to the Body Slam as well. Going to be knocking out the Swampert, but they decide to shield. This is going to be a race between Counter and Mud Shot, or that Switch Duck. No, they are able to get to the Hydro Cannon comfortably in time, as it's going to be connecting, and I imagine this is going to KO.
Yes, but there is a big advantage for Penchu now, because both of the Pokemon in the back of Silverkey, they're really weak to Mantine.
Yes, very weak right here. So we'll have to see how he decides to answer. He's going to come in with his own Swampert, look to get the Mud Shot down, but the Hydro Cannon not able to get there in time. And now they have to come in with the Mantine here. Going to be resisting the charge moves. There is always the threat of the potential Sludge Wave, but we have seen... them go for the blind Earthquake, and this is so unfortunate as this is going to be resisted now. As the Earthquake doesn't do that much damage, they're going to be forced to swap out here into the Trevenant, but a Whiscash swaps in instead. Uh-oh.
I want to call this an anti-boom that we just saw right there. We're immediately going to see the throw of the Seed Bomb against the Whiscash. The Whiscash wouldn't have done that much damage to the Trevenant, so I think there could have been a little bit more energy farmed up, because now you outpace the Trevenant to, oh, we are going to throw the Ice Beam immediately. It is going to knock out Silver. He was at a Seed Bomb though.
Yes, this is going to be enough to KO, and this is why you have that Ice Beam coverage. Boom, down it goes. And then Swampert has a Hydro Cannon. You know, this might have completely come down to that blind Earthquake throw, because having Hydro, they could have had 3 thrown, which is enough. Look at the damage that it does.
I think if Silverkey went for the charge attack priority with the Seed Bomb, it would have knocked out the Mantine as well right now. So Penchu really lucky they're winning this with the Mantine in the back, completely sweeping Silverkey.
Yes, very close battle right there. We did see a lot of Mud Boys, and Trevenant, even though it was on the field, still had a tough time. I think there could have been a potential play.
Yeah.
Overloading on energy versus the Whiscash. You know you can tank a Scald and a Mud Bomb, get that double Seed Bomb ready to go, because then that Scald KOs.
Yeah.
Or not the Scald, sorry, the Hydro Cannon. Yes, the Hydro Cannon. So many Mud Boys out here. We're going to be mixing and matching moves all day long. But yeah, that was the make or break. And the Earthquake. There was a lot of little adjustments in that battle that these trainers can bring into Game 2 to solidify their gameplay and secure victory.
Yep, exactly. So let's see, how do the matchups look like? We saw the Mantine. Mantine was, of course, brought there because it is looking really good against Silverkey's team. Of course, there is the Charger bug, which you really want to avoid, but you can scare it away with double Mud Boy.
You can scare it away, which is going to be interesting here in Game 2, as we do see Mantine versus Vigoroth.
Oh, and that is the matchup you want to be in as Silverkey. Immediate switch out right here into the Whiscash. But you're actually super fine to stay in there because you have the Charger bug in the back, so you really want to have this energy advantage from this one counter.
This has got to be a read here from Penchu, knowing that, you know what, the Vigoroth is deciding to stay in. What does Silver have on his team that could be a threat to my Mantine in the back? And obviously, it's going to be, actually, it could be the Skarmory as well, but it's definitely going to be that Charger bug if the Scald does connect.
Yep, and we're going to not see a debuff here, which is huge as well. You can farm up. Oh, we are catching with the Shadow Swampert just to shield the Mud Bomb immediately.
All right, Mud Bomb still would do a lot of damage. This is a Shadow Swampert, but now it's going to be a race, and they are looking to go for the Hydro Cannon. Maybe let one charge move go through. No, looking to go for the Hydro Cannon right away to KO the Whiscash.
Yes, this Whiscash is going to go down. We're going to... Now Penchu is going to get a lot of use out of that Mantine if he decides to bring that in. Shields Up is going to be able... There's a lot of time on Silverkey's side. It's going to be able to basically take out that... Oh, we're going to the mirror match now.
Oh, man. Swampert versus Swampert, but Silver slightly ahead on energy. Now, if I was Shadow Victory Bell watching at home, I would be screaming at the television knowing that I could be useful in this tournament, but unfortunately, it is a Mud Boy meta as a Hydro Cannon is going to be coming through.
Yes, and now we're going to see another shield, but we are already at the second. The question is this going to come down to a charge attack priority event? Because Silverkey, I think, is also at a Hydro Cannon. Both players are just charging up, trying to catch with the Mantine right there. It gets the catch, but I think that this is going to be followed by a little Charger bug.
Yes, now I think it's going to be important for Silver to load back up to another Hydro Cannon. No, decides to swap out right away, getting the Volt Switch farm down. Now, Mantine does have a good answer for neutral damage, but no, going for the discharge right away, putting all the pressure to get rid of the Mantine out of this game.
I think this was a phenomenal time to try and farm down. However, then maybe you get in range of one Hydro Cannon. And now we're going to see a big charge up of the Swampert. Swampert is going for the Earthquake as well. Is this going to knock out? This is a powerful charge attack.
This is powerful, but it's only neutral. Let's see. Whoa. Boom! Down it goes. Now this is going to be a tough one. Vigoroth has to throw. No, not able to do so in time. Hydro Cannon is going to be coming through. There is still a shield here for Penchu. Swampert on Swampert, Hydro Cannon on Hydro Cannon, here we go.
but there is still that one shield. If he threw the body slam immediately, he would have outpaced right here. This would have been so good for a silver key. But then Penshu could have farmed up a little bit more, to be honest. So Penshu always had play there. He's going to reach that Hydro Cannon, and Penshu is going to win this game.
You know, Swampert told me that Wizcash is no longer meta. I'm here to stay, as we do see the KO in the mirror match, and that is going to be a good game.
Shadow Swampert versus Shadow Swampert. Who's better? Who's going to win? I think it's going to be Shadow Swampert.
I think Penshu right there taking it with the Mantine was very strong. We did see the charge bug in there, but ultimately that game came down to energy management. We saw a lot of moves be thrown that wasn't as optimal of a choice. But again, that comes down to the pressure of this tournament. There is no bigger pressure than being on the big stage in front of everyone. It's okay to make mistakes, and this is why it's a double elimination tournament.
Yep.
Even if you make a mistake, you can have an opportunity to come back, ground yourself like we saw Momita do there in Game 3. So it is not over for Silver, it is not over for Penshu. But what we saw there is double Mudboy meta. Swampert and Wizcash taking over, and like I said earlier, Shadow Victory Bell is holding up its Leafs at home going, I could be useful.
Bring me in, coach. I want a Razor Leaf right here. Maybe also the Shadow Torterra Leaf.
Yes.
But what I really found funny to see, which is only a me thing, finding that funny, is that we saw loads of Earthquake on Shadow Swampert, because honestly, I could have just single moved my Shadow Swampert. I never go for Earthquake, because Hydro Cannon is just so good.
I think there's niche opportunities to go for Earthquake. That is going to be situations where you need to get that KO against something like a Registeel, or you need to do that heavy neutral damage against a Azumarill. Typically, if you're going to be having resisted with both ground and water, like we saw with Mantine, you got to go for Hydro Cannons. Even if it's resisted, it hits hard. It is a Community Day move from a very glassy shadow Pokemon. That is what it's built for. So Hydro Cannon, you can go for it most of the time, but there is those situations where you need the Earthquake. And there is stipulation for Sludge Wave sometimes.
Yes, we have seen a Fun Flusher.
Can be very fun sometimes to use, especially when it takes people by surprise. But with how we have our team rosters built now, trainers know the movesets ahead of time in these tournaments, so there's no longer a surprise factor. Like we saw with Diggersby and Hyper Beam, when that kind of wrinkled into the meta, everyone was taken by surprise. That's no longer the case.
Obstagoon even had Hyper Beam in a North American regional, I believe. And we have also seen Sludge Wave on Swampert in the finals of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Lille against Galaxico Bolton with the Superior with Leaf Tornado. But if you see this and you are inspired and you want to start going to those tournaments, but you haven't really started playing the game yet, we have a video you should watch about how to start playing this game.
Welcome trainers, my name is Caleb Pang, and if you're a new player, I want to help you join in on the action of the Pokemon Go Championship Series. As you start to explore in Pokemon Go, you'll notice that your in-game trainer gains experience while doing most tasks in the game, such as catching Pokemon, spinning Pokestops, and evolving Pokemon. All of the experience you gather will help you eventually level up, allowing you to continue leveling until level 50. Corresponding with your own level are the levels of your Pokemon. You'll need regular candies to power up your Pokemon to level 40, and XL candies to power up your Pokemon past level 40. Regular Pokemon candies are mostly acquired through catching Pokemon, and XL Pokemon candies can be acquired through catching Pokemon once you reach level 31. Pokemon above this level 40 range are called XL Pokemon, and there are a number of them that are very powerful in the tournament circuit, such as Medicham and Lickitung.
Lickitung, so bulky, able to handle this matchup, even though it's a normal type, into a fighting Pokemon.
To quickly level up to level 40 so that you can start making XL Pokemon, increasing friendship levels with in-game friends is the fastest way to gain experience. Oh, and let's not forget, be sure to pop a lucky egg to double the experience gained. Not only is befriending trainers at events a great way to build relationships in person, but it is also a fantastic way to build friendship in the game too. Although XL Pokemon are strong, the majority of meta-relevant Pokemon in the Championship Series don't require XL candies. In addition, some Pokemon such as Phantom cause 0 candies to evolve to Trevenant, their next evolutionary stage, after you receive the Pokemon from a trade from another trainer. This is a great way to build an affordable team very quickly. Trading in general gives you access to a specific Pokemon you're looking for, so be sure to talk to other trainers and see if they have what you're looking for.
Clearly, the trainers have found a way to outmaneuver the regular meta.
There isn't a level requirement for competing at official tournaments, but you want to make sure you have a team of 6 Pokemon that you're comfortable with using. Collecting the Pokemon for your roster and powering them up is the first step to your competitive journey. The Pokemon Go Championship Series takes place in the Great League, which means you can use Pokemon up to 1500 combat power. Even though it isn't required to have a specific combat power for the Pokemon you're using in competition, getting as close to the combat power cap as possible will help maximize your Pokemon for success. For tournaments, there are Pokemon Go challenges hosted in local communities, as well as regional and international championships hosted in various cities around the world. Many trainers battle in these tournaments for a chance to qualify for World Championships, which takes place at the end of each season. Whether you're aspiring for a top finish at World Championships or just looking to join in on the fun, trainers of all skill levels are welcomed at these events. To register for a tournament, visit Pokemon.com/compete to create a Pokemon Trainer Club account. From there, use the event locator tool to find local tournaments near you to start your battling journey. For examples of top performing teams, be sure to check out what the latest champions brought in their tournament run. And if you're missing any Pokemon, befriending other trainers and trading with them can often help you fill in the gaps. Many of my best Pokemon were acquired through trades with friends. Even the best trainers in the world walk through these early steps to get to where they are now, so we hope to see you start your Pokemon Go adventure today. And soon, maybe you'll be the next champion crowned at a future event.
Wow, Pokemon trainers, that is certainly one way to get into the game and get started with your very own Pokemon journey. I mean, the tournament this weekend has already kicked off in tremendous style. I am Lou Agdrochromi and I am joined by Adelian behind the desk to keep taking you through the phenomenal Pokemon action.
Yes, it's been so exciting. I've just been sat with the crowd watching these battles, the first 3 rounds that were kindly commentated on by Leo and Zionic. It's been so exciting to see so many great players, so many friends. Honestly, I cannot wait to see how many more battles I see of quality and amazement.
I think that's one of the key things we're going to try and do this weekend for you guys at home as well, is bring as many battles as we can to the action. We already mentioned in the pre-show there will be a top 16 bracket tomorrow as well, so packing in even more phenomenal Pokemon play, and today we will do our best to bring you as much as we can. There are a lot of pools out there, a lot of players, just shy of 200 competitors. Can you believe it?
Yes, the biggest regional of this season here in Europe. That is impressive. Liverpool continually breaks records, I feel. It's got that legacy, that history, the first ever Pokemon Go Championship Series regional back in, I think it was January 2022, which was won by Lurgan Rocket. And then last year, breaking records, we practically almost tripled the number of players that came when Human Capture Bug won in 2023. And now, this year, we are seeking that new champion.
And I think that's really part of the journey. You just were able to see the video on kind of how to get started in Pokemon Go, and all these trainers, even the champions that we have talked about and that you will see throughout this weekend, they all started somewhere at the end of the day, picking it up, finding that first partner Pokemon and adventuring throughout the game. I mean, yourself, Adelian, were you here at that first Liverpool Regional?
I was there for the start. I wasn't there for all of it because I had unfortunately double booked myself, and it was one of the most heartbreaking things to not be there. So I made sure I made up for it by coming next year, and not only coming, I got to even cast and tell you all watching at home just how amazing these battlers are. It was a great honor, and it was so exciting for me to see Human Capture Bug take that crown.
Let's hope there's no double booking this weekend. I need a casting partner. I cannot do this solo, and I don't think you guys at home want to hear me rambling on about Gastrodon for 3 hours straight. You know, maybe I'm wrong there. Maybe there are a few Gastrodon fans out there.
I am. I'm down. I'll happily listen to Gastrodon. But we are here to see these battles, and they're going to come thick and fast. We're trying to squeeze as many in as possible. So what is happening right now is the trainers are getting set up. They're getting logged in. They're thinking, what teams do I want to select? We have Welton 425 hailing from France against Hawkeye hailing from here in the United Kingdom. Let's go into the teams. What stands out for you from Welton's side?
I mean, I was just talking to both of these players beforehand, and I really want to dive in on Hawkeye's team straight away, because there are a few very interesting choices on here. The Meganium's the first Pokemon that jumps out for me, and I was kind of talking to him about why this particular Pokemon, and he said it's just so bulky. Yes, you've got other Pokemon out there, like you could have the Trevenant, you can have Venusaur, for example, but the one thing that Meganium has, in addition to its bulk, is the capability to go for that Charge Attack Earthquake, which gives it phenomenal coverage. You're then able to deal with a lot of Steel types like Registeel, and even that pesky Skellydirge that happens to be its partner on the team here, but when you're up against it, a Grass type kind of normally would shrivel in fear a little bit, but instead has the capability to deal with it, as well as that Shadow Zapdos. We saw in Charlotte Evans 77713 bringing a Shadow Zapdos and doing particularly well with it. So it's nice to see Hawkeye having picked that up for this event.
Yes, absolutely. So for me, I'm just looking at Welton's team. I think that Meganium is actually quite safe. There isn't really anything that it's too scared of. The Registeel can handle the grass attacks, but it can't really handle the Earthquake. And Meganium does have the bulk to withstand at least one Focus Blast, maybe even more, depending on how bulky Meganium might be. So I'm excited to see it. I think Hawkeye should, in my opinion, and this is a bold statement, I accept.
Here we go.
Should bring Meganium in every game. The question is, what do you pair it with? Also, one other Pokemon I want to highlight. Shout out to Caleb Peng here. Hawkeye Manny channeling that inner Caleb energy and go, I want to go far with Bastiodon.
I mean, Bastiodon took Caleb all the way into the grand finals at the Portland Regional Championships, and it really has been his, I suppose, Pokemon that's synonymous with him and his journey. You know, when you think of Bastiodon, you kind of do think of Caleb Peng a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. As soon as I think Basti, it's like, I'm battling in the Go Battling. I see a Bastiodon, I'm like, is it Caleb? Is it Caleb?
Him?
And then I realize there is a significant ELO difference between Caleb and myself, so perhaps not, but one can live in hope. So these trainers are now exchanging their battle codes. They're trying to get logged into the battle. The tension rises. As we know, we are in store for an absolutely phenomenal clash of wits.
Exactly, and of course this is a double elimination bracket, so our players can afford to take one loss. They will not be knocked out of the competition, but instead will move down to the losers bracket, where they will keep continuing to try and stay in the competition. Once you take that second loss, however, that is when you are knocked out. But both these players still perfect clean sheets, of course. We're at the beginning of the championship. Let's dive a little bit more into Welton's team here, because there's a few very standard choices. We've obviously got Pokemon like the Lickitung and the Whiscash and the Azumarill really up in the top placements of the Pokemon usage, and that Annihilate has come into town. We looked when we saw on the day one rankings for today, I believe it was 20% have brought that Annihilate. In Charlotte, it was around 33%.
Oh, interesting.
So it has dropped a little bit, but that's possibly because maybe instead of wanting to try the cool new Pokemon on the black, maybe we've kind of refined it a little bit.
Yes, perhaps so, but Annihilate does have potential on Welton's side here. The Annihilate will be very strong against the Obstagoon, will have an advantage against Skellydirge, being able to get to that Shadow Ball. Skellet does have to be mindful that Skellydirge can also fire back, so that's not perhaps the cleanest of matchups, but there is play, and depending on what that additional charge move is on Annihilate, it could have coverage with Ice Punch to hit the Meganium and Zapdos a bit better, or potentially Night Slash, which is what Zionic was referring to. He was suggesting that Night Slash might be a bit more preferred just because you can get to Night Slash a little bit quicker than Ice Punch. Downside, however, it does leave you a bit more at risk from the flying types such as Zapdos, or indeed from the Meganium that doesn't mind neutral damage that Night Slash and Shadow Ball can provide. So for me, I'm thinking Annihilate, definitely from Welton's side. I'm thinking it might be a bit risky to bring Mantine when Zapdos is around, but Whiscash has a lot of potential if you can keep that away from the Meganium. And then the question is, what strategy do you want to go with once you have that Annihilate and Whiscash core? What's the third? Do you want to go ABB? Do you want to go ABA? And these are terminologies that we will get to at some point after we see these battles. But that's what must be going through Welton's mind.
But I think that's the key thing as well, is the alignment of these teams. You know, are you wanting, which strategy, like you were saying, do they want to go for to be able to get that alignment, because you don't have a lot of switchability in Pokemon Go. You have that timer that you have to wait to be reset, but there's no time to waste at this point in time. Let's jump into the battles. Lickitung versus Meganium, the battle of the bulks.
And Meganium, of course, straight in there. We were not surprised to see Hawkeye bringing that. So this is a relatively even matchup here, but Meganium does have access to Frenzy Plant, one of the most powerful grass type attacks in the game. And so Meganium launching this first Frenzy Plant, and look at how much damage it is about to do, taking Lickitung into at half health already. And this is Lickitung of all things.
Yes, and that's something the Cresselia in the back is going to breathe a sigh of relief of, to see the Lickitung going away with all those licks that could do super effective damage to it. Body Slam coming back, but doing negligible damage really to this Meganium, really showcasing the bulk of this Pokemon as it has a Nulla Frenzy Plant ready to go.
Yes, and this is a charge attack priority event. It's very rare that you see Meganium winning one of those, but a shield does come out on Welton's side just because he knows he needs to keep this going. He needs to stay in this matchup and try and weaken this Meganium, because it is such a significant threat to the rest of his team, particularly as he has 2 water types in the back. But now this is where the lick damage is adding up and is able to get that farm down.
I really like that shield by Welton, knowing that you can farm down with the licks, getting lots of energy. And there is the Cresselia. These licks are going to be able to now deal some super effective damage. And there's another Body Slam primed and ready to go. Are you now going to force Hawkeye to go for a shield?
I think at this point, Cresselia, relying on its bulk, can handle those body slams that do very little damage. So for Hawkeye, he can just farm more and more energy, maybe even get as far as 100, and then he can eliminate this Lickitung afterwards.
Exactly, and Cresselia not having to go for any shields at this point, not threatened by any of these charge attacks that the Lickitung can send its way, and is now able to retaliate with some damage of its own. This is actually going for the undercharge.
Yes, he is, and that is very clever, well calculated, able to get a bit more additional farm. Perfectly timed, look at that! That is an amazing calculation by Hawkeye, just farming down before, and here comes the Mantine in response, and now Hawkeye can go for this Grass Knot and try and do some additional chip damage here.
Love that undercharge, knowing that you now are able to get that extra energy to not only get the KO on the previous Pokemon, but have the Grass Knot ready for that Mantine. We are going to see switches apiece though. Shadow Zapdos against this opposing Whiscash.
Yes, and this is quite good though for Hawkeye, because normally a ground type would not be good into electric type Pokemon, but the only thing that Zapdos fears here is that Scald, but it is able to outpace and get the Drill Peck on first, and here comes a response. Scald coming in, Welton needs that debuff.
Yep, second shield has been burnt on Welton's side. We're now going to see the Skull come through. There is a shield on Hawkeye's side, but is the debuff going to come through? Yes, it does. That's an attack drop.
Yes, and that's so super significant, because maybe now Whiscash can withstand more than one Drill Peck, but here comes the next one. Let's see how much damage is done. This has to go through. There are no shields on Welton's side. Does it do damage? It doesn't do enough to get the 2-hit KO, so now another Drill Peck to try and soften up this Whiscash even more.
Is it going to be enough, though? I think you're still going to have to go for some fast attacks to be able to enable the KO. Yes, only takes it down to the red. The attack drop was very significant.
Yes, and I think Welton must be so glad that Scald came in claiming clutch there. A shield coming in here, potentially no. Hawkeye recognizing Zapdos has done its job, and an instant switch back into the Cresselia and into the Mantine, and now going for the hard-hitting Future Sight.
Yes, going to be able to hit hard with this Future Sight into that opposing Mantine. There are no shields remaining on Welton's side, so it will be exposed, but it is still in the game at this point with 2 charge attacks ready to go. You've just got to get your timing right.
Yes, for sure, and you can see on Welton's side, he's looking to get 2 aerial lasers here. The first one eliminates the shield, and now it's a race to try and get to another aerial laser, and Mantine is able to get that, and that might just be enough, even with Cresselia's bulk, to win this matchup. That was so impressive from Welton to manage his energy so well and get that KO.
Slow and steady wins the race sometimes. Welton able to take game 1. Look how intense both our trainers are at this point in time. I really want to highlight the Shadow Zapdos, because we saw how much damage it was able to deal out on the field with those Drill Pecks. Particularly it is the Shadow variant, so it is able to deal that additional offensive pressure as well. But the downside of being a Shadow is your defenses are going to be dropped to a certain percentage as well, meaning that Scald was just able to do so much damage and get the KO. I think if it maybe didn't be able to get the knockout, it would have been a much different game for Hawkeye.
Yes, I think that's the tricky thing when you are Hawkeye, and you know that in theory your Zapdos can withstand Whiscash with a shield advantage. However, that Scald debuff adds a certain element of additional risk that makes it a bit more challenging. I think that Scald debuff coming in really did flip that matchup, and it was outside Hawkeye's calculations there in what am I doing? Am I putting this Zapdos in against the Whiscash at this point? I thought I was going to win, now I'm not, and now I'm in a bit of a tricky situation. So how do you adapt against a player that is wanting to utilize these debuffs and that random factor?
It's definitely a difficult choice. I like the choices that he was able to bring the Meganium, for example. There are 3 water types on the opposing side. Meganium is an absolute non-brainer, but maybe it's a Pokemon you want to keep in the back to possibly come through. Yes, it's nice to lead it, farm up lots of energy, and then you can possibly switch out with the damage ready to go later on. But when Welton is able to capitalize on getting those big KOs, particularly with a Pokemon like the Lickitung, that's able to just keep licking away. We saw it farm down right at the beginning of that game 1, and then Hawkeye was at a disadvantage not having that powerful grass type. I really like the choices. I don't think I'd necessarily change it up. I would change the way I would play, maybe play a little bit more cautiously with the Zapdos, maybe throw a shield on there.
Yes, I would agree. I also definitely agree with you that Meganium in the back to be a surprise would be better. Do you know what? I'm going to make another bold statement here and think, you know, if I was, sometimes you have to kind of mind read your opponent. What's my opponent going to lead? I reckon Hawkeye might want to risk the Bastiodon lead.
Why?
Because I reckon there will be a Mantine lead on Welton's side, but apparently it is. But no, Hawkeye sticking with tried and tested with the Meganium, and now we have the wing attacks from Meganium wing attacks from Mantine doing super effective damage on this Meganium, but Meganium is able to get to Frenzy Plant and launch that onto the Mantine, which goes no shielded.
Yeah, sorry, Bastiodon fans, it's still on the bench for this one. Mantine going to be able to take this damage, and you can see it's got both its charge attacks ready in the back. A fantastic switch by Welton, bringing this Wish Cash in. It's going to be able to apply some pressure and maybe threaten another one of those skulls, but there is no shield this time coming out for Welton.
Yes, Welton recognizes that he will be able to withstand this Drill Peck, and if he does get the Scald debuff, he might be able to withstand one more. So here it comes, the big question always with Scald. Will this debuff, will Zapdos shield this? That's the other question. No shield!
Oh, it's able to hang on, however, and does not get the attack drop this time. So another one of these Drill Pecks will be able to get the KO. Welton now has a decision to make. Do you preserve the Whiscash for later? He decides, yes, I need this Pokemon.
Yes, he does, and he is able to get a fair amount to farm. Even though Zapdos does resist the ground type attacks, it's just not enough still, and you have to get the Mud Bomb off just to finish off the Zapdos before another Drill Peck is launched. Welton making the right decision, perfect timing there to ensure the Zapdos does get removed from play before it can do any more damage.
And those mud shots were still doing significantly as well, farming up some energy and just chipping away at that opposing Zapdos. But the Meganium is here to play. Look at that super effective damage from the Vine Whips. Not messing around. Whiscash in a very precarious situation. Yes, it's able to go for a Scald, and it's really not about the damage here, folks. It's about the drop. Is it going to be an attack drop?
And here we go. No attack drop twice in a row. That rarely happens with Scald. Welton must be like, oh no, I needed that. And here comes an immediate aerial ace. But no, not before Meganium is able to get that next Frenzy Plant off, and this will force a final shield off Welton.
Yes, the Frenzy Plant forcing the shield, getting the edge ahead here is that Meganium, but of course the Mantine is going to have something to say about this. It's still, it's an undercharge again as well, wanting to try and farm up the last additional bits of damage onto this Meganium, but we're going to see the switch into Cresselia.
And an instant counter switch into the Lickitung, which is a great play from Welton's side. The Licks dealing super effective damage onto Cresselia, but Cresselia does have access to Future Sight. Welton does know this, and he knows those Future Sights do hit for a large amount of damage. So the question is, how many Future Sights will Cresselia be able to get off before Lickitung is able to overcome it? That is the key question, and Hawkeye has a huge advantage. He's still got 2 shields.
He definitely does, and it's going to take 3 Future Sights to be able to get the knockout here. We're going to see the first shield come through on that Cresselia. The Licks are certainly putting a chunk into Cresselia's plans, but with the follow-up charge attacks being so underwhelming, Cresselia is sitting very pretty on the field.
Yes, absolutely. So the question will be, how much energy does Hawkeye want to farm up against this Lickitung before decides to go for the Future Sight straight away, pretty much. And this won't KO, but it will bring Lickitung into the red. Is there a potential for a farm down after that?
I would say so. Let's look. Yes, it's down into the red. Cresselia can definitely chip away at it here. Has got another Grass Knot if it wants to go for that instead of the Future Sight to secure the KO, and that's exactly what Hawkeye's doing. Doesn't want to waste any time, wants to push to a game 3.
Yes, absolutely. And now Cresselia, with that bulk, may be able to withstand an Ice Beam from Mantine. It is getting closer to get to the end of this. The key thing is overcoming this Mantine, but another shield comes in. That Aerial Ace is going to do almost no damage at all now, and then it's a race. Can that Future Sight be reached before the next charge attack?
Well, Grassnot, I think, was ready and waiting, but the Mantine a little bit faster, going to be able to apply his charge attack down onto this unprotected Cresselia Aerial Ace. Not enough to get the KO, though, and Cresselia just clicks in that Grassnot.
Yes, and Grassnot is going to do just about enough damage, I suspect, or might be so close with the farm down, and that may secure the win here. Oh, just about taking it out, and Hawkeye makes this one apiece, saying, no, I'm still in the running. It is 1-1. The pressure is on for that decisive Game 3.
Oh, this is what I love to see, a Game 3 where the trainers really have to focus. They don't get the luxury of having that one game lost but still stay in the set, and it always comes down to my fascination here, I suppose, with the mentality of the players. How do you approach this particular Game 3? Do you shake it up a little bit, or at this point in time, if you've brought the same 3 Pokemon like Hawkeye, for example, you might be a little bit easier to read, so your opponent might be able to kind of have a greater idea of your play style and be able to call it correctly. So if you're Hawkeye, do you shake it up?
Yes, I think if you're Hawkeye, if I was in his shoes, I definitely would shake it up because I reckon Welton may have seen one tactic, but he's seen no others from Hawkeye. And so now I question if maybe this is a time you bring the Bastiodon in, because to be fair, I did predict the Mantine would be the lead from Welton's side in Game 2, and it was the case. But the question is now, what if Hawkeye goes for the Bastiodon, hypothetically speaking, and Welton doesn't bring the Mantine to switch it up himself? And these are the mind games that we truly love and fear, depending on which side of the game you're on.
Well, this does really separate the best from the best, doesn't it? These split-second critical decisions, as well as the team selection. It is obviously a show 6, pick 3 format. I mean, one of the things I really liked in that particular game too was the way Hawkeye played a lot more conservatively with his shields. Being able to have them in that late game to preserve up the Cresselia, I think, was an inspired play to be able to get that victory towards the end. The Shadow Zapdos, however, I'm not going to lie, it's a little underwhelming for me at the moment.
Yes, I think it relies on not being debuffed, and so in Game 2, that was significant because there were no debuffs that Whiscash was able to provide there. If the debuff had happened, that would have flipped that matchup. So yeah, I question whether Hawkeye should bring Shadow Zapdos again, but it is just so intimidating against the Azumarill and against the Mantine, which Welton has brought twice now. So it's a toss-up there. Do you risk it? And we're going to find out very soon as Obstagoon, a change in tactic, and we have Mantine for Game 3 again for Welton. This is going to be really interesting here because Obstagoon does not mind the wing attacks from Mantine, does it?
It certainly does not. So Obstagoon here in a position where it can start applying a lot of pressure very, very quickly onto the field, going for the charge attacks here. The Night Slash connecting down a little bit of chip damage into the Mantine, but look how fast the Mantine's able to get its charge attacks up.
Yes, and it's farming up a lot of extra energy and then going for this Aerial Ace, which will do neutral damage here. Not enough perhaps for Obstagoon to maybe justify a shield, but it will still soften it up and bring it into the yellow. But now Night Slash coming in to do some additional damage onto the Mantine and soften it up. So yes, this Night Slash, there is also the scope of maybe that fabled boost, but no, an instant switch afterwards.
Yes, Shadow Zapdos is on the field once again, and there's the Licky Tongue going to be able to lick away and chip away at it while farming up lots of energy. Thunder is primed and ready to go, though. This is a very powerful attack coming out from the Zapdos. I know that Licky Tongue is bulky, but does Welton want to go for a shield? Yes, he does.
Oh my goodness, that was such a decisive thing, and Hawkeye's reaction says it all. He was hoping Welton would go, oh, this is just a drill peck, but no, shields the Thunder, and you don't often see Thunder on Zapdos either. It's a very unusual attack to have on it, but so much damage. Maybe channeling something from Tomahawk here, and now Body Slam coming in on Licky Tongue. That does go shielded, and now it's a race, potentially launching another Thunder. Will it be a 2-shield scenario? No shield!
No shield. I mean, the bulk of Licky Tongue is legendary. It should be able to take this Thunder. It does, but it is now in a very precarious situation. The Licks are doing its best to farm down the Zapdos, but I think you're going to have to lock into a charge attack, and that's why we see the Body Slam.
Yes, and Welton very sensibly recognizing that, oh, you know what? I don't want to risk getting another drill peck here. His timing was impeccable here, and Obstagoon, one of the hardest counters to Licky Tongue here, just able to get that additional farm, but not before Welton's able to say, you know what, I'm going to chip another Body Slam off you.
Yeah, Licky Tongue's got one more thing to say here, goes for the Body Slam, and we're going to see the Pokemon in the back for Welton here. Curiously enough, has brought that Registeel, and Hawkeye has not brought the Meganium, the Pokemon that he said with Earthquake was a fantastic counter to that Registeel, so Hawkeye is not going to be happy to see that come out on the field. The Obstagoon able to go for the cross chop though, but look how little it does despite it being super effective.
Yeah, this is the big problem, and I think Hawkeye unfortunately is in a very precarious position. That last Pokemon, he did not want to see that Registeel here, and this is where having that surprise in the back if you're Welton has played so tactically. This Zap Cannon coming in, if this debuffs, this is going to be hugely problematic for the Cresselia, and now even less damage being done, and Hawkeye knows he cannot get out of this.
maybe why the Whiscash was bent for this match, saying, hey, the Zap Cannon, that will get the drops here, and that's exactly what Registeel is able to do. Just going for these lock-ons, of course, not doing much damage, but look at that energy regeneration.
Yes, and I think what I think is interesting here is Hawkeye is going for the grass knot here. What I think the tactic is this: he's trying to stall the switch timer so he can potentially catch later, because the future sides, while they do more damage, take more energy, and each charge attack takes 5 seconds.
Playing the long game a little bit there. Thinking towards the end game of this set to be able to clutch out the victory. Again, you can see the grass knot primed and ready, but as is the future side. Is the Cresselia going to go for it? No, this time, once again, that grass knot. I think your theory is proving its point.
Yes, and I think now the switch timers are now aligned again, and Hawkeye can switch out, but he has the timing is perfect and just about manages. That is absolutely brilliant. Wow, what amazing, amazing timing. And look at Hawkeye's reaction to that.
Yes, he knew that was the exact catch he needed to swing the momentum into his favor. Cresselia is back in action here, and we see the Mantine join the fray.
Yes, and this is where the energy of Mantine just able to really put the pressure back on Cresselia, but the problem is there's 2 aerial aces saved, and he might be able to go for back-to-back, and is able to get for a back-to-back. Even that catch was not enough. Welton taking game 3 with the double aerial ace here against Cresselia, one of the bulkiest Pokemon out there. Amazing play by Welton's side there.
Oh my goodness, that Mantine. What absolute respect to that Pokemon. Congratulations for the win, Welton 4-5. I mean, that Mantine at the end, just being able to get all that energy regeneration so that in the end it was able to go charge attack upon charge attack. Phenomenal play.
Yes, and I think Welton was saying how nervous he was coming into that battle, but he did not show any of that. He was decisive. What I thought was amazing is how he banked all that energy on Mantine very early on, swapped it out, and it paid dividends right in the end game. That long-term planning really held out. He reckoned he needed that energy, and so he decided to save it and conserve it until the moment where it was needed, because if he didn't have that energy on, that would have been game over, because that catch from Hawkeye was utterly brilliant.
It really was perfect timing, and you can see the joy from his perspective as well, being able to put himself right into the match at that point. But the Mantine, just in that late game with the energy, as we said, was able to have something to say about it. We've spoken a lot about energy a little bit, and Adelian, can you talk us through a little bit about maybe energy preservation? And we see this a lot where trainers, you know, at the beginning get lots of energy up, but don't go for the charge attack and keep it in the back. Can you talk us through why that might be a good strategy?
Yeah, so the reason for conserving energy is this: it's very if you're having a simple play, you can just throw the attack straight away, the charge attack straight away after generating the energy for it. What you could also do is just to challenge your opponent further, you test their memory by going a bit further and then maybe swapping out, and then they have to remember, okay, my opponent swapped out with a certain amount of energy that they've got banked. Trying to hold on to that energy for the duration of a battle when there's so many other things going on can be really challenging, whereas you have the advantage, you know how much energy you came out with. So I always feel that if there is that potential and you know you're not going to be hit with an opponent's charge attack, you should always try and farm up a little bit more. That's what I think anyway.
Exactly, and sometimes you can play that mind game. Like you said, you might have one charge attack primed and ready to go, but then you want to maybe go for an extra couple of counts to get both of them ready, and then when you throw for it, your opponent's like, oh, do you know what? One of them will do super effective damage, one of them will do neutral, but which one is coming my way? Do I want to go for that shield? And then it's the potential bait, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's one of the other mind games you can play with energy.
Yes, baiting is a very, very popular tactic used in Pokemon Go, so I encourage all trainers, for those of you who are experienced battlers, this will be second nature to many of you. For those of you who are starting out, who are tuning in perhaps for the first few times, it is a tactic that is tried and tested, and if you join your local Pokemon Go local challenge or League Cup, some of the players that are more experienced will be more than happy to teach you. Just ask them, what is baiting and how do I do it? And they'll tell you everything you need to know.
And you can always go back and watch that match. We saw the Shadow Zapdos baiting with that Thunder. Well, it wasn't baiting, it was going for the Thunder, but he was hoping that his opponent was going to think, actually, it's going to be the flying charge attack, it's going to be fine. But they called it correctly, went for that shield, and that, again, gave them a little bit more longevity in the match.
Yes, for sure. So I've never actually seen how much damage a Thunder does to a Lickitung. Because Lickitung is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the Open Great League meta. It is a staple. It has been there for many, many moons. And so for me to see Thunder do so much damage, I'm like, wow, you know what? I really want to try it now. It didn't quite get Hawkeye the overall win, but it certainly made an impact. It's an impressive Pokemon, and it's something different to what we usually see. maybe this is what they call a core breaker against certain teams.
Very true. And Thunder, we've seen a couple of times in the past. I believe it was Tomahawk UK brought it on a lantern at one point when everyone was running Thunderbolt Lantern. Instead, he had that extra offensive pressure with the Thunder. That back then, I believe it wasn't open team sheets as well, so it caught a lot of opponents off guard.
Yes, and sometimes that's what it's all about. You just want to catch your opponents off guard. You want to surprise them with something. We've seen look at all the champions we had. So with Zwilus, we had the Powder Slow, Alone, and Ninetales. No one expected that. Galaxa Bolton, we had the Leaf Tornado. We never expected that on the Superior. All these little surprises. It's not about just the Pokemon. It's also about the charge attacks and the fast attacks as well. Surprise them. Surprises are always fun, except for your opponent.
I love though how you've kind of spoken about Pokemon that have really stood out and then kind of connected to these victories a little bit. Obviously, the Leaf Tornado Superior, really, really iconic with Galaxa Bolton. But there's two I want to talk about to kind of take you down memory lane of European champions. Obviously, we had Padaman. The Alolan Ninetales, and we've already talked about the Powder Snow one that Zwilus was running, but this time it was a Charm Alolan Ninetales, and being able to do significant Fairy-type damage really gave him a lot of momentum.
Yes, for sure. I'm surprised you were, I thought you were going to say Feint Attack for a laugh there. No one talks about Feint Attack. There are also some fast attacks here that you should look at and you go, this isn't very good, and that's one of them. We are getting into the next set of battles very soon, so we can see Arceus Aurelius, a resident, I would say, of the Pokemon Go Championship Series against Stepis 5. Again, another player that I've seen a fair few times at these regionals, but I've seen Arceus Aurelius top cut in a couple of times. I'm excited to see him make an impact here in Liverpool again. Also, he's a very good friend of mine, beautiful man. I'm biased, so I will say that. But Stepis also knows how to battle. He's very experienced. So let's see which one of these trainers will be able to overcome one another.
I mean, I want to dive straight into these teams. Let's take a look at Arceus Aurelius' team. That Abomasnow is a Pokemon I really want to talk about a little bit. It is possibly its time to shine. I know Zwilus was kind of talking about it a little bit before the tournament. It has fantastic play into Whiscash and generally into the top 6, as I'm kind of calling it, the 6 Pokemon that have won back-to-back regionals in Portland and Charlotte. It has some decent play into it. Obviously, close to play against Pokemon like Azumarill, but it just has, in even Shield scenarios, potentially if it's the non-Shadow Icy Wind variant, it can win against Lickitung.
Yes, and that is very impressive because beating Lickitung is a big, having that ability in your toolbox, shall we say, is so significant and useful. But if you look at Arceus Aurelius' team, that Abomasnow, it won't like the Skarmory because Skarmories now are typically running Steel Wing, and Steel is super effective on Ice-type Pokemon. But it won't like the counters from Annihilate, but it will put that fear factor into the Shadow Dragonite. It will put that fear factor into the Whiscash, so Stepis cannot use the Dragonite Whiscash core, in my opinion. I want to ask you a question, Lou. This is an example, in my opinion, of bench pressure. Now, that concept, what does that mean to you?
Bench pressure to me, and I will be prepared to stand corrected, it's often when you take a look at the team and you think, right, there's a lot of offensive threats that I have to deal with here. There's a lot of different scenarios that your opponent could bring, and essentially it pressures you into, I want to say, into playing their game rather than your own a little bit. A lot of the time you have a strategy that you want to execute, but if your opponent has something that's going to really get in the way of your plans, then you are feeling pressure to have to adapt to their game.
Yes.
That's how I would interpret it, but how would you explain it and break it down?
No, I think you got that bang to rights. So there are certain Pokemon that will be intimidated off from Stepis' side because he'll look at that Abomasnow and go, I don't want my Shadow Dragonite to be caught in that matchup, so you know what, I'm not going to risk it. So he is more likely to not bring the Shadow Dragonite. This might really help against Arceus Aurelius because he'll go, you know what, that's good. That means my Whiscash is now a lot safer because I can now bring the Whiscash in, not bring the Abomasnow, but the intimidation factor that Abomasnow has will put off Stepis and the Dragonite. So this is where bench pressure, the 3 Pokemon in the back, still provide the fear factor.
Yes, they definitely do, and there's a lot of offensive pressure on Arceus Aurelius' team. Pokemon like the Azumarill, the Talonflame, of course, as well. It recently got a buff as well.
Yes.
So it's going to be able to apply a lot of pressure to the opposing Pokemon, like the Charjabug, for example. The Pokemon I want to talk about a little bit as well is the Annihilate. It really is the hero of the hour. Everybody's talking about it. Do you think it has a place in this matchup?
Yes, I think so. I think just counter is the best fast attack
Yes.
so far, I feel. Very few things rival it, unless there is a significant number of counters, and I do recall that Arceus Aurelius did have an Azumarill, then I think that Annihilate is still quite safe. Also, one has to bear in mind, Annihilate does have access to Shadow Ball, one of the best ghost-type charge attacks in the game. So even if you're in a perhaps a negative matchup faced off against the Azumarill, you can still do respectable damage because you will be able to get to that Shadow Ball so quickly that the Azumarill can't reach its own charge attack in time. And so maybe in a clutch, maybe right at the very end where you're racing to those charge attacks, Annihilate might be able to just sneak in and get that Shadow Ball in before the play rough potentially comes in from the Azumarill. But we'll have to see. It's a unique, well, I wouldn't say unique, but it's a rare end of game scenario, and getting to that point is what is the art form, shall we say.
I would personally love to see a little bit of Annihilate action here. Like we've said, it's been the Pokemon that everybody's been talking about since it got dropped just before the Charlotte Regional Championships, and I think everybody was kind of scrambling together to try and put it on their team. The usage has dropped. It's around 20% here in Liverpool being brought into our day one statistics, but that's still a significant amount. That is a fifth of the competition.
Yes, for sure. I must admit, it does surprise me that Annihilate is so low, and I expected it to be higher than Charlotte, but clearly maybe these trainers here know something that I don't, which wouldn't surprise me, quite frankly, because as I say all the time, some of these trainers are the best available in the world. There is reputations built, reputations made, legacies created and improved upon in Liverpool just because it's such a big tournament. It has that legacy, it has that fame. We have had two great regional champions from here, and I'd love to see another one. Any of these two players, amongst others, could be this champion. They all have the talent, I say.
They certainly do, and of course we've been talking a little bit about the veterans of the competition finally getting all the way into those victories, but the newcomers as well are really making their mark here in the 2024 season. They're really, trainers at home, has been no better time to get into the game than right now. So hopefully you're enjoying the broadcast, getting inspired to pick up Pokemon Go and play some PvP and get that competitive edge on your game.
Yes, for sure. So now what the trainers are in their thinking process, but no more thinking process time. Lickitung goes up against the Abomasnow that we have talked about, and now we're going to see what that move set is on the Abomasnow, and it is indeed the Icy Wind. So we know what Arceus Aurelius is going to do. He wants to rush that Icy Wind as soon as possible, going for that charge attack priority, not getting it, but Abomasnow would have won that anyway, and Icy Wind is now able to get that debuff off on the Lickitung, making this matchup a lot more favored towards Abomasnow's side. Instant switch though.
Yes, going to see the adaptations of both trainers. Whiscash versus that Annihilate that's here to stay. Going for the Ice Punch here, but it's going to be the Whiscash that gets in first.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense because you want to try and go for that Scald debuff straight away. Steppis recognizing this is likely to be a Scald, gets that shield in, and there is the debuff.
Yeah, I'm going to be dropping the attack stat on that Annihilate. It's going to make it really angry. It's going to try its best with this Ice Punch, but it will be doing a lot less damage. Possibly Arceus Aurelius not needing to go for a shield here, knowing that it's going to be able to take this Ice Punch. Look at that, such little damage.
Yes, it wasn't a lot, and I think Steppis was hoping for the bait attempt would be successful, and it wasn't, and now another Scald comes in. This doesn't KO, but it is going to significantly lower Annihilate's health into the red, and now it's going to be a race to get to another move before charge attack priority occurs. No, Annihilate is able to get that Ice Punch off first. Will this KO though?
I believe it's just going to be able to hang on. The fingers are crossed on Arceus Aurelius, and Whiscash is going to be able to hang on and go for another charge attack.
Oh, and this is going to be so tricky for Steppis because either he has to shield and go with shield down, or he has to let this go. He does decide to shield this, and here comes the Talonflame. This is really good because able to get the Incinerate off just before a charge attack could occur. That is amazing for Arceus Aurelius.
Incinerate is what got the buff, right?
Yes, it is, correct, yes. So now going in for the Whiscash here, which is a good move because it resists the fire type dives, trying to get that catch in, not successful, and now Lickitung is able to get the body slam off, which Arceus Aurelius is going to shield up.
Also, that was a Shadow Whiscash as well, looking very angry here in the match. The Abomasnow going to be able to face up against this Lickitung like it was in the leads, and we were saying earlier, in even shield scenarios, the non-Shadow Icy Wind Abomasnow, which this one is for Arceus Aurelius, can win against the Lickitung.
Yes, and I think Arceus Aurelius recognizing that his Abomasnow is a key here because it does wall off the Whiscash in the back. So Arceus Aurelius looking to soften up this Lickitung, gets the Icy Wind debuff, and now doesn't mind taking the odd body slam here. So now just going to farm up a bit more. It's going to be a race. Now, the question is, how much does Arceus Aurelius farm? He's played conservatively, does throw the Icy Wind before there's any risk of another body slam.
Yes, and has been able to burn through those shields and steps aside to the Icy Wind, coming through, connecting, getting the knockout, and there is that Whiscash angry and ready to go for another one of these Mud Bombs.
Yes, and so the Mud Bomb will definitely KO at this range just because of that Shadow boost. So there goes the Whiscash, sorry, there goes the Abomasnow, but now Talonflame with a shield advantage is able to get the flying type attack off. I need to double check whether that was Fly or Brave Bird, but we're going to find out it was Fly. Fly doesn't KO, but the next Incinerate would certainly secure this victory. But no, Whiscash goes, you know what? I'm going to just go for the Mud Bomb here.
Do you know what? It's amazing seeing the damage of that Incinerate. Normally would obviously do nothing to this opposing Whiscash, but being the Shadow variant, it leaves itself a little bit more vulnerable to all the damage that can be dealt its way. Another Fly coming out into the mix here.
Yes, and this Fly will certainly KO this Shadow Whiscash, and then that will be the end of this particular game. Talonflame reigns supreme in the skies as Arceus Aurelius secures that crucial first win. 2 more to go, or perhaps 1 more to go for Arceus Aurelius. For Steppis, 2 more to go to secure victory.
Yeah, Arceus Aurelius 1 step closer to winning out this set. And I have to say, from the very beginning, from that Abomasnow lead, Arceus Aurelius was in complete control of that set. Fantastic switches and adaptations as well, putting the Talonflame into the position it needed to be to go for that Incinerate and take down the Annihilate before it was able to go for the charge attack.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, I felt that was very comfortable for Arceus Aurelius. I'm not surprised because I have played him. He is a very, very good trainer. He knows exactly how to play. He's tactically very sound. I'm not surprised at that sheer level of dominance here. So for Steppis, he needs to really reconsider, what am I going to do? The Lickitung lead is perhaps too conservative. Do I risk the Annihilate lead? Maybe that's the way to go and hope that Arceus Aurelius will stick with Abomasnow.
Could be high risk, but of course could be high reward as well, bringing that Annihilate front and center. I mean, the Lickitung, we know why it is #1 in the usage stats for a reason. It's bulk and the nice coverage that it has, particularly with the Power Whip as well, does give it a lot of potential. It's a nice way to apply pressure to something like the Whiscash or the Azumarill as well, but just when you don't have that switchability and you're pinned in against something like the Abomasnow, it is just a little bit, I want to say, not fully the potential to showcase of that Lickitung.
Yes, I agree with you there. So now, when you are in this situation, you've won 1 game, it's very tempting to keep that same tactic going. We saw in the last match that Mantine was consistently used by Welton, and he was still able to win. And so he just stuck with it, and he just banked on his opponent, not guessing that he would run the same sort of line and tactic both times, or all 3 times. I wonder if Arceus Aurelius will do the same here.
Definitely going to be interested to see if that's going to come into the forefront. I would love him to still stick with that Abomasnow. I think leading it out and then still having the opportunity to switch and pivot gives you a lot of flexibility, but it's actually been benched. We are going to see some fantastic adaptations. So the Shadow Dragonite is here, going to be able to apply some good damage with these Dragon Breaths. Look at that.
Yes, and I think this is not the lead that Arceus Aurelius wanted to see. Charger Bug coming in against the Cresselia here, but X-Scissor does super effective damage to the Psychic type Pokemon. So Cresselia does have the bulk, but Charger Bug's X-Scissor really does hit hard.
What a call as well, identifying maybe the Abomasnow is going to be benched. It's safe for Shadow Dragonite to come in here. We're going to see the Cresselia just going for some fast attacks here as the Future Sight comes into play.
Yes, and Future Sight is the hardest hitting move that Cresselia can offer here, so this will be a huge amount of damage. Oh my goodness, look at how much is done to Charger Bug.
So much damage here. The Volt Switches from Charger Bug just doing a decent amount as it's going to go for the X-Scissor. This would be dealing super effective damage to a very wise shield by Arceus Aurelius.
Yes, and now it's a question of, does Arceus Aurelius farm up a bit more? Yes, no, it goes for the Grass Knot straight away. This is a bait attempt, and it is successful because it's not successful. Step is recognizing this as a bait and no shielding.
Yep, not wasting one of those precious shields, going for some more Volt Switches here so that the Charger Bug is able to go for another X-Scissor. Arceus Aurelius has to decide now, do I let my Cresselia go down, give myself the free switch? But no, he says I need this Pokemon.
Yes, and I think this is a sensible play because he was in a bad matchup to begin with. He needed switch advantage, which he's now secured, but it has cost him 2 shields because of that bait. And now Cresselia going in for another Grasshopper. This is another bait attempt. This time, it is successful.
Yeah, the Shadow Dragonite, maybe not feeling as comfortable on the field, goes for that shield in the face of the Grass Knot, but these Dragon Breaths more than enough to farm through into that Cresselia and get the KO. Now Arceus Aurelius has the utility to switch in a Pokemon for free, and it is going to be that Whiscash.
Yeah, the problem is that even though this might not seem sensible at first glance, it's because this Dragonite does have access to superpower, and there's no shield on Arceus Aurelius' side, so he didn't want his Registeel to be trapped in that, but he doesn't realize, oh, Oh, and it's a catch straight away after that, but this may not be the best catch, but it still is a catch. So the score comes in, and this is going to significantly soften up the Annihilate.
Let's see if it gets the drop, though. No, Annihilate gets in relatively unscathed, other than having to take 50% of its damage, but able to get his charge attack ready. We are going to see the Registeel catch switch in, though. This was great timing for Arceus Aurelius. He's back in the match.
Oh, yes, but the downside is this Annihilate is quite high on health. You won't be able to get the farm down with lock-on, which means you'll have to rush to the Focus Blast. But the problem is Annihilate can race to the Shadow Ball, so which one will come first? And indeed, the Shadow Ball is launched. Arceus Aurelius recognizing that even if he were to get the Focus Blast off or the Zap Cannon off, it would just go shielded, and that would be that.
And the counters can just do what they do best, could do huge damage and farm down through that opposing Registeel. Of course, the Whiscash here to play, but Arceus Aurelius, I think, maybe already starting to look ahead to that Game 3 that we're going to see ourselves in. Steps is playing phenomenally well in that Game 2. Fantastic call with the lead, and I love seeing the Shadow Dragonite applying all of that offensive pressure.
Yes, I think it was a risk, but it paid off for Steppis, and I think it was a nice change of strategy. We were talking in Game 1, Steppis was too conservative perhaps with the Lickitung lead, and now this time goes, you know what, I've gone from super conservative and defensive to I'm going to go with one of my most offensive powerhouses in my team with that Shadow Dragonite, because I'll be honest, if I'm not the Abomasnow, if I'm not the Azumarill, if I'm not the Registeel, the Talonflame, the Cresselia, the Whiscash, I do not like taking all those Dragon Breaths.
That's very true. I don't think there are a lot of Pokemon that like taking those Dragon Breaths at all. We've seen it as well from Shadow Dragonair doing a lot of damage. Tonton Petit's bringing that in previous events as well. Focusing back onto this Game 3. I feel like Stepsis has put Arceus Aurelius in a very difficult position because surely the temptation is to bring that Abomasnow back into the fray. But then if you're Stepsis, are you going to risk bringing your Shadow Dragonite?
Yes, that is the question. And it might be that Stepis goes, you know what? I'm going to go with Skarmory as the lead. As a surprise, you've not seen that before. It would be really good against the Abomasnow. It would be really good against the Azumarill. Yep. It would be really good against the Cresselia as well. The only problem is it might promote more like sort of hard counter matchups because there's 3 Pokemon it's really good against and 3 Pokemon it's really, really bad against, I'll be honest. So maybe it's a risk. I don't know. Maybe Annihilate is the way to go.
Maybe, and it really is going to come down to that alignment. I think if you do want to risk bringing that Skarmory, you want to make sure it's not pinned in against a Pokemon that's going to be able to deal some good damage back to it. You want it to be the offensive powerhouse. But let's just take a recap on our players as well. Arceus Aurelius, we already said, is no what's the word, like newcomer to the competition. The Gdansk Regional top 8, top 4 in Bochum, and Lille top 8 as well. So just in the past year or so, this trainer is so familiar with top place finishes, but is still reaching out for that #1 coveted spot.
This is a competitor mentality. You get close and you're like, I want to try again. I want to get closer still. I did see him in Gdansk, which was only two months away. It was only back in November 2023. And here we are in Liverpool in January 2024. The first European regional of this calendar year. And what an exciting way to start with 192, I believe, competitors and 2 brilliant players on stage, 1 apiece, trying to make it 2-1 and go that 1 step further into the winners round 4.
And that's the thing, it's only the beginning of the day. The atmosphere in this arena right now is absolutely electric. These trainers just getting started, warming up, let's say, for a whole weekend of intense competition. Let's take a look at these leads. Azumarill versus the Annihilate.
So this is a slight advantage for Arceus Aurelius, and it is an instant swap into the Charger Bug, which then is responded to with the Registeel. But the interesting thing is, Charger Bug resists all of Registeel's charge attacks. So this is actually a more even matchup than one would realize.
Yes, Charger Bug not going to be too worried at this point, able to go for a discharge to a significant chunk to that opposing Registeel, and Registeel forced to go for these negligible lock-ons. Arceus Aurelius kind of looking a little panicked at this point as the Zap Cannon's going to come through. He's going to be hoping to maybe get a drop.
Yes, I think so. I think he was hoping to farm up a little bit more, but then realized he'd reached 100 energy on his Registeel here. So now it's a race to get to another Zap Cannon, but not before a discharge is launched by Steppis. But these Volt Switches and the discharge are really adding up on Registeel now.
Yep, an Electric Storm raining down on Registeel, but it's able to get to that Focus Blast in time.
Yes, it is, and I think Arceus Aurelius is hoping that this does go shielded here, perhaps, because it wasn't the Zap Cannon here, but that does a huge amount of damage, even though it is resisted.
Yes, the lock-ons, of course, not going to be doing too much, but Arceus Aurelius going for the shield, preserving the Registeel, maybe thinking this is the opportunity to get rid of this Charger Bug once and for all.
Yes, and I think it's the right tactic because this Charger Bug is the biggest threat to the rest of his team. Able to get the lock-on farm down, which you don't see all that often, with it lock-on being such a weak, fast attack, but it is manageable, and now Annihilate is able to get that farm down. So 1 shield down, but preserve switch, and the Abomasnow, the Azumarill comes back in to deal with this Annihilate.
1 or 2 counters is all it took to fell the Registeel. Now we've got the same leads coming out. We're going to see, of course, the charge attack come through from this Annihilate, not shielded by this Azumarill, going to be able to take it really well.
Yes, and trying to get a switch and a catch here, and then an instant response, and here comes the Abomasnow. Whiscash's worst nightmare as the grass-type damage does so much to the Whiscash here, but Whiscash able to get the Scald off and try and start fishing, quote-unquote, for debuffs.
This is what Stephens needs. Is it going to get the drop? No! Abomasnow is still in such a strong position, still also with the Ice-type moves as well. That's nothing to shake a stick at if you're a Whiscash. Don't want to have to take those either, but it really is, of course, the grass-type moves that are the formidable threat. There's an attack drop from the Icy Wind, and the Abomasnow in a prime position right now.
This is actually a brilliant tactical play by Arceus Aurelius. You might think, why is he not going for the grass-type attack on a Whiscash? That's super effective. But no, I want to, if I'm Arceus Aurelius, I want to soften up this Whiscash, get a bit of extra farm, and then potentially have an Icy Wind available for the Annihilate afterwards. So this is long-term planning, and here comes the next Icy Wind to soften up this Whiscash. It goes no shielded, and now all that Arceus Aurelius needs is one more Powder Snow, and the next Icy Wind lands on the Annihilate. Brilliant long-term planning. This may even force a shield, but at the very least, it will definitely debuff the Annihilate.
I mean, Stepsis is down to his last remaining Pokemon and has 2 shields remaining. You are going to be forced to get the attack drops. The counter's obviously going to be able to clean through this opposing Abomasnow, but the critical thing from that Icy Wind is, yes, the Annihilate's still on the field. Yes, it's got 2 shields, but its attack has been dropped. Is it going to be able to be enough to sweep through the remaining Pokemon on Arceus Aurelius' team?
Yes, that is going to be the key question. The downside with Azumarill is just having to race to the play rough, and another shield comes out, and now I think Arceus Aurelius is maybe looking at doing the bubbles, use the bubbles to take out the Annihilate before he can get to another move, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, the bubble buff coming through here. We are going to see the charge attack come through from the Annihilate. This has got to force a shield. No, Arceus Aurelius letting it go through. The Azumarill just able to hang on, go for a couple of bubbles. Oh my goodness.
And this was the call that he did not want to make. It was a 50-50. Is this a bait or not? Steppis did not bait, and he's now, Arceus Aurelius is not going to be happy with that decision he made, but this is how it ends. Tactically, it came down to that last final decision, but Steppis reigns supreme here, is able to get in. Now look at that excitement on his face.
I mean, that was definitely a marathon and a sprint in one in that particular set. Arceus Aurelius, we spoke about the mind games it takes to make these split-second decisions, just fell at the final hurdle in that last lap of the race. But Steps is what a phenomenal play, really calculating how that endgame wanted to go through, and congratulations to him being the victor of this set.
Yes, oh my goodness, I had my heart in my mouth at that with that shield decision right at the very end. I don't know about you watching at home, but I was just so nervous for both of them. But I could see the logic, I could see some of the gameplay and the analysis that Arceus Aurelius was doing mid-battle. I think tactically he was very sound, and right at the end, unfortunately, it did come down to that 50-50 decision. Is it a Shadow Ball? Is it an Ice Punch? This is, again, comes back to what we were discussing earlier, Lou, about baiting and when to bait, when not to bait. And Steppis made the right call. Sadly for Arceus Aurelius, he did not.
But that's how it works sometimes. It will be a coin flip and you have to make that gut instinct decision. And a lot of the time, yes, it is about playing the Pokemon on the field, but it's also about playing the player. And the better you are at reading your opponent and adapting to their playstyle, the more advantage you're going to be able to glean as well.
Yes, absolutely. So don't worry if you are fans of Arceus Aurelius, because of course quite a few people have seen him on stream many times. He's not been knocked out of competition. Just to remind you folks, it is a double elimination tournament, and we were in winners round 3. So now he will drop into the losers bracket. If he still continues to win and takes no more losses, we may see him in the grand finals. All he has to do is to keep that momentum going, make those brilliant plays, and hopefully shield the right move. The right attack, and you should be good to go.
Yeah, he may be down, but he's not out at all in the competition. Definitely one to keep watching for the rest of the tournament, as well as Steps is still advancing undefeated in the competition. I mean, that was an incredible set to watch. And I know there's a stereotype about Pokemon Go about, you know, how fast can you tap on that phone when the speed actually doesn't matter. It's all very calculated maths and timing. But having a look at the way those trainers were racing towards the end of that game 3, you might think differently.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yes, so for those of you who, again, this might be something quite familiar to a lot of seasoned battlers, but in Pokemon Go, if we compare with, say, the video games championships, you typically have about, I'd say, I mean, you're the expert on this, you'd say we'd have about 45 seconds to make a decision in the video games. In Pokemon Go, each turn is 0.5 seconds, so you really need to have a lot more timing-based play. So fortunately, we don't have to deal with the 4 moves that video games have, otherwise I think my mind would explode.
No, exactly. It's definitely one of those things that everything is so calculated, and you only have that split second to make a decision. There's a reason why I like being this side of the desk and not out there playing, because I think it would be so overwhelming, and these players are able to handle it with such grace and decorum and just keep that calm composure, and that's at the end of the day why they are winners.
Yes, and there is a culture in Pokemon Go battling where, regardless of the result, that you always end it by saying good games, GGs to each other. It's a tradition. I would argue it's a worldwide tradition where you have these remote grassroots tournaments that are done, and people will message each other afterwards saying, good games, that was really good, you did this well, and oh, I didn't expect that. But this kind of conversation generates bonds of friendship, and this is another reason to come to these regionals. Not only the championship points, not only the prizes, not only that amazing trip to Hawaii, the World's Invite, but the friends you make as well.
It certainly is. And I want to kind of circle back to a conversation we were having earlier before the next match is ready, although we are going to be diving into it very soon. I want, at some point, I'll come back to it. Sure. I want you to talk about the alignment teams with ABB teams at some point and educate our viewers. Maybe we'll have a little bit of time taking a look at this, but I want to jump into talking about these trainers. We have 13 Gioppy 37 versus Jox. Now, I want to talk a little bit about Gioppy.
Of course, I'm so surprised.
Gioppy is a trainer that, if you have come from the video game background, he is an absolute legend. In 2018, it really was his series in VGC. He is a previous regional champion, winning Sheffield regionals, and he had so many top cup finishes at regionals and internationals. And when I'm saying top cup finishes, I mean top 4 placements, runner-up at many regionals. He is a phenomenal Pokemon player. And what I love to see is this advancement he has taken coming into Pokemon Go and showing that it's not just one game he's versatile with, it's another game that he can be a champion of. He is currently sitting at around, I want to say, 270 championship points, I believe it was from the roster earlier, but they are only from local events. This is his first regional of the 2024 season, so it's great for you guys at home to get to know some of our players.
Yes, absolutely, and it's exciting for me to see a trainer that is familiar with the video games try his luck at Go. So I play the video games as well as Pokemon Go. I love the healthy amount of overlap there is between the game, so I love to see how Gioppy makes that transition into Go and goes for those faster paced battles, but perhaps a fewer moves. But let's go into the teams quickly before the battles start, and I think with Gioppy, he's gone for a relatively meta team, but there's a double flyer strategy there. What do you think of that?
I mean, flyers are everywhere at the moment, applying a lot of pressure and really kind of scaring the grass-type Pokemon away from the field. Love to see the Gligar here. You know, again, it's really high up on the usage, and it has a lot of good synergy with Pokemon like Skarmory. Together, they can build a really strong core. The Pokemon I really want to talk about is the Altaria, because Colin Six, who won the previous European Regional, was able to be victorious with the Altaria, and he actually said it was his kind of standout Pokemon. It was the MVP of his tournament, and I wonder if Gioppy's going to be able to say the same kind of thing as he goes through this match.
Yes, for sure. I know you mentioned about flying types putting off the grass-type Pokemon, and generally speaking, that is a very good rule of thumb. There's one exception, though. If that grass type is that Shadow Abomasnow on Jock's side, then both Altaria and Gligar are like, absolutely no way. I do not want to be anywhere near the Abominable Snowman of Pokemon. So I think for Jock's, Abomasnow has to make an appearance. I'm making bold calls all the time.
This will be your third one of the tournament so far. I'm keeping track.
Oh right, yeah. It's like he's got this one wrong, he's got that one wrong.
It's bold call number 3. Let's say. let's just leave it at that. We'll check the quality after the match. But I have to say I completely agree with you. And I wouldn't even say it's that bold a call. It's just a sensible play. I mean, the Abomasnow has so much utility into both those flyers, but also opposing water-type Pokemon. It can apply a lot of pressure with its grass-type moves as well. And like we were talking about bench pressure earlier, it's something you have to contend with, particularly as it is that Shadow variant. Pokemon like the Altaria, the Gligar, even the Lantern isn't going to appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely. So let's see. If we take away the Abomasnow for a bit, I think it does force Joppy to run either the Annihilate or Registeel. I think one of those Pokemon is guaranteed just to be an answer to that Shadow Abomasnow, and then you protect those two Pokemon with some of your other Pokemon. You're going to have to risk. A little bit. Maybe I think Lickitung is kind of safe. Maybe because especially when you pair it up with the Annihilate protects it from the Registeel, which is not good for Lickitung. So I think maybe on Joppy's side, Annihilate, Lickitung core with then something else to go with it. That would be the way to go for Jox. In addition to the Shadow Abomasnow, he needs to have something to protect against those that Steel-type Registeel, or indeed the Annihilate. So I wonder what you go with here. I'm just looking at it. Does Talonflame technically count? I don't know.
I mean, I kind of like some utility of Talonflame here against Pokemon like the Registeel, as long as you can get in and avoid the Zap Cannons. But of course, something like the Fly or the Brave Bird, that's something to contend with against the Annihilate as well.
Yes, that's true. And bear in mind, Joppy will know what the attack set is of Talonflame. Jox will be aware of this as well, so he will know if there is Fly or Brave Bird. The Brave Bird, a lot more dangerous, one would argue, but does have that debuffing effect on itself. There's not just moves that debuff your opponent, there are moves that debuff yourself once you use them. So it leads to these tactics that I like to call like hit and dip. You know, where you jump in, you throw a really hard-hitting move like Brave Bird, and then jump back out, and you remove the debuffs when you switch out. So this is a tactic that maybe Jox decides.
Yes, possibly we can see the Talonflame kind of jumping in, doing some damage, and then getting out of there, resting up for maybe later on in the match. I also want to talk about the little plushie on the desk. We always love talking about the plushies here, but there was the little Azumarill, and it's on Jox's team as well. Maybe a little bit of a mascot and an indication to one of his potential favorite Pokemon.
Yes, absolutely. Joppy doesn't have a plushie yet, but I'm sure he has a favorite hidden within that team of 6. And there you can see the Azumarill very happy. It's like, I'm very glad I'm not in the battle and that my phone-based companion is in, because I'm not sure about this one. But they have very, very relaxed smile. I think it's more relaxed than many of the battlers.
Oh, just so happy to be here, part of this amazing Pokemon Go action. And don't forget, you guys at home, using that hashtag #PlayPokemon, please engage with us on social media and let us know who you are rooting for. And we would love to see your plushie collections as well. If there's a particular Pokemon that you have at home that you want to showcase, maybe it's one of the favorites in the Go tournament at the moment, let us see them at home as well. Always great to get engaged with the viewers at home.
Yes, absolutely. Now, here's the thing I want to highlight, again, just how impressive the Liverpool Regionals is. Joppy, I believe, is from Italy, is that right?
Yes.
And Jox is from Portugal. Both of these trainers have travelled to the UK to compete at this. And it just goes to show how many people travel from all over the continent and indeed the world. I've just spoken to a trainer that's come from the US for a nighttime clasher. He is here. He's flown over from the United States. That's wild.
We have it across the board, actually. Video Game has some players who've come over from North America as well. It really is an international affair at these regional championships. Azumarill as well, one other thing I really want to highlight is obviously it is in such high usage stats at the moment. From Portland to Charlotte, it actually went up by 22%. Do you think the bubble buff has anything to do with that, Adelian?
I will be honest, I think while that helps, I think the reason why Azumarill has become more popular is because Poliwrath and Annihilate and other fighters with the removal of Medicham, they've become more popular, and Azumarill is a reliable counter to them. The play rough is super intimidating, and you can still play bait games by running Ice Beam instead. You'll notice with Arceus Aurelius, he had Hydro Pump, and that might be another option. But I think it's the fact that it's bulky, it's a fairy type, and therefore has a reduced number of weaknesses, and it can handle, it can wall off Poliwrath. Well, Azumarill does not mind Poliwrath in the slightest.
I mean, the play rough coverage is nice against dark types as well, potentially something like an Umbreon or the Mandibuzz that we were talking about in the pre-show. But let's jump into this match. Winners round 3 between Joppy and Jox is going to be the Lickitung versus Talonflame.
And Talonflame is going to go first and is going to go for those Incinerates, trying to soften up this Lickitung. Maybe we are looking for that hip and dip strategy, but not before Lickitung is able to get that body slam off. This is going to tickle the Talonflame, but I don't think it justifies a shield here.
I mean, we have called Talonflame in the past a little bit of a glass cannon, can hit hard, but can't take many hits itself. Going to be able to take one body slam, however, and now ready and roaring to go with Fly here as its charge attack. Joppy not shielding it.
Yes, I think it's sensible to not shield because Lickitung does have the bulk to withstand one Fly, but now it's a race to get to the other move. It is a charge attack priority event. Talonflame does win that. It has much higher attack than the Lickitung and is able to therefore land this Fly, and which goes no shielded by Joppy.
High attack rewards high speed as well in these charge attack priority events, and the Talonflame is going to be able to be victorious and get the KO. So Joppy now has to consider which Pokemon to bring in. It's going to be the Gligar, but there's the switch, and the Registeel's on the field.
That is a very interesting switch, because I don't think you would have wanted Registeel against Gligar, but maybe it's an instant response perhaps. But who knows? The Dig does come in. Maybe there's a master play in the back here. Dig coming in, and now Jock's recognizing this is not the move I want to have hit my Registeel, decides to shield it, and it responds with the Zap Cannon.
Yep, digging for some of these shields to go through on the opposing side. The Zap Cannon coming through, of course, going to be kind of not effective, but still significant thanks to the Shadow on the Gligar, as well as the attack drop. Everything kind of going a little bit awry for Joppy here.
Yes, it's a bit. This is an interesting thing with Pokemon Go. We do not have immunities like the video games. Instead, you have these. Instead, you have double resistances instead. So Gligar takes only a single amount of resistance from the electric type attacks, and the next Zap Cannon is launched, which at this range would certainly KO. But there is an underfarm by Jox's side.
Yes, going to be not able to get the knockout, but oh, a fantastic swap here as well by Joppy, preserving the Gligar in the back. Annihilate joins the fray. These counters stacking up, even though they're not very effective, they are still doing significant damage to this opposing Talonflame and do enable the Annihilate to get to the charge attack.
Yes, and so I think Jox is forced to shield here, forced to shield this Ice Punch and then farm up a little bit more to maybe get to that Fly, but it is a race and is just able to get Fly off first. But Joppy has 2 shields, and this is therefore not a problem at all. Annihilate can potentially farm this Talonflame down.
Yep, no hesitation, goes for that shield, lickety-split style, and is able to get the KO on that Talonflame.
And this is really tricky now, because what do you bring in if you're Jox? Both these Pokemon do not like counter, so I think you're forced to bring in the Abomasnow, if I'm being honest. But it is a race, and there's so much energy on Annihilate. Can Abomasnow even do anything here?
Honestly, Annihilate is primed and ready to go. This Shadow Ball going to be able to come through into the unprotected Abomasnow and get the knockout. Look at that damage.
Yes, and there is nothing that Jox can do. Annihilate does absolutely break that core with the Registeel, and so it's just so tricky. I think Talonflame was so soft, was so low on health, it just could not handle the Annihilate here. So I think that was a risk. This was an ABB strategy with Talonflame being the A to try and defend against the fighting type, and it just wasn't able to do that.
As you've mentioned it, talk us through this. What do you mean by the ABB strategy that was just perfectly executed on the stream?
So with ABB, you have the A is one Pokemon, and B are 2 Pokemon that share a similar weakness. And let's say you are in a matchup at the lead, and your A Pokemon is not very good against the opposing lead. You would switch in your first B Pokemon to lure out the counter to those B Pokemon. You get eliminated, the A Pokemon then eliminates that counter, and then your second B-style Pokemon can come in freely and avoid the counter that's been knocked out. An example, just to put it into context, would be something along the lines of having 2 Steel-type Pokemon in the back, and then having a Fairy type like the Azumarill in the lead. So let's say a team, Azumarill, Registeel, Bastiodon. That is an ABB team that tries to protect the Steel types against the fighting types by using Azumarill to eliminate those fighters.
So teamwork makes the dream work in that kind of archetype then?
Always the way with Pokemon Go, I say.
Fantastic, but that really does give an indication into the team composition and some of the synergy that these trainers are going for when they approach these matchups. I mean, in that game 1, things looked a little bit dicey for Joppy, particularly with the Gligar facing down against the Registeel, but in that endgame, Annihilate was able to come through and be victorious.
Yes, and I think that was key. I think Jox also, and I think this was calculating and perhaps calculating a bit too far. I think he made the swap out into the Registeel against Gligar, and I believe that might have been an error, might have been a bit better just to have let your Talonflame go down and then bring in the Abomasnow against the Gligar instead. It would still be problematic because Joppy had Annihilate in the back, but at least then you would have had the alignment of having your Abomasnow up against the Gligar, which it would have got out of straight away. And then your Registeel against Annihilate, it's not the best matchup, but the Zap Cannons at least can threaten something on Annihilate, towards the Annihilate.
Particularly if you are able to get the drop and lower that attack, and then Annihilate's kind of sitting in an awkward position on the field. But let's jump straight into game 2. Annihilate front and center against the Whiscash.
Okay, so this is a relatively even matchup here. So it will be a race to see who can get to their charge attack first. But Whiscash typically does win that, and the Scald debuff is ever so present.
Yes, it is certainly a threat on the field, and here we go. Scald is incoming, not going to be Shield to the Annihilate is going to have to take significant damage because Scold certainly does pack a punch, but is it going to get the attack drop?
No attack drop this time, and that is going to be very significant because that means maybe Joppy can go for a double attack and goes for the immediate Shadow Ball instead. This would definitely KO, so Jox needs to make a decision time early and quick, and he makes the right one.
I love how fearless this Annihilate is, you know, not shielding, not even worried that the attack drop's going to come through. However, it does have to contend now with the Mud Bomb coming through from the Whiscash, and it is going to have to go for the shield.
Yes, I think this is now another race, but I think one that Annihilate can win and goes for the Ice Punch here, perfectly timed. Joppy recognizing that if he just goes one counter too far, then Whiscash would get there. And okay, you know what? Rock's recognizing I can withstand an Ice Punch. I'm not worried. Here comes the next Mud Bomb.
Yes, exactly. The Mud Shot's putting in significant work as well as the fast attack, but the charge attack, of course, going to be able to secure the knockout. So another shield has to come through. Joppy really is putting all the eggs in the Annihilate basket here.
Yes, he definitely is. And now switching out into the Lickitung, which is responded to with the Registeel. This is going to be interesting because Registeel does have an advantage against Lickitung, but Jox will have to come out with a fair amount of farm afterwards to deal with the Annihilate when that comes back in. So it might be quite tricky. Jox has to play this really well, even though he has an advantage in the short term now.
Yes, the Registeel not going to worry about any of the attacks really coming from Lickitung way. It wants to fire off these Zap Cannons, doing significant chunks to the unprotected Lickitung. Joppy has already used both those shields on the Annihilate previously in this game, as well as trying to get the attack drops.
Yes, and this is going to be great for Jox. He now knows that Lickitung is even less of a threat now. Another Body Slam coming in, not a problem. This Steel-type Pokemon is more than happy to take normal-type attacks, and so the Body Slam does limited damage, and the debuff makes it even worse, I must admit.
Or particularly if there is going to be a potential second debuff from a second Zap Cannon later on in this particular match. Another Body Slam coming through, but look how little it is. Registeel does not mind at all. It's able to just keep farming up some energy, and here comes the second Zap Cannon.
Yes, and I expect Jox might try and undercharge here, or maybe not. He looks like he's going all for it, and this is going to definitely secure the KO here, though there's a little bit surviving health, and that one final lock-on takes it out, and the Annihilate does come in here. Instant swap into the Azumarill, and responds with a Lantern, and Jox does not want to see that.
Yep, Lantern now in a great position, can start firing off these attacks into the Azumarill. It is going to be able to go for its charge attack. However, the Play Rough is going to connect significant damage onto that Lantern. But of course, the Spark chipping away at this water type.
Yes, and Jox does have a shield here, though, so Joppy will need to try and overcome that as well. Going for the hard-hitting charge attack first with the Thunderbolt, I believe. And this just goes shielded. It doesn't go shielded, and Jox is not happy with that. And that's going to do a huge amount of damage, but is able to get to the Play Rough. And so the Play Rough will not KO, but it's going to bring Lantern down into the red. Both Pokemon have given it their all, and both these Pokemon are now desperate to stay in this match.
Oh, it doesn't do enough, though. Spark is going to be able to clean up against this opposing Azumarill. Now it is just the Registeel left for Jox, and this Lantern can put in a significant amount of work and weaken it to the point that the Annihilate in the back can go for those counters and get the KO.
Yes, and I think that will be the tactic here. There is also a risk that Jock's going to be mindful of. That catch might even happen as well. You have to be super careful, but it is a charge attack priority event, and Lantern wins that, and Registeel not able to overcome that. Will surf KO. It's going to be so close.
Let's have a look. It is not going to be enough. Registeel able to not even go for any more lock-ons here. It's going to be able to try and go for the Focus Blast, but we know that the countering Annihilate is in the back to try and clean up.
Yes, and I think one counter will be more than enough, but that Annihilate is quite low. Does have an attack already saved, though, and that attack guarantees that that Registeel cannot farm down. Joppy dominant here, showcasing not only VG, but in Go, he is a name to be reckoned with.
Honestly, Joppy, fantastic 2-0, clean victory in this set, proving why he is indeed a Pokemon master. Really exciting to see him in action here and showcasing Annihilate to perfection.
Yes, it was really impressive to see his gameplay there. He was masterful, he was brilliant. There was, I couldn't even see any real errors or mistakes there at all. It was very clean, and I did love to see that. But commiserations to Jox, who in himself is a fantastic battle as well. I have battled him. I've enjoyed playing against Jox in the past. I know that his talent is there. So he drops into the losers bracket, and who knows, we may see more of him very soon.
But I think Joppy as well, really pulling on all the experience he's got as a seasoned Pokemon trainer, and knowing in those situations, like in the game one with the Dicey situation with the Gligar versus the Registeel, to stay calm, cool, and collected and think, okay, how do I get out of this? What is my win condition? And navigating himself into a position where his Pokemon are able to get the victory. And I think that really is testament to pulling on the experience and making sure that the more Pokemon you play, sometimes the more wise you will be.
Yes, absolutely. So, now the question is, if you're Joppy, okay, let's say you get, what happens if you get a Worlds invite for VG and Go?
Well, I think, to be honest, he's definitely focusing on Pokemon Go. So Pokemon Go will be where he wants to take his Pokemon skills all the way to Honolulu, Hawaii. But he won't be the first trainer, if he is able to get that Worlds invite, to be able to do that in cross games. A very famous trainer called Sejun Park, world champion in 2014 for the video game, has also competed at the World Championships in the trading card game and in Pokemon Unite.
Oh, wow.
So really, it's just Sejun Park's turn to come over to Pokemon Go, maybe.
Yeah, just like at this point, you just want to complete everything and say, I'm the master at every game available. There's probably a few other games that you can dabble in as well, because we all know how sizable and impressive the Pokemon franchise is, how many unusual and lovely games there are, in addition to, of course, the four ones that are put out on stream for viewers to watch. What I've heard from the grapevine is also, in addition to seeing Joppy in his fantastic battles, I really want to learn a little bit more about him. So I'm going to see if we can have a little chat with him, and I think one of our very lovely co-casters is with him very soon. But, apologies. Let's get him sat down first and settled in, because of course, you know, after you come out a stressful battle, you need to hydrate him and all of that. So let's give him a bit of time. But yeah, we will be hearing a little bit more from him soon. But let's come back to that topic though.
Well, I think that's the nice thing though, is that we're going to be able to hear some words from someone who's earned all of their championship points so far just through local events, and to kind of get that insight and experience as well, because coming to a regional is a very different ball game. It's a lot of a bigger player pool. It's a lot of different adrenaline and energy that you have to conserve up through the day. You know, it is a long tournament, and it's a 2-day competition, not just your kind of 1-day local event that you can run through in an afternoon or a morning. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to adapt from being this local player, taking it up to the regional stage, and all of that wisdom and experience is something he's going to be able to bring to the forefront. But it's nice to be able to see him as kind of, I want to say, a legend of previous series past, and doing so well in the current format, showcasing on the broadcast why he is indeed a formidable player.
Oh yes, and if he keeps that trend going, the world's the limit. Well, quite literally, the World Championship's the limit at this point. So yeah, for sure, we're going to hopefully see him in Hawaii, and it keeps that track record going. I just want to see more of him. I also want to genuinely dive into his mind as to what does he enjoy more about Pokemon Go. What's the bits that he finds harder compared to the video games, and vice versa, because all of these games require skill in their own right. Let me ask you this. What is harder in the video games compared to Go?
Oh, I think there's just a lot more mechanics to have to contend with. Like, yes, you get a little bit more time, but there's items, there's abilities, a lot of different things you have to think about when it comes to team building and that decision making, which is probably why we get a little bit more time. But I believe that the time is now to go and speak to Joppy in the caster area. So let's kick it to the couch and hear what he's got to say.
We have determined the winner of Winners Round 3, Joppy. I am joined by the Italian master player. This looked like a tough matchup for you, man. How did you manage to win 2-0?
Yeah, I mean, when I saw the team, I was like, oh man, how am I gonna beat a Bomba Snow plus Talonflame? It's a pretty, like, it's hard to beat this core. It's hard to core break this core. Like, things that core break this are usually not used too much in this type of tournaments. I just saw that he didn't have any counter user. He only had Registeel. That was a hard wall to Lickitung, but otherwise it was pretty safe. So I decided to bring it basically every game, accompanied by 2 good counters to Registeel. And I think the key was getting energy with Annihilape. And like in game 2, actually I made the right call on bringing Lantern, because I was expecting actually Talonflame, not Azumarill, but it did go pretty well anyway. And yeah, it was very tough. Also Cresselia could have been pretty tough, especially because it had a move, I don't think I can say it, but it did have a move that would have given me much trouble. But yeah, luckily I managed to win both games.
So I was looking at your team and I saw Annihilape, which I really liked in both of those games as well, and Altaria, and those 2 Pokemon are kind of weak to Azumarill. How do you plan against Azumarills? Like, it's very common here.
Yeah, I'm expecting many Azumarills, but I do have like 2 really good answers in Lantern and Registeel, and you have Lickitung, which is now a bit worse than it was before because now Azumarill has received a buff in the most recent move update, so Bubble does slightly more damage, and that matchup becomes slightly worse for Lickitung, but not too much. Like, you still can kill a Lickitung with 2 charge moves plus all the fast moves, so it's still a decent matchup. But I think like having 2 good answers plus 1 very good answer and 3 kind of weak, because like Altaria is very weak to Azumarill. Also Annihilate, but Annihilate with energy can still do something. Like Shadow Ball hits very hard. And also Gligar, like the fact that it can spam so many charge moves, and Azumarill is kind of slow at throwing charge moves, can give you like slight hedge if you get some energy with Gligar, and it's not that bad as a matchup if you get like 2 or maybe even 3 fast move of advantage. So I usually deal with Azumarill with all of this. Like the key is not having like more than 1/2 picks that hard lose against him, and that was not the case with my team because, as I said, I'm pretty like flexible and I do have play at least.
It does sound like you have a plan for Azumarill. Thank you very much for that insight. The Annihilate, it's just been released recently. The performance in Charlotte wasn't too strong. Why did you decide to pick it up?
I mean, I still think that a counter user is necessary in every team, but looking at what was used and looking in general at the Annihilate matchups, like I found out that both Poliwrath and Vigoroth might have become obsolete. So, like, in my opinion, right now, the best counter user is Annihilate because there are not too many hard answers. Like, Annihilate with energy cannot be stopped by basically anything because, like, you don't have, at least from what I can remember now, you don't have many picks that can hard wall him and take very well all of his charge moves, because even things like Mantine and Azumarill that are probably the 2 best counters right now, at least, or then maybe you have also Treven and Sableye, which can do fast move damage without taking fast move damage, or at least not too much fast move damage, but they do suffer a lot the charge move, especially Trevenant, which can get one shot by Shadow Ball or can do hit with a very damaging Ice Punch. Also, Sableye doesn't take Shadow Ball too well, so like right now Annihilate I think has a lot of play, especially because I can like predict that there will be many teams from Charlotte and I think it was Portland, the one before Charlotte, am I right? Portland? I think it was Portland, and both regionals were won by the same team, which is not that great against Annihilate. Like, yeah, I mean, you have Azumarill, you have Gligar, but Gligar like outpaces, but if Annihilate can get a fast move of advantage, you can like CMP tie with the first charge move, and then even get a shield or flip the matchup. So, and then you had like double normal. Lickitung is, let's say, neutral, like maybe slightly disadvantageous for the Lickitung user, but it's not that bad. And also Vigoroth, which gets completely hard-walled.
Yeah, that's a bad matchup.
Yeah, that's the key. I mean, I did like Vigoroth because even when Poliwrath was around, it was still a pretty flexible pick, because even against Poliwrath, like, you hit for good damage with counter, like you can like outspam with Body Slam, you can maybe even force shields if you are willing to spend one shield by yourself. And again, you can outpace and get a shield or either flip the matchup. So it was very flexible before Annihilate.
But Annihilate just annihilates it.
Yeah, Annihilate
Joppy,
annihilates.
I will have to stop you right there because we are very close to the next match on stage. I think that we're going to see you again looking at the leaderboard, finding your name there. So, guys, we're going to kick it back to the casters and off into the next match soon.
Thank you, Leo, and thank you, Joppy, for that amazing insight. I was amazed just at how in-depth he went to. Clearly, his mind is just always thinking Pokemon, 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 tactics, 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 tactics. So we do indeed have more trainers coming up on stage very soon. So we're getting them settled in. So obviously don't go anywhere, because the next battles will be here with the next couple of minutes. I don't know about you, but having done three sets of battles, I do think us as commentators, we need to like rest our tongues a little bit. And also, I know many of you want to see Leo and Zionic come back to do some more casting as well. So that will happen pretty soon as well. What we're gonna do? We're gonna get a cart and rush them off. There'll be a Chansey at the back pushing them pushing them through there, and we're gonna rush them and put them where we're sat at the moment. So, like I said, Don't go anywhere. Next battle is what? A couple of minutes, I would say?
Yep, only a few minutes away. So we're going to go get seated on the front row in the audience. And you guys at home, get ready. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And there we are, ready for the next round. We are just powering through this, and I love it. More battles.
Yes, that was very exciting to see Annihilate dominate, and that's what we were saying. It's a strong Pokemon. It simulates well, it does well against the meta, but trainers just didn't have enough time in last weekend's tournament in Charlotte in order to dominate with it. Today, however, Annihilate has been incredible.
Yep, this Pokemon has been wrecking, and we said it earlier. Annihilate with energy is the key to take this Pokemon to perfection, basically. And it has just shown. We have seen so many knockouts by Annihilate. It just shows it's key in the matchups that it's playing, and Gyros is going to bring that Annihilate even.
Yes, and we also have a Vigoroth on the other side. Umbreon as well, making a first-time appearance here today, I believe, out of the whole tournament.
Yeah, Umbreon was one of my caster picks, I want to say, because it was decent against Medicham back then. It is good against Lickitung, and against the Annihilate, it performs much better than against other fighting types like Poliwrath, because those foul plays are not resisted, so you can actually fight back, and those Ice Punches and Shadow Balls, they don't really do too much damage.
Yeah, and it's also a nice comfort pick. We know that Lickitung has been the king of safe swaps, but Umbreon is pretty good as well. We don't see a lot of Charm users right now, so Shadow Alolan Ninetales being the most popular, but we do see counter users, and with the most popular being a Ghost type, right? Yeah. And it's not as tanky as Medicham. Medicham still took neutral with foul play, but Annihilate's a little bit more glassy. I think we're going to see a lot of safe swap potential here with Umbreon, especially if teams don't have a Azumarill, and even then, you have Last Resort.
Yeah, and also, there is a Lickitung as a potential other safe swap than Umbreon on the team of G-Rose. I don't like Lickitung as a safe swap here because there is this Vigoroth, and Vigoroth just destroys Lickitung in the matchup. Those Licks are double resisted. They don't really deal any damage. You take super effective counter damage. It's just not the matchup you want to be in. Yeah,
and the only really hard counter now is going to be Annihilate for that for the Vigoroth, because it's resisting everything. Think about the typing. The fighting, ghost typing there, body slam, rock slide counter is doing a great job. Now I think Shadow Gligar on both teams, there's the Pikachu. I think Shadow Gligar is going to do pretty well considering there's no hard-hitting ice moves like a Dugong or a Frostlass. It does very well against Chargebug, which is typically an anti-flyer answer for stuff like Skarmory. So I think Shadow Gligar might be a key for both of these teams.
Yeah, Shadow Gligar is incredibly strong. However, there's also Azumarills on both sides, so there is the potential for an Ice Beam. But the matchup against Azumarill is not even that bad, given that you have shields, because those wing attacks of Shadow Gligar do add up. You get to those aerial aces and dig so much faster than the Azumarill gets to Ice Beam, so if you can let those wing attacks add up, you have a chance.
Yeah, and we also see Whiscash as well, which has risen to the top of the meta very quickly with that Scald moveset. Before it had Blizzard, which is always spicy and fun, but it could never really push itself into the meta because Blizzard just cost too much energy in order to throw. Scald was perfect. It's not the same coverage as an Ice-type move, but it's very solid, especially with the debuff chance, which we've seen a lot today. Matches are won and lost based on that debuff, which can be a good or bad thing. It's always depending on what side you're on.
That is indeed true. But talking about energy, I love the energy that Whiscash just brings to the table by smiling the entire time. I think even if Whiscash doesn't get the debuff, it's still smiling, it's still happy, it's always grinning.
Yeah, I think it's just happy to be here because Swampert has always been the star, the promised child here for the Play Pokemon Tournament series. And Quagsire tried its best to get in. It did get an update, right? It got Aqua Tail, it has Stone Edge, it has Mud Bomb, but ultimately Whiscash and Scald, and that's why Poliwrath is so strong too, is because of the Scald update. Now, I also want to talk about Charjabug. Both trainers have it. It has been a sleeper. It's on, I wouldn't say a sleeper, everyone's using it. It's not slept on, but it doesn't feel like it's an Annihilate countering down a Vigoroth. It doesn't feel like a Frostlass powder snowing a Gligar. It's just consistent and tanky.
Have you ever been in a matchup against a Pelipper?
I haven't seen it yet. I guess we did see Mantine earlier today. But it's great as another generalist, and I think that's what a lot of these teams have. Now, we did see a variety of movesets today as well. Typically, I would say Discharge and X-Scissor is going to be the optimal moveset.
Oh, we've seen Crunch.
We've seen Crunch today, and I think trainers are always second-guessing what other players are going to bring, because, right, you have to pick these teams before the tournament happens. They're not picking them right now. This, for everyone watching at home who may be unaware of how this format is done, they have to lock these teams in before the tournament starts, and I think there's a lot of anticipation of potential ghosts coming into the meta, which is why we might see those crunches.
But I'm very confused by the decision of Crunch, because the ghost that I'm anticipating the most is Annihilate, and that one is also a fighting type, so Crunch isn't better than Discharge.
Yes.
And then you also have, I mean, against psychic types like Cresselia, X-Scissor will do.
I think ultimately it might be for the Skeledirge.
Oh,
honestly,
yeah.
the Skeledirge it dominated a lot. It's dominated since its introduction, which is crazy because typically the Fire Ghost Pokemon, which I love so much, Alolan Ninetales and or not Alolan Ninetales, Alolan Marowak. Sorry, that's my wife's favorite Pokemon coming in right there. Chandelure as well. They just didn't have the movesets to really break the mold, but with Disarming Voice on Skeledirge, that instantly allows it to be meta. It can hit Sableye, it can hit Umbreons. It's just incredible. Even Mandibuzz as well.
Yeah, Mandibuzz still, it is so bulky that it takes those disarming voices like a champ, but we haven't seen too many Mandibuzz so far.
No, a lot of trainers shying away from it. And it just comes down to trying to predict the meta. And I think people's answers for Annihilate were thinking to be Ghost. That's why you see the Umbreons, we see the Mandibuzz, but ultimately it's a lot of that neutral damage. I mean, look at this at the tanky lineup. Azumarill, Charjabug, Whiscash, Lickitung. Like, just go for the bulky team, because ultimately they might get KO'd, but they can get a lot of resources for you, whether that's soaking the energy from your opponent, maybe getting a shield where you don't have to use one yourself. There's a lot of utility that can be brought there with tanky Pokemon. Obviously, you want to have your Shadow Gligar, your Vigoroth really put down the pressure offensively.
And I really like to have like one of those really glassy Pokemon next to my 5 bulky Pokemon. This is why I love Shadow Swampert so much. But the game is about to start. Gyros versus Andres. We have seen Andres perform at the highest level so far, and we're seeing an Azumarill mirror match.
Oh man, let's see if they both have Play Rough. That's going to be the tell right here. And it looks like they do similar movesets. And ultimately, it's going to come down to who's going to get charge attack priority, as the Play Rough is the move to be thrown. But Andres here looking to not throw, maybe trying to hide the fact that maybe it's more of an attack-weighted Azumarill instead of going for more bulk. But here comes the next Play Rough.
Yes, Andres is very calm and relaxed right here. She knows, hey, this Play Rough is not going to deal too much damage, so in case my opponent switches out, I have a lot of energy. I never want to go down to 0 energy just for that flexibility right here. And Gyros says, hey, you know what? That's a good idea.
Yes, and there's an interesting dynamic happening here as well with, if you look at the team that we have available, Gligar and Charjabug. So obviously, Gyros would want to have the Charjabug against the Azumarill, but the Gligar's hidden back there, so Andres is very happy to stay in this matchup, not too worried about swapping out, because her Shadow Gligar then might be able to dominate.
And I think that Andres has the... Oh, she goes for a catch. And this might or might not be good because the Pokemon in the back for Andres were really favorable to her. So we are going to see some play rough damage on the Lickitung, swapping into the Lickitung. And this is good for Andres.
I think I'm seeing doubles here today as we're getting mirror match after mirror match. But this is honestly going to come down to the Shadow Gligar, which I was talking about earlier right before this game. I think it's going to be a pivotal Pokemon for this best of 3 series here. And that's what we're going to be seeing after we get through some body spam here.
Yeah, so body slam spam.
Yes, thank you.
Now I'm also there. Is going to happen. We're going to see a charge attack priority. Maybe, no, we are not seeing that one just yet, but the Shadow Gligar in the back is just waiting for this Charger Bug. Andres is just sitting there hoping that there is Charger Bug in the bag.
Okay, looking to overload on energy. Very calm right now in this situation. There is energy on a Azumarill still, I believe, for Andres here, so we could see another swap in. But ultimately, I think she's slightly concerned about an Umbreon or an Annihilate in the back, and she was hoping to maybe debate it out.
Oh, and Andres has the higher attack, maybe possibly wanting to win some Registeel matchups with one more lick damage at some point. But it's at this point, if I was G-Rose, I don't know if I would have thrown at the charge attack priority.
Yeah. Body Slam going to KO. Now we get to see that Shadow Gligar come in. Yep. Oh, able to overload on energy. I think we'll see a full farm down. We do see a swap out into Azumarill, and this is a big tell to Andres now that they are weak in the back. If your only answer is to swap into something that's extremely low with no energy, we're obviously going to be seeing a shield here, and Andres has to know, I got to keep the Shadow Gligar alive.
Yes, exactly. She goes for the Aerial Ace immediately on the charge attack priority, maybe getting out the second shield from G-Rose right here. No, he says, I want this Gligar dry. I don't care about my...
Oh, no, and the Lickitung coming in as well, hoping to get the final shield, or the first shield, I should say, not even final. This is, yeah, she's team reading right here. It's either Annihilate or Charge Bug in the back. That's what I would be reading if I was in her shoes.
And keep in mind, the Azumarill still has a play rough stored right here, and now she can just calmly go for an Aerial Ace right here. Doesn't even need to throw the dig, has enough damage, and it even gets shielded.
And what I like about this matchup as well is typically we like to throw on proper alignment when it comes to the moves, and Volt Switch is one of the best moves to throw properly on. It can be very tough if you're in some situations where you have a lock-on versus a Shadow Claw or something like that. But Volt Switch is very consistent and easy to time so that she can make sure she gets that extra energy in and doesn't allow Charge Bug to get an extra Volt Switch through.
And here we are seeing the combo play going into Azumarill immediately after the dig connected. Going for a play rough right here, and this is surely going to be enough.
And that is going to be a good game. Ultimately, the Shadow Gligar did incredibly well there. We saw the doubles, right? Azumarill on Azumarill, Lickitung on Lickitung, so it all came down to Pokemon number 3, and we saw a team calculation there. Taking a risk that, you know what, I'm going to give all my shields into Shadow Gligar. It looks like it's going to have a positive matchup based on what my opponent was doing and was not doing. It's a big tell.
Yep. So sometimes in those situations, I find it actually kind of crazy going for a catch or not going for a catch. It's a very tough decision because your opponent has revealed nothing. They just brought the same Pokemon as you did, and you have to decide, hey, do I win this game alignment-based, or do I win this with flexibility? Is my opponent maybe bringing in the Umbreon immediately after I swap out? Do I now have a Lickitung that is at 70% health against an Umbreon that can farm up so much energy and then beat me afterwards? It is a brave call.
Yeah, and yeah, the brave call of just swapping out the Azumarill, keeping the energy, because she was worried about a potential Umbreon or Annihilate in the back, I think, ultimately. But we obviously can see everything sitting here in the caster booth and at home. We know what's happened, but remember, the trainers don't see that. They have no clue until all the pieces are revealed. Now, there is deduction that you can do based on the Team of 6 roster, which we do see a lot of our trainers double-checking, which is a great time to do during the charge moves, especially when your opponent is throwing. It might be a little tough if you're the one throwing the charge move, but if you move your finger around fast enough, you can hit all the bubbles. But ultimately, you always want to be calculating what could there be and how can I adjust for that.
Yeah, and then you will have to make up a plan on the spot. Sometimes you get surprised by what your opponent is going to bring there. You might have misread the team, and this is what's the real Pokemon Go masterclass. If your opponent, I don't want to say outsmarts you, but tricks you into bringing a different line, than you would have brought against theirs, then you will have to find a new plan on the spot, and that is sometimes really hard because you have to do it in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and I think for G-Rose here, we need to look at how he is going to adjust. Shadow Gligar was obviously a big threat, so I think we're going to see Azumarill once again. I don't know if we see the Charge Bug again, but maybe we see that Umbreon come in. And I mean, triple tank right there. Lickitung, Azumarill, and Umbreon, we might see it. Annihilate could also be a play for that Ice Punch coverage if he is running that moveset. But Andress here is in a power position ultimately. She has the momentum. Yep. She has the team composition in order to handle it. It's just a matter of playing catch, right? Keeping the Azumarill away from her Shadow Gligar, and I think that'll be the key to victory.
And even if you are in that matchup, you still have play. You can still set up your other Pokemon by investing multiple shields. If you invest one more shield, then you might as well win the switch back. If your opponent also invests 2 shields, then you are bringing that Azumarill really, really low, and you might be able to farm down with another Pokemon and gain the advantage through that. So I think that Shadow Gligar is a really good Pokemon for Andress in this matchup.
And there we go, right on the lead. Shadow Gligar into Azumarill, so G-Rose is very happy with this alignment. And like you said, the Gligar can stay in a little bit, invest some shields if it needs to, but ultimately we might see a charge move catch. Trying to swap out to catch the Ice Beam right there, but G-Rose very composed, holding on to it as we do see a play rough.
I also like that she farmed up to a dig that might have been a catch on an Ice Beam. However, she now has the option to go for a combo play later on and throw a dig or an aerial AC.
We do see the swap out, catching the Power Whip right there. This is still neutral, so it's not a complete loss, but ultimately you want to have the Body Slam charge move be thrown in the mirror match because of its energy to damage efficiency.
And Andress can't believe it. You saw it in her face. She thought she was at 2 licks against the bubble 3-turn fast attack, but she was at 3, so there was a catch available.
Yes, Body Slam's now going to be coming through on both sides. G-Rose though, G-Rose is in a positive position in terms of health. Might be able to take this mid-game matchup and keep alignment.
Yes, so you want the Azumarill on the Gligar, of course, because after all, this is a positive matchup. But there is also the reverse on the other side.
Yes, this is going to be a very interesting endgame. Gligar and Azumarill for both sides, as each trainer is looking to try to potentially... Oh, we see a swap out back into the Shadow Gligar now, looking to go for the dig. This should... Ooh, actually, it might not be enough to KO.
Oh, it is going to be a very close scenario right here.
Oh, Lickitung hangs on. But doesn't get the Body Slam.
That's even better for Andress because now she got 2 or 3 more wing attacks in. We are immediately throwing 1 Ice Beam after 1 bubble. That has to be shielded. You have to shield everything that Azumarill throws at you.
I think this is Andress's game to lose, as Gligar is so far ahead on energy and they have the reverse matchup in the back. This is a really, really good opportunity for them to potentially take game 2.
Yeah, but that is really good for G-Rose because he's getting that damage off with the bubbles. This is really valuable damage that he's getting there. He's getting out those shields. Are we even going to shield this? I mean, you kind of have to, right? Because your Azumarill won't pressure the opponents as well.
Yep, you need to shield this. Switch clock is coming back up, so we might see another swap to try to catch the charge move if the Shadow Gligar can live long enough from the bubbles, as the dig's going to be coming through, and it does connect for a lot of neutral damage. The swap, they're both swapping out at the same time into the reverse mirror, but Shadow Gligar does have the shield advantage, and it's only going to take 2 Ice Beams in order to win this game.
The question is, can Andress get there? It looks like she is happy about this scenario right here. I mean, what better matchup could there be in the back, even though she has the shield disadvantage? I think you need 2 shields with Gligar to be able to beat the Azumarill, but after 1 dig, the Azumarill is already at half HP.
This is going to be so close as the Ice Beam does get blocked. It's now going to be a race to the next charge move, opting to go for the Aerial Ace first, maybe thinking they could get to 2, but ultimately Azumarill's going to be getting, I think, outpacing to the next Ice Beam. Let's see.
Yeah, the Ice Beam is going to connect. However, this is now in play rough range for the Azumarill, so I'm very curious as to how J-Rose plays out this game, this end game, with the Azumarill against 3 other Pokemon.
Let's see if it can do it. Azumarill now coming in. We know it's energy dry, but This is tough. I don't think there is a potential win con. We even have, a charge attack priority right here as Ice Beam will be able to get the KO, but there is still Lickitung. There is still the Shadow Gligar with a little bit of energy as well, so we might see, no, a power, who are we kidding? There was a Power Whip in the back. This is going to be an easy KO as Lickitung is going to be taking it here in game 2.
Oh, fantastic energy management by Andres as well. We completely forgot about the Lickitung at all and that it had an entire Power Whip loaded up.
I was just looking at his health going, that's a beautiful opportunity for a sacrificial swap, but actually it had a Power Whip, like good game, like had it loaded, and that's been what we've seen today is the energy management. The players who are progressing through this tournament are able to not only manage the health, but manage that energy and making sure they always have it available when they need it in those critical moments in the end game.
And keep in mind, Andres is one of the best players in the world. She has showed up to the World Championships in Yokohama and she has performed quite well there. It was something about top 32, maybe a bit further even. I don't exactly know right now, but she has performed very well and she's just continuing to impress.
Yes, and today is one of those big tournaments. We have 192 battlers here competing in the Play Pokemon tournament for Liverpool, the biggest EU regional that we had this year. So there are a lot of top trainers fighting for the points to win their way to Honolulu, and man, the battles are just starting to get heated as that game, obviously it felt kind of calm, right? Because we saw the Lickitung, we saw the Azumarill, but ultimately the Shadow Gligar keeps proving to be a very strong Pokemon in this meta. With that Dig update, it instantly became #1. Now I know we don't want to talk bad about Skarmory because it has its role, but I think Shadow Gligar is just superior.
Yeah, but I was going to say, where are the Skarmories? Because those Skarmories, they are so strong against Gligar, and Gligar is just running free in all of those matchups. But, I mean, next to Gligar, there's also Azumarill and Lickitung, and those matchups give you time.
Yeah.
They give you time to think, to adapt to your opponent's team. And players like Andres, I mean, you can't give them room to breathe because they're just so good. They're going to use every single opportunity you're giving them. And if you are in those longer matchups, there's more room for mistakes that you can make.
Yeah, and something else I want to note there in that game is Andres brought three decent answers for Annihilate. Kind of concerned about it. We saw the Azumarill, the Lickitung, and the Shadow Gligar, so that knowing that if I do face off against Annihilate, the new meta Pokemon, the thing that everyone is fearing, I have an answer for it in multiple situations. And even Lickitung being weak to counter, that lick damage is going to add up, and you can even you have enough time to get to a Power Whip to force a shield advantage.
Yeah, Ice Punches aren't going to deal a lot of damage to you, so you can go up to that Power Whip. You can even try to bait with a Body Slam. Players might want to shield that up actually because those licks deal so much damage, and then you might reach another Power Whip in a certain scenario. So you have tools with Lickitung against the fighting types, always.
Yeah, and another Pokemon we haven't seen as much that I wish we did is Lantern. Lantern has been very strong. I know people maybe dislike it in terms of the RPS potential metas that we see or have seen in the past, but I think there's a lot of opportunity. I know there's Whiscash, but there's not a lot of grass. At least with Lantern, if you were in a matchup with the Azumarill, let's say in the mid-game, you were able to dominate that, and you have Surfs on the back end for Whiscash, whereas if there was a Superior, for example, Thunderbolt and Surf doesn't do that much. So I think Lanterns could, especially since we've seen Manteens here today, it could do very, very well if teams decide to bring it.
I'm confused as to why Lantern with Water Gun has basically completely vanished, because this is the Lantern that allows you to have a little more play against this dominating Whiscash. I think maybe it is because it is really tough to play against Azumarill then, because you are going to be in there for a long time. You have no fast attack pressure whatsoever.
Yeah.
The Thunderbolts aren't going to deal enough damage that you can easily farm down.
Yeah.
So it is a tough one to bring it, but I think that Water Gun Lantern could help you against Whiscash.
It very much could, and we're going to find out what Adelion is going to be doing in the interview booth right now.
Welcome back, trainers. I'm here with the lovely Andres. I know many people watching know who you are, your reputation precedes you, but for those that are new, who are you? Tell me a bit about yourself, Andres.
Well, I'm a PvP player, of course. I really love Pokemon since I was young, and yeah, I'm a big fan of 3D objects and like build and make 3D objects.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, it's kind of good to see how Pokemon works and these kind of games. So
Yeah. So 3D objects within like graphic design and that kind of thing.
exactly.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I really love it.
Yeah, I bet, and it's nice to see it in Pokemon Go as well and how that plays. Let me ask you about these battles. We saw you were very decisive in there. Was there any points within either of those two battles where you thought, I'm not sure if I can win this, or did you feel relatively confident the entire time?
I changed the team like 3 times before choose the final team that I used. So the thing is, I'm very afraid of Annihilate.
Yeah.
Because I have a Vigoroth, which is really bad.
Yes. Oh yes.
So the thing is, I choose first Vigoroth, but I said, what he's going to run, like what is the most safe Pokemon for him. So after that, I decided, okay, Vigoroth is not a good answer here.
Yeah.
So maybe it's better Azumarill, which is a really good Pokemon. Even against Lickitung, is not really bad.
Yeah.
So
sure.
at least the only problem is Chargeback. So
Yes. Okay. So we had. So in game 2, I noticed that you brought 3 Pokemon, all of which are very good against Annihilate, and so that was would you say that was a tactical decision on your part that you really want to put off your opponent from using it?
In fact, I expected the Annihilate in the second game, but he didn't. But it's quite difficult to bring the Annihilate because I have a really good answer against him. So I just decided to play safe.
Yeah.
So,
and definitely it worked out very nicely indeed. So I spoke earlier on cast about where people have travelled from, because these regionals attract players from all over the world. So where have you come from? So we know just how amazingly far players come from.
I'm from Spain. So from here, I want to say hello and thank you for all the Spanish guys that are encourage me, and especially my team from Amaretto. So that's the best thing that I want to say to all of them. And thank you.
And I'm sure they will appreciate that, your teammates. So sadly, that is all we do have time for. But Andris is winning. She might keep on winning, and we may see more of her in interviews and maybe in those grand finals. So we will head back to the casters for now.
What can I say? Andris is just a powerhouse. She's just an absolutely fantastic player.
Yeah, and like we saw, she mentioned that she wanted to have 3 answers to Annihilate to make sure that she was concerned it would come. I have 3 answers for it. Lickitung is that soft answer, but the Shadow Gligar proving very, very strong today. And the Azumarill is living up to the hype of being the #1 or #2 in this meta right now.
Yeah, even though it takes a lot of damage from the Shadow Ball. But actually, if you want to take a closer look at Annihilate, we can get a cool graphic up for you so you can actually understand the depth of Annihilate.
Now, Annihilate, you're going to want to have the fast move of Counter. It is very strong as a damage dealer and energy gainer. Now, we've seen today Ice Punch and Shadow Ball being the premier moveset, but you do not want to overlook the potential of Night Slash. You'd replace Ice Punch with Night Slash. I've heard a few trainers are running it. We haven't seen them on stream yet, but I'm excited to see it because you still have the same kind of coverage if you're going up against the Skarmory or the Lickitung, because you're doing neutral anyways, and there's that chance to boost. And my gosh, boosts are so much fun when they happen, especially if it's a healthy Annihilate with shields.
Yes, and especially if it's your Pokemon, right?
It is, yes.
So Annihilate can clutch out victories that you would never ever expect with those Night Slashes. I want to read out the text on the bottom as well. It imbues its fists with the power of rage that it kept hidden in its heart. With Counter and Shadow Ball, Annihilate is able to hit everything in the meta for at least neutral damage.
Yeah, and that's what you want to have with a fighter. Its role is flexibility. Its role is to be able to lock down what it's supposed to and have hard-hitting, same type attack bonus, neutral damage on the back end. That's why we've seen Medicham dominate for so long. It had the Ice Punch coverage and it had the Psychic, same type attack bonus. Poliwrath, same thing with the Scald and the Counter, and now we have Shadow Ball and Counter. It's a beautiful combination. It's why the fighter meta has been ever shifting, because all of them bring great utility to your team.
But the thing is, I haven't seen one Pokemon that can completely hardwall Annihilate with Poliwrath, there was one Pokemon that you will never ever want to face.
What is it?
Jellicent.
Jellicent. That is a ghost Pokemon that we have not seen in a little while, but it is still very strong. You could opt with different fast moves, which actually I think is very cool. You could go with Bubble or Hex. The Bubble will be more utilized for Lickitung, which is going to be resisting those Hex fast moves. And then you actually have multiple charge moves that you could go with Shadow Ball, Surf, or Ice Beam, as we do get into the next battles here.
Yes, and we have San Judigo versus Le Sudois. 22. I think Le Sudois, 22, was 4th in Lille. I remember that name. He couldn't be there for the award ceremony, so I practiced pronouncing that French name.
Yes, and Le Sudois is bringing the Guzzlord as well, which is very spicy and unique. That dark dragon-type Pokemon. Excited to see that play. We also have the Pelipper as well. So Chargebug going to be a big concern there. Has access to the Volt Switch for the fast move pressure on Pelipper. Has X-Scissor for the charge move pressure on Guzzlord. That could be a good core breaker. And it also does well against Skarmory. Decent against the Whiscash. It has that neutral damage, and then obviously Lantern it can do well against. So Chargebug might be a big play.
Yeah, the only Pokemon that really are decent against it, as you said, Whiscash and Shadow Gligar. Shadow Gligar is a big answer to it. However, Volt Switches do add up. They are only resisted. Discharge also deals some kind of damage. X-Scissor, of course, is the better attack there. But the other matchups, you always win. You can't use it as a safe swap, I'm pretty sure, because it's going to be really tough. Because then you are going to lose Switch against Gligar or Whiscash. It's always going to be there. However, I think you can really work with this Pokemon. But Guzzlord is not helpless against it at all.
No.
I think Guzzlord is supposed to win one shield, even scenarios.
Ooh. Guzzlord, a strong, unique Pokemon that we don't commonly see. I actually got my first one this weekend from a trade. It was huge, just under the 1500 combat power threshold. It is beautiful. I did battles with it. It was so much fun. So I'm excited to see what it can do today. Now, another flyer that we haven't seen very often, but it's making its way back, is Altaria. That is in this matchup as well.
And Altaria versus Guzzlord is an interesting one, because Guzzlord has Dragon Tail, which is, in terms of damage and energy efficiency, a little bit better than Dragon Breath. Actually, it's, I think, just the damage. However, you are lacking flexibility with it.
Yes. And we do have the Skeledirge as well coming back, but Skeledirge has a lot of targets on its back. Pelipper, Whiscash, Dig from a Gligar. I mean, I'll even throw in the Brave Bird from Skarmory, because that'll do a lot. And then Lantern as well. So I don't think we're going to see a lot of Skeledirge play, because the only target that you have is Skarmory. And ultimately, you can still get that with Chargebug, which does better in the other matchups. So I don't think we see Skeledirge at all.
The thing is that if you have a little bit of an advantage in terms of energy or shields, Disarming Voice completely knocks out the Guzzlord. And you can actually also, if you land some baits with Disarming Voice, you can beat Gligar, because those Incinerates just add up so much. It is so much damage. Before, if you were playing the two shields, you have the Gligar in the yellow even before any charge attack landed.
Yeah, and it did get a boost to the damage that it does with this recent season in Pokemon Go. And that was huge. That was subtle. I think a lot of people overlooked that because we were so excited about Scald and Icy Wind and all the different things that happen, Steel Wing. But the slight bump up in damage will add up.
Yeah, 1 damage per turn, I think. It's 5 damage boost. Now let's look at the other Pokemon on the team. So I think Cresselia against Triple Water looks phenomenal.
It does. And I know the moveset is going to be Future Sight and Grass Knot, but it has the potential to have Moonblast, which could do very well against the Guzzlord. Will we see the Moonblast? I don't think so. I think we'll see the Future Sight and the Grass Knot. But there is that opportunity, and we'll have to see if they do decide to bring it into this battle.
Yeah, other than that, there is also Skarmory. You said it, Guzzlord is a problem as well, but we're going right into the first match. And
oh boy, here we go. Chargebug is happy, smiling. It doesn't have a smile, but it's going to be doing well. And the Lantern swap in. This is beautiful. This is exactly what you want if you are using a Chargebug. There is really no extreme hard answers. We see a swap out into Cresselia.
Oh, and that one I find interesting because this charger bag is now loaded with energy, of course. However, you have given this Lantern a lot of energy as well. But the damage that it took from the Volt Switch is also added up. So I think that we are going to see a knockout from a few Psycho Cards and only one Grass Knot. Oh.
Yes, Cresselia in a very good position right here with the Grass Knot, as it will do super effective damage. I don't think they're going to be able to get the farm down.
Oh.
But it is a Moonblast.
Ooh.
I call it. Yep, there it is. I did not see the moveset beforehand. That was just a call based on Guzzlord. But Lantern, though, like you said, got a lot of energy, and it's going to be able to utilize that well here against the Cresselia. No, didn't go for the Surf right away, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think this might be a shield right here, exactly, because we are able to maybe flip the switch here. You have the Spark, fast attack pressure. Look, it adds up so much more. You are at a double Surf as well. You can take away 2 shields from your opponent at least, and then it's going to be a Spark versus future Psycho Card race.
Yes, first Surf goes through, is blocked. Second Surf is going to be coming through, winning charge attack priority, and that is huge. We mentioned earlier that, yeah, sure, the Charge Bug got a lot, but so did Lantern, and able to flip that mid-game, taking out the Cresselia, getting switched, but Charjabug doesn't care. And this is where the Gligar is going to be coming in. Double flyer now.
Yes, and San Rodrigo was hoping that this was going to be the Whiscash, because against that one, those X-Scissors are so much better. But Gligar takes them like a champ. Look at this, already soaking up so much energy with no damage at all.
Now, if Charjabug can dance this correctly, we could see enough health chipped where the Vigoroth coming in can do a lot with that Body Slam. And this is going to go places because Rock Slide as well is a big threat to that Pelipper.
Yes, and I really like going for a charge attack or farming up a little bit before you switch into a positive matchup if your opponent used their safe switch. However, you cannot underestimate the opposing Pokemon. If you give them 2 Surfs of advantage, then it might flip your shields against the Cresselia.
Now here comes the Rock Slide. Pelipper looking to shield, and shielded it does, as we will see the Pelipper have a Weather Ball ready to go. Trying to time it perfectly on charge attack priority. Able to get the Weather Ball off, but the question is, do you just come in with the Charjabug and hard farm down?
I think you will try to do that. However, this is going to be... Oh, this is a lot of damage from the Volt Switches. However, you are going for Weather Ball. This is not quite a Hurricane. Does San Rodrigo know?
This is going to be crucial here. I think they... Oh, they decide to shield. Now this is going to be a pressure between the fast move of Volt Switch and the energy gain. Oh, they decided to go for a charge move. Interesting. The X-Scissor here might not be enough to KO.
This is going to be...
No, it doesn't. Pelipper hangs on. Able to get the Weather Ball as well. Shadow Gligar on the back. Switch Cluck is coming up. We might see that swap out right here.
Yes, Shadow Gligar took a lot of damage previously. The Pelipper falls to the Volt Switch damage that was registered. This is the X-Scissor. We have seen how much damage it does. It's going to be incredibly close. Charjabug also has some health left. How much energy does the Gligar have? Can you outpace here?
Wing Attack versus Volt Switch. Who is going to be taking it? The Shadow Gligar takes it with a few health points and a dream. That was a beautiful battle coming down to the wire. I think it was played very well, managing the energy on the Charjabug, but ultimately, I think the bait call of going for the Rock Slide instead of the Body Slam first against that Pelipper might have been the make or break in that matchup.
Yeah, that is a possibility. I'm really surprised that it came that close in the end as well, because this flipping the switch was really crucial. The Charjabug is basically helpless against the Gligar. I think that he would have had a really alignment-based game if he just went into the Cresselia immediately.
Yes, right away, and then also maintaining that switch, because Lantern got too far ahead. And we talked about Lantern, how just because a lot of trainers aren't using it right now doesn't mean it's not strong. And it's strong because there's not a lot of grass. Grass really hard walls it. Not scared too much of Whiscash with energy, but there is no Whiscash on the team, so it is safe to be a safe swap.
That is true. Cresselia is really strong against Lantern, don't get me wrong.
Yes.
But Surfs only deal about 20-25% of damage. But if you're giving your opponent 2 Surfs for free and you have no fast attack pressure against 2 shields,
yes,
it will flip you, because the Sparks, after the change and the boost in attack in damage that Sparks do, it is just so pressuring.
Yeah, I think San Juigo had a very good lineup. I think it just needs to have an adjustment on execution because having that hard, maintaining switch, knowing that the opponent brought double flyers as well. I know we saw Chargebug struggle a little bit against the Gligar, but it ultimately did a good amount of damage still. Yep. And the Volt Switch against Pelipper, that might as well have been a charge move.
That is true. That was a lot of damage there. But now, this is an aspect we haven't talked about today. San Rodrigo, mentality. You gotta stay in this game now. You gotta stay focused after you lost a game where you let Chargebug into Pelipper. This is maybe tough on you.
Yes, but that is why it's a best of 3 and a double elimination tournament. So these trainers just need to get their composure, come right back. Now, will we see Guzzlord here in game 2? I don't know. That Chargebug is a big threat, and considering they wanted to bring the Pelipper and favored that more, maybe you see a swap out into Guzzlord, but there was still the Vigoroth, so it's anyone's call.
Also, Le Suédois knows that there is Moonblast on Cresselia, so you can't even play this matchup to the maximum. You can't go for the full farm down, basically. Yes. And now we're starting. Pelipper versus Altaria is horrible for the Pelipper.
Yes, it still has Hurricane, though, which is really nice, but ultimately, you're just going to get taken down very quickly with those Dragon Breaths as they're looking to swap out. We can see they're trying to, not able to catch it right there as the Sky Attack is going to be coming through. I always like to watch where the trainers tap on the screen, and sometimes they tap towards where they're going to switch, and I really saw them wanting to catch the Sky Attack on Lantern.
Well, we're charging up to, I think that's 2.5 Weather Balls now. We're going to try to get a shield out, and it actually works right here.
That is huge, and the Lantern now going to come in right away. It is the best safe swap on this team as they get ahead on energy. Dragon Breath still adds up, but Moonblast going to do a lot of damage here.
Yeah, but unless you shield it if you're Le Suédois, you can afford that. You are one shield up right here. And if you're looking at your opponent's team, you know that there is no that great answer. Now we're going to bring in the Vigoroth after chipping with the Moonblast.
Now, Thunderbolt and going to let the Thunderbolt through. I always like going for the harder hitting move first because towards the end you could go for those Surf baits. But that's where you put your opponent in a tough position. You got yourself that shield advantage where they only have one remaining, so it's free to go for that Thunderbolt, as we will see a shield there on the Body Slam.
We're going to see more counters right here, and now Le Suédois is going for perfect energy management again, throwing that Surf just right before the Body Slam of the Vigoroth. Is this going to knock out?
It will. Vigoroth does go down, able to maintain a switch, as we will see Altaria come back in. But unfortunately, that Gligar in the back is going to be not able to get the Thunderbolt in time. That is critical, as Gligar now is the only hope. And there's an Azumarill.
Yep, Azumarill, and of course, don't forget the Altaria with still about 30% health, because this is going to deal some damage. This is just going to add up with the bubbles. Immediately switching, I like this play a lot. There's still the Pelipper with quite some energy, but I doubt that it's going to go to a Hurricane. And now you have one shield against the Dig immediately, not even falling, not even thinking this could be a bait.
And this is the tough thing, is that Pelipper is so low that I think a bubble might actually take it out, so they're going to have to time it correctly in order to, because they need another wing attack. I think maybe they need some energy for the Hurricane. I don't know how much, but it's going to come down to the bubble damage right here. Let's see. Or they try to catch the charge move. Here we go. Another Dig coming through.
Very good timing at this situation for wing attacks until you throw the Dig.
The Dig does land. Altaria Switch Claw coming back up. The Pelipper is available to swap, not able to get it, unfortunately, as the Ice Beam is thrown right away. Shadow Gligar is going to go down, and Pelipper just doesn't have what it takes in order to finish this game.
Yeah, that is just the Ice Beam on the cake. We're going for a Hurricane right here. We're actually getting to the attack.
They were able to get to it, and that was the key to victory right there, potentially to win game 2. But unfortunately, Altaria with Dragon Breath is going to come back in. Oh, they go for the charge move anyway. Sky Attack going to be KOing.
A whole Sky Attack in there as well. Does this knock out is the question everyone is asking themselves right now. Yes, very close though.
That was a good battle. Once again, going for the double flyer setup right there. Yep. Not even scared of Chargebug. Maybe trying to sacrifice the Pelipper to it if it does come in, trying to get themselves that shield advantage. But ultimately, double flyer seems to be working.
Yeah, I was getting a bit ahead of myself in the beginning when I said Pelipper was a horrible lead into Altaria. If you connect the Hurricane, it is actually quite decent. If you manage to bait a Weather Ball, it's decent. However, if you take a Sky Attack and then you bait a Weather Ball, you have problems with your HP.
Yes, and I think what we saw there is they're really trying to build up some momentum with their energy and really wanting to catch it on the Lantern.
Yep.
Just based on the clicks, I could see it. It was kind of going. He wanted to time it, but Dragon Breath is always kind of one of those funny moves where it's hard to keep count. Sometimes you have to use your own energy gain in order to keep count of it, or how I like to do, I like to use the Force, just intuition to try to catch those moves. But like you said, Hurricane is a really good answer for Pokemon that resist the Weather Ball. So for Azumarill, for Altaria, it's a good answer for it. It's hard neutral damage.
Yeah, but Altaria is just such a good Pokemon into most of the matchups. There are some that you absolutely want to avoid, and those are Steel types.
Yes.
So there is Skarmory as an answer. However, Altaria is extremely bulky, and that's what makes it so great, because even though the matchups are bad against Steel types, you're going to be in there for a long time. You're going to deal at least 1 damage per turn. So that's still going to add up somehow.
And I think there's a fear factor for not bringing Skarmory as well, because there is a Charge Bug and a Skeledirge on that roster, and bench pressure is huge. If you keep your opponent's eye on a few Pokemon where maybe they're staring at the Charge Bug or staring at the Skeledirge, you're afraid to bring something that could actually do incredibly well. Skarmory locks down that Cresselia. It does well against Azumarill. It does well against Altaria. And it can do decent against the Vigoroth as well, which we have seen those Pokemon.
Yeah, but now the biggest question for Game 3. We have seen 2 Pelipper leads.
Yes.
If you're Le Suédois, do you bring Pelipper again in the lead?
I think if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, like, you gotta trust in what you know, and even in matchups against Charge Bug, able to overcome that Game 1. Right there in Game 2, I think that was a slight energy mismanagement, potentially. I think there was an opportunity to win if they had gone into the Pelipper and thrown that Hurricane against the Azumarill. There was an opportunity there, not getting caught out by the Ice Beam. I think we see it in Game 3. I think just more consistent gameplay here might be able to take it. Shadow Gligar, I think, is coming again. It did very well. It's just a matter of that third Pokemon, but Lantern just does so well as a safe swap against this team. Cresselia, like you said, kind of tough, but that's where they could come back and make sure they swap in right away, because that's what lost him Game 1.
Yep, that is true. I mean, you gotta learn from your mistakes, right? That's also what makes a great player. If you lose Game 1 because you're switching too late, then you gotta switch earlier in Game 3, if that is what it comes down to. I think Cresselia was a really brave bring in the beginning, and it scared the Suédois away from bringing something like the Whiscash, because Whiscash into this team looks actually kind of decent.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Charge Bug Altaria core here, maybe reversed. Because if that Lantern swaps in, which we know is the best safe swap on the team right now, the Altaria can actually do pretty well there with the Dragon Breath. Yes, you might have to give up a shield for Thunderbolts, but ultimately, Skeledirge into Lantern. And there is the Altaria, Cresselia, Skarmory, and Gligar.
Oh, and we're going to... Oh, this is going to be really interesting, because the Lantern is there, is going to farm up some energy. Now we have the Skarmory, and the Suédois knows I have time until the Dragon Breaths add up enough that my Skarmory is fearing a knockout.
Now, I think Cresselia is the key to victory here, as it's hidden in the back. They drew out the Skarmory, and there is a Lantern and a Gligar back there, both of which do not like the hard-hitting charge moves from Cresselia.
That is true, and also you're seeing that those Dragon Breaths already add up together with the Moonblast. And now we're going to throw a Sky Attack. I think that Le Suédois might have to throw another one, because the Altaria had so much energy advantage.
Yes, we might see. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and go for the Sky Attack, and this is where the bulk from Skarmory can overcome as they decide to let it go. The Sky Attack, not enough to KO, and they're going to have to throw right here. I don't know if they can get the farm down in time. They will throw the Sky Attack, and Altaria is going to go ahead and let it go.
And I think that was the correct decision. This might have been a simultaneous knockout, to be honest, but we're going to see the alignment kept of Le Suédois. And this is huge, because that is an extra Incinerate, and Incinerate is just so fantastic. However, I don't know how much it helps you against the Lantern. Immediate switch out into the Cresselia, and now we're going into the Gligar as well. Lantern has so much energy advantage, and this is a rather neutral matchup. It's looking good for Le Suédois.
And this is what's key to know for this endgame as well, as that Surf is lurking back there, and the Skeledirge does not like it. As we see the Grass Knot connect there against the Shadow Gligar, good amount of damage, but Gligar's in a very safe position now to go for that hard-hitting dig.
Yep, and you are actually, he no-shielded the first Grass Knot, which was really, really strong. I think you can keep both shields for the Lantern, to be completely honest.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Cresselia now opting to go for the Grass Knot. Gligar in a tough position, looking to shield. Wants to maintain some health here. Wants to get some more pressure on the Cresselia because Lantern can definitely close this game out.
Yeah, I like it.
Yes, and the Dig is going to be winning the charge attack priority right there. It's not going to be enough to KO. The Cresselia can hang on, but they're going to double shield right now.
And I think you might want to go with another shield on the Gligar as well, just because it deals more damage. So you're chipping down the Cresselia harder, way harder than the Lantern would. So you're not giving your opponent any opportunities to come out of this matchup.
And this is the really tough thing, too. If they swap out into the Skeletors, there is a Surf ready to go, and even two almost. Now, this is not enough to KO. They're going to have to throw the second one in order to knock out the Skeletors, but Skeletors does have the Shadow Ball ready to go.
Yes, and we are going to even throw one more Incinerate. 2 Sparks to the Surf!
Oh, they overcharged on energy, and Lantern taking advantage of it, able to KO with the Surf here, and the Cresselia is sitting in the back. No energy. Lantern going to be able to do pretty well here. Going for the Surf, this is a beautiful call. You do not want to risk racing to the Thunderbolt. Get that guaranteed chip damage and let your Gligar close this game.
Yes, and of course we have also seen that the Grass Knots are not doing exactly that much damage. So we're going to see if this even knocks out Cresselia as a really bulky Pokemon, but it's not known for its high attack.
Now we're going to have to see if the Gligar has enough energy to KO right here, as a Moonblast might be... Oh no, they get the Surf in time. It was not enough to KO, and Lantern is going to be taking game 3.
Yes, Le Suédois goes in there with the Lantern versus Skeledirge. Sanrudigo with a brave call, bringing the Skeledirge, knowing this is a Pokemon that can core break if I get a little bit of an advantage on it. But it did not work because the leading opponent was a Lantern that was basically the biggest counter you can face in this matchup.
Yes, and we talked about how Lantern is still strong in this meta, and we just saw it dominate right there, the neutral matchups that it had. And a Lantern being a safe swap in the Team 6 format, that's rarely been seen because there's always been a grass presence, but there hasn't been lately, which is why I'm calling grass Pokemon later today. They might be able to shine. Maybe some Venusaurs, maybe some Superiors, Trevenants. Something out there's got to stop Lantern right now.
Yeah, and even if it wasn't a grass type, you had those Whiscashes in there. Before the buff of Whiscash, before the buff of Scald rather, there was most of the time Swampert, and yet this matchup wasn't that great for Lantern, but it was kind of bait dependent. Because if you're going straight Hydro Cannon, it gets really close. And if you're shielding up an Earthquake, then you outpace to multiple Surfs. Yes. And Swampert is really fragile. But this fast charged attack pressure of Whiscash with those Mud Bombs really changes that matchup, and you can't save Swap Lantern if there's a Whiscash around.
Yes, and obviously the Swampert as well takes a lot more damage from Surf, especially if they're going Shadow Swampert, which seems to be the option that trainers go for, whereas the Whiscash retains its bulk and keeps its coverage, which is why it's so strong. But man, what a great set of battles right there. Pelipper overcoming Chargebug in Game 1. Who would have thought? Game 2, Altaria did extremely well, but Game 3, it was all about Lantern and energy management.
Yeah, that was absolutely right. The Lantern was MVP in that game. It even knocked out the Cresselia, so confirmed, Lantern is a crest counter.
Absolutely is, especially with energy, and that's what you want to have with your Pokemon, is the ability to hit that neutral damage in situations. Yeah. Utilize your bulk. Grass Knot doesn't one-shot. That's what's cool about Lantern in that Cresselia matchup, is the Cresselia has to invest more resources in order to KO it, whereas the Lantern could just no-shield, put some pressure, maybe get a shield, and then come in and hard farm with whatever Pokemon they do have on their team.
And that is also why Whiscash is so good. Cresselia is used as a counter for that. You can't really save swap Whiscash against Cresselia teams. However, if you're willing to invest shields, you are going to win charge attack priority. You are going to get those Scalds off, and the Grass Knots do not KO, even if it is double super effective against Whiscash. You have to throw multiple, especially when there are debuffs involved.
Yes, and one thing I want to talk about as well is we saw Skeletors finally make an appearance there in Game 3. Yeah. There was a huge opportunity with throwing the Shadow Ball before the double Surf from Lantern, but that's the trouble with Incinerate, is if you decide to go for that fast move, maybe you're calculating.
You're in there.
You're stuck in there for a good amount of time, 2.5 seconds locked in there. And that can make or break games, which we saw today. But that is why Skeletors could be a big threat or a big detriment to your team based on how it's used.
Yep. But the great thing about Incinerate is, of course, the sheer damage and energy generation, because actually some matchups against water types aren't that bad because Incinerate still deals a lot of damage. If you're in a matchups with Azumarill, it's not that bad. At first, Azumarill probably doesn't run Hydro Pump. If it runs Hydro Pump, it takes ages, so you might want to shield that one. But the Incinerates add up. You have the Shadow Ball, so it's not even that bad. Skeledirge is an absolute powerhouse.
Yes.
Shadow Balls, same type attack bonus Shadow Balls.
Oof. Yes, and it won last weekend in Charlotte as well. So we might see it dominate again today. It was one of my predictions that I thought was going to do very well. It's a good answer for Annihilate because I want to see that Incinerate damage on Annihilate. I have yet to see it, but I imagine it chunks. You have the Disarming Voice for super effective. You don't even have to go for Shadow Ball. You can just go straight Disarming Voice. A little bit less energy, and it's a solid Pokemon to have on your roster.
Did it win in Charlotte? I think Charlotte and Portland were won by non-Skeledirge teams, but it was in the top 3.
Oh, was it? It was in the top 3. Yes, my apologies. It was the Vigoroth team that won, but it was in top 3, and it was in the top used as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Skeledirge is really, really powerful and flexible. There's also something I've learned when I was traveling to Cups and Challenges lately. My teams weren't that well prepared for Skeledirge, and if you're playing in a finals versus Colin, and he brings Skeledirge and you're not prepared, it's not a great time.
You're gonna have a bad time. Sounds like you need some more Whiscash in your life is what you need.
Yep, that is true. I should have brought the Whiscash. I'm not going to lie, this would have been fantastic. I don't even know which Pokemon I brought, but it wasn't a Whiscash. I had to deal with it with Lickitung, and that's also a difficult matchup kind of, because you are at the advantage. You have a lot more flexibility with the Licks. The Licks do add up, but you have to hit it with a resisted Power Whip.
Yes, and that's tough. I mean, you do have the fast move pressure, but ultimately, the Skeledirge, if you don't have a hard answer offensively that's quick, that can get in there, like the Mud Bombs from Whiscash, it's going to start dominating teams. Now, today we also haven't seen a lot of Sableye, which has been a popular pick over the past couple years. It's been very meta relevant. I thought it might have made a comeback with Annihilate, but we haven't seen it, which makes Skeledirge a lot more safe to run because Sableye with that Shadow Claw can put down a lot of pressure.
That is true, and you are actually also outpacing with the foul play as well, because you can throw, if you want to go in a perfect timing, then you can throw after 7 Shadow Claws before your opponent, before the Skeledirge reaches that Disarming Voice. It's still going to deal a lot of damage with the Incinerates, plus Disarming Voice. Really heavy damage against Sableye, but you're going to be there first at the foul play, and then you can dictate the pace of the game. And I really like that it also, beats Annihilate. You have the fast attack pressure there.
Yes, and Whiscash, we actually have a spotlight graphic ready for you to talk more about Whiscash, why it's strong, why you want to invest in it.
So the recommended attacks are, of course, Mudshot. It's just quick energy generation. You might hit some breakpoints, meaning that your Mudshots deal 1 damage more than against other Pokemon in some matchups, which is really interesting. And the charge attacks are Mud Bomb and Scald. You have the option to go for a Blizzard as well. We have discussed this earlier, but it's not really the best fast attack because it takes a long time.
What I love about Whiscash as well is it's cost-effective to use. A lot of the Pokemon that we have today need those XL candies like Lickitung and Azumarill, but Whiscash, really cheap, 10,000 Stardust to unlock a second charge move. Before it was always recommended like a Whiscash and a Golbat maybe to kind of get yourself introduced to Go Battle League.
That's what I did.
PvP, yeah, exactly. And now it's top meta. Like, you can invest very easily, and even if you have, maybe you don't have the shiny that you're wanting to run, if we get that, and, you know, it can do so well. So it's definitely worth having on your roster to use.
And it's just there for a good time. I can't put enough emphasis on this. Look at how happy Whiscash is.
Yes. He's got a W. He's winning.
Yes.
He's loving life right now. And then the movesets, like we said, Mud Bomb and Scald right now is the top meta. Blizzard is an option. Altaria would not like to see it, but these trainers here know the movesets that their opponents have. They get to see that roster beforehand, so they can make those choices accordingly. But Scald does very well against the like Talonflame, for example.
Yeah, and
very strong.
Blizzard is something that I can recommend for GBL, where your opponent does not know the attacks on your Pokemon, and if you're facing, if you're safe swapping the Whiscash and your opponent brings in a Grass type or an Altaria, then you might hit them with a Blizzard. Dangerous. You can flip matchups with this. But now we're going into the next game. Emslieboy, we have seen him earlier before, I think in the first featured match that we had today, versus Xone, and there are Annihilate.
Yes, Annihilate is back on both teams. We'll have to see the moveset it's running, but so far today it has been all Ice Punch and Shadow Ball, which is still incredibly strong. We do see double Shadow Gligar as well, double Azumarill, double Lickitung. We see a difference in Steel, so we see Registeel and Skarmory, and then Whiscash and Charjabug.
Yep, the good old double Water Core with Azumarill and the Whiscash. Very, very strong Azumarill to keep those dragons in check, and Whiscash to keep this Lantern in check. It's a very strong core.
I think Whiscash has a lot of potential in this setup right now. It can do pretty well against the Gligar with that Scald. It can do well against the Skarmory with Scald as well. Yep. There's no fast move pressure that it's going to be facing off against, so it could be utilized as a safe swap if you're wanting to draw something out. There's no grass type moves. But the only grass type move that really has to watch out for is going to be the Power Whip. So we might see some Whiscash. I would love to see Annihilate on Annihilate. That would be very fun to see, especially if one is running Night Slash. And then obviously the safe two, Azumarill and Lickitung. That has been the meta for the past couple weeks. And I think it's going to continue to be unless something core breaks that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, and I think there is actually something on Zone's team that can core break Azumarill and Lickitung, and that is the Registeel. That has a really positive matchup into those. If you have a Lickitung that if you press the Appraise button in the game, that has a very high attack, then you can actually unlock this so-called breakpoint, which I was talking earlier about, where the licks deal 1 more damage, so you can get into a not positive matchup, but if you invest shields, it can be better.
All right, here we go. Registeel into Charjabug.
And that is also a very interesting matchup because, yes, everything that Registeel throws at Charjabug is resisted. However, the sheer energy efficiency of Zap Cannon and Focus Blast can sometimes change this matchup for the goods of Registeel.
Now, we do see the first discharge come through, does a good amount of neutral damage here, but ultimately Registeel is bulky. It's going to be able to take a few charge moves, but thankfully Volt Switch does a good amount of damage as well. But Zap Cannon now coming through.
Yep, Zap Cannon. Now we're going to see something really important. Is this going to debuff the Charjabug? 66% chance. Yes!
It does get it. That changes this matchup completely, as Charjabug now is going to be doing so much less damage. They're going to have to invest shield resources now to potentially win, but Registeel sitting comfy.
The good thing is that you can get the Registeel really, really close, and Registeel will have to throw an attack. So if you have something that can farm down the Registeel, if your Lickitung is really, really strong in terms of attack, then you might be able to lick down and get out with a lot of energy. But we are actually taking this like a champ, able to go for another discharge here. This is good for MZ.
Charjabug said, what are you guys doing counting me out? Able to get to the next discharge here. Will it be enough to KO? No! Registeel hangs on. A swap out now into Shadow Gligar.
Oh, and we are giving up the alignment that Emsley Boy maybe could have had. And now we are in a matchup against the Azumarill with a little bit of energy advantage. I think 2 wing attacks.
Now, this is a very interesting situation that we have in front of us. As Shadow Gligar obviously has a tough matchup in front of it, but it's ultimately that Ice Beam damage that they got to watch out for. Bubble will add up, but Gligar should be able to get to enough charge moves to apply the needed pressure. And then it does get the pressure, it does get the shield here. So this is going to come down to a potential sacrificial swap with Registeel and Charjabug in the Lickitung mirror.
The Lickitung mirror heavily decided by charge attack priority or just 1 energy advantage basically. And now the Azumarill is connecting the Ice Beam onto the Gligar. Also keep in mind, if you just tuned in, this is the winners finals of the group. So whoever wins this is going to advance to day 2.
This is a big pressure matchup right now. Azumarill though has quite a bit of health and is going to be able to get to this Ice Beam here. This doesn't do a lot of damage. Lickitung is very tanky, but Lickitung has to utilize energy in order to potentially win this matchup because it can't just farm down. As we will see the swap out now into the mirror. Gonna have to go for body slams, and this is where they gotta be very careful. That Azumarill went into the back with a little bit of energy. Charjabug is still there as an option to catch a charge move. So this is anyone's game right now as the shields are even.
We have the option on Zone side to go for 2 sacrificial swaps right here, which is kind of funny. Requires a lot of skill to get those in, because if it fails, then your opponent will get just more energy, and that might flip a matchup.
And what I will say is it's a lot easier to catch a charge move from an Azumarill than it is to catch a charge move from a Lickitung. And that's due to the fast move and the timing, how much energy gain it gets. The slower the fast move, the easier it is to catch or predict when your opponent is going to throw. Now, what would be really funny is if this game they both sack swap at the same time, trying to catch a charge move, and they awkwardly go into it. We'll have to see if that happens, as we are finally getting down to the wire here in the mirror match. One shield on both sides still, as the body slam is going to be connecting.
It's very rarely happened that both players have Lickitung in the back, so that the end game is a Lickitung mirror. We're going to see another body slam. And now at this point, you have to start shielding as the Emsley boy. This is the end game.
Here we go. Azumarill has energy. Watch out for it. Registeel is there to catch a charge move. They do get the body slam through. This is not going to be getting the shield. I think they want to invest it. Or maybe, no, I don't. Do they survive? No, I don't think so.
Oh, and this
no, they don't.
Out.
But the Azumarill is going to come in one bubble away, and they go for it right away. Unfortunately, a miscount there on the energy, and this is why it's so tough to predict, as the Ice Beam will KO.
Now we have the charge up with, unfortunately, way too little health right there. Volt switches do add up, however, not nearly enough to get rid of the Azumarill, and Zone takes the first win in this final.
Yes, that game definitely came down to predicting when the charge move was going to be thrown. And it's a mind game. If you are keeping track of the energy, they might not actually throw on 5 bubbles. They might actually throw 1 or 2 later, which is where it's a whole mind game of, are they going to throw exactly when they have the charge move or not? It could also be a circumstance of thinking they didn't have as much energy, especially when you're kind of dancing through the Lickitung mirror. That can be daunting, trying to keep track of everything. But if you secure, like, okay, the Azumarill is 1 bubble away, I'm going to store that in the back of my head and know that when it comes in, I have to try to catch it. It's a tough call.
That is true. Sometimes you can actually pin down when they're going to throw, because you might be very close to a detrimental charged attack as well, so you know your opponent has to throw before you can throw. So you can basically say, hey, this is a bubble, 1.5 seconds. After this, they will have to throw, otherwise they lose the game. So you have to try and catch. Sometimes your opponent uses that information as well for a mind game and then doesn't throw, you try to catch, and then they win. So it is a game of minds.
And I'm going to take this even deeper.
Okay.
If you have a move that takes a little while, Incinerate or maybe Volt Switch, and your opponent has a quicker move, maybe Mud Shot, you actually don't throw your fast move because you might get caught. You actually stand still, let their fast move go through so they get the energy, and then you swap. So it's a specific stall that you do in order to catch the charge move. I've seen it done a lot, and it's a high-end gameplay.
Okay, and now we're going even further.
Yes, let's go.
Because you can actually also wait when you want to throw the move yourself. So your opponent locks themselves into the animation so you know they can't catch. And now we're going into game 2. We have Annihilate versus Skarmory, and that worked out earlier for Emsley Boy.
And the Annihilate is running the Ice Punch Shadow Ball moveset, which is, we saw it perform very well, and actually in our first game this morning. And we're going for the Shadow Ball right away. Does the Skarmory want to shield?
It does want to shield, and it does so correctly. This is a very bait-dependent matchup right here. We're going to go for the Sky Attack. Sky Attack is, of course, going to knock out the Annihilate if it doesn't shield.
Now, they unfortunately don't have a lot of fast move pressure on the back end, and Pokemon that also take a while to get to their charge moves, so they need to invest in Annihilate right now to get more resources. And they catch the charge move on the Lickitung, saving energy on Annihilate. That is going to come in crucial later on in this game.
The biggest topic we have talked about the entire day, saving energy on Annihilate, is crucial. However, I also like what Emsley Boy is doing, catching a body slam on the Lickitung.
The back-to-back catch, as the Lickitung is going to be soaking the energy right there. Now, in this matchup, you would still throw body slams, so it's not the most amazing catch, but saving Skarmory is going to come down to the wire in the end game with energy, as we do see the mirror match.
What you can do, I do, says Emsley Boy. Also catches the body slam, which was immediately thrown on the 12th lick. So this is actually a charge attack priority event here, and Emsley Boy is winning that one.
Now, this is actually going to be a unique situation where the Lickitung could opt to go for the full farm down.
Oh.
It might be bold. Actually, they probably have to throw a body slam, but they could undercharge it potentially and look to get a little bit more energy on the back end, which is another advanced play. Not going for the excellent. Yep. The more bubbles you hit or the more animations that you click on, the more damage that it does. So we might see a slight undercharge here. Let's see. Nice. Great. Okay, it just went straight for the excellent. All right, that's okay.
It doesn't knock out.
It doesn't knock out though, so it did the same thing of being able to farm down in time, and we see a counter swap into the Ice Punch charge attack priority. Annihilate now coming through to dominate this meta.
Oh, that is really, really well played by Zone, getting rid of the energy on the Lickitung. However, there is also an Annihilate, and the Skarmory with the Sky Attack will want that shield back from Annihilate. Emsleyboy now has the chance to immediately go into his Annihilate. His switch timer is up. He could go into that mirror match. Would be outpaced, by the way. He lets the Skarmory go down for some extra Steel Wing damage.
This is huge. Annihilate is free to go for the Shadow Ball because we know Azumarill is in the back. It is going to be shielded, though. Shadow Ball is going to be stopped. Azumarill now is going to be coming out onto the field after it gets farmed down, but this is where we get to see what Annihilate is made of.
Yep, that is true. There's still also the possibility to catch right here with the Lickitung, a sacrificial swap. There is a lot of energy on the Annihilate, but Azumarill is known to be the counter for Annihilate. Azumarill does not have to fear a catch. There is no Pokemon in the back anymore. The Shadow Ball deals a solid damage. We are hammering down on this Playrough. Playrough is going to be reached. Azumarill connects, and this looks like Zone is going to advance to day 2.
That is going to be a good game. Playrough coming through to KO. Boom! Down it goes. Good battle.
Yes, Emsleyboy dropping down to the losers bracket still in this tournament has the chance to advance to day 2, but Zone really well played right here. Played this out perfectly. Nice catches, nice energy management, very well deserved.
Yes, and I loved that endgame play. Yeah. It was called a checkmate situation. Are you going to shield the Shadow Ball or are you going to shield the Playrough? I have both options. Yeah. The losing the lose con for him was throwing an Ice Punch as a bait. Yeah. And this is why when you're a trainer at home playing, you want to throw the hard-hitting move when your opponent only has one shield left, because Shadow Ball KOs or Playrough KOs, it's a win-win.
Yep, in that situation, you're absolutely right, which is why I would have preferred for Emsleyboy to not shield that Shadow Ball.
Yes.
Because then he is actually playing into his own win condition.
Yes, then that is the other, yeah, exactly, that is the other
Didn't know about
call.
the Azumarill in the back, though.
Didn't know about the Azumarill, thought maybe there was some potential play if they shielded. Yeah, you gotta hope, but obviously if they had that information, maybe we saw Azumarill earlier in the game, they could have made that tough call, right? Going for the no shield, going, you know what, my only win condition is if you throw Ice Punch and I no shield, and then I can shield the Playrough and potentially win this game. But then we come right back where there's the Lickitung as a potential sack swap. That could have been a great way to end, but ultimately, K-Zone's going to be moving on as the finals winner.
Yeah, that Annihilate performance, once again, it is really showing up here in Liverpool 1 week after its release, 1 week after the regional championships in Charlotte. Annihilate is here to stay. Annihilate is performing incredibly, and we have seen the same kind of playstyle with Annihilate multiple times, starting in a rather losing matchup, then swapping out with a lot of energy, having those bulky Pokemon like Lickitung in the back, soaking up the energy of your opponent, maybe trying to get a catch there, and later on come in with the Annihilate, try to get a farm down somewhere as well, and then just winning off of the momentum that you're getting from this Annihilate.
And this is why I think you need a harder answer for Annihilate, because Skarmory is just not doing it. As we've seen in those matchups, the Steel Wing, while it may get, but Knocked Out does have that potential.
Yeah, but I mean, counters do add up, and Ice Punches as well. It was always a debate with Medicham, and we've drawn a lot of comparisons to Medicham, so the Pokemon actually in its matchups is quite like Medicham.
Yes.
It could win against Noctowl. I haven't really done the deep preparations on Noctowl versus Annihilate, but yes. I think that there are...
But I imagine if we could calculate it out, Ice Punch is super effective, counter is neutral, there's a good opportunity there, but the wing attacks would start adding up, and I'd be curious to see how much damage that actually does, because Steel Wing's a whole different monster, because Annihilate can easily stay in with that, especially in a fresh match. And I think that's why these trainers are opting to use Annihilate on the lead, knowing that, your only counter to it is going to be an Azumarill, which fast move pressure is not there, or Skarmory, which fast move pressure is not there. So I'm safe to come in, I'm safe to load up on energy, and like you said, store it for later and come in with some booms.
Yeah, I like that a lot. So if you have watched these battles, and you already watched our, hey, how do I get to start playing video earlier, and you're like, okay, now I know how to get going here, but how do I get to those tournaments? How do I win at those tournaments? We have a video called How to Win a Best of 3. Enjoy.
Alright trainers, I'm Will Dunphy, and today I'm going to teach you how to win your first match at a Pokemon Go Championship Series event. Let's get started. In the Championship Series, Pokemon Go trainers compete in a Show 6, Bring 3 format. Both trainers begin by analyzing their opponent's team of 6 Pokemon and selecting their 3 best Pokemon for battle. However, Pokemon selections and playstyle adjustments made between battles are equally as important. Let's uncover the mysteries behind the team selection screen and give you the tools to win at your next championship event. There are 2 sides to team reading in Pokemon Go PvP. First, understanding your team's strengths and weaknesses. Second, identifying your opponent's team's strengths and weaknesses. The key is to maximize your team's capabilities while preventing your opponent from doing the same. First, identify which of your Pokemon has the most positive matchups against your opponent's team of 6. Then, choose 2 other Pokemon that cover its weaknesses. Next, choose a macro strategy that fits your team. Finally, envision your win conditions. Will your opponent bring 1 key Pokemon to every game? Can one of your Pokemon defeat your opponent's team with a shield advantage? Typing matchups, shield scenarios, switch advantage, and energy management all play a role. To see these principles in action, let's review Tonton Batuz versus Nezabethan at the 2023 European International Championships. In Game 1, Nezabethan identifies that his Galarian Stunfisk can defeat Tonton Batuz's Shadow Alola Ninetales, Registeel, Shadow Dragonair, and Shadow Charizard. He also brings Swampert because Tonton Batuz doesn't have a Grass-type Pokemon. Nezabethan doesn't bring either of his Flying-type Pokemon because of his opponent's Shadow Alola Ninetales and Registeel. Nezabethan leads Medicham because it's his trio's best response to an opposing Medicham, and Ice Punch provides coverage for Shadow Dragonair. Tonton Batuz doesn't expect Nezabethan's Flying-type Pokemon, so he comfortably leads his own Medicham. Shadow Dragonair is his safe switch because it can defeat most Pokemon in the 2-shield scenario. Finally, Registeel is a great answer to Altaria, Noctowl, and Lantern. Tonton Batuz's ABC-style lineup prefers switch advantage, while Nezabethan is playing an ABB-style double ground team. Nezabethan wins Game 1 due to 3 key factors: weakening Tonton Batuz's Medicham, protecting his Galarian Stunfisk,
Happened! Oh my goodness, what a swap! And I said it earlier, it could come down to a sacrificial swap. That was absolutely beautiful, saving all the energy on Galarian Stunfisk.
and aligning his Galarian Stunfisk versus Tonton Batuz's Shadow Dragonair. For Game 2, Tonton Batuz benches his Shadow Charizard in response to the Shadow Swampert and Galarian Stunfisk from Game 1. Nezabethan selects the same team, while Tonton Batuz chooses the more flexible team of Shadow Dragonair, Medicham, and Lickitung. Tonton Batuz leads Shadow Dragonair and uses a Protect Shield to KO Nezabethan's Medicham and control switch advantage. He aligns his Medicham against Galarian Stunfisk and uses his Lickitung to absorb Shadow Swampert's energy. Tonton Batuz's adjustments win him Game 2. In Game 3, Tonton Batuz repeated his Game 2 lineup, while Nezabethan selected a team of Altaria, Medicham, and Galarian Stunfisk. Tonton Batuz takes a Protect Shield early, then switches to his Lickitung to lure out Nezabethan's Medicham. Tonton Batuz makes a spectacular catch!
To catch the charge move on a site. Well, it doesn't matter what it is. They're going to go ahead and let it go through on the Dragonairs. This is going to be taking it out.
Yeah,
But the true skill is his recognition that the Galarian Stunfisk would be Nezabethan's 3rd Pokemon. Tonton Batuz wins Game 3. In this series, Tonton Batuz neutralized Nezabethan's Shadow Swampert, while Nezabethan overcorrected for Shadow Charizard and was unable to contain his opponent's Shadow Dragonair. Nezabethan's best answer to Shadow Dragonair was his Galarian Stunfisk, so Tonton Batuz was able to consistently predict it. Neither trainer had a Ghost-type Pokemon, making Medicham a safe choice for both competitors. Tonton Batuz's team of 6 pressured Nezabethan to keep his Altaria and Noctowl on the bench until it was too late in the series. Throughout a best-of-3 series, making predictions and adjustments are key. Pay special attention to player tendencies like overcharging, switch timing, shield deployment, and Pokemon usage. Some trainers choose their team of 3 Pokemon conservatively, while others like to take more risk. The most elite trainers do 3 things very well. First, build a team of 6 Pokemon that is well balanced and versatile. Second, change their Pokemon selection and macro strategy from game to game to avoid becoming too predictable. And third, influence which Pokemon and strategies their opponent chooses throughout the series. Well, that's all from me. Best of luck in your future matches, and I'll see you next time.
Look at how beautiful the city of Liverpool looks, eclipsed only by the excellence of the trainers here. My name is Adelian. For those of you that don't know me, I'm here with Lou Across-Crombie. Sorry if I've got that wrong, by the way. I went straight into that with full confidence.
Just say it with commitment, and
Yep.
it's 9 out of 10 times going to be okay.
Yeah, perfect. How are you doing, Lou? We're back on the casting booth just to bring you these battles.
Honestly, today has been an incredible day of Pokemon action so far, and things are only really just heating up. We had just under 200 players coming out to Liverpool to try their amazing Pokemon skills against the other, and so the later groups are now starting to get the ball rolling, starting to get some of their matches, and we'll have some kind of winners finals and things coming up for you later as well. But being out on the floor is just an incredible experience. So many absolute titans of Pokemon Go shaking down against each other.
Yes, there's been some great names. You know, there's been some names that I thought would go so far in this tournament. They've been knocked out by names that we hadn't heard of yet, but now those players are making their own legacy. And it just goes to show, doesn't matter how big a name or small a name you are, all that matters is you and your skills with that phone, tapping away and catching undercharging to your heart's desire.
Exactly, and just to give you a little bit of an update on how some of the matches out on the floor are going, I just stepped away from a phenomenal match between Tonton Bautiste and Nighttime Clasher. They hadn't quite finished their set before I left, but I mean, two amazing players throwing down against each other. That's definitely one to keep an eye on for who's going to be victorious. Taking a little look at maybe some of the losers bracket and some names that we may have already seen on the broadcast and you might be familiar with. Galaxa Bolton already down into the losers bracket, playing against Penchu, who we featured on the broadcast earlier, I believe.
That's correct.
In losers round 5. Losers round 6, we have got Giopi versus either JBG Winston, who is one of our players to watch. He's got to face out against Derp Dude first of all to try and get into losers round 6, as well as we've got a potential rematch coming up. Welton has dropped down into the losers bracket, and depending on how Arceus Aurelius' match goes against Icelandic Lapras, we could see a rematch between Arceus Aurelius and Welton.
Yes, that will be very, very impressive to see if Arceus Aurelius can overcome his earlier loss. But we have also two fantastic battlers on stage, including, and I want a bit of excitement here, because Lurgan Rocket, the original Liverpool Regional Champion, to defend his championship and make it a 2-time regional champion. What do we reckon? What are his chances?
I mean, coming off the back of the last regional with Colin Six being able to take a second regional title as well, it's definitely something that our trainers want to be able to do and get themselves into that very small and elusive pool of trainers who can say, I've done it twice. I'm a 2-time regional champion. And to be able to win the same event you won before, almost unprecedented. I know Joe Ugarte in the Pokemon video game has been able to do that twice with Portland.
Oh, right.
I wonder if Lurgan Rocket is going to be able to do the same thing here in Liverpool.
Yes, and he would be an excellent ambassador if he is able to pull that off. But his opponent, I'm really fearful, because this username is going to be a bit of a challenge to pronounce. But I believe it's pronounced Aregi. If I get that wrong, please don't hate me too much. But
it can't be worse than what I'm going to say. I am very well known for butchering names. I apologize in advance.
So the team on Lurgan Rocket's side, I think, is quite impressive. I like it's relatively meta, but I'd like to see a bit of a dynamic here with the Abomasnow covering for some of Talonflame's weaknesses, and we can see the Abomasnow will have an impact on Aregi's Azumarill and Whiscash. Maybe those two Pokemon will be put off, and therefore the Talonflame can reign supreme. Let's see.
Yeah, a lot of Pokemon choices I don't think we're surprised to see here. We've got double Azumarill coming up as well, so that could be an interesting kind of state of play if both of them end up lined up against the other. But again, some really interesting choices, that Registeel and the Annihilate. We saw how much damage the counters from Annihilate did previously into a Registeel, and Registeel really kind of perilous to be able to do anything in retaliation. Yes, you can go for those Zap Cannons and keep your little fingers crossed that you're going to be able to get the Zap Cannon drop, but if not, those counters are just going to absolutely wreak havoc.
Yes, they absolutely will. So let's talk tactics here. I'm thinking, and you know, I've been doing this all day, I'm thinking I like the look of Whiscash. I think it's relatively safe, even against Lickitung and Skarmory if you're Lurgan Rocket side. I think the Whiscash is a play. I do think the Abomasnow needs to be there just to really intimidate off the water types, and also against the Gligar. And against Skarmory, it's not great, but it's something. What's the third?
That's the thing. It's going to be interesting what Pokemon Lurgan Rocket wants to bring. I like the Abomasnow. It can deal some decent coverage into obviously other Pokemon like the Lickitung, into the Azumarill, and yes, you have your icy winds for those flyers, but at the same time, Abomasnow doesn't want to have to take any flies in retaliation. But let's jump straight into the battle. It's going to be the bulky broads out on the field. It is Lickitung and Cresselia.
Yes, and so this indicates that both trainers are trying to feel each other out in terms of what tactical plays they will go for, going for bulky conservative options here. Lickitung is able to outpace with the body slam, but this is where we talked about over-farming a little bit as Lurgan Rocket launches the Future Sight, which is the heavy-hitting psychic-type move. So that is going to be something that needs to go shielded, perhaps. But no, Lickitung's bulk is able to withstand it.
Yes, the beginning of this game is really about energy regeneration and getting some damage out on the board. I would be very shocked to see some shields come out until we get right down into the red zone of these HP bars of the Pokemon, because they are so bulky, they're able to take a decent amount of damage. But look at the licks going through.
Yes, the chip damage from Lick. Lick being a Ghost-type fast attack against the Psychic types, Cresselia. That is problematic because Ghost is sort of super effective against Psychic types. But there seems to be a move made, and there goes the Future Sight from Lurgan Rocket's side, trying to get close to a knockout on the Lickitung here. So let's see how close he gets it.
Yeah, Lickitung looking in a little bit of a dangerous spot, but it's really not taking a lot of damage from the fast attacks Cresselia is throwing its way. The body slam, I think, isn't going to be enough to be able to get the KO. Yes, Cresselia just able to hang on, go for a couple more fast attacks, but it just takes one lick to knock it down.
Yes, and so a bit of quite useful here, though, for Lurgan, because he can farm up with Whiscash, just avoiding the Power Whip from Lickitung's side. And now it's a choice. What do you put in? Annihilate comes in against the Whiscash. Whiscash doesn't really mind this matchup with a bit of energy.
I think Ariki was really hoping to get to the Power Whip there on the Lickitung. Now Annihilate can go for these counters. We're going to see the first shield of the match here. The Skull comes through, and it does get the attack drop. The shields do not protect against those.
Yes, and Lurgan Rocket's going to be delighted with that Skull debuff, and it is a charge attack priority event, which Annihilate wins, going for the heavier hitting Shadow Ball here, and Lurgan, may have to consider shielding, makes the right call.
Yeah, shielding that Shadow Ball. Whiscash is still in the game here and going to be able to retaliate with a Nulla Skull. So this is going to do big damage if Ariki wants to leave it unshielded. And is there going to be another attack drop? Let's see. Big damage on the board and another drop. Poor Annihilate.
Yes, Annihilate really not doing all that much damage now, and now Whiscash has to go for the Mud Bomb to really finish off this Annihilate and come out with a little bit of energy. But no, Ariki just goes, nope, no thank you. I want to keep this Annihilate in a bit more.
Yes, Annihilate may be trying to whittle away at this opposing Whiscash for one of the Pokemon in the back, well, the only Pokemon in the back of the Gligar there, to be able to try and clean up the match, because the damage is underwhelming from a -2 attacked Annihilate pair. There is going to be the shield on Lurgan Rock inside, so all the shields are gone in this game. It is all about the offense.
And there is a catch, though, onto the Gligar. Perfect from Ariki. The Gligar able to withstand these Mud Bombs easily due to that double resistance that Pokemon Go offers on flying to ground types. And so now going for the Skull, though, and this will be super effective.
Yes, this is going to hurt, particularly as in the Shadow form here, going to have a lowered defense as it is. Skull able to nearly get the KO, but Gligar able to go for a couple of fast attacks here, a couple of mud shots into this opposing Registeel.
Yes, and Lurgan Rocket is able to withstand a dig, and so felt brave enough to bring his Registeel. Normally, Gligar is a counter. Registeel coming in to get the lock-on farm down on this Shadow Gligar, not before taking huge damage from the dig.
Yes, exactly. Big damage going into that Registeel. And now we're going to see the Annihilate return with these counters, but the HP is so low on Annihilate. There are not enough counters it's able to get in before the Zap Cannon.
Yes, and Zap Cannon at this range will do more than enough damage here. So we just wait, and the Zap Cannon launches. Annihilate goes down, and game one goes to Lurgan Rocket. It was a bit dicey in the middle, but Whiscash really did help in the mid-game.
Yes, Whiscash coming through was really, really strong. And I think those Skull drops as well definitely got a shout about how much they impacted that match. Annihilate, I think, was in a really strong position, but it then did kind of force Ariki to have to switch it out to get those reset.
Yes, it did. I think Lurgan is trying to see if he can get the phone to come out a little bit more so he can relax a bit. Maybe Lurgan's trying to channel his channel the sort of energy and mindset and like the pose that the original Lille regional champion did, if you remember from quite a while ago. So Lurgan now 1-0, really at a really strong position. Is there anything he needs to do differently? Because I think that game went like planned.
I think so too, and I like the Pokemon choices he went for. He kind of went for bulk over brawl at this point. You know, making sure at the beginning of that game we saw the stalemate going through between the Whiscash and the Lickitung, for example. And it just kind of went, sorry, the Cresselia and the Lickitung. And it just went to show that this kind of slow and steady play at the beginning really still had the end game in mind. It was about getting rid of that bulky Pokemon so your maybe more heavy hitters are going to be able to capitalize in on it. Something like the Lickitung, that's a Pokemon the Registeel and the Whiscash don't necessarily want to have to try and get rid of. They want to try and get KOs on the Pokemon they can deal super effective damage to.
Yes, for sure. I think Whiscash definitely liked the idea of Lickitung not being around, and because Arigi doesn't have any other grass coverage beyond that Lickitung, Whiscash suddenly becomes a lot safer. So nothing too surprising here. I am surprised the Abomasnow did not make an appearance, but it did work out quite nicely in the end there for Lurgan either way. So what does Arigi do? What does he change?
Does he ask, is the Abomasnow coming? That's the question I want to know, Adelian. And if so, does he adapt accordingly? The Abomasnow definitely has a lot of threats with the flyers coming through, but it can potentially then obviously deal with something like the Lickitung. It can kind of stall out and take the place of the Cresselia there, and can apply a lot of pressure to the opposing Whiscash.
Yes, I'm thinking, therefore, if I was facing off against Lurgan Rocket, I'd like the idea of the Skarmory. I do like the idea of the Azumarill, which is just relatively safe. I think those two Pokemon stand out for me as maybe the Pokemon to try out instead. But let's find out from the players themselves as we go into Game 2. Whiscash versus Skarmory.
Yes, nice to see the Skarmory out on the field front and center against this Whiscash, and the Annihilate is tucked safely in the back for Ariki as well. Just going to be throwing some fast moves across the board, but the first one to get to the charge attack is the Whiscash.
Yes, and so Scald is going to be launched first. This is the only move that will do neutral damage from Whiscash's side towards Skarmory, so this has to be launched, and now it's trying to get that early debuff, which is successful.
Honestly, these coin flips are all going Lurgan Rocket's way in this particular winner's final set. The drop on that Skarmory is going to be detrimental.
Yes, and it might be another one after this. Bear in mind that Skarmory is using Steel Wing as its fast attack, which Whiscash resists as well, so not too much. Dodge and a catch immediately onto the Talonflame, but this is a Brave Bird and Lurgan doesn't know about it.
Yep, doesn't get the drop that time from the Skull, but the Brave Bird coming through, big damage onto the Talonflame.
Yes, and what happens now? Gligar does come in to respond to the Talonflame here, is able to potentially outpace, but no, doesn't, and Fly does come through, but this won't KO at this range, but it is a strong attack.
Talonflame is too fast and too furious for this game. Going to be able to go for the Fly into the shield of Ariki.
Yes, and that gives an opportunity for Arigi to farm up a little bit more. Perfect timing, throwing the Aerial Ace in just after 2 more wing attacks, knowing that Incinerate is a 5-turn attack, and so you can do two 2-turn attacks first.
I still like that play by Lurgan Rocket, though, bringing the Talonflame in at the perfect time to counter down against the opposing Skarmory there with the Incinerate and just get the KO as well as play out against this Gligar. Now we have got the Whiscash in play, Pokemon that isn't going to necessarily mind facing off against it.
No, absolutely not. So Whiscash able to tank this Aerial Ace here, and then the race is on to get to a Scald. Over-farming a little bit there, Lurgan aware of energy, throwing just 1 turn beforehand, and there we go. The Scald does come in, sorry, 2 turns beforehand. Scald comes in, which does will either KO, oh yes, it definitely KOs the Shadow Gligar.
This Whiscash is on fire right now. It is doing incredibly well with those hot skulls across the battlefield. Now Cresselia in against this Annihilate. Those Shadow Balls is something that the Lurgan Rocket has to contend with, but first is the Future Sight.
Yes, and this is not a bait here, but Arigi does call it correctly, and the shield does go through. Annihilate fights on for another day.
But there are 2 shields still remaining on Lurgan Rocket's side of the field as well. So this Shadow Ball, you don't have to worry about if you're Cresselia. You can even not have to worry about the next one if Lurgan Rocket really wants to invest into protecting this Cresselia.
Yes, and there's not really any option. Annihilate has to withstand this, but it's a charge attack priority event, which Annihilate will win. But that second shield, so useful now to have that advantage. Lurgan using it to full effect here.
Yes, a sigh of relief from the trainer then, knowing I preserved this Pokemon correctly. I'm glad I had that second shield up my sleeve. Another Future Sight coming down into the unprotected Annihilate now. This is going to be able to do good damage to get the KO. Lurgan Rocket takes this particular set.
Well done to Lurgan Rocket. Absolutely brilliant plays. And fantastic to see that his winning streak does continue against a very, very good battler. And I hope to see we see more Arigi from coming. He's travelled from Spain, come to more of these regionals. I believe he did Barcelona, he was telling me, really enjoyed it. And then here he is in Liverpool as well.
And you know, of course, he is just going to drop down into the losers bracket. The competition's not over for him, but somebody definitely on a storm this weekend is Lurgan Rocket. And not just him as a trainer, that Whiskash. All of the coin flips getting Skull to get the debuffs as well as it just being able to hold on to some critical damage, an absolute showstopper of a Pokemon. A thumbs up all around, I'd say, Lurgan.
Oh, absolutely. And I noticed Lurgan had a notebook in his hand as well. So I am aware that some trainers like to use notebooks to help, and it's perfectly allowed within tournaments. So for those of you watching at home, if you're like, I would like to try this, but I would have liked some kind of memory aid or something I can note down on, totally fine. Bring a notebook. And if it helps you get better, great, good for you.
It's really useful to actually have that when you're in a match. I think it was even more useful beforehand when we had closed team sheets, because you would have to jot down things like, okay, that's their fast attack they're going for, that's their charge attack. And in Pokemon Go, where everything is happening very, very quickly, you obviously don't necessarily have the time to write everything down in that moment. You have to take that time between game 1 and game 2 to get your notes, consolidate the information you have learned, and then play accordingly. Now that we're in an open team sheet format, it is a little bit different.
Yes, it's a little bit different, a little bit easier in terms of having to retain as much information to memory. Of course, you can use that notebook, but of course the useful things to consider when you are battling is how many fast attacks has my opponent made before he has switched out, and we discussed this earlier on about trying to have to bank energy and take that away. If you're the opponent, instead of taxing your mind, why not note it down mid-battle? Takes only a split second for you to write things down, and you can keep tapping with the other hand.
And of course, sometimes the stats of the Pokemon can vary as well, may not be the most optimal. So sometimes it's nice to jot down if you were able to get a KO or how much damage something did roughly, and use that to kind of figure out your plan A or plan B going into the rest of the set, as well as analyzing your opponent's playstyle. If you figure out that maybe they're playing a little hyper-offensively or maybe cautiously with a certain Pokemon, jot that down so you don't forget it in the set, particularly in those best of 5s if you make it all the way into one of our finals.
Yes, and you'll be sure those players who do make it all that far will be looking back on the stream, analysing who their opponents are and how they played earlier to try and factor in whether there will be a similarity in style. Going back to what you said, Lou, about being conservative versus being more hyper-offensive. And I noticed we've seen quite a few battles where game 1 tends to be quite cautious, I would say.
Possibly, maybe just scouting out a little bit of that playstyle, because you have all the access to the information of the Pokemon and obviously of the moves that they'll be running as well. So maybe it's a little bit checking how your opponent is going to run their team, what kind of alignment or style they're maybe opting to go for, and you can use that information to adjust accordingly yourself.
Yes, absolutely. So think about your opponent. The battle and the Pokemon, that's half of it, but those mind games, second guessing and getting that guess right can be so useful. There's been times where we were watching this match and we were like, I reckon he's going to lead this particular Pokemon. And it happened. And if you're able to do that consistently, that is a big, big skill. So train it, do GBL, practice.
Yes, one trainer who certainly mastered that guessing game is Lurgan Rocket, who I believe is ready and waiting with Zionic for an interview.
Welcome, trainers. I am here with Lurgan Rocket, a fierce competitor here in the Play Pokemon Tournament Series and the battle that you guys just saw. Lurgan, welcome. How are you doing today?
I am feeling fantastic, Zionic. Thanks for having me.
Yes. Now, I've noticed that this is the second time that you've been using Cresselia. I think years back you won Liverpool with Cresselia.
Indeed. I won the very first regionals that there ever was for Pokemon Go with my trusty Cresselia.
Can you tell us a little bit more about why you like Cresselia so much?
So, like, way back, it was just so underrated, the coverage that it had. Grass plus Fairy. There weren't many other things with it. I'm not even too sure if Whimsicott had that sort of coverage back then. But it's the bulk, it's so safe to play, it's such a hard matchup into the waters that are so popular right now. Covers every single fighting type except for the likes of maybe Obstagoon and Scrafty, because I'm not using Moonblast this time. But it's just so reliable. Even in its bad matchups, like Lickitung and Charjabug, still has a lot of play.
Yeah, and we've noticed today that a lot of teams have been drifting towards comfort, having the typical Lickitung, Azumarill, Gligar kind of situations, but we've also been on the lookout for more unique Pokemon that have been in this meta. And I noticed you also brought Abomasnow,
yeah,
I believe
I did
you have
indeed.
right there. Can you tell us about why Abomasnow for this meta?
So I wanted to play Abomasnow for quite a while, ever since Poliwrath got counter and got the Icy Wind, the Skull buff. I just thought it's a very strong coverage, Ice plus Grass. There's nothing else really that has it. Cresselia has it, but Aurora Beam's not so great. At a locals last weekend, I played the same team, but I had a Gligar over Talonflame, I had a Sand Slash over the Abomasnow, and I just felt like something was just missing in the team.
Yeah.
And that's really that's kind of what Abomasnow is. For the basis for the team for this weekend, though, I have to give all the credit to my teammate, 23 EJB. Cheers, EJ. He's been practicing with the same team, and it's been doing quite well for him, so with his permission, I'm piloting it here.
Yeah, grass has been, or water, I should say, has been so dominant. We've actually seen Lanturns be a completely viable safe swap on some teams, and we knew that grass needed to make a comeback, so it's interesting that you decided to bring that. We were questioning with the casters like what grass would be there, Trevenant, maybe Superior, but Abomasnow makes a lot of sense, like you've mentioned. So with this tournament today, it is actually the biggest regional this season. How are you finding the competition?
Stiff. It hasn't been an easy ride here. I was very fortunate that I got a bye in round 1 based off previous performances. My very first match was kind of rocky. I think I won 2-0, but they're very close matchups. My third round opponent, Icelandic Lapras, I'm not too sure if he's still in the tournament. Incredibly tough battles. It's a guy I played, can't remember, he could recall when it was, but it was just down to the absolute wire. He made fantastic catches, made brilliant plays. Even in the face of horrible matchups for him, he still almost got it. There hasn't been a single lazy battle yet.
Yes.
That's what you want.
Yeah, that's what you want. The best players here in Europe all coming together. And thing is, I feel like this is a kind of like a warm-up tournament. I know it's, you know, everyone's here to get the points, to get top placing, but with EUIC being very close and having double points as well, how does that shift your mindset for this tournament based on what you need to achieve or want to achieve?
I'm here for a good time. I'm here to have fun. Winning is great. Getting into day 2 is obviously amazing. I'm really here just to hang out with some friends, whether it's people that I chat to almost every day online, whether it's people that I only see at these events, you know, maybe once a month, once every other month. I'm just here to hang out with friends. Where, you know, it's a bit of a weekend away and we get to play a fun tournament.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for your time, Lurgan. And as trainers, as you've heard and as you've seen today, relaxed and composed, knowing your strategy, and bringing some core breakers like Abomasnow into the meta can prove very beneficial. So with that all in mind, let's go ahead and send it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Psionic, for that, and lovely to hear from Lurgan Rocket as well. Brilliant man. I never tire of him. What do you think of him?
Oh, honestly, great to be able to hear his insight. He's someone who, again, knows what it takes to be able to win a regional championship, so it's good to be able to see how he's able to take it all the way.
Yeah, for sure. And I just love, for some reason, his voice just relaxes me. They call it ASMR, where you just you can have relaxing music. Just Lurgan Rocket talking to me, and I'll be a happy bunny.
We have that with a lot of our interviews, very eloquent speakers on the Pokemon Go side of the broadcast. But speaking of the matches that we don't necessarily get to show you, we have a couple of updates for you. Dinoski has been knocked down into the losers bracket. He faced off against Vilas in his semi-finals match, but he's still in the competition. Still have no word on how the semi-finals went between Tomahawk UK and Moweedle. Wish I could have been able to see that match, so hopefully we'll be able to bring you an update on that. A couple of trainers who have been knocked out of the competition. JVG Winston has been knocked out, has taken his 2 losses, as well as Inadequance, who is no longer in contention for Liverpool.
Does this mean they can no longer call him Mr. Top Cut?
He might have to redeem himself a little bit as a kind of caster inside joke, I suppose. But though Technical was able to be victorious and advance into losers round 6. So lots of incredible matches coming up within the losers bracket. If you're, I don't know, tuning in from the venue, maybe you can go have a little look at some of the matches currently in progress in the player area. But on the broadcast, I can understand why, if you are on the stage, why you wouldn't want to tear your eyes away from the phenomenal match we've got up next, Stone Collection versus Andres.
Oh yes, both of these trainers are absolutely brilliant, and I always look at Stone Collection because I always expect something unusual, something different, and this man does not disappoint. The Collector of Stones has brought in a Shadow Dragonair. Okay, that's pretty cool, and something we haven't seen yet, the Shadow Sableye.
That's a blast from the past, right? Coming back into action. I know in the pre-show we were talking a little bit, and Zionic in particular was talking about the ghost types coming through and Annihilate, Shadow Sableye and things, and that's why maybe some of the dark types could be coming back into the fray like Mandibuzz or the Umbreon, but I didn't see any dark types on Andrus' side.
No, which means the Shadow Sableye is going to have an absolute field day against a lot of these Pokemon, but Andrus does have 2 normal type Pokemon running the Vigoroth, which I think is quite interesting in what is an Annihilate meta or a other fighter meta. Vigoroth, interesting.
Well, Vigoroth has won the past 2 regionals back-to-back in Portland and Charlotte, and is going to be looking to try and do the triple here in Liverpool, being a really good counter user. Of course, counter being one of the best fast moves out there in the game. It's going to be wanting to make sure that Annihilate doesn't come for its throne.
Yes, absolutely. And Andrus is a great battler. She has top-cutted so often. She's gone to day 2 in so many tournaments. She was the finalist in Turin in the back end of the 2022 to 2023 season. I think that was, back in June 2023. Fantastic final between her and Paula Shah. Brilliant, brilliant play. So, when it comes to Vigoroth, there could not be a better trainer for it, I say.
Exactly, and I'm looking forward to seeing it in action myself for the first time behind the desk, maybe, if it's able to, come to the fray. Hopefully it won't be benched for this match. But taking a closer look, how is its matchup looking? Because I do see a few issues there, Pokemon like the Deoxys defense, to be honest.
Yes, the Deoxys defense will be tricky here, depending on its moveset, which Andrus will, of course, know of. I would expect the Psycho Boost, and then it's a question of whether you go Thunderbolt or Rock Slide. The Rock Slide would be very useful here, particularly against the Charger Bug, which may be considered a counter to Deoxys otherwise. So I wonder if Stone Collection is going to have that to lure out Charger Bug, and maybe by doing so he can protect his other Pokemon from it. And then, of course, Shadow Dragonair is just dominant against pretty much everything. But let's find out as we go Lickitung into the Charger Bug. So all aboard the Charger Bus as Volt Switches is about to be launched by Andrus.
Yep, the little shiny is here in the action, going down against this Lickitung. Lick's going left, right, and center, trying to get itself ready for a body slam.
Yes, and discharges are going to come very soon, but no, Andrus opting for the X's, which will do a fair bit of damage, and she can get off 2 back-to-back if she wanted to. So the first one chips away nicely at Lickitung, and then another Volt Switch, and now Stone Collection responds with a Body Slam.
Yes, an onslaught of pressure with those X's is coming out from the Charger Bug, but the Body Slam's going to have to come through first and foremost. No Protect Shields being used here, and we're actually going to see the switch. It's a Lickitung apiece.
Yes, and I think Stone Collection was wise to not throw the Body Slam straight away. Maybe Andrus was hoping that Stone Collection would try and do so to get the knockout on the Charger Bug nice and early, but that didn't happen. And now there's a counter swap, and Stone Collection brings in the Deoxys defense, softening up the Lickitung. Great tactical play.
Yes, look at these adjustments though. Both fast attacks dealing super effective damage across the board. Body Slam coming in from the Lickitung on Andrus' side, going to be able to connect to a little bit of damage, but these Licks in particular are just steamrolling through Deoxys.
Yeah, and this is going to be really tricky because now 2 Body Slams on Deoxys defense, both of which are going no shield. That's going to put Stone Collection's Deoxys well into the yellow, and then a few more Licks, and it's going to go into the red. But now Thunderbolt is being launched. That's going to soften up Lickitung and bring it into the red as well.
Yes, but it's not enough to threaten a shield on Andrus' side, keeping that Lickitung in play as the Licks come through, but it will be the Deoxys that's able to just get the edge. Andrus has the utility, though, to bring a Pokemon in from the back, and you have the option now to start farming up a little bit of energy. Deoxys defense is so low, and that could put you in a good position, but I mean, the Charger Bug doesn't really need any more energy. It's got both its charge attacks ready to go.
Yes, and so the Psycho Boost is going to do a lot of damage, though. So a shield wisely comes out, and Charger Bug is now able to farm out. But an instant swap into the Shadow Dragonair, which is responded to by the Vigoroth. Vigoroth is able to outpace with the Body Slam and is able to get that Body Slam off first, but Stone Collection has 2 shields.
Yes, forcing the shield here on his Shadow Dragonair. Those Dragon Breaths doing a lot of damage, but the counters being able to retaliate in equal measure.
Yes, and now Dragonair is able to farm up even more energy, and it's a race, and it might have been a charge attack. No, it wasn't a charge attack priority event, but a shield does come out, and Vigoroth is now protected from this first Body Slam, but the second one is so close.
Yes, heavy offense coming out from both of these attackers here. It's going to be another Body Slam from the Shadow Dragonair. Lickety Split able to get them ready.
Yes, and so they're coming in thick and fast, and now Vigoroth knocked out and unfortunately not able to get its own Body Slam off, and now it's a race trying to get to double X's, so here does get the first one off. There is 1 shield available. Stone Collection has to use it.
Yep, Stone Collection actually still has all 3 Pokemon available, so using that shield here showing where he's prioritizing the protection.
Yes, of course, because now you're soaking up all that energy that Charjabug has built up on this Dragonair, which means it hasn't got anything left in the tank for what comes next, which will be that Licky Tongue, and it has a body slam already. Doesn't even have to use it. The licks will do enough. Down goes Charjabug.
Yeah, a bit of an uphill struggle for the Charjabug in that game one, but phenomenal play from both of our trainers. Stone Collection just being able to take the advantage, and I love being able to pivot the Pokemon in and out like he did. Even that Deoxys defense probably was only one fast attack away from being KO'd, but it was still in the bag as a third potential option.
Yes, it would have been pretty tricky, and also you have to bear in mind when you're using a Pokemon like Charjabug, which uses Volt Switch, the way the mechanic works is that the Volt Switch's damage is registered at the end of its move. Now, Volt Switch is a 4-turn attack, which means Deoxys could have even though Deoxys would have been KO'd by one Volt Switch, it would have been able to get off 2 counters before it got knocked out, and therein lies the issue, and therein lies the risk of these slower fast attacks.
I want to focus a little bit on Vigoroth here, because we saw it come into that match for Andres, but do you think it was whelming, I want to say? I felt it was a little underwhelming.
See, I thought it was okay against Dragonair. It was nice to have it against Dragonair because the counters and the fact it can outpace to the body slam, well, that was good. The downside was that that Vigoroth was knocked out while it had a full body slam, and I think maybe Andres was trying to throw that charge attack and wasn't able to do so, but if that had happened, that would have maybe forced another shield. Maybe that would have changed the dynamic slightly. But I think Vigoroth does have play, and I think against Dragonair, it's not terrible. It's relatively even, I would say.
So it can kind of hold its own, keep that neutrality. And I guess at the end of the day, sometimes it isn't about gaining the advantage in that moment. If you have a neutral position, but it enables you to set up for a stronger one in the endgame, that can also be a vital part of Pokemon play.
Yes, absolutely, and there's the concept as well with Vigoroth that you can do something which some players refer to as soft losing, where you battle against your opponent's Pokemon, you lose it, but you weaken the Pokemon, your opponent's Pokemon sufficiently that your second Pokemon can jump in, use its fast attacks to take out the original Pokemon and have a lot of energy. So an example I'll give is Vigoroth softens up the Dragonair to the point it's in the red, and then Andres could hypothetically bring in the Charjabug or the Whiscash and Mudshot down, or in Charjabug's case, Volt Switch down, and get a lot of energy for the next Pokemon that comes in. And Dragonair may not be able to do anything in response other than a few Dragon Breaths.
Exactly, and if we focus on those Shadow Pokemon, actually, the Shadow Dragonair was really key. The Dragon Breath, so fast, so furious, lots of damage on the board, and is able to get those charge attacks primed very early on. What about the Shadow Sableye though, Adelian? Do we think it has a place in this match? I would personally love to see it. I think it has some good utility, but if it is against something like the Licky Tongue, could it be a bit dangerous for it, particularly as the Shadow form?
Yeah, I would think so. Just when you look at it, this is the reason. First of all, absolutely you're right about the Licky Tongue. That's a great assessment there. And secondly, the Vigoroth, even though counter is singly resisted by Sableye, it's a Shadow. It's quite soft. It doesn't like the counters. The body slams will be resisted, but the problem is going to be the rock slides are neutral on Sableye. So that's not a great matchup either. Not to mention Azumarill as well. That play rough is quite problematic, and pretty much all Azumarills run to play rough. So I'm going to say I don't think we'll see Sableye this match, and I'm sorry to tell you this.
That's okay. I mean, it's there on the bench. It's still hanging out, trying to have a good time. But I think you're right. It's a good kind of call coming into this tournament, but in this particular matchup isn't going to be the play. But I really enjoyed just being able to see that match and the way that the trainers were interacting with each other as well. You can see as well they know each other from the circuit, and they've got that camaraderie out there on the field.
Yes, both of these trainers have had many, many years of history on the grassroots circuit prior to the Pokemon Go Championship Series. Both of them have done so well. They are so well to in-play Pokemon as well. Stone Collection was in the London Worlds 2022. There was a last chance qualifiers, basically almost like a mini regional prior to the main event. And Stone Collection was one of the 2 players that was able to win that and actually go into the World Championships in London. They actually did quite well in the World Championship as well. I think my gut says. My memory might fail me here, so please correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe top 16, I reckon? Maybe top 32?
Hey, that's still a pretty good run. And yeah. I know he's a trainer that Leo, our co-caster, has often championed in the past as well. When we've kind of done pre-shows, always kind of saying, keep an eye on Stone Collection, one to watch. But again, someone who I think is looking for that last big finish.
Yes, for sure. Stone Collection has never won a regional, but he's come close, and I think he certainly has the talent to do it. I've battled him. I have not enjoyed it particularly, but I must give tribute just how talented that man is. Taking nothing away, of course, though. from Andres.
Andres is phenomenal. You mentioned earlier at the Turin special event, she came runner-up at that event, you know, losing out to Paul Asher in the grand finals, but she played so phenomenally well, and she's someone who's just so in control of the match. She knows exactly what she wants to do, and she thinks moves and counter moves ahead of her opponent, as opposed to just that moment currently in play.
Yeah, I always feel she is indeed a few steps ahead. It fascinates me, just the mind of some of these brilliant players. You speak to them, and I like to think I know Pokemon Go PvP. Then I speak to some of these trainers, I'm like, oh, you're just thinking at a level that's just
way above.
Wow, and I'm just in awe. I get it, but getting it is one thing, executing it, maybe not.
But again, I think hindsight, it's always 20/20, right? The amount of times in particularly a fast-paced match like Pokemon Go and the way that it plays, you often look back and think, if I had just maybe gone for that charge attack instead, or I had gone for that shield. I mean, throw back to Arceus Aurelius earlier in this tournament, you know, not going for that critical shield that in hindsight would have won in the match. But those gut instinct, split-second decisions are a critical part of being a top Pokemon master in Pokemon Go.
Yes, it's reading your opponent. That's, again, the other skill. What will they likely shield or not? Will they likely bait or not? All these questions are going to go to your mind, and then gauge their styles of play. And of course, if you are the battler, try and vary your style of play if you have one or you're aware of it. You might have pandemonium as your style of play. I dig it. I'm down for it. Confuse people. It's fine.
Exactly. Sometimes confusion is like a good defense-offense kind of play. It depends how you want to roll with it. Of course, our match is currently just under review. We'll be able to give you an update as soon as we can and jump into Game 2 or whatever it's going to be of this particular set. But just as we're waiting, I have a question for you. Because you've spoken a little bit about yourself as a player. And we've seen a couple of times where the players want to maybe run something a little bit more bulky or a little bit more spicy. What would you lean into as a player coming into this championship?
So my general rule of thumb is I'll have 5 Pokemon, which is what players would describe as the meta, the common Pokemon that you typically see.
Good stuffs.
Yeah, the good stuff.
Good stuffs.
Of course, it's kind of like food. It's kind of making a good, it's kind of like making a good, you make...
good sandwich.
Yeah, good sandwich in Scarlet and Violet. You got to have a lot of the base stuff needs to be there, but you do then also need a little bit of spice, something different. And so you need one Pokemon which is going to be so-called spicy, relatively speaking, and that's typically what's described as a core breaker. An example that we've seen in some previous matches could be the Abomasnow, for example. That's been a bit unusual. We don't see it as much, but it's some great coverage, breaks quite a few cores. That's your spice.
Okay, so you've got your kind of 5 tried and tested flexible Pokemon, maybe something that could throw your opponent off, or even like a cheeky favorite you could throw in?
Yeah, absolutely. Gastrodon, right?
I was about to say, could you put a Gastrodon on there? If you squint hard enough, you could pretend it's a Whiscash. Just stick some whiskers on it, it'll be fine.
I think we should give Gastrodon mud shot, and then...
I think we should too.
Just give it Scald as well. Just give it all the moves.
Give it everything. It deserves it. But focusing back on the match that you can see on your screen, we're going to carry on as normal. Stone Collection wins Game 1, and we will be diving into Game 2. There is no Gastrodon, but there are 2 Whiscash. Do you think that they're going to come in this particular match?
Yes, I think it is certainly possible. Certainly more from Stone Collection's side as well. I mean, the problem is not problem per se, both of these trainers don't have really good grass coverage with the exception of the Lickitung. So both trainers are looking to make their Whiscashes avoid those Lickitungs there. In Game 1, you had a relatively conservative matchup there. Lickitungs are often being used in the lead here just because it plays things a little bit safe as they gauge each other out. But now, I think especially for Andres, who needs to try and win one back, you might have to take a bit more risk. A Stone Collection is always thinking a few steps ahead. If Stone Collection's a few steps ahead, Andres must be a few steps more.
Exactly, and I did say earlier, Lickitung is the best grass Pokemon in the game at the moment, and it can certainly apply pressure to those water types on Andres' side, but it's going to be a shadow apiece, Gligar versus Dragonair.
Oh yes, and Dragonair is able to rush through those Aquadels pretty quickly, but Gligar is just that teeny bit quicker, and the Aerial Ace comes in. Stone Collection recognizing this is not going to go well for me if I don't shield. First shield, nice and early.
Yes, no hesitation either to lock in that shield. The Dragon Breath's coming through thick and fast, going to connect now onto this Lickitung that is going for all the licks as well, making another adjustment, a Lickitung Mirror. What's a good defense to this Pokemon? One of its kind.
Oh yes, and I noticed as well that Stone Collection was like trying to avoid being caught or whatnot, and I think that was a really good tactical play. Both of them kind of lulled in the battle for a second to gauge each other. Really, really wise play from them both.
And you know as well, Stone Collection has that Deoxys defense in the back, and it doesn't want to have to take any licks from the opposing Lickitung. So Lickitung on Stone Collection's side is going to try and get rid of it for its partner Pokemon.
Absolutely. So, and also what's interesting is Andres also has her Whiscash in the back. If Stone Collection's Lickitung Lickitung is softened up a bit, that Whiscash suddenly looks a little bit more problematic for Stone Collection. So who knows how this will turn out? This mid-game is crucial for both these trainers, but do they know it?
That's the thing. What Pokemon are in the back, they don't know as of yet. We've got the Body Slam coming through on the Lickitung on Stone Collection side into Andrus's one. That again is trying to get rid of the power whipping Lickitung on Stone Collection side to help that Whiscash in the back, like you mentioned, Dedelian.
Yes, so now both trainers are into the red here. It's really going to boil down to who's going to get to that Body Slam first, and Stone Collection is able to do so earlier. And now the question on Andrus' side, do you shield this or not, or do you just let this go, and down it goes?
Yep, letting it go down. The free switch into the Gligar, the Shiny Gligar for Andrus here. Just going to farm up as much additional energy as it can. Both Dig and Aerial Ace are now primed and ready to go, but you're going to have to go for a shield to keep it in the game.
Yes, I didn't think Andrus tried to make a catch there onto the Whiscash and wasn't able to do so, and now makes the switch having banked that energy. We've seen that before, and Whiscash is able to get the farm down on Lickitung, so that might be significant.
That was fast. You don't have to worry about a Power Whip if the Pokemon is back in its Pokeball. Deoxys defense coming into the fray though now.
Yeah, and this is actually not great for Stone Collection because Deoxys defense can use Psycho Boost, that does neutral damage, but then there's a debuff afterwards. You don't want that.
Exactly, it's going to be doing less than neutral damage if it does get the debuff, but not today. Still able to go for these fast attacks and now can go for that Psycho Boost, but that could spell a little bit of trouble for Deoxys.
Yeah, it's tricky because Stone Collection, if he doesn't throw the Psycho Boost, he runs the risk of being debuffed by Scald anyway. And now throwing in and going for the Body Slam, going for the combination play here, and Andrus really has to decide whether to shield or not.
Look at that timing. Instead of taking the drops from the Psycho Boost, you can make that switch, knowing you have the switch ability, and the Dragonair's able to come into the fray. Yes, you're going to have to go for a shield here now, but that Whiscash is going to be toast after a couple of Dragon Breaths.
Yes, it will, and I wonder if Andrus is trying to run down the timer to get the Gligar out. Whiscash does go down, and now Gligar is here, has got the move, but now Stone Collection going for the Aqua Tail here, which would be super effective, so a shield has to come out.
Yep, Dragonair's got the moves too, able to apply that pressure and force the shield coming out from Andrus.
Yes, and now Andrus getting one additional bit of farm with another wing attack, and down comes the Aerial Ace. This will definitely KO, and now it's a race to try and KO this Deoxys defense in the back before anything happens. But it might be a charge attack priority event, which Gligar does win. It is the harder hitting move, it is the dig. Will it KO though? That's the question.
Able to lock it in, unprotected on this Deoxys defense. Dig connects, is not enough to be able to pick up the KO.
Oh goodness, you can see the reaction on Andrus's face. She was so close and she knew it. Absolutely. Oh my goodness, how close was that?
They don't call it Deoxys defense for no reason. It is bulky and able to take those powerful attacks. Congratulations, Stone Collection, able to win this set 2-0.
Absolutely brilliant plays. I think both these trainers, despite the result for Andrus' side, both these trainers should be very proud of the fact of how close they were. They took it to the wire. That Deoxys defense barely survived.
Exactly, but I love the way that Stone Collection was playing, pivoting that Deoxys defense out at the optimal time, knowing that you could bring it in right at the end and get that energy up to go for those powerful charge attacks as well as rely on the bulk.
Yes, for sure. So, Stone Collection moves one step further. I believe now with this match, he goes to day 2 and another top cut appearance for Stone Collection. Andrus, bear in mind though, as I'm sure we've said this before, but she's not out of the tournament. There is the losers bracket she drops into, so there's still many more battles she can have, and it wouldn't surprise me if she is back in day 2 via the losers bracket.
Wouldn't surprise me either, but I have to say the losers bracket at the minute is absolutely stacked. Some phenomenal names in that particular losers bracket at the minute. To give you a few, again, Tonton Batiste, Aero Bubble, we've also got Giopi in there as well, Maximilian and the Yellow Ripper, lots of key names, and all contenders that you're going to have to battle it through in order to stay in the competition and advance to that day 2.
Yes, for sure. And so, just because trainers have dropped into losers bracket, sure, you have one chance to recollect yourself and battle again, but the battles, in my opinion, are just as hard down there as they are in the winners bracket. If anything, the tension is that teeny bit more as well.
Well, yeah, the pressure's on even more because you cannot afford another mistake or you will be knocked out of the competition. But that is, just the way it is with double elimination brackets. And at the end of the day, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. And that's, at the end of the day, the thing you've got to start battling through.
Yes, for sure. And don't worry, for those trainers that have now been knocked out entirely, this isn't just the only tournament that's happening here. This is the regional tournament. We also have some very good folk, the Pokemon Go judges, the professors. They are the ones that are going to host League Cups and League Challenges that you can do as well off stream and enjoy that. And so it's not just about one tournament. If you're not in the regionals, you can do more.
Exactly, and in the actual venue itself as well, there's so many different activities put on. I actually participated in Pokemon Yoga earlier. There was a real-life Pikachu in the venue, teaching us a couple of poses, a little bit of breathing, and it was a really nice way to kind of calm down and focus on the matches ahead, whether you're casting, playing, or spectating.
You know what? I think that might be quite good. You do a battle, right?
Yeah.
You win, you need to calm down, go and do a bit of yoga for a couple of minutes.
With Pikachu.
Yeah, with Pikachu. Come back, do another battle, win, and then rinse and repeat, and you can keep your calmness. That's a very good, I like that.
And I'm telling you, Pikachu's got some moves. Definitely put me to shame. Yeah, he's pretty great.
All right, okay. Well, I will check it out at some point as well. You'll have to direct me. But yes, so plenty more available. There's also, of course, the merchandise stores. There's loads of amazing plushies. Earlier, well, actually yesterday late evening, the casters, we had a quick look at all the plushies, and I was just there like, oh, I want that one. I want that one. I want that one. I want all of them.
Exactly, and it's so tempting to be able to snag a couple of plushies. I think as well, you can see Leo's clearly been to the shop as well with the little Darmanitan. We have got gracing it with our presence, and of course our wonderful lounge as well has a lot of plushies to behold. So see if you can spot a couple of favorites on there. Gastrodon is there. Definitely keep an eye out for him.
Well, speaking of Leo and his Darmanitan, he does actually have an interview with Stone Collection, so let's find out a little bit more from him.
And we're back for yet another winners interview because another player has qualified for day 2 of the Liverpool Pokemon Go Regional Championships, and it is a big name, I must say. Welcome, Stone Collection. How are you feeling after this?
Hi, I'm feeling pretty good, yeah.
This was a decisive 2-0 victory, but it was really, really close in the end. Did you know that your Deoxys defense could take this dig?
Yes, I was really convinced about it. I usually don't use defense Deoxys, so I don't know that much about it, but I figured like a dig would not be enough.
Why did you decide to go defense Deoxys over the other fighting types that are more popular in this tournament?
Because my team is really weak against 3 things: Wigglytuff, Azumarill, and Vigoroth, and I needed something that can basically handle all 3. And defense Deoxys was the only thing that could handle all of them. Maybe not convincingly. Okay, I mean, against Vigoroth it's pretty good, but against the other 2s,
it works.
It works, yeah. And yeah, I still have that weakness in my team, so I needed to pick something up.
So we have seen you play a lot of Shadow Dragonair in past regionals, in cups and challenges as well. What makes Shadow Dragonair so good for you?
I don't know. It just works. Usually my playstyle is, I'm used to playing the 2 shields in a lot of scenarios, and back in the day it was Samurott. You could pick up a lot of 2 shields, and yeah, because it doesn't work anymore, I had to find something that could do it. Yeah, not nearly the same maybe, but maybe just as good. And Dragonair seemed like a good pick back in the day when I saw Tonton use it in, I think it was last year, Liverpool.
USC, right?
No, I think he already used it in Liverpool last year. It was pretty funny because everybody was running Dunsparce, and I had a Shadow Dragon Knight at that time, but it was super bad, and I needed another pick, and yeah, Shadow Dragonair had me convinced. Yeah, Tonton convinced me to use it. Yeah.
I mean, Tonton is the Shadow Dragonair master, and also it has the same colors as Samurott, basically. So, let's go back a few events now. You have been performing constantly in those tournaments, but your runs weren't as deep as you maybe wanted them to be. Do you think that this is the one?
I mean, I get that question a lot, but I have to say no again because Liverpool is pretty rough. I think we have over 200 players. So day 2 is going to be a 16-player bracket. It's going to be really tough, and the chance that I can make it all the way to the end is pretty small. But somebody has to do it. So for every player, the chance is pretty small, but somebody has to do it. Maybe it's going to be me this time, but I don't know.
Well, that is statistics for you guys. Stone Collection, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations on achieving day 2. Enjoy the rest of your day off, and we are going to kick it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Leo, for guiding us through that interview. Amazing to be able to hear some wise words from Stone Collection as well. Always good to get some insight into what it takes to be a winner.
Yes, and I think Stone Collection maybe sells himself a little short. I think he can win. The player is brilliant. He's a lovely person, and I do think he does have the talent. Of course, there's always a teeny bit of luck at that sort of high level because everyone's playing so well.
Yes.
But
no, definitely. A lot of formidable opponents ahead, but Stone Collection shouldn't count himself out just yet. We do, of course, have a little bit of an update for you as well. In a couple of the different pools, we have our winners' finals lined up. Tomahawk UK, one of our players to watch, will be facing down against Marco Shiny, as well as Nighttime Clasher in the finals of his particular pool versus Hikami as well. So really good to be able to see those trainers. Maybe we'll get them on the broadcast later. Losers round 6, Dinoski, another one of our players to watch, has been knocked down into the losers bracket. He actually lost to Zvilas, a previous regional champion, who I believe we might have coming up next for you.
Oh, well, that'll be fun to see, and I'll be interested to see what his team is now, because of course it's going to be vastly different to the Barcelona team that he won with back in, what was it, September 2023, the first European event of the Pokemon Go Championship Series. So yes, excited to see Zwilis in action there. There are some fantastic players that I'm excited to see how far they get. Tomahawk, we've talked about a lot. Brilliant, brilliant player. I have battled him on stream actually, and it did not go well for me, and I've been bitter ever since.
We're holding no grudges here, but let's kick it to the stage. Zvilas, as we've said, previous regional champion of Barcelona, going to be trying to get another win this season, facing down against Pablo Dinas.
Yes, and I love Pablo Dinas's t-shirt or jersey, I would say, because I think that's from the London Worlds 2022, if I hazard a guess.
Yes, it certainly is. So a World Championship t-shirt, maybe for someone who can take all the way to a championship finish. I love seeing as well the little Ampharos on the table. I'm not sure we're going to see any Ampharos in the match, but nice to see it in support, hey?
Yeah, well, absolutely. So Zwilis and Pablo Dinas are now logging in, and so we can see the teams here. We can see Skellydirge on Zwilis' side. That's cool.
Yeah, love to see the Skellydirge in action, a Pokemon that I believe Zionic actually had as one of his choices.
Yes, and what I loved about Skellydirge is that it has the disarming voice, which can threaten some of the Pokemon that typically would be quite good against it, such as Pablo Dinas' Shadow Dragonite. The Shadow Ball gives excellent coverage against Pokemon like Azumarill, for example, doing strong neutral damage there, and the disarming voice also is useful against any Dark types, though Zwilis doesn't have to worry about that in this on this occasion.
Yep, Skellydirge is a very, very interesting Pokemon. If you're able to manage your energy with it well, then it can chunk through a lot of opponents. It definitely has a hard time in a very water-heavy meta. I mean, even if you just take a look through these teams, although a lot of them are on Zwilis' side with the Whiscash and the Pelipper, they're still out there in the meta, and in this particular matchup, it has to contend with Pokemon like the Azumarill. But Zwilis himself, coming into this tournament, said, and it was his, we were talking about your bold statements this tournament.
Here we go.
Zwilis' bold one was saying that Abomasnow and Skellydirge is going to be the winning core at Liverpool. Didn't know who was bringing it himself, so that's even more kind of emphasis on it, but he has called those two Pokemon as the winners of this tournament.
Right, so it remains to be seen then how far can Zwilis take it, but clearly he's in the winners final, so he's done well. He's got the Pelipper as well. I'm a big fan of Pelipper. I think it has play, but Pablo Dinas' team does have that Charger Bug. Pelipper doesn't like that. The Shadow Dragonite will have no problems with the Pelipper as well, but does have to be mindful. And look at this. What if we get Shadow Dragonite versus Shadow Dragonair? What happens then?
Oh, that could be very intense. A lot of Dragon Breaths going left, right, and center. Of course, Skellydirge as well has a kind of, it's a mixed bag up against Flyers, and there's two on Pablo Dinas' side here with the Dragonite and the Gligar. But you mentioned the Pelipper as obviously another Flyer in this matchup. Talk us through Pelipper. What does it do?
It's just, the best thing about Pelipper is the difference between its two charge attacks. You've got, on the one hand, you've got the Weather Ball that can be activated after 5 wing attacks. So just 5 seconds in, you've got a Weather Ball. The second one, 4 seconds in, you've got another Weather Ball. Brilliant. And then you have the combination. If you decide to go all the way up to 2 Weather Balls and combine them, you can combine all that energy gained into a Hurricane. And this Hurricane is one of the toughest moves out there on the fly. That is a flying type move, that is.
So it's a little bit of a hybrid. It can get one charge attack with the Weather Ball, very fast, very quick off the bat. But then if you want to go for something like the Hurricane, you have to wait a little bit of time, but it's worth the reward, right?
It definitely is. Yes, I love Hurricane, and it can change the battle, the pace of a battle very quickly if you land it, in my opinion.
And it can lead into some of the baits that we were talking about earlier in the broadcast as well. If your opponent knows that you've got both charge attacks primed and ready to go, and you throw like the Weather Ball, for example, they might be forced to go for that shield in case they think it's that powerful Hurricane, and then you've made your opponent go one shield down for nothing, really, if it is that Weather Ball.
Yes, and that is Pelipper 101. That is how you play Pelipper. You play the bait game, you play those mind games, and you just basically try to wind your opponent up. So let's see what Pablodinas can do, because that Charger Bug is the one thing that Pelipper does fear. So what comes out first? Vigoroth leads the fray against the Abomasnow. Pablodinas has a huge advantage right from the get-go.
Yep, counter's going to hurt going into this Abomasnow. Would not be surprised to see it switch out, and there we go, it's gone. As Dragon Breath comes onto the field, now it's going to be facing down against a play roughing Azumarill.
Yes, and that's really problematic. The perfect timing is needed by Zweilous' side, calming up so much energy here. But now Azumarill is able to go for the Ice Beam, an immediate shield on Zweilous' side, because the Ice Beam alone would KO.
Oh yes, that would definitely hurt, particularly as it is a Shadow variant. Why shield from Zweilous' side here? He's definitely on the back foot, but needs to try and pivot in some damage. A Body Slam is going to chunk away at this opposing Azumarill, but it's really not fearful of anything this Dragonair can throw its way right now.
Yes, for sure. And Zweilous is now farming up more and going to 2 Body Slams here, launching them both in relatively quick succession, which is actually, believe it or not, taking the Azumarill into yellow, which is very impressive for a Dragon type onto a Fairy type.
It definitely is, and these Dragon Breaths are stacking up even though they're not very effective. The issue is the power can be retaliated so strongly by this Azumarill, whether it's Ice Beam, whether it's Play Rough, it's going to do damage into this Dragonair, forcing Zweilous to go for both shields on it.
Yes, for sure. I think it's a full commitment to try and win the switch advantage here, and it is a race to try and get to another. This Body Slam will do damage here, and it will KO the Azumarill. Pablodinas has to decide to shield, does choose to shield here.
Yes, protecting up the Azumarill that's put in so much work in this matchup at the moment. It's going to be a catch, however. The Abomasnow is here.
Yes, the Abomasnow now here, but this Ice Beam will still do neutral damage, and now the Ice Beam is going to, once it hits, then there will be a swap out into the Vigoroth, which goes into the same scenario, and there's a little bit of, trying to catch up on the fast attacks here, and Icy Wind being launched now, so perfect for Zweilous here, able to soften this Vigoroth up.
Yeah, Zweilous really keeping his eye on the clock there, knowing the right moment to switch out the Shadow Dragonair and bring that Abomasnow in. Yes, with the switch ability, the counters are going to be able to come through, but you have at least been able to get the Icy Wind attack drop on it, and that's going to help out your Pokemon in the back. Registeel as well doesn't want to take counters.
Yes, it does not, but the softening up of the attack on Vigoroth's side will help Registeel overcome against Vigoroth here. So now Registeel, though, has to rush and get to the Focus Blast as soon as possible. The quicker it can get there, the better for it.
Exactly, and this Vigoroth is kind of pinned in here. The Body Slam, all the Rock Slide is going to do nothing really to this opposing Registeel. So Registeel just primed to try and get the KO with these lock-ons and get to that Focus Blast if it can.
Yes, if it can, but these Body Slams are raining in thick and fast from Pablodinas' side. So now Registeel, despite the debuff on the Vigoroth, is now being slowed down, and there is a swap into the Dragonair, and Vigoroth is able to throw a final Body Slam onto the Shadow Dragonair.
Oh, it's a shame the Shadow Dragonair wasn't able to get a couple more Dragon Breaths down there. That would have easily been able to clean up the KO, but it might be able to get 1 or 2 more in. No, Azumarill's going to make the switch.
Yes, and therefore the Body Slam does get landed onto the Azumarill, under-farming entirely as Zweilous wants to pick up a bit more energy here, but it might be that one bubble there. Oh, swaps into the Registeel and does get the farm down. It's going to be really decisive, because that will really help get a move on, but Pablodinas does have that full health Lickitung in the back.
It's a revolving door of Pokemon. Every single second something new is changing. Pablodinas really taking his time to think, who am I bringing in? It's going to be the countering Vigoroth, but the Zap Cannon is primed and ready to go from this Registeel.
I think this is a brilliant play by Pablodinas, sacrificing the Vigoroth to take that Zap Cannon, and now bringing in the Lickitung, which has nothing to fear now, does have the shield advantage, won't mind the focus line. Those licks are just adding up one after the other.
Exactly, and Lickitung coming in at full HP. It's a formidable Pokemon to deal with at the best of times, but in an endgame situation, certainly an uphill struggle for Zweilous here.
Yes, this is not ideal, and the licks now adding up with the Body Slam to get that KO in, and Registeel does go down, and the first win does go to Pablodinas.
It certainly does, and also to his Azumarill there. That really was the champ for me, coming in against the opposing Shadow Dragonair, just constantly puts Zweilous on the back foot.
Yes, it did. It was. I must give credit to Zweilous. He fought tooth and nail.
Oh, yeah.
Oh well, really in Dragon Breath, but okay, you get the point. And Dragonair almost was able to flip that matchup if Pablodinas hadn't shielded. And when you think a Dragon type going up against a Fairy and pushing it that far, that's impressive.
I mean, it already started a little disastrously for Zweilous there. Pablodinas called turn 0 absolutely perfectly, bringing the Vigoroth in against the Abomasnow. But it wasn't just that moment. Zweilous obviously identifying, hey, gotta get Abomasnow out of here, makes that adaptation and brings in the Shadow Dragonair. But Pablodinas, that split second afterwards, reacting accordingly and bringing in that Azumarill, considering now the switch timer had to be reset, meant that he had once again got the type advantage, but also had taken away the switching power from Zweilous.
Yes, that is very true. I do think Zweilous did very well when he was bringing Abomasnow back in with that catch onto the Azumarill's Ice Beam to get some additional energy so that he could reach Icy Wind before Vigoroth could throw a Body Slam. I think that helped with the Registeel matchup in the end, but ultimately it was just such an uphill battle that it just wasn't enough. But the right idea, and I respect it.
Oh, 100%. And I have, to credit on what you were just saying as well, the Registeel was almost the comeback there for Zweilous, particularly once you got the attack drop helped out by the Abomasnow. It just meant that there wasn't a lot that the Vigoroth could really do. Even though it's trying to go for those counters, the damage just really wasn't stacking up too much at all. The issue, however, was the fact that charge attacks, although they're not doing a lot, they were coming thick and fast.
Yes, they were. There was just volume as well. There might be resisted charge attacks, but you do enough of them, anything goes down. Remember, there is no such thing as immunities in Pokemon Go, so every charge attack does some damage. The question is just how much and how many.
So every little bit of damage really does count in this game.
Yep, absolutely. 3 body slams and counting, I think, or was it more? I lost track of it. There was that many.
That was so many. Dragon Breath left, right, and center as well. We didn't see the Shadow Dragonite come to the match, though. Do you think it's right to keep it benched?
Yes, I can see that because I think Shadow Dragonite would have an advantage in the end game, but it would struggle certainly against the Abomasnow, which I think Pablodinas expected Abomasnow to turn up. And I think between Shadow Dragonair and Shadow Dragonite does a bit more damage, but Shadow Dragonair is relatively more bulky than Shadow Dragonite is. So perhaps therefore as well, Pablodinas thinking, you know what? Probably going to lose that Shadow on Shadow matchup. Let's not risk it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. You want to make sure that you're playing your game and not going for any of these coin flip dice rolls, as we like to say, when it comes to the way your strategies are going to play out. I really like the call at the beginning of that game 1 with the Vigoroth into the Abomasnow, and I wonder if we are going to see such a dominant turn 0 from these trainers again in this game too. Obviously, they're battling it out, making sure they're trying to stay in the competition. Neither of them want to drop down to the losers bracket.
Yes, neither do. And here we go going into game 2 as Azumarill faces off against the Registeel.
Yeah, a little bit better for Zweilous here. You don't have to worry so much about the counters, but we're going to see a lot of changes. Now we've got a Lickitung versus the Shadow Dragonair.
And both of these Pokemon reach their charge attacks in about 6 seconds or so. But Lickitung does have the advantage, having swapped in straight away, that it can launch its charge attack first, and that goes unshielded by the Dragonair.
This Dragonair is already in such a dangerous position. Zweilous shaking his head, not happy with that damage that went down. Maybe in hindsight thinking I should have thrown a shield onto this Dragonair. It's able to go for the body slam into the opposing Lickitung, put it under 50% damage, but these licks are just stacking up so much.
Yeah, they are, but Zweilous is able to get to the body slam first, for his second body slam first, and this will definitely KO the Lickitung, so shielding, surely at this point, no shield.
Lickitung goes down. That was much easier in game 2 than it was in game 1 for Zweilous to do.
Oh, sure it was. And now there's a debate. What do I want to get farm on, the Vigoroth or the Azumarill?
Exactly, because whichever Pokemon Pablodinas brings in, it's going to be able to get a couple of fast attacks and then get the KO. So it's now at an advantage to whatever Zweilous brings in. It's going to be that Registeel once again, going for the lock-ons. Oh, it's gone out of here. Pelipper comes in. What a good Pokemon to target down the Vigoroth.
Yes, it is, resisting the counters, but Pelipper needs to be very mindful. Vigoroth got a move update. It has access to Rock Slide. Zweilous knows this, so needs to be really mindful to shield at the right times as the first weather ball is launched.
And when there's a Rock Slide, there is a way. We're not going to see it come out right now in the charge attack, but there is still going to be the shield coming out on Zweilous' side, preserving this Pelipper. It is instead going to be that body slam.
I think Zweilous recognizes this Pelipper is quite good up against both the Vigoroth and the Azumarill of Pablodinas, so preserving its health as best as possible might be a tactic, because Pelipper doesn't mind a few bubbles from Azumarill if it does beat the Vigoroth first.
Yes, it doesn't mind those bubbles, and it doesn't mind these counters either. Going to be able to not take damage from those. It is the Rock Slide this time, so a very wise shield coming out from Zweilous, but that is both of them burnt on this Pelipper.
Yes, and I think it's all in on Pelipper here. The Rock Slide being shielded will be a breather side of relief to Zweilous, who can get that final Weather Ball off and force the final shield off Pablo Dinas.
Exactly, so now these trainers really locking into the end game of this game too. All damage out on the field, no more protects to be able to preserve these Pokemon. The Rock Slide this time will connect on the Pelipper, and I think this is going to be devastating damage.
Oh, it will be, but this is not the end of the world, because now comes the Registeel. The Registeel can farm up, but now it's against the Azumarill, and now Zap Cannon can be launched.
All of that energy we got earlier in the game is coming into fruition now, going for that Zap Cannon into the unshielding Azumarill, going to be able to deal big damage and maybe even get a drop for good measure.
That would be very useful here, and here it comes. Zweilous does get the drop, and the Play Rough comes in from Pablo Dinas' side, but both these moves are now resisted by Registeel. I believe it was Ice Beam and Play Rough here, so Registeel does not mind these charge attacks at all.
Exactly, it's in the name, it's a Steel type. It doesn't care about these types coming out from the Azumarill. It's trying its best with all these bubbles, but they are pretty much bouncing off the Registeel.
They are indeed, and so the next Play Rough comes through, trying to soften this up. So Zweilous has to be very mindful. You don't want to take too much damage from with your Registeel, because you want something in the back to deal with that Vigoroth that's on low health. So you need some few counters of health. Sensible decision, going for the Focus Blast here. And under-farming?
Yeah, just a little bit here. Going to be going for a few more lock-ons, able to get the KO before the Azumarill is able to get to a charged attack as the Vigoroth comes into the fray. But the Registeel in prime position to go for another Focus Blast and even out the score in this winner's final.
Wow, and considering how tricky it was, where there was a little bit of an issue there, will Registeel be able to withstand both those Pokemon? Plays really well there and gets the an additional farm on the Azumarill as well by launching that Focus Blast. That was also very handy in order to get the Focus Blast again on the Vigoroth in the end.
Honestly, I love the way these trainers are playing it out. Pablo Dinas in game one, so dominant from the beginning, not only with the lead, but with the accommodating switch that happened very early on. Whereas in game two, Zweilous was in the driving seat right from the beginning in that game two, calling the lead perfectly and then pinning down Pablo, almost taking a leaf out of his playbook.
Yes, absolutely, and I think it goes to show that getting into your opponent's mind can be so advantageous. One other thing I want to point out from that battle, because it might be an overlooked matter for some viewers watching at home, there was a situation where the Pablo Dinas had. Sorry, let me rephrase. There were Zweilous had the Shadow Dragonair on a really low amount of health, like enough for just maybe one fast attack, and there was a choice whether you bring in the Vigoroth, which has two turn counter as its attack, and then you have Azumarill as a 3-turn bubble. Now, Pablo Dinas opted for Azumarill, and that's because there is a finite amount of damage that will be done, and that's this Pokemon, this Dragonair is going to be KO'd either way. You'd rather KO with a 3-turn fast attack than a 2-turn first and get that little bit more energy. So that's why picking Azumarill made a bit of sense. I don't know if that explained that very well.
Well, there are a lot of bubbles going left, right, and center, and I think you're right, though. Azumarill is the #2 usage Pokemon for a reason. It has a lot of flexibility, like you've said, and a lot of different ways that you can pivot it into a game-winning position. As, of course, you can see, there is a match review happening, and we'll be able to let you know the results of that as soon as we can. But in the meantime, I want to talk about the Pelipper adaptation there, because that was a really nice adaptation for Zweilous to bring in, and we saw it play so well, particularly as he was shield up.
Yes, it was. It was the beauty of it is just how quickly it can get to those weather balls, and it can outpace a lot of other Pokemon. It can outpace Vigoroth's Body Slam, because Body Slam requires 5 counters and 5 counters, and it's a consistent 5 counters every time. Whereas Pelipper is 5 wing attacks, then 4 wing attacks for each weather ball. So you can just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, bang, and then 6, 7, 8, 9, bang, and then just outpace and keep Vigoroth on the back foot.
And you've really got to keep your counts in check then, particularly if you're the opponent facing down against a Pokemon like the Pelipper, and really identifying, hey, has it got to just the Weather Ball, or is there potentially a Hurricane coming in? Because if you make those miscounts, you could accidentally give away one of those precious shields.
Yes, and you only have 2 of them, so they got to be used wisely. There have been situations in the Go Battle League where I have not used them wisely, and I've had to just shield like power-up punches or like moves that you really shouldn't normally shield. And I I can just end my battle with a statement. I'm sat there with my phone going, I have regrets.
But then you also have knowledge and something you can take forward into your next match. We kind of always say, yes, your wins are important, but your losses give you the most learning experiences because you can reflect on what went well, what went wrong, and what you maybe would do in the future. And I think that's really one of the key skills we're starting to see. Sometimes if a super effective move is coming your way, we see our trainers opting to not shield it because they know that they can take it despite the damage it will deal.
Yes, and that goes down to knowing your Pokemon. And you make a very good point, Lou, about wins and losses, and you learn more from your losses. The way I look at it, there are two outcomes to a battle. You either win or you learn. There's the
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that.
That's very much it. Losses and the concept of losing in a tournament, a lot of trainers do have the idea that, oh, I don't like the idea of ever taking a loss. These things happen in tournaments, but being brave enough, being sort of emotionally strong to take a loss, learn from it, and then do better and recover in the losers bracket, that's what it's all about. Or if you take 2 losses, there's still the League Cups and challenges. You can get better. Practice makes perfect.
Exactly. We have seen it in the past as well, where, you know, trainers get knocked down to the losers bracket by one trainer, but then they end up somehow facing again, either in something like winners, grand finals, or possibly even both in the losers bracket themselves. And that's where you really get those redemption moments, and really does also get to showcase what you've learned and whether you can finally have a game plan that you can adapt to get that victory over your opponent.
Yes, for sure. For those of you who have just jumped into the stream and are watching now, we are in the middle of a game. Well, we finished game 2. We're hopefully about to go to game 3. And this is Pablo Dinas versus Wireless. We are having the matches under review as we just review a few of the matters with regards to the game 2 battle. But both of these trainers have been giving it their all, and tactically, it has been sublime.
And I want to dive a little deeper into what Zvilas was saying, because he's showcased this Abomasnow very well so far in the set, but not the Skelly-Dodge. And it's because he's brought up in the past this core of Abomasnow and Skelly-Dodge maybe going all the way to win Liverpool. What do you think about those two makes it a potential core? Do they cover each other's bases well?
Yeah, I would think so. So, I mean, let's look at Skelly-Dodge's weaknesses first of all, and what you will commonly see in the meta.
Whiscash?
Yeah.
Gastrodon?
Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah. Yes.
Maybe not common in the meta
yes.
yet, but it's the typing. The typing's
yes,
there.
Correct.
Okay.
The water and ground type Pokemon are the biggest threat to Skelly-Dodge. So and Abomasnow being a grass type can absolutely annihilate any water and ground type. So that's the first thing. Okay. Then the second thing is Skelly-Dodge doesn't really like dark types, but has access to disarming voice. And so the dark types you'll typically see would be Umbreon, which we haven't seen all that much of, on Mandibuzz. And Mandibuzz does not like Abomasnow because ice beats flying. And then, so that's Skelly-Dodge. And then on the Abomasnow's side, what are Abomasnow's typical weaknesses, would you say?
It doesn't like a lot of those fighting types, does it? A lot of the counter users. And then I guess Skelly-Dodge being part ghost isn't going to mind them. So then you have kind of a little bit of a rotation you can make. Maybe if that switch timer is there, you can rotate in.
Yes, absolutely. Another Pokemon that I also liked from this particular battle as well is the usage of Registeel, because it was able to get that underfarm on the was it the Azumarill? My memory is failing me now, but you were able to get the underfarm in order to allow the Focus Blast to land subsequently on the Vigoroth and take that game too. So you can see a spotlight here of Registeel, the fast attack of choice. Lock on for sure. Charge attacks, do you agree?
Yes, I do like both of these charge attacks options. They give you a lot of coverage, particularly when you often see Pokemon like Lickitung coming down against something like a Registeel. They're both bulky, and you can kind of be sitting on the field, counting hours down at that point. And something like a Focus Blast can apply a lot of pressure, being a fighting type move into those normal type Pokemon like the Lickitung. Zap Cannon as well, not only a great move choice against all of the flyers that we're seeing running around at the moment, but also it's a very dominant water meta. And the thing I love most about Zap Cannon is that potential drop.
Yes, it has a 66% chance of debuffing the opponent's attack by 1 stage, and that can really flip a lot of matchups. Let's say you have a Registeel that's quite low on health, but you are able to land that Zap Cannon before you go down. You can then bring in another Pokemon, and we know there's so many trainers that know matchups of certain Pokemon, but when one Pokemon is debuffed, they might be slightly less familiar. That's an advantage you can take that you can take advantage of.
Exactly, and particularly as Lock-On gives you such fast regeneration, and both Focus Blast and Zap Cannon, let's be honest, they have a lot of energy needed behind them in order to be executed. It's kind of a nice synergy between those two Pokemon choices. So again, possibly maybe even seeing Registeel filling in a bit of the core on these teams. It is a very bulky Pokemon, and although there aren't as many Steel types out there at the moment, it's definitely one that's tried and tested in the past and still can be a very reliable partner.
Yes, I absolutely agree. I think Registeel is what the premier Steel type in the meta. If you're going to go for one, there are some other alternatives. They have, you do see the odd Alolan Sandslash, or maybe even the Galarian
Skarmory at the minute,
Skarmory
I guess.
as well,
it did get the Steel Wing buff, so that helps it out a little bit. But I'm really glad you mentioned Alolan Sandslash, actually, right? Because I've been doing a couple of Pokemon Go broadcasts, and in all of the ones that I've done, Alolan Sandslash has been like a highlight. It's everywhere. You know, a Mind Joke and his Alolan Sandslash.
Yep.
We've seen it a lot, but it's not in the meta at the moment. Why is that, Adelian?
Well, it's an interesting question, actually, because I know Whiscash is now more present.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's one thing. But then Swampert used to be present as well, and we did still see Alolan Sandslash from time to time. I do think losing, and you would think with Medicham no longer being around as much.
Yeah. That's the thing. You think Medicham's gone, okay, Alolan Sandslash has a great time, but then I suppose when there's one counter user down and two more rise up from the ashes, like with the Vigoroth and the Annihilate coming into the fray, maybe it's going to be a little bit of a difficult time. But let's focus on the time that is now, which is our match. And as you can take a look, we are going into a game 2. Pablo-Dinas will be 1-0 up against Vilas.
Yeah, so I think the match was put under review, and after consideration, there will be a rematch, I believe. And as such, these are the rules when what happens during a rematch. We pretend as though Game 2 never happened, and as such, both trainers are free to pick 3 new Pokemon from their roster of 6. So complete change. It's as though the last match never happened. We go into it with the Game 2 mindset.
Yes, we dial back the clock, but we can't dial back the memories of how superstar-like that Pelipper was. And I wonder if it will maybe come back into this game for Vilas. Let's jump straight into it. It's the Shadow Dragonite. I'm so excited to see it facing down against the Registeel.
Not the best lead for Shadow Dragonite, but if it can get the superpower off this, an instant swap though into Shadow Dragonair. That's interesting, and it's responded to by a Lickitung from Pablo-Dinas. So it's a race again to get the charge move. Body Slam from Shadow Dragonair launches first.
We very nearly had the Shadow Dragonite versus Shadow Dragonair, but it wasn't to be. The Body Slam's going to connect down into this Lickitung that's going to be able to go for a lot of licks into this opposing Shadow Dragonair, which is firing off so many Dragon Breaths. Look at that damage, Adelian.
It is incredible, and Zweilous choosing to no shield here, but it has to be very careful, because if it doesn't shield, this Dragonair may not survive until to get to another move, and it is close, and it does go down.
Yes, unfortunately, just too frail for the Shadow Dragonair to hang on. Registeel's back in the action, though. These lock-ons really not doing too much damage, but the Zap Cannon definitely going to be in range to pick up the KO. Doesn't have to worry about the Body Slam damage.
No, it definitely does not, and I wonder if this is Zweilous' play, that I want to lure out the Lickitung so I can farm up to maximum energy and then throw a Focus Blast or something like that. So let's see what happens here. How much more energy is Zweilous going to farm up, and then when will he throw his Charge Act? No, swapping into the Pelipper.
Yep, keeping that energy preserved on the Registeel for later. Pelipper comes in, and it's the battle of the flying type Pokemon. These Dragon Breaths absolutely wreaking havoc, though, on the field as the Weather Ball comes through.
Yes, and you would think, oh, a Dragon type shouldn't be shielding a Water type attack, but Shadow Dragonite is so defensively frail. Even these Weather Balls are problematic, so the shields are coming thick and fast. Dragon Claw being launched now by Pablo-Dinas onto Zweilous' Pelipper, and the shield is brought out there because Dragon Claw does hit pretty hard.
Exactly, and the Pelipper just wants to be able to apply pressure with a Nuller Weather Ball. Like you said earlier, Adelian, just the 5 counts needed to be able to get that charged up and ready. They're going to be able to hit fast, but not enough to get the KO. It takes a Nuller fast attack to do so.
And in fact, having that extra wing attack go through is probably quite useful, as now the Vigoroth comes in, and now it's going to be a race to whether you are able to get to that Body Slam. But no, so yes, Pablo-Dinas is able to get that Body Slam, forcing that final shield.
Yeah, Pelipper not quite quick enough off the mark there. You did have the Weather Ball primed and ready to go, but Zweilous not going for it in time.
No, he isn't. He wants to bank a Hurricane and launches the Focus Blast straight away. This has to go shielded.
Yes, I love this endgame Zweilous is setting up, though. An immediate pressure from the Focus Blast, forcing the shield to come through on Pablo-Dinas' side. There are no shields remaining in this match.
Yes, and that Pelipper does have that Hurricane, and the Hurricane is going to hit something pretty damn hard. So the question is, now what? How do you make a catch if you're Pablo-Dinas? These Body Slams are chipping away, though.
Let's have a look at that timer. It is ticking away at this point. The lock-on's coming through onto the Licky Tongue, followed up by the Focus Splash. This is going to be more than enough to get the knockout onto Licky Tongue.
And I think I can see what Silas's game plan is here. Now that there's only one Pokemon left, Vigoroth can farm down. It will have a charge attack, but Pelipper has one as well, and it is a charge attack priority event, which Pelipper wins. Hurricane is about to be launched, and is it enough?
Look at that cheeky smile on Vilas's face. It is not enough to be able to get the KO, though. Pelipper is going to be felled. So close, yet so far for Vilas's Pelipper here. Able to get the damage off with Hurricane, but Vigoroth proving why it is a back-to-back regional champion. It's able to get the big knockouts when it counts.
Oh my goodness, what have we watched? That was incredible. I genuinely thought Hurricane would have been enough to survive on 1 HP. That Pablo Dinas' Vigoroth gave it its all, and I'm very impressed with its bulk to rescue victory from, in my view, the jaws of defeat there at that point.
I 100% agree, and I think Vilas was seeing that endgame as well, knowing that you had the Hurricane in the back on that Pelipper. Perfect endgame play, and I have to really respect the way he thought through how he wanted this match to end, to be able to give him that win condition. But you just needed maybe one or two more fast attacks earlier in the game on that Vigoroth to put it in that KO range. I mean, Hurricane definitely hits very hard, like you said, and into a Vigoroth, I honestly thought it was going to get the KO.
Yeah, so did I. I think one more wing attack would have done it. And it just goes to show at this sort of high level, because bear in mind, this was a winner's final for the group, and whoever won that would go to day 2. Sometimes it just comes down to margins that small.
Exactly, just every single little bit of damage can count. But of course, Vilas is only knocked down into the losers bracket. The competition is still very much hot and fierce for him. Definitely a name to keep an eye on. And huge congratulations as well to Pablo for winning that set. What a very intense match.
Yes, and against a former regional champ. Well, it is a regional champ, not even a former. Regional champion.
Reigning.
Reigning Barcelona regional champion, to win against him. That is got to feel good if you're Pablo Dinas. You must certainly get that confidence, not to mention the battlers you faced up until that point.
Exactly, and it makes your kind of day 2 dreams that more real, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I've never been in a top cut position. I don't know what I'd do with myself if I ever reached that far, quite frankly.
Getting very excited, I am sure. But you've got to also remain laser focused, because the competition still has many more rounds to go, and you want to be able to keep that winning streak alive.
Yes, for sure. And I think I wonder then, for the trainers that do go to day 2, what do you do in there? Like, once you finish day 1, you've got to do some preparation. I've never done this myself, but I wonder what you do if you are in that show. Would you rewatch the stream? Would you battle with your friends? What would you do in those shoes?
I think you've got to do a mix, right? You've got to relax and make sure that you're getting yourself prepared, not overworked going into the next day. But you also want to make sure that maybe you scout out a little bit more what the broad meta was of day 1, because you will have obviously predicted coming into the event what you think you're going to see, but have a look at those top 12 Pokemon and make sure you know your game plan against all of them.
Yes, for sure. I think knowing exactly what to do so that you can react as quickly as possible is absolutely key. So, we're talking about champions, and this is what champions do. They know the meta inside out, but there's one champion that I hold very close to my heart. I want to tell you a little bit about him, but I think the best way to do it is with a video showcasing him. So let's see what the matter's all about.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hara from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 European International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Frika. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss set Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool Regional Champion, as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The Grand Finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here, and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just 1 game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion. And we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and Dragon, Steel, Fire, and Ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Always an inspiring story to recap what Dancing Rob was able to achieve in London. And of course, this weekend, we will have another champion on the regional level to add to these accolades. I'm Luke Agdrash-Komi, and I'm joined for the very first time by Zionic on the desk. I'm super excited to work with you. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Yes, this is going to be a blast. And I also want to give a shout out. This is what I love about our community, is that even trainers who maybe won Worlds, they're here being refs for our tournaments. This is so good. That's why I love the Pokemon community in general, because there's always an opportunity to get involved. Whether you're battling yourself, watching from home, cheering on your friends, or helping the staffing for these events.
Exactly. Dancing Rob is our stream lead today, making sure our stream is running smoothly and bringing all the Pokemon action to you at home. And speaking of Pokemon action, we have a doozy up for you next.
Yes, we have Marco Shiny versus Tomahawk UK, and this is going to be, once again, a battle of the Annihilapes. This was a story that we have been following. Last weekend, Annihilape wasn't that strong, but I honestly think it's because trainers were not used to it yet. They didn't get enough practice with it, and now Annihilape has been dominating for those who are bringing it.
I fully agree with you. In Charlotte, I think it was 33% usage roughly on Annihilate because it was new and shiny and everyone wanted to play with it. In Liverpool, it's only about 20% usage, but I think it's been refined and now people know what they want to run.
Yes, and I think we're starting to see some of those better counters to it as well, potentially. We saw a Shadow Sableye in a previous match, maybe Shadow Dragonair with the Dragon Breath damage. I know it's going to be a back and forth with fast moves there, but there are unique answers coming through. Now, Tomahawk UK is also bringing one of the premier grass Pokemon for the longest time. That is going to be Venusaur. Frenzy Plant and Sludge Bomb is pretty strong in this meta, and we'll have to see how he's going to utilize it.
Wasn't Venusaur on your caster predictions as well?
It was.
Oh, there we go. So nice that we can bring that to the match for you. On the opposing side, there is no grass type, but there are a possible amount of grass users with Pokemon like the Cresselia and that Lickitung as well that can apply pressure to the water types on the opposing side. My eyes are on that Lantern.
Yes, the Lantern, also a very strong Pokemon to be able to handle the Skarmories and the Azumarill, which also have been kind of running free in previous tournaments. Now, what's also great is by having a Venusaur check on your team of 6, that Whiscash is no longer a viable safe swap with most other teams that we have seen today. Yes, there is the, like you mentioned, the Grass Knot and the Power Whip, but that's a charge move. We're talking about fast move pressure from Vine Whip, which is going to add up. Now, Tomahawk UK is also bringing another unique tank into this meta, and that's going to be with Dugong. Dugong, oh my goodness, I love this Pokemon. With Ice Shard and Icy Wind, it's consistent damage, it checks Glygars, and then that Drill Run is just beautiful for stuff like Registeel and maybe Clodsire if it's out there, or Lantern.
You're right, the coverage is really kind of its unique selling point there, being able to hit the flyers hard, but we're flying into this match here. It's going to be the Venusaur versus the Charger Bug out in the leads.
This is a very interesting lead matchup, as both Pokemon can do a decent amount of damage to each other, but it's nothing that's going to be a one-shot, right? There's no super hard-hitting move, but the Sludge Bomb here is going to do enough damage to start putting pressure now on the Charger Bug in the early game.
Definitely the optimal choice over something like the Frenzy Plant. It does a significant chunk to that opposing Charger Bug, but it's very much a slow and steady start here. Nice switch though coming in with that Shadow Gligar.
That was a beautiful catch, as this is going to be resisted damage now on Shadow Gligar, wasting some of that energy from the Charger Bug, as we see the only answer is going to be the Mirror, which is very interesting, and Tomahawk UK is ahead on energy.
Exactly, and of course the Shadow variant going to be able to hit a little harder, but does have to worry about taking that additional damage. But as it had the energy already stored, it's able to go on the offensive.
Now, if I'm Tomahawk UK right now, I am loving this mid-game. Reason being is you're keeping your Venusaur away against the hardest check, which is going to be the fast move and charge moves coming from Gligar with the Wing Attack and Aerial Ace.
Yes, avoiding all of those flying type moves, and the Gligar on Tomahawk's side able to really kind of soften up this opposing Gligar, so Venusaur can return to the match a little bit later and feel a little safer.
Now, this is going to come down to the fast moves. It's very... Oh, he decided to go for it right away. I thought he was going to maybe go for a little bit less energy. There's always a play where you don't want your opponent to get a lot of energy when they come back in with their next Pokemon, so maybe letting a Wing Attack or two go through so there's not as many Vine Whips.
And he definitely had the utility to maybe go for that, but wasn't to be on this occasion. Now Tomahawk really thinking, what am I going to bring? And it's that Dugong you mentioned earlier.
Yes, now Charge Bug is going to know that Cresselia is going to go ahead and come in. This is still a good answer, but Dugong's ahead on energy, and it might just be able to get to this Icy Wind in time. Both trainers not throwing when they have the charge move, anticipating the opponent maybe swapping in to catch it.
Yes, and we're going to see the Cresselia going for the charge attack first. The Grass Knot coming into a last-minute shield on Tomahawk UK side. That Icy Wind is also primed and ready to go. Going to be able to get a little bit of damage onto the opposing Cresselia and get that drop.
Now, this is what's cool, is if you have a Dugong and you want to invest in it for a matchup, you got to shield early. The attack drops from Icy Wind will start to add up and make you bulkier as you go on. And we did see a potential catch there, but the Charge Bug was ready for it as it swaps in with the X-Scissor.
And the Dugong safe and cozy in the back as well, with lots of energy charged up. The Charger Bug, however, going to be able to get a significant chunk of damage onto the Venusaur.
Now, Venusaur is in a great position to over-farm right here. Volt Switch is a fast move that's easy to keep track of the energy, and they do decide to go for the Frenzy Plant. This is plenty of damage. Now, this is tough here. Charger Bug giving up a shield, hoping to get take out the Venusaur potentially now with the X-Scissor.
That's the thing. Marcus really investing on the offensive pressure that the X-Scissor could bring. Going for the second shield on it, actually.
Second shield. Dugong now has the potential to win this game, as he does have one shield remaining for it. But the thing is, you have to use it on the discharge right here.
Exactly, and the discharge is coming through, so that shield has got to be locked in by Tomahawk UK. Is he going to fall for it, thinking maybe it's the X-Scissor bait?
No, the discharge will connect for super effective damage. We will see a second charge move come through. He's deciding to no shield it as well, expecting the X scissor, but it is going to be double discharge. That is very unfortunate here, as it will do a lot of super effective damage. And the KO from Chargebug.
Oh, those shields, the fact that they were there as well. Hindsight 50-50. We saw it with Arceus Aurelius earlier in this tournament as well, thinking maybe the X scissors were coming this way. So a very commanding comeback there for Marcos. At the beginning of the match, Tomahawk UK looked very much in control.
Yes, I thought he was in control. He got the Gligar out onto the field, making Venusaur a bit safe. He had good position against Cresselia with a bit of energy advantage, but deciding to go into Venusaur instead. And ultimately, I think Marco saw an opportunity with Chargebug with how much energy he had stored up and utilized it to perfection.
Exactly, and Chargebug is up on our usage ranking as well as one of the go-to Pokemon at the moment. It has a lot of flexibility, being able to, like you say, go for those Volt Switches, very easy to count, but they also still stack up a lot of damage.
Yeah, now if I'm Tomahawk UK right now, I'm going to recognize that, you know what, Venusaur is still a good pick for me. It still has a lot of value. And then Dugong maybe invest a little bit more. I don't think he got as many debuffs as he was hoping to. Dugong literally just soaked all those discharges when there was an opportunity maybe to keep a shield, keep it healthy against the Cresselia, apply more debuffs, and then maybe come back in with the Venusaur.
And to dive a little deeper into Tomahawk UK's past Pokemon history, he has been a regional finalist before in Warsaw in 2023, and the most recently this season, some phenomenal finishes, top 4 and top 8, but he's wanting to go for that #1 spot. He's definitely someone who has the capability to go all the way, but will it be this event?
Now, what's very interesting as well about Tomahawk UK is he was talking to me beforehand, he is 70 points away from getting his entrance into Worlds, and this tournament is the opportunity for him to get it. So if he wins this game, he might just be able to get those points. Obviously, getting him into Day 2 would be huge. Any extra points from there is always a major win, but this is obviously a crucial battle for him if he wants to move on to Worlds.
Exactly, you've got to keep your eye on the prize, I guess, a little bit and think, hey, let's first of all lock up my invite, then maybe I can look forward to seeing if I can get that regional champion title. I have to say as well with Tomahawk, I like the way he played that Dugong, getting up all of that energy, keeping it in the back for later, but possibly, as you said, going on the offensive more could be a nice switch up going into this game too, getting the Icy Winds out on the field, getting those drops in place, and then allowing the partner Pokemon to capitalize on the fact that Marcos' Pokemon won't be dealing as much damage.
Yes, and there's also something you got to play with is that switch timer. We get to see, we don't necessarily see the time, it's going to be 60 seconds, but you can see the faded kind of clock moving around. If you play to that with your Dugong and your debuffs, you can take a big advantage as we get here into Game 2.
As if there's not enough to keep your eye on Pokemon Go, that timer is critical as well. Let's jump into the action. Bulky Pokemon on the field, Cresselia versus Lickitung.
Okay, Cresselia now actually has Moonblast instead of Future Sight, so this is going to be coming down to if they get the debuff or not. This is also good information here for Tomahawk because that Future Sight just has that same type attack bonus damage that really starts to add up.
Yes, it definitely packs an extra punch, but we're going to be able to see the Lickitung here not opting to shield against the Cresselia, going to be able to go for that powerful Moonblast, but Lickitung in its bulk able to take that so well.
No debuff right there as the Tomahawk UK is holding his breath with every charge move, just like Scald. Scald has a bit higher percentage for it to land. Moonblast is very low, but still, if you get that debuff, it is devastating. But as we see Lickitung holding strong right now, as long as they don't get a debuff from Moonblast, I think we're going to see a Lickitung potential farm down.
Yes, we've seen those debuffs turn the tide in a match. The second Moonblast is able to connect onto the Lickitung. No debuff, however, the Lickitung still strong, going for these licks that are super effective into that Cresselia.
Yeah, able to get to that body slam just in time, managing the energy perfectly before the Grass Knot was able to be thrown, as Cresselia does go down, and Chargebug now coming in.
Yep, Chargebug, the thorn in Tomahawk's side in that Game 1 is on the field. These licks are doing a sizable amount of damage to it, but of course it's going to be these charge attacks that are really going to be able to put a dent in Chargebug's plans.
And this is what Lickitung is fantastic for, is not only can you dominate some of those neutral matchups, but you apply that extra bit of chip damage. The Chargebug's at 50% HP already in a matchup that is very devastating to it with the Shadow Gligar because of that added ground typing.
Exactly, sitting in a very vulnerable position against this Shadow Gligar that's looking mean and ready to go. Venusaur switching in, however.
Here we go. The shiny Frenzy Plants are going to be coming through. A lot of damage is going to be unloaded here into Lickitung as the Body Slam now, though, connecting to Venusaur. Not too damaging, as you can see. but if they don't invest a shield on the next one, Venusaur is going to go down.
Exactly, and that would be a shame with all of this beautiful energy. Almost 2 Frenzy Plants ready to go. First one coming through. There are 2 shields on Marcos' side. One has now gone, but that second Frenzy Plant, I think it's only going to take 1 or 2 more Vine Whips in order to get it ready to go.
Yes, and able to win charge attack priority as well, as the Frenzy Plant's going to be getting shield number 2. This is huge now for Tomahawk UK.
And he is exposing the vulnerability on Marcus' side. No more shields, whereas Tomahawk UK has both of them still intact.
Now, this is a situation where, depending on if you think you can make it to that charge move, he's going to go ahead and invest that shield, because now it's going to be a race. It's Lick to Vine Whip to see who can get to the next one, and the Body Slam gets there 1 turn ahead.
Yes, you can see Marcos kind of fist bumping the air. They're very happy to get the edge and win that race as the second shield comes out on the Venusaur.
Here comes the counter swap now, anticipating it perfectly as Tomahawk UK saw it coming. When you see your own switch clock coming up, which is how you can keep track of, if you swapped at the same time, you know a catch is coming up. So there is a Frenzy Plant locked and loaded on that Venusaur.
Once again, showcasing the split-second decisions that Pokemon Go trainers have to make in order to gain an advantage. The dig coming through here now to the vulnerable Charger Bug. This is going to hurt.
Yes, the dig is going to KO, and we know that Venusaur, being more of a glassy, attack-weighted Pokemon, is going to be able to win charge attack priority against the Lickitung. And this dig, I don't think is enough to KO, but Lickitung has to throw Body Slam in order to get rid of it, and that means Venusaur Frenzy Plant is going to be taking this game.
Exactly, Venusaur's going to come in and be able to sweep up towards the end. The Gligar, though, trying to chip away, farm down the rest of this Lickitung, but it's going to be the Power Whip coming through to get the KO. Of course, this gives Tomahawk the perfect opportunity to bring that Venusaur in from the back.
Yes, Venusaur is going to go ahead and take it here with 1 Frenzy Plant. So what a close back and forth right there. Coming down to literally less than 10 health points in order to win this game. It doesn't get much closer than that.
Love this. We're evening the score and diving into a Game 3 here in this winners final. I mean, that Venusaur play was masterfully done by Tomahawk UK.
Yes, and we talked about that earlier, where Tomahawk UK saw that the Venusaur is viable. It's what I need to win. I just need to pilot it a bit better, which we saw him do there, investing those shields, making sure he held the energy. That's the biggest thing, is he knows the opponent wants to catch it, because that's the only way he loses, and anticipating that and swapping in a Gligar right away. What a beautiful class of, a beautiful show of class with his skill.
Exactly, really showcasing what he is capable of doing. And now going into a Game 3, I always think this is an interesting mental situation for our trainers, because do you go with the strategy that you kind of think is tried and tested, where you want to be able to gain the advantage, or are you going to have to try and throw off your opponent's game? What do you think the leads are going to be coming out here?
I mean, I think Tomahawk UK is, I love the saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, that's
right?
what I mean. Do you stick with what's tried and tested? Yeah?
Yes, tried and tested. You stick with it, and you play it better. You understand what your opponent is bringing. We know we've seen Charjabug, we've seen Lickitung, we've seen Cresselia, and Gligar. Whiscash and Annihilate have not made it out onto the field yet, and that's what Venusaur is there for. It's there to dominate Whiscash. It's there to resist the fast moves from Annihilate, so he doesn't really have to worry about that.
I think that bench pressure coming through from the Venusaur then is incredibly strong. Like you said, the Whiscash and the Annihilate have just not been shown on Marcus's side. As much as I think we would love an Annihilate mirror match face-off, I don't think it's to be in this particular matchup.
Yeah, I don't think so. Now, it's a matter of what Tomahawk wants to utilize on his team in order to win to pair with Venusaur. We saw some potential good use from Dugong, but Lickitung obviously can be a strong neutral matchup against the whole team. Yes, you have to watch out for Annihilate, but even Annihilate being that added ghost typing takes super effective damage, much like the Medicham of recent past.
Yes, that's very true with all those counters as well. I personally would really like to see the Dugong come back.
Yes.
I know he benched it in that game too, but I liked your observation about maybe playing it with a little bit more Icy Wind forte and just being able to get those attack drops, apply a little bit more pressure, even if it's early game, and then forcing your opponent to have to make switches in order to reset those attack drops can just give Tomahawk that momentum and make him in control of the game and force Marcos to have to adapt.
Yeah, and the only way that he's going to be able to do that is if he ensures that the Charjabug doesn't get a lot of loaded energy, because that's, oh, we're moving right into the next battle. We have Gligar versus Charjabug.
Yep, you mentioned that Charjabug, and it's out front and center here for Marcus Shiny versus that Gligar.
Now this is a beautiful matchup as we see a swap out into Cresselia. Lickitung gonna go ahead and come in. And again, the matchup for Cresselia is better for this if it has Future Sight. But on the flip side, if a Moonblast debuff is applied, it's bad news bears.
Exactly. Lickitung was able to avoid 2 debuffs in the game 2, and in game 3 it seems to be holding true to that as well.
Yes, as we're going to see the first body slam come through here. It's going to do a decent amount of chip damage. Ultimately, this is a battle of the tanks, how I like to call them, the bulky Pokemon, and the first shield as well being invested. So Marco Shiny wanting to go for switch advantage.
Exactly. When you've got 2 bulky Pokemon on the field, and particularly when the shields start rolling in as well, you really do slow down the state of play and start setting up another shield actually going down on that Lickitung. But is there going to be the drop? No.
No drop. Everyone's holding their breath. That's what you got to do with Moonblast. All right, next body slam coming through. Tomahawk UK. Oh, 2 shields being given up. Desperately wants that switch, anticipating a potential maybe Dugong, maybe Lantern in the back. Venusaur as well, but even then, the X-Scissor doesn't just do that much damage, where Venusaur's Sludge Bomb is a lot more dominant.
Exactly, another body slam thrown its way into Cresselia, and there's a Moonblast ready to go, but instead, it's actually going to be the switch to the other charge attack move here. Is there going to be the shield, though? No, Tomahawk preserving that for the end game, needs to keep it in play.
Tomahawk UK is going to be trusting in his Venusaur, and this is why. Venusaur, the hardest counter right now is going to be that Gligar. Venusaur can hit it for neutral damage with the Frenzy Plant. So giving himself a shield, he's going to let this go. Totally fine. Coming in with the Venusaur for the hard farm down with Vine Whip, which I think he might just be able to do, knowing that there's no future sight potential. Knows this is Grass Knot. He's going to no shield right here. Totally save. This is Venusaur's game.
Exactly. It doesn't mind taking this Grass Knot at all. It can take that all day long. And even if it had been a Moonblast as well, Venusaur's going to shrug at that. Able to farm down with the Vine Whips into that Cresselia. Yes, you've got the Charger Bug in play. And this is where you have to watch out. As you said, you don't want it to get too much energy on the board.
Yes, I think this is Venusaur's game. Tomahawk UK did a fantastic job there in the mid game, letting the Lickitung go down. He's going to look to counter swap into his own, just in case, hoping to catch a charge move, or actually, sorry, swap into the Shadow Gligar. The Lickitung is now coming in, and I think this is going to be a good match.
This is good information for Tomahawk as well, knowing the Gligar is not in the back. It is indeed that Lickitung, and a dig is coming straight for it as well. There are no Protect Shields left on Marcus' side. It's going to have to take the full force of everything Tomahawk is throwing.
Yes, Charger Bug unfortunately showed strength early on, but in this game, it showed strength because it had energy. In this game, it really doesn't. Only has 1 charge move ready to go, and you got a Venusaur and a Shadow Gligar. I mean, pick your poison here.
Exactly. One last hurrah for the Lickitung here, though. Going to be able to go for the Body Slam. And this is where the second Protect Shield comes through for Tomahawk, wanting to make sure the Gligar can deal with the opposing Pokemon as Charger Bug returns to the field.
Now, Switch Claw coming back up. We might see a swap from Tomahawk straight into Venusaur to just go for that Sludge. Oh, maybe not. It's not there just yet. So Gligar can easily close this out here. With the Aerial Ace, is going to do just enough neutral damage to KO.
Exactly. Yes, you could have the Sludge Bomb, but Aerial Ace, like you said, is going to be able to get the job done into this opposing Charger Bug. There's the KO. Tomahawk UK wins the winners finals 2-1. Congratulations. What a comeback.
What a beautiful showcase of composure, knowing your win conditions, knowing and trusting in your Pokemon. That Venusaur was his key to victory, and he brought it every single match, and he piloted it better and better.
Exactly, it's like you said, you know, going into the next game, take what you've learned about how your Pokemon will fare within that matchup, learn from it, adapt, and that's exactly what he did. He went from strength to strength.
Beautiful gameplay right there. Venusaur, I love to see it. Grass-type Pokemon, I think, need to make a big comeback. There has been too much dominance of Whiscash, Azumarill, and Lantern. It's Grass time to shine.
Oh, it definitely is, and definitely for Tomahawk making a name and a claim for those Grass-type Pokemon, particularly with the OG Grass-type as well, with Venusaur coming up through the ranks. I think there's definitely a case for it.
So we'll have to double-check on the points, but let's just give an early congratulations to Tomahawk UK on winning his way to Honolulu, the Worlds this year. I believe he did get the 70 points. I could be wrong, but I think we were having a talk in the back that if he wins this, he gets this. So huge congrats there to Tomahawk UK. But we have more battles coming our way as the trainers are getting stronger. The battles are getting more intense. And the day is still young.
Exactly. We're going to have a few more winners finals coming up for you a little later on. But the Pokemon action so far has been incredible. I mean, although we've still got more matches to come through, what's been your highlight so far? Because we've been on different sides of kind of the casting bracket, let's say.
Yeah.
What have you and Leo been watching that's kind of really inspired you or caught your eye?
We have been seeing some amazing sacrificial swaps. There have been a lot of Azumarill Lickitung gameplay that we have seen. It always came down to catching certain charge moves or not catching them. It's been energy play has been the showcase on some of our battles today. What about yours?
I think for me it's been seeing some of the Pokemon that everyone's talking about, Annihilate and Vigoroth, and actually seeing them in action and doing incredibly well, showing why they are the Pokemon on top, I think it's been very inspiring for me. It's not only educational for someone who's a little newer to the Pokemon Go commentary side of things, but it's also really nice for the players at home to see why people are picking up these Pokemon and why they are winning regionals all over the place.
Yes, and what I also loved is obviously watching in the back, I see some of the teams. You have been able to shoutcast some very unique Pokemon.
Oh, yeah.
Shadow Dragonite, Shadow Dragonair, Shadow Zapdos, Shadow Sableye. It has been spicy today, and they have been dominating in the winners finals, which is incredible to see. I think that has been what the meta has needed, right? We know what's good, but what is that fifth and sixth Pokemon that just brings that extra sprinkle to your team that allow you to win?
Exactly. What's that unique choice that might come into the fray? And I'm glad you mentioned actually the Shadow Zapdos, because I remember it finished, I think, in the top 8 in Charlotte as well, with Evan that was able to pilot it so well. And I remember when it started coming out, everyone was like, what's this doing?
Yes.
And then it came to the match and was doing really well, being able to, have some good coverage and deal with Gligar in a reasonable way.
Yes.
I think was really nice, and it was good to be able to showcase it earlier. It hasn't fully picked up in usage, but it was one of those spicy choices I enjoyed seeing.
What's very interesting about Shadow Zapdos is it has to watch out for those hard-hitting fast moves, particularly Bastiodon. It does not like Bastiodons. You can still hit for decent damage with Thunderbolt or Thunder, depending on what you're running, but ultimately, if there is if the fast move pressure is gone, Shadow Zapdos can go to town. It can put a lot of pressure with Dropek and Thunderbolt or Thunder, depending on the electric move you are doing. I would opt for Thunderbolt myself, but I saw some trainers using Thunder. Both are good. It is incredibly powerful, and if you can't stop it, you better watch out.
Yeah, maybe if it's one of those Pokemon that you struggle against, if you can't beat them, join them, pick it up, put it on your team, try it out a little bit. If we kind of dial back to actually focus on Tomahawk UK, he had a Lantern on his team, and it's definitely been one of the water-type Pokemon that's dropped off a little bit more. I've seen him in the past run the Thunder on that Lantern, and having a nice mix of changing from tournament to tournament, going from Water Gun to Spark, I think really does show how well he's able to look at the meta. When it comes to Lantern, are you team Spark or team Water Gun?
Ooh, I think last season I liked, earlier this season I liked Water Gun.
Okay.
But the Spark right now I think is a lot more viable for the Azumarill that we are seeing and the Skarmories. Now with Tomahawk UK running the double water, he really wanted to run the Lantern Dugong core, and he didn't have some of those other typical Pokemon that we see like Azumarill. But those two water Pokemon are very strong. I know Azumarill and Whiscash right now are top 2. But Tomahawk UK won his way through the winners finals without them. So
yeah, that's true. They were on the bench, maybe ready and waiting in the wings for whenever their particular matchup is going to come into fruition. But I know Tomahawk UK has definitely been someone who's piloted water types a lot in the past. He was very much a fan of Shadow Swampert in the past. Being able to bring that into the late game sweeper and clean up games was really in his forte.
Yes, and knowing your team picks today, you love those water type Pokemon.
I do. Well, no matter what game I'm commentating on, I always go with Mono Water because I like to think it's a safe choice.
It's actually one of the best typings in Pokemon Go for competitive play. There is so many there's so much variety, I should say, with with the water types. And you have great coverages. And with Icy Wind or Ice Shard, Water Gun, Spark, it's all over the place. And that's why water has been dominating play Pokemon tournaments.
Well, it's a good offensive type and a good defensive type. So I think it gives you all the coverage. And I think it's time to go talk to a trainer who is very well versed with water type Pokemon. Let's go hear from our winner, Tomahawk UK.
We are back for another winners interview, trainers, and not just any winners interview, but Tomahawk just qualified for the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, my friend. How do you feel?
I feel incredible. That was such a close game. Great player. To do it on stream in front of everyone, it felt really good.
I was going to say in Game 2, that prediction catch on the Gligar with the X-Scissor, what was going through your head in this moment? That was a risky play.
There are times where it's a little bit easier to play against a good player, because I think, what would I do here? He's going to do it as well, and I just knew there's going to be the combo play, get into the Gligar as quickly as possible. It worked. I'm so glad it worked.
So you were... give me a percentage. How sure were you about this play?
If it hadn't worked, I would have gone away and complained that he should have done it. He should have done it. But no, here we are. All
right, I understand. So you had you had a big season so far. You're already qualified for Honolulu. That is big. Do you think that this is the tournament where you can go all the way? You haven't had the big run yet.
Yeah, you can only assume that I will win, yeah.
Oh, the entire thing?
Yeah.
Oh, I never got this answer, and I love it. I love the confidence. You're joking. You can't back out of this one.
We'll see. I want to win. We'll see.
Well, I guess you have one of the best shots to win this TV. You're bringing a shiny Venusaur. How was it so far?
It's so good. So I've been watching Zionic videos for ages, and he's always told me shiny is extra power, and it works. So there we are. But no, Whiscash safe swap, I was seeing so much in Portland, so much in Charlotte, and I don't have time for that. I was like, I really want to shut it down, and shiny Venusaur, that's the way to go.
There was also a lot of Gligar safe swap, and you have the Dugong for that. How handy did that come in?
Again, it's really good. I don't want my opponents to be able to safe swap something for free. So I just had a lot of pressure on the bench of you need to now think about a team comp that you're not used to running. And it's worked.
Was that ever a disadvantage for you because your opponent's lines might be more unpredictable if you can't determine their safe swap?
Yeah, there are definitely times where, because I'm running a slightly anti-meta team, obviously there are meta picks, but the idea is that it's to counter what has been meta in previous regionals. I have done practice against other anti-meta teams, and I've been punished for not having a meta team. So I scrimmed against one of my friends, Nezabethan. He ran Golisopod, and he swept me because I just wasn't prepared for something that wasn't meta. I'm hopeful that now I've got to this point, most teams will be relatively meta, but we'll see. We'll see.
So you can already assume if you see Tomahawk against a Spice Pick, this might be a disadvantage for him.
It'll be chaos. It'll be chaos. I won't know what to do. But if there's Whiscash and Gligar, I'm your man.
All right, now you will have the time to relax and watch the other players perform on stage. Now that you are done for the day, you can have a chill one, wait until tomorrow, get some rest, and we are going to kick it back to the casters.
That was awesome to see. Tomahawk UK winning his way to Worlds, and also a little nod to the shinies do more damage. Now, it doesn't actually. It's just a belief that it's a shiny flex. You feel more powerful when you use a Pokemon that you were able to find on your adventures with your friends and with your community.
It's a confidence boost, right? Yes. Like, if you got that shiny, it's a little bit more flair. And like you said, there's a nice storyline there where you caught it and you'll always kind of remember that moment. So nice to be able to win with your favorites and your friends.
Yes, and he made a great point that his team is built for the meta. And that's always the tough thing to do because you can't build a team for what you don't expect. You have to build a team for what you do expect. But then there's the opportunity for someone who might be running a Golisopod to come through and completely dominate. But if meta teams are being consistent and meta teams are making it into day 2, Tomahawk UK is a player to look out for.
Exactly, very inspired in his team building, and he has said that he's going to take it all the way. It was there on the broadcast. He cannot take it back. But we're going to dive into a Nulla Winners Finals. We have V Tenacity versus Sneeman, which I believe is the Dutch for snowman as well, as a little fun fact from our trainer as he informed us earlier. But I mean, look at these spicy teams. There's a Metacham. Wait, did I just call Metacham Spice?
Metacham is coming out of retirement. It's only been 2 weeks, but my goodness, it is back. And I love the Shadow Charizard as well. This has been a dominant flyer for a long time. Hasn't been popular recently, but it could perform really well, especially with something like Abomasnow, who does not want to see that Blast Burn, or maybe even the Skeledirge, which is going to be resisting those Incinerates.
Exactly. The offensive pressure that particularly a Shadow Charizard is able to deal out with is going to be able to apply a lot of pressure to something like the opposing Skeledirge. Another Pokemon I want to talk about is that Poliwrath. I think when a lot of the moves got buffed and Scald and things like this as well, Poliwrath kind of emerged as a counter user that is not to be trifled with. Now we have Pokemon like Annihilate and Vigoroth as well that Poliwrath has had to kind of really fight for that #1 counter user spot.
Yes, I think it's updated. It's always been sitting on the back line. Metacham has been #1 for years, and it's been sitting and waiting. That's why I always say, keep the Pokemon you catch, but because everything is one update away from becoming meta. And we see it all the time. With Icy Wind and Scald, Poliwrath is here to stay, and it's refreshing to see multiple fighters be viable in this meta. is outside of just Medicham like we've had in the past.
I like that statement. Every Pokemon is one move update away from being viable, like Gastrodon. Give it Scald, it will be legendary. You just know it will be.
There have been so many times, I know the trainers at home watching can remember back when Pelipper got Weather Ball. And I have been saying for years, everything is one update away, keep everything. And when we saw that update and it got Weather Ball, everyone went to their inventory. Do I even have Wingles? Are they in there? I only got one? All right, let's go with it.
I think a lot of players had this before Charlotte as well with Mankeys trying to get their Annihilate. They were like, no, I've got rid of so many of them. If you kept them, maybe you could have had a bit more flexibility. But no Annihilate in this particular match. The counter users are going to be the more tried and tested Poliwraths and Medichams.
Yeah, and as we get into this match here, it's going to be interesting to see what they decide to bring here in Game 1.
Yes, jumping out into the fray, though, it's going to be the Poliwrath versus Lickitung. This looks fantastic for the Poliwrath.
All right, this is Poliwrath's lead for sure. We'll have to see if the opponent decides to swap out. They do straight into the Charizard right here. Now, this is tough. Those wing attacks are really starting to add up, but they can put a lot of pressure with Scald and Icy Wind.
Honestly, a double shadow here, lots of offense, not a lot of defense. Those wing attacks hitting hard, forcing a shield straight away as well from Sneeman from the Icy Wind. Will still take the drop, though.
Now, we do see the Lickitung come in. This is a safe opportunity here. With the attack debuff, Blast Burn is not going to do as much damage. We'll have to see if 2 is going to be enough based on the neutral that we see here. 2 will definitely be enough. So he's got to get to this body slam quickly, which he does. This could potentially force shield number 2.
Yep, Sneeman may want to preserve that Charizard if it's able to get to a second Blast Burn, but maybe it didn't have enough gas in the tank to be able to do so. It has been felt, preserving another shield for later on.
All right, now this is a tough question that Snowman here has. Do you bring in the Medicham for the counter down, which is what we're going to see here? Counter, Ice Punch, and Psychic is going to be the moveset there. I've seen some spicy Dynamic Punches before to better handle Registeels. But it looks like it's going to be the traditional moveset, and Poliwrath is actually not in a good position now.
Yeah, a tale as old as time, Lickitung versus Medicham, and Medicham is going to be the victor with those counters. The Charger Bug's going to join the fray, though. These Volt Switches just going to be able to chip away at the Medicham that's primed with a Psychic. I know Psychic has taken 2 debuffs in recent updates, so it's not going to be able to hit as hard as before. Tenacity, knowing this, not going to shield.
Yes, and it's definitely going to take 2. We do see a swap out hoping to catch the charge move, but Poliwrath quick to answer. But Lickitung here still in a very good position because he can easily invest in 1 shield and potentially get the fast move farm down.
Exactly, Poliwrath in a very vulnerable position here. Not a lot of HP remaining on that Pokemon, forced to go for that second shield so it does not KO'd by the body slam.
Now, Scald coming through, this is going to do quite a bit of neutral damage, and this is the move you have to throw because the opponent was anticipating the Icy Wind. It was not. That means counter is going to be taking it here.
Yep, counter gets the KO straight away onto that Lickitung, forcing the Medicham to come back into the battles, and we're going to see counter moves go left, right, and center. Does get the knockout on the Poliwrath, though.
I think this might be Charjabug's game. It's going to be a shield bait here with the Ice Punch, so now we're going to see a race to the charge moves as 1 Psychic or 1 X-Scissor is going to be taken as both trainers have 1 shield remaining. Well, actually, the Charjabug just used the last shield, but they did when I was saying that.
Exactly, and there goes actually the second shield on that Medicham as well. The veteran of Pokemon Go competition is ready with an Ice Punch, but it looks like another X-Scissor is able to pack it to the punch and will be able to get the knockout.
Charjabug getting the KO here in clean, smooth style as the X-Scissor KOs. Welcome back, Medicham. This is Charjabug's meta.
I mean, it looks like the Medicham was just warming up there. Maybe it's still got the rest of the set to go through, but you're right, Charjabug in very full commanding control of that match.
Now, Charjabug has been consistent this season because of its ability to resist counter, its ability to do super effective damage against a lot of meta Pokemon like Skarmory and Azumarill, and its coverage depending on the moveset that you want to run. We have seen Crunch Charjabugs today, maybe in anticipation of a lot of Ghosts potentially coming in the meta, like Skeletors we see from V Tenacity's team. So ultimately, Charjabug, definitely a strong Pokemon to have on your roster.
I mean, Svilas was talking earlier about this core that he has coined as the Liverpool Regional Winning Core, which is Abomasnow and Skeledirge. Do you think it is as strong as Pokemon trainers like Tenacity and Svilas are saying?
It depends what Annihilate has to say about it. If Annihilate gets the right opportunity, and that's going to be energy, being able to align itself against the Shadow Abomasnow and have that Shadow Ball potential on the back end, or even I've been saying it, Night Slash. You're going to see it sometime today or tomorrow. There's going to be a Night Slash Annihilate that's going to take everyone by surprise. Then what you anticipate being an Ice Punch is now going to be super effective damage for lower cost as compared to the Shadow Ball when you're facing off against Skeletor. So Annihilate has that opportunity to core break, but Swailos is correct. Those two Pokemon very strong in this meta.
They certainly are, but you're right, there could be that Annihilate that will catch a few opponents off guard with its more unique move pool. You had a little bit of an insight there to Sneeman as well, having, I think, was top 16 at the Utrecht special event. Definitely someone who, again, wants to go one better, maybe get into that top 8, top 4, and who knows what the future holds.
Yeah, and I love how there's the Charizard hat and rocking the Shadow Charizard on your team. That is talking about using the Pokemon that you love. Now, me personally, my favorite Pokemon, Shadow Alolan Marowak.
Okay.
Or just Alolan Marowak. Both are good, but I love that Pokemon. It has yet to be dominant in the Play Pokemon Tournament series, but that's okay because we have Game 2.
Exactly, and the Alolan Marowak is a world champion in video games, so it does have potential. It's going to be a Lickitung Mirror How, however, in the winners final here. Licks going across the board. Going to be a nice kind of slow, steady start to this match.
Now, it's important to look at the backline as well, since we have a general slow start here with the Lickitung Mirror. We got Charjabug and Poliwrath for V-Tenacity, and Shadow Charizard and Medicham for Snowman. So this is going to come down to energy. Charizard could easily take this game if it has the shield advantage and energy, but Poliwrath or Charjabug could do the exact same. So we'll have to see who is going to give up lead here and who's going to get energy.
Exactly, it's who's going to go first to switch out their Lickitung, bring in the counter user as well, potentially, whether the Medicham or the Poliwrath, and start trying to get Lickitung off the field. Right now, they're doing exactly what you said, Zionic, just getting up this energy, going for some body slams and getting some damage out on the board. But the critical moment will be that switch with energy preserved in the back.
Now, this is a saying we've had for a long time, body slam spam. This is what you see, because in the mirror fights, that's all that is thrown. You technically don't even need Power Whip for this matchup. You just keep pressing 2 buttons, ready to go, which this game is going to come down to whose Lickitung is going to win this lead.
Exactly, it is kind of a slow and steady race here at the moment. And like you said, into autopilot mode, you just keep clicking through, go for those body slams, but it also buys our trainers time to think about what they want to do in the end game. What are their win conditions and what do they need to pivot Pokemon into in order to get the victory?
Yes, I think for V-Tenacity, Charjabug with energy is going to be the play. For Snowman, it's going to be Charizard with energy.
Yes, let's have a look. There's the knockout finally in this game too. It is going to be Sneeman's Lickitung that is felled, but this gives opportunity for the counters of this Medicham to come in, farm up a little bit of energy and try and get some momentum on Sneeman's side of the field.
Okay, this is going to be a bit tough. Medicham has a little bit of energy. Charjabug now going to come in, and Charizard cannot easily swap in. Those Volt switches are really going to add up. And if I was Snowman right now, I'd have a big sigh of relief knowing that Charjabug is on the field.
Yes, Charjabug pinned in for the moment. The Psychic comes through, takes it below 50% damage, but both the charge attacks are primed on this Charjabug, and it knows what it needs to do. Go for those X Scissors.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised if both of these are thrown and we see the Charizard swap in. Let's see if they decide to do it. They're going to go ahead and throw one. No, the Ice Punch is actually going to come through just before right there. Charjabug forced to shield, and now this is where whoever gets the energy advantage is likely going to be winning. Let's see. The X's are now going to come through. Do we see the first shield, or is he going to give it to Shadow Charizard? No, he's going to give up the shield. And now this is going to be a race to the next charge move. Here we go.
Yes, stops the KO on that Medicham, wanting it to go for a few more counters, maybe try and get itself in range for an Ice Punch before the X-Scissor. It does, but there's going to be the switch to the Poliwrath.
This is a beautiful swap, catching the resisted charge move here. Charjabug as well has energy in the back. Shadow Charizard's time to shine. This is going to be a very close endgame, Shadow on Shadow.
Yeah, once again, this could be a Charjabug end game for the win, but let's see what the Shadow Charizard's able to do. Going for the Dragon Claw.
Now, Poliwrath is going to have to give up a shield if he wants to win. He has to get that Icy Wind debuff, but unfortunately, Charizard is in a fantastic position to farm down with Wing Attack. This is going to be extremely close, as the attack debuff here applied to Charizard is going to determine if it can actually farm down in time. I think it's going to get there.
Yeah, does it have enough wing attacks? Yes, it does. I think that was 4 that it needed in order to get the KO. And look at that. Blast Burn is ready in Charjabug. You may be ready and waiting in the wings, but this Blast Burn is going to hurt.
Oh, you love to see it. Blast Burn coming through. Boom. Down
it's gone.
Goes.
Yeah.
This is what I was saying. It's going to come down to who gets that energy, because ultimately we saw the Charizard dominate there in the end. Even in a matchup against a water-type Pokemon, those wing attacks, especially Shadow on Shadow, add up so quickly. Being able to get the healthy farm down, have a Blast Burn ready to go for charge attack priority against a Charge Bug who was already ready, had the discharge, they had the win condition, but unfortunately Charizard is just too strong.
We were talking about Charizard just before we dived into that game 2 as well. You know, not only the synergy between the trainers fit and the Pokemon on the team, but the fact that it had so much offensive capability, and if you were able to pivot it into the right position, like you said, with the energy stored up, I mean, Blast Burn is going to hurt. Unless it's going into something resisted, it's going to really, really pack a punch. But particularly into that Charger Bug at the end, a little bit of over damage, let's say.
Yeah, now if I was Snowman right now, I trust in Charizard once again. There is no Lantern. There is no Azumarill back there. There's nothing really to hard wall it. The only hard wall that you have is fast move pressure from Charger Bug. So as long as you kind of keep it away and play the exact same formation of let's keep it hidden in the back, let's try to lure out Charger Bug if we can. I mean, I wouldn't say Pelipper is going to be utilized as a safe swap because that would be asking for it. But maybe trying to bait it out with a Medicham safe swap, get it out onto the field might be the play.
I kind of like Medicham as well. It's certainly pulling its weight despite the fact that it has dropped out of the spotlight. Those counters being able to apply a lot of pressure to something like the opposing Lickitung, in addition to being able to get those Psychics charged up relatively fast. And although they're not hitting the same way that they used to in the past, still going into Charger Bug and putting it into a vulnerable spot for something like a wing attack to be able to try and deal with does enable that endgame winning situation for Sneeman.
Yeah, and what we've seen consistently on teams is bulk. The ability to soak a lot of damage, and Medicham is the premier fighter for bulk. So even though it got a slight nerf to the psychic damage that it can do, and it's still good. It's still good. Ice Punch is there. You still have good opportunities to farm down Pokemon like Lickitung or Abomasnow in the terms of V-Tenacity. But ultimately, I think this is going to come down to the usage of Charger Bug versus Charizard here in Game 3. Those two are going to be the deciding factor. Whichever trainer utilizes them the best with energy and keeping shields, I think is going to win.
That also throws down the gauntlet to the opponent as well. They surely have identified that the Charger Bug and the Charizard on either team respectively is the key to victory. So you want to find a way to be able to whittle away at it on the field where you can so it cannot come in and close out an endgame. But that sometimes can then leave you vulnerable with your other Pokemon.
Yes. Now, we'll have to see what happens as we get into Game 3, winner take all.
Yes, this is it. Advancing through will be the winner of this game. The loser will be knocked down into the loser's bracket. What a fantastic lead for the Medicham.
What a throwback to 3 weeks ago. Medicham, and we do see the swap into Charger Bug right away, and Medicham is happy to stay in this for just a little bit. You don't want to stay in too long. I believe I saw Lickitung there on Snowman's side. That might be the answer after the Psychic is thrown here, but easily can tank the discharge, go for the Psychic, and then swap out.
This is what we were saying, just try and get some damage on the board on the Charger Bug or make it more vulnerable by burning through a shield. No shield coming out from Tenacity here. Gonna have to take down the Charger Bug, and there's the switch to Lickitung, like you said.
Lickitung's a perfect answer in this health range. If Charger Bug had a lot more health and the same energy, it'd be kind of tough to potentially come back from that. But ultimately, Charger Bug is low enough, those moves don't hit hard enough. Lickitung can easily overload just a bit and go for the body slam. They're actually gonna commit to the full farm down. I love this. The energy on this back end could pay off.
It certainly could. The teamwork synergy between the Medicham and the Lickitung, the way they've been able to deal with this opposing Charger Bug has been inspired. Lick after lick, going to be able to get the full farm down. Lots of juicy energy on that Lickitung.
Now, the Lickitung, the V-Tenacity's Lickitung is likely going to be coming in to soak the energy here. It'd be a bold move to go for Skeledirge to try to farm down. He's going for the bold move this morning as a Power Whip now is going to be coming through.
High risk, high reward, and the Power Whip is something that the Skeledirge doesn't mind at all. Neither does it mind the Body Slam, to be honest, so it's in a prime position to try and go for these fast attacks, and they're doing a significant amount of damage. They may be slow, but they are getting lots of energy on the board for Skeledirge.
I love this play from V-Tenacity. It's really one of his only outs. I think the other play could have potentially had was soak the energy on his own Lickitung, then swap in the Skeledirge, because there is a lot of health missing now. But In return, he's got a lot of energy. 2 shields still in play for both trainers.
Exactly, the Shadow Charizard's on the field and these wing attacks are going to come through. There's not a lot of time left for the Skeledirge, so it is going to have to go straight onto the offensive. 1 shield coming out from Sneeman.
He's going to have to swap out now into Lickitung. He cannot stay in. If he did a fast move with Incinerate, he'd get fast move down. He's got to hope that he can sneak through a fast move before this Charizard comes back into that matchup, and he's also got to hope that this Lickitung can get that final shield from Snowman.
All eyes really are on the Charizard. The Charger Bug is down and out for the count, so that Charizard in the end is something Tenacity has to contend with. Once again, we have this classic showdown against the Lickitung and the Medicham.
All right, Body Slam coming through, not going to be enough to KO. Medicham has an opportunity to potentially get to the Ice Punch in time. No! It goes down. Now the bulk from Lickitung is going to be king, as Charizard is going to be forced to shield this charge move. This is exactly what V-Tenacity needed. He needed a way to get the final shield, because now that Skeledirge in the back has a Disarming Voice, I believe, ready to go. It's resisted, but it's enough.
Exactly, particularly if there's a couple more licks that can come through. The Dragon Claw is going to connect down the shield just to guarantee the Lickitung will have that longevity on the field and put this Dragon in its range. Disarming Voice coming through. There's not a lot that this Charizard can do.
The Fire Flex right here with the Fairy move, taking down the Charizard to secure victory as V-Tenacity moves on to day 2.
Wow, and you could hear the roar of the crowd as well. Ooh, that was intense.
Oh my goodness, I was kind of concerned, not gonna lie. I saw the Charge Bug come onto the field pretty early. I'm like, uh-oh, but Skeledirge lurking in the back with energy, he piloted it perfectly. Knowing that he couldn't stay in against the Charizard there towards the end, he had to throw the Shadow Ball, he had to get out, knowing that he built up enough so he could swap in with Disarming Voice. Now, I also think Lickitung could survive a Dragon Claw there and gone for a Body Slam, just kind of mathing it out. But ultimately, the flex was the swap in and throw. It's a beautiful way to end, and huge congratulations to V-Tenacity.
I honestly think you hit the nail on the head with what you were saying earlier in your analysis about the winner of this match is going to be about the energy preservation. And particularly seeing the way that the Skeledirge was able to rest in the back, knowing that Disarming Voice was ready and come in and just sweep through at the end was a critical moment. If that Skeledirge came in and didn't have that energy on the spot, then Charizard could have been able to gain that.
Yeah, obviously, if it didn't have it and maybe he was 1 Incinerator away, right, he gets the farm down, all of a sudden there's a Blast Burn now for Lickitung, and it's all over. But that's what I love about this meta that we currently have. It feels a bit more fluid. There's a lot of energy plays that can be made, as you guys have seen today. There's a lot of unique Pokemon that are shining. Charizard, I think, still did very well in that game. Medicham held its own, but it's not as dominant as it used to be. But overall, really great set of battles.
I think as well it was heartbreaking for the Medicham to get felled by that final lick as well. When it was just 1 away from getting the Ice Punch, that would have definitely given Sneeman that extra damage on the opposing Lickitung that he needed to stop it being such a threat.
Yeah, it could have changed the game, but I think fortunately for V-Tenacity, he had what was called a win-win situation, or checkmate, where he had a potential for a Body Slam or the Disarming Voice. You get it either way, and he decided to go with the Fiery Flex there at the end.
Absolutely love to see that, particularly when it is, I suppose, a newer Fire-type Pokemon going down into a Charizard, which, you know, is so synonymous with the Pokemon franchise. I think a little bit of extra credit for Skeledirge.
Yes.
Little flex.
And as a prominent vocal member of the community for Fire Ghost-type Pokemon, we have stuff like Chandelure, we have stuff like Alolan Marowak. We have been rooting for someone to get access to the right moveset in order to come into play Pokemon series, and it was Skeledirge. Disarming Voice and Shadow Ball is just so good. Incinerate got an increase in damage this season. It's here, and it is dominating.
That's also really helped out Talonflame, for example. Not only are Flyers really on the rise, but having that buff to Incinerate has really enabled Talonflame to have an offensive presence in the meta.
And we've also seen a moveset change as well. Talonflame went from using Brave Bird to Fly, and Fly is now arguably the best flying type move in terms of energy to damage. And a Talonflame which has the ability to increase its own damage through Flame Charge, and then that heavy potential neutral is super effective with Fly, can be very dominant.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Brave Bird as well had a debuff as well, right?
I don't believe it did.
Or did it not?
I don't think so.
I feel like it had some kind of drawback, unless I'm getting confused with the
Sky Attack did. Sky
Attack, that was it, not Brave Bird. I knew there was one.
Yes, so yes, a little while back, Sky Attack had a drawback in terms of the energy it costs to be able to use, which instantly deleted, knocked out from the meta, which is crazy because you go, oh, why is, you know, a little bit more energy so detrimental? And it's like, well, energy is everything. That is what we've been talking about today. If it takes you 1 or 2 extra fast moves to get to that charge move, that's make or break. One fast move is a make or break for any game here in this series.
It definitely is, and Adelian and I were talking earlier about how, particularly in the meta at the moment, literally every bit of damage counts. We've had quite a bulky transition come through from Portland and Charlotte, so I think a lot of trainers are jumping on, I suppose, the offensive bandwagon a little bit here and trying to find something spicier that's going to cut through the competition, and that really is able to pick up every KO.
Yes, and I loved that we have seen that spice come through. The Abomasnows have been coming in force, Venusaur as well, Shadow Dragonair and Dragonite. There's a little bit of everything that we've had today, which is great to see. And the trainers at home who have future tournaments they're preparing for are taking notes like, all right, what are people dominating with? What was used in the past? What is being used now? And what should I use in the future?
Exactly, and of course, at the end of this weekend, we will have a regional champion. But let's take a closer look at the journey of our regional champion from the last event that we were able to show.
My name is Colin, known as Colin6 in the game, and I consider myself to be a true battler. I don't interact much with the other parts of the game, but I do love going to these regionals. I had a great start on day 1, where I just swept my brackets, finished first, and got a great spot in the winner's bracket day 2. Faced a tough opponent, who I faced again in the finals. Even though after some very hard battles, I managed to pull out the win. So I've already faced my opponent rounds earlier, where I beat him 2-0. But he also beat a friend of mine who was running the same team. So I was a little bit worried. It was a very tough battle, with 10 games in total, but I'm glad I got the final win. So going into the final game, I felt a little bit anxious. He was playing some crazy ABA teams. I had to make a line call. Luckily, I didn't get it completely right, but I made it work in the end. Very happy with that. The most memorable moment in the final for me happened in the final game, where he let a Moonblast go on his Pelipper, which basically put him into farm down range and ended up getting me the win.
Loud, loud, loud. Everyone, it is Colin6!
I think I would still compete even if there was a Travel Awards. There are some regionals close to me. I really enjoy going to these events, seeing my friends, have a lot of fun always. And now I can basically play without any stress, which is really nice. The Pokémon Go community means a lot to me, especially my teammates. We travel to all of these regionals together, stay at the same hotels, have a lot of fun. And then at night there's a lot of socials going on during the regionals, which is always a lot of fun to see. It's just always a good time.
The seaside is breezy here in Liverpool as trainers are trying their best not to get blown away. Up next, we have the final winners finals prepared for you as trainers are fighting their way to day 2. The meta has been ever shifting as we have gone through the battles today, and the tournament is getting more and more intense.
It certainly is, and I don't know about the trainers trying not to get blown away, but I mean the spectating that we've been able to have over these games, I'm definitely a little lost for words, which is it was a bit unfortunate as a commentator sometimes.
Yes, and we have the next set of battles. We have Nighttime Clasher versus Haikami here in the winners finals.
Exactly. This is going to be a really intense match. Nighttime Clasher, you know, had a front row seat in Charlotte upon the casting desk, actually, to all of the Pokemon Go action. Now may be able to take some of that knowledge and wisdom and turn his hand to battling.
You know what? What's very interesting is Nighttime Clasher, a while back when the meta was pretty stale, I put out a post on X about how he brought such a unique team. It was Charjabug, Abomasnow, Skeledirge.
Okay.
But this was back when they weren't meta. It was like they were brand new and everyone thought they were so unique. And he had a, I think a chef's hat, and everyone was saying his team was cooking.
Oh, he's cooking something up.
He was cooking something up. And indeed he was, because those Pokemon have been dominating ever since.
He's honestly manifested that trio of Pokemon a little bit. You know, maybe I should get out there with Gastrodon and make it happen. But honestly, you're right. Having those 3 Pokemon being actually kind of firm favorites here in Liverpool does show that he was inspired and onto something. I want to talk about another inspired Pokemon if we actually flip over to Hikami's side, is that Mandibuzz. And you mentioned that Dark-type Pokemon like Mandibuzz and the Umbreon might be coming back into fruition a little bit with Pokemon like Annihilate, with the Ghost typing, but then you've got to watch out for the counters. How does it work?
So I think this is a game of rock, paper, scissors, because what these trainers are trying to do is they're trying to anticipate what the meta is going to develop into. And I think the Umbreons and Mandibuzzes are there in anticipation for potential Sableyes coming back as a answer to Annihilate and as a decent answer to Skeletors. That's also obviously dependent because Skeletors does have disarming voice, but I think there was some worry about Ghost potentially coming back. I thought we were going to see quite a few more Ghosts today. Skeletors, Frostlass, and Sableye were my 3 go-tos. We have seen some of those perform pretty well, and that's what those Mandibuzz and Umbreons are here for. They're here just in case.
They were almost a check to the counter checks of the Big Six team in a way, kind of really thinking, over-predicting maybe what the meta was going to be. But again, Mandibuzz has been a tried and tested favorite in the past. It has a reasonable amount of bulk and has some decent coverage to boot.
Now, Nighttime Clasher is bringing the Dugong as well. We saw Tomahawk UK use it in Game 2 during his set, but we'll have to see if it'll appear here in Game 3. It's got some really good targets there with Pokemon like Gligar, Pokemon like Mandibuzz. It's got super effective for Registeel. It can still put in some work against Charjabug. Even though Charjabug does Volt Switch, you gotta consider the Icy Wind debuff starts stacking. And I have faced off many times with my Dugong against Charjabug, and you can actually overtake that if you have enough energy.
And I think that's the key thing we mentioned earlier with Dugong in Tomahawk UK's match. If you're able to get it in a position where it can go for a lot of these Icy Winds, get a lot of those attack drops, you really slow your opponent's momentum down and can capitalize on that with some heavy damage from other Pokemon like the Annihilate or even something like the Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to worry about any fighter users as well. From Haikama's side, there is no Medicham, there's no Annihilate, there's no Poliwrath. It is looking good. So Dugong's only concern really is going to be like Zap Cannon and Focus Blast, and maybe a Discharge Volt Switch combination there. Azumarill is kind of like a soft check because of the water typing and the Play Rough neutral, but Dugong can still pilot that matchup pretty well if you actually go for a Drill Run, double Icy Wind, Drill Run. If you go for that. It's a weird combination because typically Azumarills don't shield early, they shield late. So if you can get that Drill Run damage in, you shield the Play Rough, and then you start applying the debuffs to Icy Wind, your opponent then gets a bit flustered because they can't do as much damage as they were going to.
But it sounds like that's a very methodical approach where you really have to go through the steps in order to gain that momentum, and that's something that, you know, experienced trainers will have possibly play tested through or would have that flowchart ready to know if I'm in this ball position, that's a particular strategy you can execute.
Yes, absolutely, and we'll have to see what Nighttime Clasher's moveset as well is going to be on Annihilate. I'm really hoping that someone brings the Night Slash. I know Tomahawk UK has it. We didn't see it, but he has it. This is why I've been talking about it all day, because Tomahawk UK has converted me to Night Slash. He spent a lot of time going, look, I'm going to tell you, I got the boost in round 1 there at the tables. It is dominant.
We need a little like ding 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 on the broadcast when the Night Slash Annihilate comes into the fray. That would be awesome. But no Annihilate to be seen here. It's going to be that little Charjabug versus the Whiscash.
All right, Whiscash in a good position right now. Now, X-Scissor still does a good amount of damage, and this is why Charjabug has been very useful as of late, is its ability to do quite a bit of neutral across the meta. But Scald as well got a buff, and Whiscash is taking advantage of it.
Yeah, that coin flip with the attack drop as well has been so detrimental, and it's going to come through on the Charjabug.
There it is. That means this X-Scissor is not going to be doing as much damage. Now, something to note for maybe some of the newer trainers at home, you can clear that debuff if you swap your Pokemon out, which is where the Mandibuzz now is coming. So Charjabug no longer has the Scald attack debuff. When it comes back in, it's going to be normal.
Yes, it's able to come back later in and Volt Switch another day. However, Nighttime Clasher has really pinned in this Mandibuzz with that Dugong. It is going to have to take a Dark Pulse with no shield, able to take it really, really well, but these Icy Winds are going to stack up.
You guys are going to see the value from Dugong. I'm telling you right now, it is going to put in some work. It is in a perfect opportunity here to completely farm down. It can easily tank 1 charge move. It might have to give a shield on 2, but if you have double charge moves ready to go on the back end, you're going to be sitting good.
And we know it's going to be able to take a second one of these Dark Pulses. No need to go for a shield on Nighttime Clash's side of things. And you have another Icy Wind primed and ready to go.
Okay, deciding to go for the charge move. I'm sorry, I was predicting a healthy farm down there, but that's okay, as Icy Wind will connect for super effective damage.
Maybe just not wanting to risk anything, or even maybe, I don't know, catch something, but I think the timer wasn't in his favor there. Hakami now does have the opportunity to have that free switch in, pick which Pokemon you want to bring in. The X-Scissor is primed and ready on this Charger Bug, but instead going for some Volt Switches, maybe trying to farm it down.
Yeah, the X's are now actually going to do enough to KO. Now, this is what's tough, is there's an Azumarill in the back for Hakami, and there's an Annihilate in the back for Nighttime Clasher, so this is where things get very interesting.
Once again, the Whiscash on the field, but we're going to see the adaptation straight away into that Azumarill. Obviously, damage coming out from the opposing Whiscash, but Azumarill's going to be able to take this really well.
Now, that was a good call by Nighttime Clasher, anticipating a potential swap, and also, you didn't necessarily have to go for Scald against the Charged Bug. Mud Bomb was perfectly fine, and had he gone for the Scald and Azumarill catches that, that's huge. But in this case, we are going to see an Ice Beam now, looking to connect against the Annihilate, as they will let it go through.
Yep, decent damage onto the Annihilate. I was going to say this is a pretty even matchup at this point in time. Just ice moves being thrown across the field, but not going to be able to deal too much damage. Forcing a shield, however, on Hikami's side.
It's the shield bait with Ice Punch, as it is a lower energy charge move. And Shadow Ball now primed and almost ready right there with that last fast move. Going to be forcing the first shield of this game for Nighttime Clasher.
Yes, the Annihilate just needs one more counter in order to get that Shadow Ball ready and potentially force another bait through on Hikami's side, because there is one shield remaining. It is, once again, going to be the Ice Punch, but what is Hikami thinking is coming his way?
He's got a shield. He's got a shield because he has an opportunity here to potentially catch the charge move, as he might swap. There it is! The catch! Beautifully timed, as the Charger Bug now going to be soaking the Shadow Ball, but Azumarill still has an uphill battle against Whiscash.
It definitely does, but what a moment there with that catch for the trainer. Whiscash coming in, the bubble's coming towards it, but it's got both his charge attacks primed and ready. The Ice Beam coming through, there's still that shield on Nighttime Clash's side.
This is going to show why Whiscash is the premier Mud Bomb user right here, or the Mud Boy user, is because of the double Mud Bombs. This is going to be enough. Unfortunately, Azumarill does not have enough energy to survive long enough, as the back-to-back Mud Bombs is going to be taking this game. So well played to Nighttime Clasher here in game one.
I mean, it was a valiant effort with that catch as well. Azumarill getting out of their Charger Bug, sacrificing itself, but the Whiscash coming on strong and true, showing why it is one of the premier Pokemon to use at the moment.
And this is what's tough. He had a good opportunity with the sack swap and able to catch that energy, but unfortunately his Azumarill didn't have the energy to respond, and that's the tough thing, is if your Azumarill gets swapped out and doesn't have a charge move ready to go, it takes a while to get to those Ice Beams and Play Roughs. And 3.5, 5 seconds in the game feels like an hour for these trainers, and those Mud Shots and Mud Bombs come out very quickly.
And Nighttime Clasher doesn't just talk the talk when it comes to Pokemon Go, he can walk the walk as well. Phenomenal top place finishes across last season and this season in particular. The one I really want to highlight is the LAIC top 16 finish that was in Sao Paulo earlier this season.
Yes, dominant trainer, top 16, top 8, top 4. Consistency is what I'm seeing here. Getting to day 2 multiple times, and maybe he has what it takes to get to day 2 here in Liverpool.
Hikami on the other side also knows what it's like to be able to finish in those top cuts, getting a top 16 finish at the Lille Regional Championships earlier this season as well. Maybe not so many accolades yet on his roster, but of course the more events you play, the more history that can be made.
Yeah, and like Lurgan Rocket said earlier today, it's just all about being comfortable, being solidified in your team that you brought, being understanding that, you know what, it could go either way, but comfort is key. I've seen too many trainers get overwhelmed sometimes by maybe being on the big stage or being at a big event, and that actually makes it worse for you. I know you want to play your best, but we always play our best when we're slightly relaxed. We have a little loose feel to our battles.
Exactly, and it could even just be with the team composition that you have. We hear time and time again about trainers maybe the night before a tournament still undecided about which 6 they are going to bring, and sometimes that extra bit of uncertainty or anxiety and picking something you're not necessarily well versed or comfortable with can be detrimental to your performance.
Yes, and every trainer does it. Every single trainer is like second guessing. Those people I was talking with in the lobby of the hotel, I'm like, what are you bringing? They're like, I don't know. This is my first team. This is my second team. I don't know what I'm going to choose. And ultimately, they usually settle on comfort. There is an opportunity where, yes, Trevenant may be strong. Trevenant may be good for this meta, but if the trainer isn't comfortable using a Trevenant and they'd rather go towards Venusaur or Abomasnow as their grass type, they should go for that because comfort with a Pokemon is king.
Particularly when you have knowledge about it. You know, if it's something you're well versed with, you're going to have those natural instincts. And in a particular game like Pokemon Go, where every single split second matters, being able to just rely on those instincts can be game winning. Having to maybe guess or even second guess your decisions will often give your opponent an advantage.
Yes, and that's what we've seen with Annihilate. Last weekend, it was not a comfort pick. Everyone was picking it because it was strong. It still did decent, right? I don't want to knock it down. But the trainers using it didn't have as much time to prepare as the ones we see today, and that's why we're seeing a lot more Annihilates push their way into the winners finals and going into day 2 than previously in Charlotte.
You're right, it wasn't consistent at all, the Annihilate. I believe it got to top 8, there was one in top 8, but then just throughout the rest of the competition, particularly coming into day 2, it really fell off the kind of rankings a little bit because people just weren't as well versed with it.
Yes, and take a look at the teams here. We see that a lot of trainers are opting to run for double flyers. This is something else I've seen today. Skarmory and Gligar there for Nighttime Clasher, and for Haikami, we have Shadow Gligar and Mandibuzz. Now, there's a lot of, this is what's cool, is we have a meta now where there's a lot of different flyers that you can run. There's a lot of different fighters you can run. This is what's fun because it's different than the knocked out Trevenant era that we all know so fondly.
It's almost like you have this flying fighter and water core that goes around.
Something like
which
that.
Pokemon in the triangle are you going to bring? But speaking of water type Pokemon, we've got the Dugong versus the Registeel out of the blocks.
Now, Dugong can stay in this matchup because of what Drill Run can do. Remember, this is charge move pressure that Registeel has to apply, and it's early game. There's 2 shields there for Dugong.
Yes, and the Drill Run, yes, it's super effective damage, but the Registeel can take one of them. With a little bit more fast move pressure, it may have to be precarious if it's going to take the second one, but of course, there's got to be a shield here.
Yes, and now this is something very interesting to notice. The Zap can't, no, it gets the attack debuff. That is unfortunate, but also fortunate for Haikami. I don't want to play one side. I'm going to play both sides of the fence. That's a huge debuff right there. This Drill Run now is not going to do as much damage.
And of course, Haikami being 1 game down, this is the kind of strategy that he needs to get himself back into the set. The second Zap Cannon is ready. Of course, Nighttime Clasher going to have to shield unless he wants to take some big damage, but at the same time, your Dugong is already in a detrimental spot. It's taken 1 attack drop, doesn't take 2 though.
And this is why Dugong is so good. In a matchup against Registeel, it doesn't have, oh, we see the Icy Wind! That was a bit too close for comfort. Oh man, I got a little antsy there, but able to get the Icy Wind and able to win against the Registeel here. Yes, they had to give up a shield in order to do so, but they got switch advantage.
Better late than never, Dugong finally getting that Icy Wind through. Of course, the Whiscash is going to be able to fell you with a couple of mud shots there, but Nighttime Clasher can bring in that Lickitung.
This Lickitung is going to prove very difficult potentially, as the Power Whips are going to do so much damage. And what do? Do you catch the Power Whip on a water Pokemon, or do you catch it on another water Pokemon? Like but thankfully, Haikami does have 2 shields available for that.
Yes, you do have that defensive flexibility, which, as you pointed out, the water-type Pokemon are going to be very grateful to its trainer for. It's going to be the Body Slam, first of all. Is Haikami going to call it correctly? He does go for the shield.
All right, so able to get a shield right there. Now, if I was Haikami right now, or not Haikami, sorry, Nighttime Clasher, you got to be wondering, what is in the back? What is my opponent not bringing in? Because I have a Power Whip Lickitung here for the Whiscash, as they do get the attack drop.
They get the attack drop, but Lickitung doesn't have a lot of HP left. Going through with this Mud Bomb, it is going to go into the shield, though. I think Nighttime Clasher thinking there is still a little bit that this Lickitung can get up to by applying pressure with a Nuller, one of these Power Whips, but instead is the Body Slam.
This is so unfortunate. Great play by Haikami right here, and that is due to knowing, first of all, got the attack debuff. Secondly, Azumarill is bulky enough where Power Whip is not going to do enough. Nighttime Clasher needs to store this energy, go for a Power Whip here, and then he's got to trust in Whiscash to try to win this game.
That attack debuff is coming in clutch right now, not having to worry too much about these Power Whips. Now that you have taken that additional lick damage, though, you have to go for the protect.
Now, this is why no shields in play. Azumarill typically takes these matchups because all it takes is 2 charge moves, really, to get rid of the Whiscash when you add in the bubbles as well. So we'll have to see if they'll get there in time, but don't count Whiscash out because he's going... This is an interesting play. His only win condition is an attack debuff from Scald. Let's see if he gets it. No, he doesn't get it. I think that's going to be a good game then, because there's still a Whiscash in the back that he has to deal with that is very healthy. But ultimately, I think he went for the Hail Mary play there. I don't think, even if it got the debuff, there was a way for him to win just because Whiscash is so healthy, but at least he went for it, right? Typically you would think, you throw the mud bombs for neutral damage, but he's like, I gotta get a debuff in some way.
You're right, it's thinking about that endgame and what the win condition is going to be. There was no debuff though, there's no raining on Azumarill's Parade as the Whiscash on Hikami's side able to go for a mud bomb of its very own into the unprotected Whiscash. And in the battle of the Whiscashes, it looks like Hikami's is victorious.
So Hikami fighting right back here with the double water core here in order to win game 2. It's anyone's game 3 now.
I mean, Zion, like, these are my favorite moments in Pokemon competitive play when you see these trainers take it all the way to a game 3. They adapt from being that game down, knowing that that's going to knock them into the loser's bracket, but instead battling it out for one more match to try and be victorious and make it into day 2.
Now, what I liked about Hikami there is the adjustment. They brought Mandibuzz in thinking, you know what, my opponent won't bring the Dugong, but Nighttime Clasher definitely did there in game 1. In game 2, went for more neutral or better matchups with Registeel, Azumarill, and Whiscash, and the Registeel got its worth. It got a shield early, which is huge in order to win that game like we just saw.
Exactly, and taking a closer look as well at Nighttime Clasher, really good adaptations coming into that game, but just wasn't able to get the momentum, particularly the way Hikami was able to apply pressure with that Azumarill towards the end. We've seen time and time again the debuffs being in beneficial favor with something like the Scald, but very early doors with the Zap Cannon debuff with that Registeel really set the tone for that game too.
Yeah, now it's going to be a question of, is Registeel going to be in game 3? I think Hikami is going to want to bring it, and it's going to be a matter of if Nighttime Clasher is going to bring 2 good answers for it, or an answer and a pseudo answer. So it could be a Whiscash and an Annihilate, or it could be the pseudo answer of Whiscash and Shadow Gligar.
You've got to be careful though, you don't want to have like tunnel vision down on that Registeel and think, let's bring all my counters, and then to the other 2 Pokemon it's like, oh okay, I haven't quite thought of the plan here, but I'm sure Nighttime Clasher will be able to have that flexibility. You're right though, Pokemon like the Whiscash can obviously apply a lot of pressure with those Mud Shots and Mud Bombs into that opposing Registeel, but we also saw Dugong really hold its own.
Yes, Dugong definitely has some play still, but I don't know if Hikami's going to be bringing the Shadow Gligar because of the fear of Dugong. We saw the Mandibuzz there because it's kind of a soft matchup, like we saw them get a shield and then force the energy, but ultimately it's going to be up to, I think it's going to come down to where the Registeel is and if it's aligned to something that it doesn't or does want to be aligned to.
Exactly, and remember trainers, the winner of this match will be advancing into day 2 and staying in the winner's bracket. It has been a long tournament so far. These trainers have been battling out for about 8 hours already today, and they've just got one more hurdle to overcome to lock in their day 2 competition.
Now, when it comes to these battles, would you rather go with the, I'm just going to choose my strategy quick, or do you overanalyze and kind of take a deep breath to figure out what you're going to bring?
I think you kind of need to do a hybrid. You need to trust your gut and your instincts on what it is. At the end of the day, you're in winners finals, you've taken it to a game 3, you've got good instincts, but you do need to take a minute as well and make sure you're not jumping to the catch a little bit too fast. Look at these leads.
This is Nighttime Clasher's game to win right now. Dugong into Whiscash. This is very favorable because of the Icy Wind debuffs. Dugong doesn't take that much damage from Mud Bomb. And if we look at that back line, it could potentially be Lickitung into Azumarill and then Whiscash into Registeel. And this is why I said about the alignment of Registeel is going to be critical for game 3. Dugong definitely going to take it here. Whiscash, unfortunately, though it's been dominant, it does not like Icy Wind and Ice Shard.
It certainly doesn't, and likes those attack drops even less. That is going to put Whiscash on the back foot. It may be trying to get some good damage on the board with the Mud Bomb, particularly with the attack drop. It's really nothing that Dugong has to even worry about. Look at that.
Yeah, and you got to say here, if you're the Dugong, you got to be staring Whiscash down and going, look, you have a chance to debuff. I, however, am guaranteed.
The confidence of that Dugong is unprecedented in this winner's final. Able to go for another one of these Icy Winds. Now, Hikami really is going to have to start maybe going for some of these shields in order to protect the Pokemon, but instead keep it in the back for later. I would definitely preserve them.
This is so tough because there is no fast move pressure to farm down Dugong in time, which means you're going to get a free debuff or charge move off. Drill Run looking to come through, so opting for the neutral damage instead of debuffing the Azumarill. This is important to know because, like I mentioned before, a Pokemon can swap out and clear the debuff. So in this situation, debuffing Azumarill isn't going to get you a lot. What you'd rather get is the free health.
Exactly, and Hikami has that switch capability at the moment, so you don't want to have to waste one of those icy winds, get the damage on the board. This is exactly what Dugong is locking in for. There's another drill run, chipping away at this Azumarill.
Wow, Dugong put in a lot of work, getting rid of Whiscash, getting Azumarill to 50% HP. Lickitung now coming in. We are likely going to see a swap out soon into Registeel. I might anticipate either right away or it's right away. Okay, I was gonna say, or try to catch the Power Whip. But Whiscash now locking it down. I think that might be a good game.
Yeah, I mean, Dugong went through 1.5 Pokemon in that match. Like you said, it put in a shift for Nighttime Clasher. Now you've got the Whiscash here able to start cleaning up. Yes, you're forcing a shield onto that opposing Registeel here, but honestly, fantastic play here by Nighttime Clasher. The alignment, the pivoting, the putting of the Pokemon in the right place at the right time has been masterful.
Yes, and now something to note there. Those of you at home might be wondering, why did he go for Zap Cannon when it's resisted? Whiscash is a ground-type Pokemon. It's because of that debuff. Debuffs and buffs are so crucial in this game that you know your opponent is likely going to shield. And even though it costs a little bit more energy than Focus Blast, if you get a debuff, that could be game-breaking for you. But Whiscash ultimately very consistent, very strong, and it is here to dominate Registeels.
You could see Registeel was trying desperately to go for that Focus Blast before this Mud Bomb was able to connect, and it has been able to do it, just able to survive on the slither of HP. But like you've said, it really is Nighttime Clasher's game to win here, just going through the motions, knows what he has to do.
Yep, and we will see the Azumarill come in. Whiscash in a very good position, storing some energy right there. I would have loved to see the Mud Bomb stay, but ultimately, I think he didn't want the Azumarill to try to throw a charge move. So it's good when you swap out. You always want to have a little bit extra energy so that when you come back in, you can get to that charge move right away, since that's the way you're doing damage to something like an Azumarill.
Exactly, and coming through into this endgame state, the body slam of the Lickitung is going to be able, I think, maybe to get the KO onto that Azumarill. It's on such low HP. No, still has to go for a couple more licks to finish off the job.
But that is Nighttime Clasher in the victory, as he will be fast moving down the Registeel, able to take the winners finals and move on to day 2.
I mean, you called it in that game 3. It was Nighttime Clasher's game to lose, and he did not. Was able to identify the advantage he had right out of the blocks and steamroll into day 2.
Yeah, you can't be any more happy with a matchup. I mean, I guess if it was Mandibuzz into Dugong, but a Whiscash into the Dugong, you know you can easily win that. You know on the back end, if there is no fast move pressure, the only fast move pressure that we've seen has been Volt Switch, which he still would have had an Icy Wind or Drill Run ready to go for Charge Bug, and which is why fighters are so crucial in this meta, because if a team doesn't have it, Pokemon like Dugong are free to roam. And now there are good answers, right? Charge Bug, maybe Lantern, etc. But that is why it has access to Drill Run for super effective damage against Lantern specifically.
We're seeing this a lot with Pokemon that have good coverage, really rising to the top of the usage stats. Again, Lickitung having that grass coverage as well with the Power Whip does give it so much more flexibility and pressure to all of those pesky water types that are running around. So I think when we're seeing Pokemon that have that coverage, they really are dependable Pokemon for their trainer.
Yes, and it was so good to see the Dugong really shine. I've been hyping it up just a little bit, but I want you guys at home to know that it is worth, because mind you, Ice Shard and Icy Wind are legacy moves, and in Pokemon Go, legacy moves are only available through the special events, which does happen. We did have recently the ability through a Pokemon Go PvP event to evolve your Seals into Dugongs to get that moveset, or you have to use what's called Elite TMs, Elite Fast or Elite Charge. Now, if you're sitting at home, you have a Dugong that you would love to use, I think it is worth the fast and charge move. It is one of those Pokemon that is strong and consistent and has been getting better over time.
It definitely is, and particularly seeing the way it was piloted so strongly by Nighttime Clasher as well does show the flexibility that it has. And it's good as well if you have that flexibility with the TMs as well in your backpack, that you're able to put those moves onto your Pokemon. And sometimes those small changes, again, we were talking about Lantern earlier, whether you want to go Spark or Water Gun, can give you flexibility depending on what you think the meta call is for a tournament.
Yes, and there's something cool I also want to mention. I hope it's okay that we talk about Pokemon Go and PvP on the other side, outside of Play Pokemon.
Yeah.
You can get, at the beginning of every season for Go Battle League, you can get a free Go Battle League season pass. This allows you to get critical resources for PvP like TMs and Candy and Stardust. It takes 500 wins during a season.
How?
But every 100 wins, you get something new. And this is where you can get those elite TMs potentially at the beginning and the end. If you get all the way to 500, you also get them at the end of the season as well, depending on the rank. There's a lot of opportunities out there for you to get those if you were just wondering at home.
And it's super good information to know. At the end of the day, we've talked a lot this weekend about getting started in Pokemon Go, and these are the kinds of informations and tools that you need in order to get your team battle ready for a tournament. But speaking of battle ready, there is a trainer who is ready to rock in day 2. Let's kick it over to Leo on the couch to have our winners interview.
You are back for another winner's interview. A legendary player from the States has qualified for day 2 of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships here in Liverpool. Nighttime Clasher, what are you doing here?
Well, I want to see if NA is better than EU. In a lot of games, we know NA equals no achievements. So I'm here to prove that wrong.
All right, but I mean, watching the last NA tournaments, why didn't you ABA?
So the best thing about ABA is that there's generally a 1 in 6 chance that your opponent brings what you don't want to see in the lead. And if they don't bring that Pokemon, you win instantly. NA is absolutely cooking with the ABA.
I want to say that your team looked really, really safe. How was that Dugong for you today?
So Hot Pocket has recommended the Dugong as per usual. It was very bad for me at the Latin America International Championships. So naturally, I ran it again.
So you made top 16 at the Latin American International Championships, right? That's
Correct.
already a huge achievement. You already qualified for the World Championships. Are you still grinding for points here?
I think I don't really need too many points, but I would love to win a regional, and I feel like I do better at big tournaments. I always, when I do bad, I get like 0-2 or like 2-2. It's at like tournaments with 80 people, but as soon as there's over 200 people, it's like I'm just cruising.
So, are we going to see more of you in Europe?
Yes, you can expect to see me playing a lot of regionals.
Very good. Okay, that's all the time we have right now, so we're going to kick it right back to the casters.
Hello guys, I mean, amazing to be able to hear the insights from our winner. Nighttime Clasher as well, not only a force to be reckoned with behind the casting desk, but obviously out there on the battlefield as well. Of course, we've had a couple of regionals so far this season, and I was actually lucky enough to be at Portland and watch that amazing final live. But for you who maybe missed it at home, let's take a look at some Perfect Play Portland recap.
Hey trainers! Welcome back to Perfect Play, where we dive into some awesome high-level plays. We're breaking it all down step by step, so you can pick up some cool tricks from the best in the game. My name is Martijn, you may also know me as Inadequence, and today we are going to take a look at one of the best plays ever made in competitive Pokemon Go. The action took place on the west coast of the United States, in Portland, Oregon. Competitors started off strong here. The standout play happened in the initial match of the set. The writing was on the wall for Abhinav as his Charjabug faced off against Bastiodon. Charjabug can't even hurt Bastiodon, so Abhinav switched out immediately. Wishcash had been the most valuable Pokemon in the tournament for him, but Caleb was prepared and switched in his Poliwrath. The best that Abhinav could do here was grab a shield advantage, which was important for later. As the battle progressed, it all came down to Abhinav's Gligar to defeat Caleb. But Caleb had all the answers! His Azumarill managed to severely wear down the Gligar, and it came down to the final moments of the battle. Big Bastiodon bounced back on the battlefield, and Gligar only had enough health and energy to get to an Aerial Ace bait and then the Charge Attack Dig, but this wouldn't even knock out the Bastiodon. There's no way Abhinav can win this battle, right? Now, observe. Gligar gets the Dig, but he doesn't fire it. Caleb swaps the Poliwrath in as he hoped to catch the Charge Attack, but he fails to do so. Abhinav swaps the Charjabug in to take down Poliwrath. He optimizes energy by going for 2 Volt Switch first 3 Smackdowns, and now he reaches 2 Ditch Charges, and this puts the Bastiodon into Dig range. Somehow he wins the battle. All steps were executed to perfection, and it led to a magnificent win. This was a showcase of Abhinav's mastery, and in the end, he managed to win all of Portland. If you have this passion for battling as well, try testing yourself in nearby events on Pokemon.com/play.
Alright, we are back for the next round right here, right now. More of those finals. We want to see the players advancing to day 2 at the Pokemon Go Regional Championships here in Liverpool. And I'm now finally joined by Adelian.
We're back. I remember the last time I casted with you, which I think was in Liverpool last year. I was thinking, and it was so exciting to hang out with you, to get to know you. But Now we get to see some fantastic battles. Remember, some of these players will be getting to top 16 tomorrow, and that is an achievement in its own right.
We had great battles at the last Liverpool Regional as well. We had some nice 1 HP shields, huh?
Oh, yeah, yeah. The less said about that, the better. Well, you know, like I said to Lou in the previously, we either win or we learn, and I definitely learned.
Exactly. You can't win them all, that's also a saying, and that is also very true. But the players who can win it all, maybe tomorrow, are the players that are sitting here on stage in the losers bracket now.
Yes,
winners finals.
And yes, indeed. And both of these trainers actually are local battlers from here in the United Kingdom. You have Emsley Boy hailing from Scotland and Jamie McElwain, who I believe is from Ealing in London.
Oh, that's
very specific, right?
Yes. I have no idea about the London geographic.
It's southwest London. That's southwest London. That's all you know. And they're jumping straight into the battles, funnily enough.
Yes, and I think that this should be the losers finals, by the way, because I'm pretty sure we have seen Emsley Boy lose earlier right here. But we're going to see Licky Tongue versus Rumel, slightly favored, more than slightly favored for the Licky Tongue.
Yes, that is correct. And so you can see Jamie Alwain trying to try a catch attempt on Emsley Boy, not successful there, and a counter into the Gligar here. So both of these Pokemon relatively evenly matched up, but the energy that Licky Tongue has might prove to be advantageous.
Yes. This is an advantageous matchup for the Licky Tongue as well. Just looking at all of the Pokemon that are being brought to the table right here. They basically all lose to Licky Tongue except maybe the Annihilate.
Yes, that is true, and I would explain why. This that Licky Tongue has been used here. Aerial Ace now coming through onto Emsley Boy's Licky Tongue to try and soften that up a little bit more, but both Pokemon have charge attacks available, going for the heavier hitting Power Whip, and there's an immediate shield by Jamie.
And that is a very good shield, because now you're going to take that shield back immediately with the dig that you can throw. Or you might actually go up to double Aerial Ace. No, we are almost going to 2 digs.
Yes, I think this is very sensible here. Jamie making the maximum amount of farm on his Gligar, and that's responded to with a shield by Emsley Boy.
Now the question is, oh, the Body Slam immediately. We're not even getting to the Aerial Ace. Now, are we going to shield this up, or is all of this energy going to waste? No, we are shielding immediately.
Yes, I think it's sensible here. You can farm up a fair bit more. You can probably get to 2 Aerial Aces and overwhelm this Licky Tongue. So here it comes, and the Aerial Ace is being launched here. Shield decision to be made, but Emsley Boy, if he shields, he will just have to take another Aerial Ace.
Yep, I think that is very sensible, that you can get a little bit of farm right here with the Azumarill, and you don't have to shield this. This is just an Aerial Ace of a Shadow Gligar, not super effective, not anything. Aerial Ace not the strongest attack in terms of damage to energy ratio, and now we are going to get our Azumarill chip. Play Rough is coming right after.
Yes, I think Jamie would be quite pleased to get that Aerial Ace off and do some chip damage on this Azumarill, but the Play Rough is going to deal neutral damage, but Licky Tongue so bulky, able to withstand that, and here comes Annihilate.
This Annihilate with shields up is super strong in this format and in every game basically, and now we are going to take this Power Whip immediately. We're going to switch into the Whiscash on Jamie McElwain's side.
Yes, I think this is a good play here. Soften up the Annihilate with that Power Whip, then go for these Mud Bombs. No shield by Emsley Boy. He feels that he can withstand the Mud Bomb here, but that will bring Annihilate into the red.
Yep, that is the win condition Azumarill right here. We are going to go for some more counters, farm up more energy. We have the Shadow Ball here. Shadow Ball is going to deal an enormous amount of damage to a Whiscash.
Excellent play there by Emsley Boy to waiting until the last second to launch that Shadow Ball, bring it into the red, and then Annihilate does go down. Fair bit of energy on this Whiscash though, and here comes the Scald.
Yes, Scald will also not be shielded. It just makes sense from Emsley Boy. You want to shield this Power Whip, this possible Power Whip. Are we going to see a debuff? No, we are not. We're still getting 2 bubbles in. That is energy on the Azumarill. The Licky Tongue is racing to the Power Whip, but there's still a shield. We're going for the Play Rough immediately. Doesn't work. We are at a Body Slam first of the Licky Tongue. Do you want to shield that even? I think you should.
Yes, you should shield that because, of course, even if it doesn't KO, you want to get this Play Rough off either way. You don't want to run the risk. It's the Power Whip. The Play Rough now coming in. This won't KO, I feel, but it will bring Licky Tongue so close into the red that a farm down with Bubble is possible, but it is a race to that Power Whip.
Oh, are we going to reach that Power Whip first? So the Bubble, it gets it off! Jamie McElwain gets the Power Whip of Emsley Boy. Is very sad about this right now. It was so close. 1 HP away from this victory. The Power Whip is going to connect and knocks out the Azumarill.
That was incredible. Jamie McElwain waiting until the very last half a second.
Yeah.
to get that brilliant tactical play. He got the bait successful with the body slam and then followed up with the power whip. Perfect. This is textbook baiting 101 and pulled off at the highest possible stakes.
Honestly, I thought you want to shield that all the time because your opponent might not even get to a second power whip, maybe only another body slam if he baits with the body slam. But I was mistaken.
Yes, and it just goes to show Jamie McElwain knew the bulk of his liquor, knew that he could trust in the Pokemon's defenses to withstand that extra bubble. Oh, it was so close. I'm with you, Leo. I didn't think he'd get to the power whip.
I mean, it got down to the very last HP. And that was crucial. You saw Emsley Boy thinking, hey, this might knock out, this last bubble might knock out. Nope, power whip. Game over.
Oh, yeah. So Emsley Boy now needs to reassess. Obviously, to get this far is impressive in its own sense. I have seen Emsley Boy compete in the past in tournaments. I think this is I might be wrong here, but I believe this is the furthest he has got so far. So he must be very pleased with himself. But to go that one step further, top 32 sounds good. Top 16 would sound even better.
I mean, you always want to get further. You always want this day 2, and when you are at day 2, you also don't want to lose. You want to get this title. You want to be the Pokemon Go Regional Champion of Liverpool in the 2024 season. And we're going into game 2. Emsley Boy redemption arc ?
Absolutely. Well, Jamie McElwain has a slight advantage here because the water-type Whiscash is able to threaten with the Scald onto the Gligar here, but it's a race to get to that Scald. Over-farming a little bit? No, actually going for the Scald immediately makes sense. You want to try and get that debuff.
Yes, and otherwise you would go into the charge attack priority event against the Gligar. Now this is going to be crucial. Is there a debuff? No, there isn't. And now this matchup is actually looking quite decent for Gligar, depending on how many shields are being used.
Yes, very true. We have to remember that Gligar, being a flying type, can resist all of the ground attacks. A shield given by Jamie McElwain to keep his Whiscash in the game, and then trying to get a catch here into the Azumarill. It's non-successful and responded to by that Charger Bug. Super effective damage now on this Azumarill.
Again, textbook play by Jamie McElwain because he just went for the immediate Scald in the first rotation. In the second rotation, he knew Emsley Boy is maybe trying to catch this, so why don't I try to overfarm a little bit?
Yes, and the risk paid off, and now Charger Bug is able to farm up a huge amount of damage here. Going forward, this discharge, which won't KO, but will bring Azumarill surely into the red. No shield on Emsley Boy's side.
Yeah, now you can think about investing a shield against the Azumarill just to farm down. No, we are immediately throwing a discharge. I like that play a lot, knowing that there is a Gligar in the back. This energy is not as important as having a shield. Yeah.
Yes, a very good assessment there, Leo. Absolutely right. Gligar now coming in, able to really soften up this, the Charger Bug. But Charger Bug is able to get this X-Scissor off and starts weakening the Gligar a little bit more.
But Adelian, let me tell you, this is a massive energy gain on the Gligar there. You can go for the full farm down, basically. Oh, you could, wow, okay, I think there would have been another 2 wing attacks in there.
Yes, I think so. Perhaps there's a slight miscalculation on Emsley Boy's side where he's thinking, oh, maybe he was the Charger Bug was 1 Volt Switch extra away. An immediate swap back into the Lickitung now, and Scald being launched in by Whiscash here.
And I like that if you are in a bad matchup, but you have switch advantage with Whiscash, try to get this debuff to have the big advantage. Bring in your own Lickitung. No debuff again, but the damage softened up the Lickitung.
Yes, that is still significant. The debuff would have been a bonus, but just the damage is useful here. Now both of these trainers will be exchanging body slams here as both Lickitungs look to out-bulk each other and then hopefully lead to an advantage when one of them is knocked out further along in this battle.
Yeah, we are seeing loads and loads of 1 damage licks right here. Some body slams, or as Zionic calls it, body spam. I really like that one. But this gives you time to think about how you want to play the end game of this. You want to bring in the Gligar at some point. Emsley Boy might actually consider... He might hope to lose this matchup here, which it really looks like it because of the damage that was immediately brought onto the Lickitung.
Yep.
He wants to get a farm down.
Yes, that's true. And this is what the concept of soft losing, and this is what I think Lickitung is trying to do on Emsley Boy's side. Soft lose, get a bit of a farm on the remaining Lickitung. It looks like, oh no, I thought it might have been a charge attack priority event, but it wasn't. Body slam being launched here on Emsley Boy's side to soften up Jamie McElwain's Lickitung, but still keeps it in the yellow, and then a swap immediately, trying to go for that combo play and pulls it off. Aerial Ace now being launched here, and Jamie McElwain has a decision to make. Does he shield or not? Chooses not to.
Oh, does this aerial ace knock out though? Yes, it does, and now it is Whiscash against the world. Whiscash is going to go for that Scald, is not trying to bait here. We are going into the charge attack priority event. The aerial ace is launched, and it is met by a protect shield.
Yes, and so this is going to protect Whiscash a little bit more, but now the race is on to get to that Scald, and no, the charge attack priority does happen. Now Emsley Boy does need to shield this in order for his Gligar to stay in this match. Shield does come out.
He gets the shield right there, but this Whiscash has loads of energy. I'm mistaken, it doesn't have loads of energy. We are going immediately for the aerial ace. Could have brought one more wing attack and doesn't need to. This is looking very good for Emsley Boy because of no Scald debuffs whatsoever. This is barely going to knock out. We're going to see a Scald that is definitely going to knock out the Gligar, but the Lickitung is in the back.
Yes, that is true, and I'm very impressed that the Whiscash was able to survive that. I thought it was about to be knocked out, but here comes the Lickitung, and those licks, those one-turn fast attacks, having an advantage over Mudshot. The lick down happens, and Emsley Boy makes this one apiece, and you can just see the relief on his face there. He was like, wow, I can't believe I pulled that off. Very good play there.
Yeah, it's a common mistake to think that Whiscash is a hard answer to Gligar just because it has one charge attack that deals 90% damage. Mudshots do not add up. Shadow Gligar deals so much damage. It is really bulky, and even if you connect a Scald, you will need a second one, or at least a Mud Bomb plus the Mudshots to knock it out afterwards. And the wing attacks do add up so quickly. You're so fast with those aerial aces. Digs deal 50%, about 50%. It is a decent matchup for Gligar, and this shows the flexibility of this Pokemon.
Yes, I think Gligar is one of the premier flying types here, and it was used to great effect by Emsley Boy. So, and I think the Shadow is definitely the way I would go, although there is plenty of debate. You can see Jamie Carlwain opting for the non-Shadow there. Don't forget, folks, we do have an event where Shadow Gligar is now available in Shadow Raids, so do get one, because you can be just like Emsley Boy, pulling victory from the jaws of defeat thanks to the strength of this Pokemon.
And we're immediately going into the third one. Both trainers rocking the same outfit. I dig it. So we're... Oh! And this is looking really good for Jamie immediately. The Gligar on the Charger Bug, the worst nightmare of any bug.
Yes, very much so. And now a response, though, into a relatively more even matchup here, as Lickitung is able to get the Body Slam off on the Charger Bug.
Oh, but this is positive for the Lickitung, actually. So I think Emsley Boy, with the investment of shields at least, might be able to get the switch back in his favor.
Yes, I think so as well. So Jamie Alwyn has to try and do his best to try and maintain switch because that he doesn't realize this, but it will be more crucial than he thinks. Exisal coming in now to soften up this Lickitung, and now the race continues forward to the next charge attack.
Yep, and this is a crucial one because I think you will kind of have to shield here. Otherwise, you're giving Jamie the control of the game. You're giving him control of the switch. Now you can farm up a little more. You can throw a Body Slam and see if your opponent wants to take the shield advantage or wants to go even further in this matchup.
Yes, and I think it's sensible here to shield, try and get another X-Scissor off. So one more Volt Switch, and then it will be a race. It will be a Charge Attack priority event, which Charger Bug wins. Now Emsley Boy again on the back foot. Do I shield or not? Chooses not to.
And now the question is, does Lickitung take this? Yes, very convincingly actually. Goes for a Body Slam and now decides to let it go. Jamie actually says, I don't need Switch to win this game. Takes the Body Slam. The Charger Bug is being knocked out.
Yes, that's true, and now Gligar can farm down, and then let's see what is going to come in. It'll have to be that Azumarill, surely.
Yeah, and that Azumarill is now very much behind on energy. Keep that in mind. So the Charger Bug that Emsley Boy has in the back is not really in that bad of a spot because of the damage of the bubbles. However, I think that Gligar is going to come out ahead here.
Yes, so that extra energy has been useful. Trying to get a catch there, which wasn't fallen for, and Charger Bug comes in. And now we have the reverse situation of Lickitung versus Charger Bug, but we know Lickitung has a slight advantage here.
And I think that might have been very risky on Jamie's part, because there is the chance that Emsley Boy gets a farm down later in the game with Azumarill and catches up on the energy.
Yes, that is true. That is a good point. So Jamie has to make sure he wins this, but wins this having taken as much damage as possible on Lickitung. And this is what it comes down to. Calculated ways of winning, not just winning the one-on-one matchup, but how much by.
Yep. Or you actually take no damage at all and have the full Lickitung, but we're immediately going to shield this on the Charger Bug. Emsley Boy is saying, hey, I want this Charger Bug to be well, and I want to throw some X-Scissors against Gligar.
Yes, that would actually work out quite nicely, because it's only a single resist, and with it being and Gligar, even though it's defensively okay, every move adds up. And now Body Slam is being launched on Charger Bug. Maybe an over tap there by Emsley Boy's side. And now this Body Slam takes out this Charger Bug. And you can see an immediate switch there to try and get the dig off, but not before Ice Beam is launched on Gligar.
Yes, keep in mind, Emsley Boy does not have Protect Shields anymore. The last Protect Shield is being used by Jamie. There's one bubble, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, 2 bubbles left for Azumarill. So we are going to go for the first dig. The question is, does Gligar have the energy to go for the Aerial Ice after this one as well?
Yeah, that's going to be the significant factor. I don't think it does. And Ice Beam is launched first, and that will certainly KO the Gligar. Double weakness. This is going to be huge on the Gligar.
Lick versus Bubble now. It's Lick versus Bubble. The same type attack bonus versus the 1-turn fast attack. This is a lot of damage off the Licky Tongue, and Licky Tongue licks down Emsley Boy's Azumarill.
And you can see the reaction on Emsley Boy's face. He knew how close that was, but Jamie McAlwain, by the skin of his teeth, makes it to day 2 of the Liverpool Regional Championships. I'm sure his stress levels have just dropped a ton after that match.
We all love a relief breather right there of the players both saying, whew, that was a huge one. Emsley Boy, of course, commiserations. It was a great run so far. We have seen him loads on stream. This was also a great performance coming back from this very, very bad lead of Charger Bug versus Gligar, going to a really good grind game in the end. However, Jamie McAlwain came out on top by just a slight margin.
Yes, it was so close. And again, comes back to what I did mention earlier. These battles get determined sometimes by as close as one fast attack. Both these trainers are brilliant. Emsley Boy is in the top 32 in what is the biggest regional of Europe this season. So credit to him to get that far, and I'm sure we'll see more of him in the future, hopefully, maybe doing even better.
Yeah, and that's also a lot of points I want to mention. So there is still Hawaii in for him. So you're getting those points, you're accumulating them. You can go to local challenges or local cups to get those points as well if you want to qualify for the World Championships at the end of the season. Very cool.
Yeah, and how exciting would it be to get to Hawaii? It's, for so many people, it is a beautiful, foreign, far-flung land. It's like when you say, oh, I'm going to Hawaii, that just, for me, that just gives me so many ideas of the Galapagos Islands, all that beautiful, beautiful nature to be had there. I would be so honored if I was anywhere as good as these battlers to get my world's invite to Hawaii. But yeah, for some of these trainers, they are making that a reality.
Yeah. I'm trying, but it's a rocky road so far. But we want to know about you guys at home. So we have some of your social posts that we are going to take a look at right now. Of course, if you put something on X or social media and you use the hashtag #PlayPokemon, we are going to see it and you might end up on stream. And that is some Natus and Xatus and Reshiram of Freya.
Yes, Freya, one of the commentators from the trading card game, is posting about their journey to Liverpool, and of course #PlayPokemon. You use that hashtag, PlayPokemon will see it, and we'll get your best social media posts out. And then of course we have another post from Sosaflow.
Oh, this one's for you, Adelian.
Oh yeah, waking up and I get to see the Liverpool champion from 2023. Well observed, Logan Rocket, a defending Liverpool champion.
22 though.
Oh, 22. That's correct. Yes, and then tagging against his opponent. Let me get this right. Arigi. I'll get that right. Adelian and Lou the Pikachu bringing the action in those suits. Well, yes, of course, I dress specifically for Sosaflow right now.
That was the plan all along. And then we, of course, have Martine. Me and my friends went to a challenge, and I managed to sweep it. I would really like to hear live reaction from Alpha Phoebe and Homeslice Henry on Ludicolo, #PlayPokemon. I'm not Homeslice Henry, but I can see his opponent saw the writing on the wall and top left. So I tried, Martine. I'm sorry.
Lovely to see Martine there. And so those are only just a selection of the social media posts. You can, of course, look on some of the others. Just type in on X, #PlayPokemon, and it will show you all of them that you can see. You can see just how amazing this event is. We still have more battles, so do not go anywhere. The trainers are being set up, ready to go. We are trying to get as many battles to you as possible because all of these trainers are so brilliant. They all deserve to be seen, I say.
Yes, they are deserving of the spotlight. If you put that much work into the preparation of this tournament and in your skills as well, then you just deserve the spotlight. And there we have one of the greatest of all time. Patoman is a phenomenal Pokemon Go player. Patoman has gone to the finals twice. He's won one.
Yes, he won. So Pataman won in Gdansk only 2 months ago. And of course, he is also the defending finalist from Liverpool 2023, going all the way up to the runner-up spot, only to lose to Human Catchabug in a very decisive set best of 5. However, Pataman looks to do that, go one step further, and he has the talent to do it. He's proven it.
I want to go, I'm not statist 10, but I want to go into statistics right here.
Let's do it.
Because he got second twice. He played 3 tournaments, if I remember correctly. He got second twice.
Yep.
Every time he entered the grand finals through the winner's bracket.
Yes.
He won the one where he entered through the loser's bracket. So I think in 100% of the Pokemon tournaments that he's playing, when he loses one before the grand finals, he wins.
Oh, interesting. So maybe this is the sign. Maybe he will be an additional 2-time regional champion here in Europe, and joining just Colin 6, who has been able to do that so far, if memory serves. So all to play for Pataman. Let's not dismiss San Hudigo. I need to make sure I pronounce that right, because I have been told. I want to make sure I get it right. San Hudigo, also a fantastic trainer, a regular in the Play Pokemon scene. Both these trainers are from Spain, so they have been talking about this is the battle of Spain between us right now, and I'm excited to see it.
Oh, we are going to settle it definitely, because we also had other battles from Spain in the past. We had Andres, we had Paul Asher, we have so many amazing trainers. Don't forget John Yoya.
Yes, of course, the Utrecht Special Event Champion from March 2023. Quite right.
The Spanish players are very talented, I want to mention. And especially, oh, this is Lou the Pikachu's artwork. She drew specifically for Pataman after he won with the Shadow Alolan Ninetales. 3rd time's the charms, she said, and right she was. This was an absolutely phenomenal finals that he played, and against Tonton Batus, by the way, and this is a phenomenal artwork that she drew.
Yeah, this is beautiful. I'm actually quite impressed. I didn't realize Lou was that much of an artist, but clearly I'm wrong, and this is absolutely... I want one on my wall now. I might pester her for one later.
I think you need to win a regional or a special event for that.
Oh, that might be a bit of a push for me.
We gotta try, right?
You gotta try, right? Yeah, of course. But let's not take away anything from these two fantastic battlers. So you have the Psyduck, because of course the duck is the mascot for Pataman. Pato is actually the word duck in Spanish, I believe. And then of course San Hudigo with the Chimchar on the left. So maybe that is his favorite Pokemon. Although, rather than Chimchar, he has the Skeledirge.
Yes, Chimchar is maybe not quite the Pokemon you want to bring to this tournament. Maybe in the future with a Shadow Infernape.
Oh yeah, that's coming soon, isn't it?
Released this weekend, so that's very cool. We are seeing Shadow Alolan Sandslash on Pataman's team. He's bringing out the spicy ice Pokemon.
Yes, we haven't seen one of those in quite a while. Not since some trainers like Mindjoke and Danky Chan have made it quite their signatures just from Malmo in 2023. Yeah. But to see Alolan Sandslash will be interesting. What do you think of its gameplay going up against San Hudigo, Leo?
Okay, let me think. I don't like it too much, I gotta be honest with you. So it is very polarizing there, because depending on Powder Snow or Shadow Claw, it is still really good against Cresselia. It kind of walls it, even though it's a bit frail.
Yep.
Versus Azumarill, it can be really good. If you're running Powder Snow, the matchup becomes a bit worse.
Correct.
You beat Charjabug kind of convincingly. It's not the best matchup. Charjabug isn't helpless, it has neutral play. Vigoroth!
Yeah, I think that is the sound that you make. And the same goes for Skeledirge against Alolan Sandslash. It isn't great, but I have seen occasions where, because of the attack timing of Incinerate versus Shadow Claw, you could maybe throw one Shadow Claw, and if that's enough to get you to a Drill Run, you can then launch the Drill Run. In a no-shield scenario, that might flip that matchup. So let's not rule that out.
Yeah, you have the Drill Run as a tool to beat the Skeledirge, so that is always a possibility. If you are up shields, basically 1-0, or if you're just in a no-shield scenario, you will outpace that Drill Run. And if you're running Shadow Claw, it will also immediately knock out. But there's also the Altaria. So I think San Hudigo is thinking, hey, this Sandslash might be a problem. I might over-prepare for it, and then I get punished by other Pokemon.
Yes, that is very true. I am just looking at the team, and I think Charjabug does have some reasonable potential on San Hudigo's side, only really fearing the Gligar. So that might be an option, and then you bring something to protect against that. To be fair, Pataman's Gligar looks kind of okay as well, excluding against San Hudigo's Azumarill.
And even that is a matchup you have played. We have seen that before. So I think actually that Gligar is going to come in every time. Might be a potential safe swap. Forcing out an Azumarill leading, maybe bringing his own Charger Bug as well, because that can also work with energy. Maybe not the best matchup against Skeledirge, but against most of the other Pokemon, it has decent play. So I think that Shadow Gligar is going to be a very important Pokemon for Patoman, but we're going to see leading the Lickitung into Skeledirge. This is very good for Patoman.
Yeah, he'll be happy to see that. Now the question is when Sanhudigo swaps out immediately, Azumarill being met by Charger Bug here, so still Patoman in a commanding position, but Azumarill is so bulky, is able to withstand a little bit more pressure, but these Volt Switches are slowly adding up. Ice being launched first.
Yep, and that goes unshielded, so might have also thrown a play rough right here. I kind of like the strategy of Sanhudigo to bait out the Charger Bug with the Azumarill, so the Cresselia is a bit more free.
Yes, I do like that. So this is talking about an ABB strategy that Sanhudigo might be trying to employ here. Discharge does a lot of damage here, but not enough to KO. The second one has to be lodged. Patoman wasting no time, going back-to-back discharges to secure that knockout.
Yeah, but that one makes me think, hey, this could be a huge farm down on the Skeledirge potentially, and it is actually going to get 3 Incinerates off. We are going to see 1 discharge. The question is, do you want to shield this? Because the worst matchup you have is the Lickitung, and that is not decided by charge attacks.
Yeah, that is true. So maybe you want to shield it because you know the pressure will come from Lickitung's licks. So that makes a lot of sense. So here it comes again, and now 1 more Incinerate, going for another Incinerate here, and now you're up to 100 energy. Disarming Voice comes in, which is a very useful move in Skeledirge's arsenal.
You just gotta love the sound of those lick animations, by the way. And of course, the disarming voice as well sounds very funny. And now we're going to see Cresselia versus Lickitung. This Lickitung is just everywhere. It's just positive against everything that Sanhudigo brought. He can't be happy about seeing that there. Thought maybe he could scare it away with the Vigoroth. And we're seeing an awful amount of Moonblast today.
Yes, that's Moonblast. I think it's actually not a bad move. I like it. So Grass Knot, though, still being launched here, and that does go shielded by Patoman. Maybe a successful bait attempt, though there's not too much between the Moonblast and Grass Knot. And so now another rush to another charge attack. Let's see who throws first, and the Gligar is launching its dig first.
Yes, the dig is going to connect unless it goes shielded. We know that it won't take out. So Sanhudigo says, hey, I can keep my shields for my Skeledirge. That's what they're there for, basically, in this team.
Yeah, absolutely. So now Grass Knot being launched by Cresselia onto the Shadow Gligar, dropping it down to about 50% of its health, but Gligar can't farm up a little bit, but has to be mindful of time. And no, Cresselia is able to launch that second Grass Knot as well, which goes unshielded. This is going to bring Gligar into the red, surely.
And I think that Patoman knows that he immediate switch into the Skeledirge. Goes for an Incinerate. I'm pretty sure that the Incinerate is going to knock out, so we're getting 1 charge attack off, but the energy is going to be dropped after that. Yes, we're going into the Lickitung right now. There is 2 disarming voices already. Patoman will have to shield something eventually here.
Yes, and I think it was a very sensible play by Sanhudigo, recognizing that he can Incinerate down that Gligar and force it to throw a move there, but not get the second one. And another tap of and another disarming voices launch. This will not KO, but that is going to bring the Lickitung dangerously close to knockout.
Yeah, this will come down to the wire because this is a lot of damage that the Lickitung can dish out here. We are not even going for the full lick down. We are going to throw the power up, knowing that the Cresselia is almost dry right here, and we might be able to close this out with licks. Let's see how much energy the Cresselia really has. Is this going to be a race to the next charge attack? No, absolutely it's not.
Absolutely not. Lickitung dominant here. I think that team by Sanhudigo was a bit soft, as they say, on Lickitung. So I think there has to be a significant change in tactics here. You have to respect Patoman's Lickitung here, especially as Sanhudigo does not have one. Maybe the answer to the time is right now to bring in that Vigoroth.
Yeah, Vigoroth is the best answer that we have right now to the Lickitung because of those super effective counters, and first and foremost, the double resisted licks, because that is, as we have seen, the main damage source of Lickitung. You win matchups against the Skeledirge in which you can only throw double resisted and resisted charge attacks, and that is just absolutely absurd to me.
Yes, it does. It is a bit disconcerting at times to see the Skeledirge Lickitung matchup, but I think Vigoroth does have play here. Needs to be mindful of the Annihilate, but of course you can protect that. Maybe a Vigoroth, Azumarill core is the way to go there. Maybe that's how Sanhudigo could try and turn this around, perhaps. What do you think?
I think that Sanhudigo really relies on the Azumarill. He saved swapped that last game, and I don't know if I'm a big fan of that, because that is your only tool you really have against the Shadow Gligar. And if you are being met, I mean, Patoman basically knows that his opponent has to bring the Azumarill because Shadow Gligar is just so good against him. There will always be the charger bug, or almost always be the charger bug. So if you safe swap Azumarill, you basically give away your win condition against the Shadow Gligar.
Yes, for sure. And I think this is where it comes down to that team composition and you as Pataman recognizing that Sanhudigo's options are rather limited. If you can work out what he can and can't do, then you know you can have a bit more predictive style, sorry, a bit more of a prediction in what Sanhudigo will likely lead. Now we reckon, so Azumarill likely saved in the back rather than be the safe swap, which means that you want to keep your charger bug in the back if you're Pataman maybe.
What I would like to see from Sanhudigo now is the Altaria. Because
Yes.
Altaria was scared away by Azumarill and Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Pataman knew that his opponent was being scared of those and didn't even bring those. So I'm going to call it now. Sanhudigo is going to bring Altaria and Pataman is going to bring an answer.
Right, okay, well, we don't have long to wait, Leo, as we find the Azumarill coming in against a mirror matchup here. So let's see what the movesets are for both of these Pokemon. They are both running Ice Beam and Play Rough, so both Pokemon will be exchanging Play Roughs with each other for the foreseeable.
Or we are going to see a catch, as we have seen so many times today. No, we're going to go for a charge attack priority event right here. Goes for the Play Rough. Pataman's Azumarill slightly has a higher attack stat, and it is going to connect onto the other Azumarill. And now when we are looking at the Pokemon in the back, Sanhudigo again went very weak against that Lickitung.
Yeah, that's very, very true. But what's useful now for both these trainers is now they both know which Azumarill wins the charge attack priority event. So that might be useful information for both trainers further along if they are in this matchup again. So it is still useful to have this. The Play Rough is now being launched onto Pataman's Azumarill, try and soften it up a little bit more.
As then Pataman is going to retaliate with yet another Play Rough. And I think Pataman, with this charge attack priority event, has a big strategical advantage. Because as soon as he sees the next Pokemon that is going to come in, he can align perfectly. He knows that the Azumarill is probably out of the picture. And that is a catch on the Skeledirge right here, saving the Ice Beam or Play Rough on his own Azumarill. However, this is valuable damage, and you can now bring in the Lickitung. And that means in the end game, the Gligar will be on the Charger Bug.
Yeah, that is not going to be ideal. Still a great catch. Fire types resisting Fairy type damage, and so the Play Rough is resisted. Disarming Voice now being launched from Skeledirge onto the Lickitung, but Lickitung's bulk means it will take this and not mind the damage too much.
Like a champ, we are also already at a Power Whip, and I think at some point you should maybe throw or invest a shield right here, because this is going to deal a sizable chunk of damage. However, you might also decide to soft loose with Lickitung, maybe get out another shield if you even need to. Throw a Body Slam. Oh, we're just going for a full lick down. That is absolutely insane. So much energy.
I think that was very clever actually of Pataman, because he wanted to make sure his Lickitung would give as little farm as possible to Sanhudigo, so that's why he allowed both of those Disarming Voices and the Incinerate to go through. Very, very very clever, very good long-term planning, as now we see that matchup you described, Leo.
Yep, and there we go for the combo play right here with the Azumarill that is going to go for a Play Rough actually against the Shadow Gligar. But the Shadow Gligar has two shields available. You can just basically wing attack down right here. You might want to throw an Aerial Ace so you don't get softened up by the bubbles too much, as we are seeing right here. But Sanhudigo, yes, you have two shields against Aerial Aces, but before you get to two Ice Beams now, you will get knocked out, and he lets the Azumarill go down.
Interesting. So trying to put it all on Charger Bug here. Now these X-Scissors are resisted, but they do add up, and this is a Shadow Gligar, so the defenses aren't that great. So let's see how many X-Scissors are needed for this.
It's going to be a lot. I think we need at least two more X-Scissors that are connecting right here. And Sanhudigo starts shielding up. He has the shield advantage. The Volt switches are going to add up as well. But there's also a very dry Azumarill in the back, so we might actually see a catch.
Yeah, there is that potential there. Volt Switch is very easy to catch against, but nonetheless, you have to be so careful. So Charger Bug trying to farm up a little bit more, and we do see an attempt at a catch. And no, there is a stall by Sanhudigo, recognizing, trying to go for the farm down here, but is he going to get it? That is the key thing. Just throws and no, goes down. That is an incredible amount of gameplay there, as now two X-Scissors are there. The first one goes shielded, but will the second one potentially do the job?
Oh, that is a very good question. This is going to come down to the wire. Can this... Oh, we are going for an aerial ace. We have the charge attack priority event here happening. Are we going to see a knockout here? How defensive is this Gligar? Is it going to knock out? Yes, it is! Sanhudigo gets this game back. How did he do it?
That was incredible. Mastery, knowing, expecting the catch, out-maneuvering and reading the mind of Pataman, and then knowing, nope, I'll take a pause. That split-second decision to not throw that charge attack against the Azumarill was absolutely crucial. Brilliant, brilliant player, and this is where you know you're playing with players of this sort of caliber.
He waited the great Pataman out, and that really shows his skill. You're absolutely correct there, Adalian. That was a crazy match, I think. I thought that Pataman has the advantage again because of the Lickitung. Lickitung is so good into all of these Pokemon that we were just seeing there.
Yes, for sure. So now it's going to be tricky for both these trainers. Both Pataman might have a team composition advantage in his eyes, but now Sanhudigo's been able to overcome that. Can he do it again? And Pataman's going to be a little bit worried that if he's done it once, he could do it again. What do I change?
I mean, there was a bit of a maybe controversial situation in which he licked down the Skeledirge instead of throwing a Body Slam, not preserving any health. Didn't give his opponent a lot of farm with that. I think it was correct to go for that, but he could have thrown way earlier and maybe got another Body Slam off against the...
Yeah, that could have potentially worked, but you could also see, but I think that is one of those examples where, you know, with the benefit of hindsight and knowing knowing what the Pokemon was in the back, probably Pataman's going to think, yeah, I probably should have done that. Maybe, but I do like the tactical play that he did.
I also don't know. I think not giving the opponent enough farm or a lot of farm, rather wasting a Body Slam instead of giving the opponent an extra Volt Switch might have been the correct play there. Also, you didn't really have the option to throw a Body Slam. And now I think it was correct.
Yeah, I think it
would have been way worse if you did it.
Yes, potentially so. I do, and this is again, I really admire these players, Leo, because that sort of thought process we're talking about.
I would have
thrown
hours ago.
But no, we're talking about it now, and we recognize these tactics. But these players are thinking about these tactics on the fly while managing, and I think in addition to counting attacks, this multitasking is a skill needed in Pokemon Go PvP.
Oh, that is true, and that's something I am absolutely awful at. So it's sometimes even hard to know at which point you're going to throw your fast attack, charge attack, and keep in mind how many fast attacks the opponent used. So counting yours and the opponent's attacks is a really hard thing to do.
Yes, for sure. But credit to you, you have managed to hit Legend, so...
Yes, that is true. But not with counting. That's a whole different story.
So let's see what Pataman decides to do and change up here. What would your thoughts be? Do you think it's worth the risk of putting in Annihilate? But Sanhudigo's brought in Skeledirge every time.
I don't know if Annihilate is the best Pokemon to bring in, because we have also seen the Azumarill. There's still a potential for the Cresselia, but also the Charger Bug of Sanhudigo is very good against the Annihilate.
Yeah, that's very true. So perhaps not, but Vigoroth comes in, and it is against that Charger Bug, but we know Vigoroth does have access to Rock Slide.
Oh, and we are now seeing it, the Altaria versus the Azumarill, possibly later on in the game. Azumarill is looking very good against the backline of Sanhudigo. Very good call of Pataman.
Yeah, very much so. So Sanhudigo has to win switch here to stay in the game. So getting a successful bait call will certainly help. And there is a switch, and it's a catch onto the X's are on to the Skeledirge here. But now this opens the door for Pataman to bring in his own Pokemon.
Yep, Sanhudigo is playing out of his mind. Getting the bait first and then getting this catch on the Charger Bug as well with the full Incinerate sneak through. He's going to give his opponent a full bubble though, and that is a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's very tricky to get your attack timings right with Incinerate versus Bubble, and it's not a common matchup that you see all that much. I don't actually mind this because Azumarill can't really threaten Skeledirge with any of his charge attacks. So it's not great, but it's not terrible.
Yep, the extra damage comes in handy though, and Sanhudigo knows I have to throw the Disarming Voice before two bubbles knock me out before I can throw the Shadow Ball. So getting all of that chip in, there we go, the knockout. Pataman has a little bit of energy, and now the Azumarill is not going to meet the Altaria.
Yeah, so I think San Hudigo will be very happy when he sees the final Pokemon going for that body slam to try and soften up this Azumarill and take it out before it can threaten the Vigoroth any further, and therefore maintaining switch advantage. So now what comes in? Does that Charger Bug come in, but there is a bit of energy maybe on that Vigoroth, or does that Gligar come in? Let's see what he selects. In comes Gligar.
The Gligar comes in, immediately reveals all of the information of which Pokemon is in the bag. To be honest, it wasn't that surprising that it's the Gligar again.
Yes, Gligar is a safe decision on Pataman's side. So Vigoroth softening up and now bringing in that Dragon Breath with the heavy hitting fast attack damage, but not before an Aerial Ace is launched on this Altaria here. A shield does come out as San Hudigo wants to maintain as much health as possible on this Altaria, and Charger Bug jumps back in.
And I really like that by San Hudigo because he knows this Altaria is now my win condition. Altaria is there to outbulk the opponent. Altaria is there to go for as many Dragon Breath, and he's just nodding. He's like, do I shield this? Yeah, Altaria, you got this. You go, bird. Dragon. Dragon, yeah, Cloud Dragon. And here comes the Discharge, which does soften up the Altaria, but it's nowhere near enough. Bear in mind, flying types take super effective damage from electric type attacks, but the Dragon resist is useful and is a full farm down. Look at the energy on Altaria. Yep, and the Gligar still needs a lot of time to get to this Aerial Ace. Little does Pataman know, he probably knows that San Hudigo is almost at 2 Sky Attacks. It is just going to need 1 more Sky Attack to knock out the Gligar, plus a few Dragon Breath, and he can't wait to celebrate that this game is over. San Hudigo knows he is on the brink of winning this game. Going into day 2, he knocks out the Gligar, and this is San Hudigo's game.
Yeah, San Hudigo extends to that top 16. You can see the relief on his face. Credit to Pataman immediately getting up to try and congratulate his friend there. We know how good friends these two players are, and San Hudigo has been able to best a defending regional champion of Gdansk.
This is something that never happened before, that someone knocked Pataman out of the tournament before the grand finals.
Oh, wow, yeah, of course, yeah, because his reputation, his talent, Pataman, he gets so far. This will be quite rare for him to come out before the top 16, but for San Hudigo, you can see how much the emotion, see how much it means to him. The emotion is just visible in his face and his reactions, and I'm very, very pleased for him. Commiserations to Pataman, of course.
I'm gonna be honest, I would be over the moon if I won against a player like Pataman in the decisive match to go to day 2. This is already a big match. This is already maybe at some point the biggest match in your career. But the thing is, if you're playing against a player like Pataman, or Zweilous, or any other champion, or any other of the big names that have been performing so perfectly in the last few tournaments, this is extra cool.
Yes, it is. So you can see the shake hands. Oh, not just a handshake, a hug. That friendship stays strong, and you can see. I think that says it for all of us, just how stressful that was. But he must be so proud of himself. Now, the real test when you head back to your hotel room or whatnot and practice for tomorrow.
Yeah, that is true. You also, I mean, give him a few minutes, okay?
Yeah.
Rest up a little bit, clear your head, and then you can start preparing your possible matchups for the next day. And we're going to go very shortly into the next matchup, into the last matchup of the day. And that is a crazy matchup. I want to spoiler you guys already, because this is something we can talk about while the players are getting set up. We have Statistan versus Zweilous.
Oh, wow. Okay, now we're talking. Now we're cooking. Right, so Statistan versus Zweilous. In my view, Statistan, one of the most consistent players in the European circuit of the Pokemon Go Championship Series. Against Zweilous, the defending Barcelona special event champion. What a titanic match.
Yeah, I have been practicing with Statistan lately, and I got battered.
He does that, you know,
it sometimes. Was frustrating. We played 9 matches and I lost 8. They were close games, except for the one that I won. That was a really good ABA one, but he just knows what to do the entire time, and I could never feel safe in any game, and that's what he does to his opponents. But Zweilous plays the exact same way. You always know, hey, I cannot give my opponent room to breathe, because otherwise they are going to use that. The thing is, if you have both world-class players facing up against each other, both players have the same problem. You can't make a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. The stakes are so high at this level. We have Statistan. I sometimes affectionately refer to him as Dr. Statistan because he actually genuinely has a PhD in statistics. Yeah. And so how useful is that when you're playing Pokemon Go with all of the energy management that you have to do? But let's not take away from Zweilous, who's talented in his own right.
Is his in-game name a reference to statistics?
Yes.
Dude, how did I not get this?
I don't understand. Quite a few people don't get it at first, but it's like, his name is Stan, and he likes statistics. Clues in the name.
Sometimes I'm not the fastest, but anyways.
It's not just you, quite a few people as well. But here we are, now you all know. Statistan, master of statistics, brilliant, brilliant friend of mine as well.
I'm wildly disappointed, but in myself, let's look at the matchups that we have ahead of ourselves. So
yes,
there is the Shadow Dragonair. We have seen one qualify already in Stone Collection. We have seen we have a Pelipper there. Yep. I wonder if it's the same Pelipper that won him the special event in Barcelona. We have a Bombasnow, which is an absolute abomination. Ice Grass type. Icy Wind is so good. We have seen those debuff attacks.
Yep, we have seen plenty of those, but on Statistan's side, do you know what really stands out to me? That Shadow Alolan Sandslash is dominant against so many Pokemon that it will completely put off the Shadow Dragonair. It will completely put off, in my opinion, the Abomasnow. It will cause a few problems for Registeel as well because of access to Drill Run. Those three Pokemon, that means it's quite predictable now for Statistan. He knows Zweilous will have to bring Scanadurge, Whiscash, or Pelipper.
Yep, I mean, that's half his team. That is at some point
you can only pick those three.
That is true. I mean, that would make the preparation quite easy. Now we are seeing Liverpool Regional Top 16 with the Ampharos plushie. He said this is where it all began for him. I think that was his first regional. We had a very pleasant interview back then. I recommend to rewatch that because he said that he was reverse engineering a team that he saw on the last American regional back then, and then he brought the Tapu Fini and Ampharos.
Yes, I recalled it. Ampharos coming in. Ampharos, one of Zweilous' favourite Pokemon. On the other side, we have Poltergeist as the mascot, again, calling in for Statistan. Look at the accolades this man has. Stuttgart Regional Top 8 only last month. London EUIC Top 4 in 2023 in April. And then a special event finalist getting to second in March 2023. And last year's Liverpool Regionals, he was top 4, and he wants to go not just one, but 2 steps further.
That is definitely more accomplishments than Zweilous has, but however, there's one thing missing, and that's a title, and Zweilous already has that one.
Yes, only one of them is has been a former champion or defending champion. Statistan would love to win that championship. There is an affinity that he has lived in the UK. This is, in a way, he's Dutch, but this is also like a second home turf for him. I'm sure you would love to win that championship here, and there are many supporters in the crowd.
How unfair is that if you live in another country, you get 2 home turfs for tournaments?
Oh, it's because we really like Statistan. Well, okay, maybe I'm biased. I really like Statistan.
I mean, he's very likable, I gotta say that as well. So let's look at the spice in his team as well, because there is a Mantine.
Yes.
And how good is that against Zweilous' team?
You know what? I like it because it has Ice Beam to deal with Shadow Dragonair. Okay, well, against Pelipper, it can withstand quite a few attacks. It doesn't really like the Hurricane, and even against Shadow Abomasnow, against Standard Abomasnow, it's not too bad because of those wing attacks. I just think the Registeel is a problematic aspect for Statistan's Mantine.
Yeah, the Registeel is definitely a huge problem for the Mantine. Also, I don't think that Dragonair is the best matchup because in 2 shield scenarios you will always lose, and Dragonair is a Pokemon people like to lead it.
Yep.
And this is why you kind of have to be prepared. Basically, against Shadow Dragonair teams, if the Shadow Dragonair looks at least halfway decent against you, you can't lead weak against the Shadow Dragonair.
Yes.
But if your opponents do not bring it, and they might predict you to run strong against it, you're in a bit of a pickle as well.
Yes, for sure. So I do think Mantine will have promise here because unlike Shadow Alolan Sandslash, which has some more polarizing matchups, which might be a downside, Mantine's a little bit more flexible. So I think Statistan maybe will lead the Mantine, or at least certainly feature it at some point. And if he gets to align it up with that Shadow Dragonair, I think he'll be quite happy with that outcome.
That is true. Also, Shadow Alolan Sandslash is a really strong Pokemon. Against this team, you're absolutely... actually, I mean... if you're running Powder Snow, then Registeel matchup gets way harder. If you're running Shadow Claw, which has been increasing in popularity again after Zwilus coined the Powder Snow Shadow Alolan Sandslash in Barcelona, then the matchup is actually quite good. But other than that, it might be problematic.
Yeah, I think if I was Sassastan, I would lean towards Shadow Claw personally, and also it does help here because Zwilus doesn't have a Lickitung on his team, and Lickitung has been a staple in the Open Great League. It is so popular as a safe swap. Sassastan does have that luxury, and also another thing to note: Zwilus doesn't have a counter user.
I don't think. I have seen that quite recently, that people don't bring counter users and maybe also replace them with Skeledirge. So, because you can answer those steel types with fast move pressure.
Yes, that is very, very true. And so we see Registeel going off against Charjabug. This is an interesting matchup because Charjabug doesn't really mind any of the charge moves that Registeel puts out, but Registeel's charge moves hit so hard.
Yep, so it is actually not as bad as it seems on paper if you're just looking at the typings, because Registeel is just an absolute powerhouse. However, Charjabug is kind of comfortable in this matchup, as we have seen earlier.
Yes, for sure. So the Zap Cannon being launched by Zwilus here, looking to get that debuff on the Charjabug. Getting the debuff early will be really, really helpful in this matchup, and unfortunately doesn't get it.
Nope, and that is really important in this matchup because now Charjabug just runs through that Registeel. We are going to see the Volt switches adding up, and the Discharge, of course, also deals a lot of damage.
Oh, indeed it does. So now it's a race to see if you can get to another Zap Cannon, and it is able to do so. This would, at this range, I suspect, potentially KO. Is that a push?
That is a good question, and no, it does not, but we are going to immediately switch out. The attack debuff was there right here, and we are going to see Pelipper versus the Night Slash. Annihilate. Zionic must be really happy right now. He's been preaching about the Night Slash Annihilate the entire day.
Yes, indeed. However, this is not the best matchup for Annihilate. Pelipper is able to outpace with those Weather Balls, and those wing attacks are adding up big time. So Night Slash coming in, Zwilus opting to shield, does fall for, might have been the better bait attempt here, which was successful if so, and now Pelipper can farm up more energy.
And there was no boost, unfortunately, for Statistan. I would have loved to see that, to make it a little bit closer right here and forcing his opponent Zwilus to shield maybe the next Night Slash. Let's see if this one comes through, which even it wouldn't matter, but we saw a charge attack priority event.
Yes, and I think Sassastan has gained an advantage because Zwilus was engaged in that charge attack priority event rather than going for the farm down. So Sassastan happy here. Lickitung coming in to try and soften up this Pelipper a little bit more. The bulk is now there to withstand Pelipper's Weather Balls.
Yep, and Statistan has a shield advantage. However, that doesn't help you a lot if you're just facing those rather bait attacks, those small charged attacks like the Weather Balls, because there's so many of them. Shielding them is really not the best play. We're trying to go for a sacrificial swap on Zwilus' side, but the Registeel just gets licked down at this point.
Yes, I think Sassastan was nowhere near ready to launch a charge attack, and so that catch attempt was not successful. It's a bit of a tricky situation now for Zwilus because both these Pokemon do not want to deal with Lickitung. Here comes the Power Whip, which is going to do resisted damage on Skeledirge.
The good thing for Zwilus that he is going for himself now is that Incinerates add up so quickly, and Statistan hasn't shielded before, so you don't really need to connect one of those disarming voices. You have dealt the damage before, now you can go for Incinerates. Of course, it doesn't hurt to throw in a disarming voice once in a while. You're forcing your opponent to shield. Does he have energy on the Pelipper? I don't think so.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how much energy is left. The Power Whip is coming through on Skeledirge. Even though this is resisted, it still does a fair amount of damage. Zwilus deciding, I want to shield and preserve my Skeledirge for as long as possible in order to launch this next Disarming Voice.
I also really like from Zwilus that he is throwing these charged attacks. Maybe because he knows that he can't KO his opponent with it and he won't reach another one, but he's trying to go for a sacrificial swap or a combo play. There is the Weather Ball on the Pelipper, and that is looking good for Zwilus now.
And I think Statistan has reacted. He's not happy with the fact that he's fallen for that, and now the Lickitung goes down, and unfortunately this Volt Switch comes through, but those two wing attacks go through, and it's a double knockout, but Zwilus able to win because he has one Pokemon left in the back. Wow!
And if that wasn't a double knockout, then there would have been a discharge just ready to go for this Skeledirge. Well played by Zwilus. This one also came down to the wire.
Yes, it did. I think Sassastan fell for the combo play and could not react in time. Again, comes down to that 0.5 second reactions. It's so hard sometimes, especially at this level.
Yeah, but the players just know when they can catch their opponents off guard. It is not easy. Statistan just also try to go for a charge attack at this situation, but the charge attack priority, of course, Pelipper is going to win against the Lickitung.
Yeah, Pelipper will definitely win there. Lickitung, known for its bulk, not necessarily for its attack. Statistan, I think, was in a position to potentially win that if had he not fallen for that combo play. So the idea is, what do you change here? I think tactically, there wasn't anything all that bad. Zweilous just pulled out something magical, I say.
Yeah, that is true. I'm just looking at the Skeledirge on Zweilous' team right now, and Statistan can answer this with Lickitung. Of course, Lickitung, not a problem. Can't really use it as a safe swap as there is the Registeel, but he also has the Whiscash as an answer. And Whiscash is a dangerous Pokemon to play into Zweilous' team because there is the Abomasnow and the Dragonair Shadow, and of course Pelipper. Pelipper walls it.
Yes, Pelipper is a great answer to all of the water ground types. I think Mantine would have some play perhaps against the Skeledirge from a defensive standpoint, able to withstand, has a lot of defense to begin with, and has the ability to withstand a lot of these Incinerates and come back with the aerial aces. So maybe Mantine might be an answer here. Who knows?
Yeah, Mantine actually kind of wins this matchup. However, you will have to invest a shield.
Right, okay, that is very good to know. So maybe that isn't quite as nice if you want to have a tactic where you save shields for the back. You don't really want to be spending on a bulky Pokemon like Mantine, which you are hoping can take damage.
Yeah, Mantine is actually, it is dealing a lot of damage. I think 2 aerial and aces plus wing attacks might knock out, so the Skeledirge will also have to use a shield there, but we are going to maybe see it play out. Oh, there's Annihilate versus the Shadow Dragonair, and that's an interesting one as well.
Yes, Annihilate, because it has access to Night Slash, will be able to outpace the Shadow Dragonair, but those counters are adding up, but so are the Dragon Breaths.
That is true. Dragon Breath is a phenomenal attack, especially on the Shadow Dragonair. We have seen this so many times that it just chips down everything. However, Shadow Dragonair also gets chipped down quite easily. Now we're going to see more punches coming from the Annihilate. The Aqua Tail is being... Oh, of course it's Aqua Tail.
Yes,
Ghost type.
Yes, that's correct. Aqua Tail, the preferred move against Annihilate here. Shield is exchanged on both sides and like trying to attempt a catch. No catch. Nope. So Night Slash goes to double shielding Zweilous, going very early on, super aggressive and in this team.
Will we see a boost? Because I think that this could change something. No, we don't see a boost. And now Zweilous is going down a shield. However, he has this charge attack ready. The question is, what do you go into if you're a Statistan now? The wall switches might not knock out if you're throwing even 2. So that would mean a lot of damage from the Dragonair, but you're instead deciding to take it on the Lickitung and get some licks in.
I think this is a brilliant play here, using the Lickitung to soak up the damage, and then Charger Bug can reign supreme here. This is a great counter. Oh. So here comes a Charger Bug, and now Charger Bug is going to really have a success here.
Yes, Charger Bug has the shield advantage in a matchup that is already kind of good for it. And Zweilous can't counter swap because what's in the back? The Pelipper.
Yes, Pelipper does not want to see Charger Bug at all. So Registeel has to stay in this matchup, even though there is a chance that it will not do well either. First Sap Cannon goes unshielded by Statistan.
Yes, let's see if we can get a debuff right here. No, it is undebuffed. And honestly, I'm just happy for Zweilous that he didn't go for a U-swap, I-swap situation where he just immediately swaps out into the Pelipper and gets met by the Charger Bug there. But no, we're going to see another discharge. And the shield advantage is on Statistan's side. If you're playing with shield advantage versus Registeel, you're basically always having a great time.
Yes, for sure. So Registeel operates best when there are no shields, but here comes that final shield use. And now the question is whether Statistan can farm this Registeel down. Their attack debuff makes that a lot harder. So let's see what happens here. Going for the Exizor, because at this range, that would KO the Registeel.
And that is really well played because he knows that there has to be something in the back that can't answer this Charger Bug. Otherwise, Zweilous would have gone into it way earlier. We're going for one Volt Switch into the discharge already. We know that this might not knock out because of the debuff, but then we're just going to go into the Lickitung. Discharge connects and it almost one-hit KOs.
Yes, and one more Volt Switch will end the Pelipper, and down goes. That's clipped, and that's it. 1-1. Statistan redeems himself, and we are going into that decisive game 3. And that tension has risen.
Yeah, and we know that Pelipper and Mantine are so good against those water and ground type Pokemon. However, they bear a huge risk, and that huge risk is electricity.
Yes, for sure. And I think Statistan has been consistent with that Charger Bug. I think here if you're Zweilers, there's two ways to go about this, in my opinion, okay?
Please.
You can take the more risky play of still sticking with Pelipper because it did so well, particularly in Game 1, if memory serves. So, the question is, do you risk it again and just really, really hope you don't put Pelipper in the back, keep it maybe in the lead? I know, something unusual like that, a bit more risky, or do you ditch Pelipper entirely? What would you do, Leo?
I mean, the Whiscash is not looking too good. I want to see... Do I want to see a Abomasnow here? I'm just thinking, because these X-Scissors really deal a lot of damage. Annihilate is good, Mantine is good. You don't have to fear the Abomasnow on Zweilous' team, but you kind of need an answer to the Skeledirge. It's just very complicated right now.
Yes,
I can't give you an answer, Adelian, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sure I wish, and I'm sure these two trainers would like to know if you did have an answer, because they would need to work it out for themselves, and they're trying to outfox, outwit, and for lack of a better term, outmind their opponent. So it's tricky, and both of these trainers are so used to outfoxing their opponents, it's really hard to do it to each other, therefore.
To be honest, Adelian, I was a bit disappointed. I expected a mind joke.
I've said a mind joke's name a fair few times, so I wanted to be good for once. But we jump into Game 3 as Statistan faces off against Zweilers. We have Annihilate again against Shadow Dragonair. We have seen this matchup before. How will it play differently?
I mean, we might see a Night Slash boost this time. This could be detrimental to the matchup if the counter suddenly deals so much more damage than the Dragon Breath. But we're going to shield this up immediately.
Yes, that makes sense. You want to keep change tactics and have stuck with the same thing. And here comes Lickitung. Lickitung able to take this body slam with no issues at all.
Yep, Lickitung will take the body slam. It's not going to deal too much damage. You're correct there. We are going to lick down the Shadow Dragonair right here. And now... Yes, Zweilous has switched, but there is the Charger Bug, and Zweilous is laughing about it. The crowd is going wild. He goes for the Ice Swap, U-Swap. He brings in the Pelipper.
Yes, this time he did react perhaps a little bit too quick, and now going for the Weather Ball here, which will do neutral damage, has softened this Charger Bug up. Statistan, no need to shield, will happily take this, and it returns with a Discharge, which at this range would more than KO. I think if there was another Pelipper behind it, that would also be KO'd by the Discharge.
Yeah, if there is no attack debuff, then those Discharges really do add up on multiple Pelippers, as they would on multiple Shadow Charizards, by the way. But there is going to be a Discharge. Registeel is still at full HP. Where there is HP, there is a dream. That's what my grandma used to say.
Yes, for sure. I'm sure she totally did. And so Zap Cannon now going to be launched by Registeel onto the Charger Bug. Statistan recognizing this and shielding has an advantage as well that can swap out to clear any debuffs if necessary. It's whether there's no need for that. There is no debuff.
Yeah, we don't debuff here. That's not going to happen with the Registeel as well. We're going to see another Discharge connect. And now the only question is, does Statistan want to finish this with the Lickitung or want to switch in the Lickitung to soak up some potential energy? We're going to go for the swap. Zweilous is waiting a turn, but that doesn't help him. He still has to throws the Focus Blast. How much damage does the Focus Blast deal? Because this is a chipped Lickitung. How much damage do you deal with a Focus Blast against it? It almost takes it out, but we're going to reach a Body Slam, and Statistan is going to advance to Day 2 of the Liverpool Regional Championships in 2024.
Another top 16 for Statistan. You can hear the crowd celebrating. They were so proud of him. Great show of camaraderie there with his opponent. Statistan is your Day 2 entrant, the final one from this tournament. We have our full top 16.
Yes, and Statistan is accumulating those points as well. Really well deserved here. Commiserations to Zweilous, but he already has his regional championship title this season, so I assume he's going to be fine.
I'm sure he will be, yes, I'm sure. And perhaps, you never know, these two fabulous trainers may square off against each other in Hawaii. Who knows? But for Statistan, this is one step closer to that elusive championship that he has longed for.
Yes, exactly. And also, Zweilous, I lost complete track of what I was going to say. But yeah, losers round 8 is still a big accomplishment in the tournament. That was still a good run. Just couldn't reach the decisive Day 2 to play in this top cut. But Statistan actually did. He is still celebrating, and he's so happy that he made it. Well deserved.
Yes, for sure. Perspective, top 16, an achievement. Top 32 out of 192 players is still pretty impressive. 32 to be in the top. If I was in the top 32 out of 192, I'd be over the moon. I would be just like, I cannot believe I've got this far.
Do you think Statistan can calculate in his head the chances of that happening?
Yes, because it's very easy to write with one big marker pen. You just write the word 0.
I think you have what it takes, Adelian. You should compete.
I should try and compete sometime very soon. Yes, and so that was the final match, I believe, for this stream, because it is getting rather close to the evening here in Liverpool. For those of you who have woken up at other parts of the world, like for example in North America and in Latin America, welcome into those of you who have been watching these last few battles. You will of course see published on social media about the top 16 trainers and who is still in the running at Liverpool for the biggest European regionals of this season so far.
Yes, exactly. We have seen top players enter the top cut, but we have also seen top players be eliminated from the tournament already. We have just seen Patoman 2 rounds ago losing to San Hutigo in a very, very close matchup. But Patoman also has had huge success this season, winning an entire regional. So we're going to show you a little video about that. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with the outro panel.
My name is Leo Marin Torres, and Patoman in the game.
So many times he's tripped up, but now he wins this!
Patoman is Jorgensen's Regional Champion 2024. Give it up for Patoman. We're setting the bracket and then finally winning it. After getting second place twice, he is now the champion!
My motivation right now is kind of crazy, you know, because this is my third grand final. I lost twice. Now it's great to finally take it all. With the experience of the other regionals, I thought, okay, I have to be focused. I cannot be sad for this, and let's try to win that 3 matchups in a row.
Please give a huge cheer for our champion. It is Patoman!
Tonton is a great player. He has so much level. He's the UAC champion of 2023. It was a complicated opponent to beat. I will try to go to more regionals. Also, UAC will be a great option because that could give me great points. And then if I can get maybe that travel award, will be nice. And then I will have to prepare for Worlds, and let's see.
Always amazing to hear wise words from previous regional champions. Patoman obviously not going to be able to do it this weekend. However, there are still plenty of trainers in contention to become our Liverpool regional champion. I'm Luke Josh Cromie, and I'm joined by my full roster of phenomenal casters who've taken us through all the Pokemon action this weekend. And what a day it has been. Zionic, let's start with you. What's been your highlight so far, the best moment you've seen?
I think the energy management today has been on point. A lot of metas that we've seen in the past has been a lot about alignment, especially with the knocked out Trevenant era or the Nidoqueen wall rain, which was way back in the day. But today, it was a very fluid meta, and it was all about managing that energy, and Annihilate, I think, performed really well, considering what it did last weekend.
Exactly. Adelian, what about you?
For me, there was a couple of trainers that I was really rooting for. I love to see Vitanacity. This is the first time he's got so far in a regional and to cut into the top 16. Jamie McAlwain as well coming from the losers bracket. To see both of these two trainers, that for me really warms my heart.
And you, Leo?
I gotta go with 2 related to each other. So first, Game 2, Tomahawk Winners Finals. The prediction catch on the combo play, that was phenomenal. That showed the class, world class. In fact, with this, he qualified for the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. And then the interview we did before announcing that he qualified for Worlds, and the crowd just going wild. All of his friends that he loves so much cheering from him. That was a heartwarming moment for me.
And amazing to have it recorded on the broadcast for him for years to come, to be able to look back and reflect on. I think for me, you guys have already touched on so many amazing actions, but it was a little bit of the blast from the past that came through. I loved seeing the Annihilates really, really strong, but then we got to see a Medicham as well in action. It was interesting to see, although it didn't manage to make it into the victory there. It was nice to see some tried and tested cores coming back into the forefront. Of course, it is all about tomorrow's action now. We will have a top 16 bracket for you. Let's dive a little deeper into what the winners bracket is shaping up for. Adelian, do you want to maybe talk us through this?
Yeah, of course. So in in the top of the winners bracket, you have Zone 22 that will face off against Pablo Dinas, and then just below we have Les Edouards facing off against our Tomahawk, who we saw very recently, and then Stone Collection from Germany faces off against Nighttime Clasher, who's flown over from the States. You sound very excited about that, Leo.
Oh yeah, I'm friends with those two. I'm hyped for that.
And then finally, a titanic match in my eyes as well. The defending champion from 2022, Lurgan Rocket, here in Liverpool, faces off against one of the best that Britain can offer, against V Tenacity. All of these trainers have not lost a battle.
Honestly, I'm so excited for that Stone Collection and Nighttime Clasher match as well. That's going to be one to keep your eye on. But also Tomahawk UK and that Venusaur. Zionic, you were talking about it earlier. Are you excited for that match, maybe to see Venusaur again?
Yes, I think Venusaur is going to be a big contender in these finals. It is very strong about stopping the Whiscash and Lantern safe swaps, making sure you have a hard check, which is what Tomahawk UK was mentioning. He didn't want people to feel free to swap a Whiscash in. It is also a bench pressure. When you have a grass-type Pokemon now in a meta dominated by water, it makes you think twice about what you're going to bring.
Definitely, you have to double check those decisions. Of course, that was our winners bracket. Unfortunately, we don't have our losers bracket quite yet. Some of those matches are still wrapping up, so you're going to have to tune in tomorrow if you want to find out who those remaining 8 competitors are going to be. Of course, today as well, we've had some phenomenal Pokemon Play action, and we've loved reading all of your messages using that hashtag #PlayPokemon, engaging with us on all of our social medias, and we can only encourage you to keep doing that. Out of our top 16, when we find out the full roster, who are you looking forward to seeing, and which Pokemon do you think is going to go all the way? We've really enjoyed seeing all the messages, and keep all that fan art and cat pictures coming. That would be fantastic. Another thing you can do is check out the regional schedule. If you haven't already added these dates to your calendar, what are you waiting for? There are amazing events coming up during the rest of the European season in 2024, also with that special new announcement.
Yes, we are going to play. We are playing Liverpool right now, and we're going straight to Dortmund in 2 weeks after that, I believe.
Yes, that is right. Dortmund is on the 10th and 11th of February, just 2 weeks away. And then after that, we have the Utrecht special event, which will be on the 2nd and 3rd of March. So very early on in that month. And then, of course, the European International Championships in London. That is a big one. Everyone should be heading there, I say. Maybe I'm biased, but hey-ho. And then after EUIC, you have Stockholm, and on the 11th and 12th of May, and then the announcement, the special one.
Breaking news!
Bologna in Italy announced for the 1st and 2nd of June, just 1 week before the North American International Championships.
That, of course, then comes to the pinnacle of Pokemon Play with the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. You've got to book your ticket there with the invites that you can get, and a lot of our trainers have already got their eyes set on the prize. Of course, if there's more Pokemon action that you still want to enjoy throughout the weekend, we have the Twitch schedule. So you can see some of the other activities that are coming up. Of course, throughout this weekend, we've got our action, but next week on Tuesday, Holidays Together with some Pokemon friends, always some great viewing, as well as on Thursday, Series 2 of the Pokemon series. And don't forget, the competitive Pokemon Go action will continue at the San Antonio Regional Championships as well. Those are going to be some incredible matches. I mean, at the end of the day, Pokemon, the meta is constantly evolving. We've seen some changes now. We might see some changes in the future. Don't forget as well, tomorrow, the start time is going to be at 9:30 local time. Set your watches, set your alarms, no matter where you are in the world. You definitely don't want to miss this action. It's going to be incredible. Don't we agree?
Yes, I absolutely agree.
Yeah, it's a rounding, roaring success here from all of us. Of course, you can follow the channels as well to make sure that you don't miss any of this Pokemon action. Just in case your alarm fails, just in case you oversleep, you want to make sure that you follow all the channels so you do not miss a second of the Pokemon action, whether it is over here on the European side of things or also across the pond with our North American schedule. I think that pretty much sums it up for here today. I mean, I definitely want to go chat to some of the other players, maybe get a last look at who's going to be completing that top 16 bracket. But before we go, we're going to leave you with some amazing impressions of what day one here at the Liverpool Regional Championships have been like. We will see you tomorrow.